Elsewhere, rain lashed down on the ruined cityscape, the downpour obscuring the figure lying prone amidst the debris. The figure remained motionless, the red energy emanating from his body flickering weakly against the gray stone. Close up on Zhang Xiwan, his face contorted in pain and exhaustion. Kang Hu stood over the fallen guild master, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead. A man watched from nearby, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. I can't believe this. The man continued, his voice trembling. The Yunghua Guild is. He declares that only he and his opponent remain. The kneeling figure states that everyone is suffering because of the meaningless fighting that Shin Kanghu started. Red energy flares around the figure as he accuses Shin Kanghu of being evil. The red energy intensifies, crackling around the figure. Shin Kanghu scoffs, calling it a joke. The figure questions what Shin Kanghu thinks he is, asking if he is a messenger of justice. The figure questions how Shin Kanghu dares to speak of justice. Shin Kanghu declares that he is fighting on behalf of everyone. The figure is engulfed in red energy. An older man, face contorted in anger, looms over a crying child. Yet you are always standing in my way, he shouts. The child, tears streaming down his face, is held tightly. The man's voice booms. So what the hell are you, if not evil? A crowd of people cheers, chanting, Xiwan, Zhang Xiwan. Zhang Xiwan, his white hair gleaming, prepares a devastating attack, red energy swirling around him. The crowd roars his name, Zhang Xiwan. He thinks, for as long as they cheer for me. Focusing his power, Zhang Xiwan channels the red energy into a concentrated blast. He vows, I will not be taken down at any cost. Unleashing the magical attack, Zhang Xiwan sends a wave of red energy outwards. The energy explodes outwards, shattering the ground beneath him. Hooded and determined, Zhang Xiwan prepares for his next move, red energy still radiating from him. A hand glows with an intense, pinkish-white light, energy coalescing around it. The energy erupts outward in a violent burst, a shockwave of crimson and black. The force slams into onlookers, their faces contorted in pain and shock as they are thrown back by the unseen power. A ring, dark and ominous, seems to be the focal point of the destructive energy. Shin Kanghu kneels, struggling against the overwhelming force. Zhang Xiwan stands amidst the chaos, a dark aura surrounding him. He towers over Kanghu, who remains kneeling before him. Blood streaks down Kanghu's face, his expression a mix of pain and defiance. In the distance, a crowd watches in awe and fear, murmuring in hushed tones. A voice echoes, declaring unwavering faith in Zhang Xiwan. Another voice cries out, demanding an end to the spectacle. A furious voice screams, calling someone a bastard. A chorus of voices rises, a unified cry for blood. Fists clench in unison, a visual embodiment of collective rage. The demand echoes, raw and unfiltered. Kill him. The words blur, a frenzied mantra of violence. The collective will hardens, each fist a hammer blow of intent. A figure plummets, a silent testament to the mob's desire. The air crackles with unseen force, a prelude to a brutal end. A voice declares, cold and absolute, that no one wishes for the target to live. Zhang Xiwan's gaze is unwavering, his expression unreadable. Magic crackles, a promise of devastation about to be unleashed. Shin Kanghu grits his teeth, his eyes burning with defiance even as he kneels. The pronouncement hangs in the air, a death sentence delivered. Is your end. Dark energy explodes, a final, fatal strike. He descends with lethal speed, his blade aimed directly at Kanghu. The attack connects, a blinding flash erupting as the blade finds its mark. Kanghu coughs up blood, the force of the blow staggering him. He plummets downwards, a broken figure amidst the crumbling ruins. Zhang Xiwan lands gracefully, the impact sending dust billowing around him. He calls out, his voice echoing through the shattered landscape. Guys! Zhang Xiwan floats in the air, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He declares, all our preparations have finally borne fruit. Zhang Xiwan raises a hand, a malevolent energy swirling around him as he proclaims, now, perfect freedom. With a triumphant grin, Zhang Xiwan announces, shall descend upon this land. A man cries out, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and anticipation. Another man, his brow furrowed, declares that this is finally happening. A figure bathed in red light raises a hand, a halo-like ring hovering above his head, his eyes burning with crimson energy. Under a blood-red sky, a figure descends towards a ruined city, suspended by a thin, glowing thread. Lightning crackles across the crimson sky as the descending figure draws closer to the devastated cityscape. Raw, untamed power surges, a vortex of red energy crackling with destructive potential. The figure stands amidst the swirling red energy, his feet planted firmly, as if anchoring the storm itself. A group of onlookers stare upwards, their faces etched with terror as they witness the unfolding cataclysm. Crimson light reflects in his eyes, a malevolent glow that promises only destruction. A sinister smile spreads across his face, revealing a cruel satisfaction in the chaos he is about to unleash. The red energy intensifies, a palpable force that seems to warp the very air around it. A massive hand descends, the voice booming with an imperious command, Get out of the way. The sound of something collapsing echoes. A voice cackles, declaring that the Demon King has descended. He proclaims that now, true peace shall reign, though another voice thinks it's more like true tyranny. Sweat beads on a man's face, his expression strained. A voice booms, questioning how Kanghu is still alive. The voice continues, calling Kanghu a fucking insect and demanding he open his eyes wide and take a look. The voice declares that the world is his creation. A man grins widely, his expression manic. Red streaks fill the air. And just like that, the world perished. A single point of light remains. A shimmering curtain of light descends, accompanied by a message of gratitude. Thank you for all the love you have shown the life of a villain-turned savior so far. The rhythmic clatter of keys fills the air as hands type rapidly on a keyboard. Golden shards drift against a white background, representing the reader's expectations. A structure of gold and red is crushed, the text declaring, must have been crushed. The image shifts to a stained glass depiction, the text revealing, the protagonist, Zhang Shiwan, was a henchman of the Demon King. The stained glass image continues, the text adding, and he and his comrades, the 13 stars. The background shifts to a fiery red, the text declaring, we're top-level, long-standing evils. A close-up of Zhang Shiwan reveals a sinister smile playing on his lips. Against a backdrop of falling embers, the text states, however, fiction is but a mirror reflecting reality. A lone figure sits hunched before a computer screen, bathed in its pale light. A hand places a white flower before a memorial portrait. The text reflects, was my own life as a student. That was the time I saw authority that could even cover up school violence. And the true face of the world, a power that could overturn good and evil, began to take shape. For that reason, reality was incorporated into the novel, but a deep sense of frustration began to set in. I guess it can't be helped after all. A deep sigh escaped, heavy with resignation. You're also a henchman for destroying the reader's world. This is not it, Sai. He couldn't even rewrite it at this point. I should just sleep. Why is it so noisy? A flashback begins, showing a group of miners working in a dimly lit, dungeon-like environment. Suddenly, he finds himself on a stone floor. You fucking piece of shit. He roars, questioning how the protagonist dares to act despite Eclipse's grace. Someone wonders if he just mentioned Eclipse. The blow lands with brutal force. Kanghu is sent sprawling. His vision blurs with pain. He thinks, cursing the fact that the bastard is showing up even in his dreams, calling everyone useless human scumbags. Zhang Shiwan grabs Kanghu, warning him to keep his useless worker act within limits. Zhang Shiwan's face is inches from Kanghu's, his expression menacing. From a distance, the fight unfolds, observed by the warden and others. The sound of impact echoes. Zhang Shiwan realizes who he is fighting. Zhang Shiwan delivers a punch, calling Kanghu a retard who couldn't even last 1 second. Kanghu wonders why it hurts if this is a dream. The punch connects, sending a shockwave through the air. The warden remarks to Zhang Shiwan, this guy's got to be a long way from meeting his quota. But first, is this really a dream? It feels extremely real. Zhang Shiwan's voice echoes in Kanghu's mind. I'm going to pick a day and beat you the fuck up. The sound of dripping water fills the air as someone calls out, Kanghu, are you okay? Kanghu looks up, his expression a mix of confusion and pain. Kanghu? Don't tell me. No way. The sound of footsteps echoes in the distance. His hand glows with an ethereal light. Mana? The question echoes in his mind as the energy swirls around his palm. The mana gathers, a vortex of blue energy. The power to absorb mana at will. The words form in his mind as he stares at the swirling energy. This is definitely innate mana hypersensitivity. Kanghu kneels, his head bowed, grappling with the implications of his newfound ability. Damn it, does that mean I am? His eyes widen, a mix of shock and realization dawning on his face. Shin Kanghu, of all people. A sinister smile creeps across his face. Meanwhile, the warden looks troubled. It's all because of me. Sorry. If this guy's still alive, this is around 5 years before the ending. He muses on a different path, one where he possessed Zhang Shiwan. He imagines being revered as the world's hero. But at this rate, a figure is consumed by crimson energy. The vision declares that this will end with the Demon King descending. And only the followers are left kneeling. A determination hardens within him. Followers' lives will be saved. He steels himself, his resolve firm. The good news is, Kanghu knows the way. His eyes glow with newfound purpose. To escape this place, he must change. A glowing blue crystal rests on the cavern floor. A voice echoes, revealing. As expected, when possessing someone, it feels like Shin Kanghu's past and experiences are mine. A hand reaches down towards the glowing blue crystal. The crystal pulses with light, as a voice declares, are mine. Shin Kanghu's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed with determination. A character information screen displays Shin Kanghu's name, level 10, and class, Assassin. The screen lists skills, short distance leap and traverse teleportation, both at level 1. Shin Kanghu thinks, although I'm still on this level. Shin Kanghu sits, exhausted, while the warden stands behind him, pickaxe in hand. Shin Kanghu grits his teeth, thinking, damn it, my stamina is ass. Shin Kang-hu holds the blue crystal, his expression troubled. He reflects, I shouldn't have given him a weakness like innate mana hypersensitivity just because he's an anti-hero. Shin Kang-hu touches the blue crystal, a faint sound echoing in the cavern. He thought to himself that this was the only way. Shin Kang-hu and the warden are in what appears to be a mine. The warden asks if Shin Kang-hu is okay. Shin Kang-hu assures him that it's nothing and tells him not to worry. The warden wonders if he should ask for a break. A sinister voice muses that if they were people who let you rest depending on your condition. The voice continues, stating that they wouldn't have dragged them to a place like this in the first place. A narration box states that this is a detention center created by the criminal organization Eclipse. The scene shows rookie hunters who can use mana, imprisoned behind bars. A narration box states that they are forced to work like slaves to mine mana stones. Shin Kang-hu tells the warden not to worry about him and to mine the stones. The warden, looking concerned, calls out to Kang-hu, asking if he is alright. The thought of escaping flickers in Kang-hu's mind, but he immediately dismisses it. The warden tells Kang-hu to go to work before he gets beaten up by the guard. The warden warns him not to do anything reckless either. The warden laughs, saying okay. Kang-hu walks away, thinking he did what he could. A flashback shows a man, described as a character created as a motif. Kang-hu thinks he can't make any changes to the novel yet. A surge of energy crackles in the air. He resolves to escape for his own sake. The detention center stretches out before him, a vast and unforgiving landscape. Kang-hu pushes a cart full of glowing mana stones, his expression grim. A sickening thud echoes through the detention center. In the moment where the guard's attention was focused on the newbies, there's a crazy bastard who tried to escape. The sound of tearing flesh rips through the air. Watch carefully. Shin Kang-hu presses a blade to the warden's throat. The warden's eyes widen in terror as he hears, "You'll take responsibility for doing crazy things." The blade slices across the warden's neck, a crimson torrent erupting from the wound. The other prisoners watch in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of fear and morbid fascination. Shin Kang-hu's face is a mask of fury, his eyes burning with cold determination. Blood splatters across the floor, a grim testament to the brutal act. The warden's bloodied hand lies limp on the ground, his fingers twitching weakly. Blood splatters as the final blow lands, the sound echoing in the confined space. The warden's face is marred with blood, his expression one of shock and pain. A pool of blood spreads across the floor, a testament to the brutal attack. The warden's hand lies still, the fight seemingly drained from him. Shin Kang-hu stands over the fallen warden, his expression grim. "Stupid bastard," he mutters. The warden lies defeated, a pool of blood forming around him. "I told you not to do anything reckless," he gasps. Shin Kang-hu's face is etched with a mixture of determination and weariness. Another guard approaches, a sneer on his face. "Hey, why don't you act up like last time? Since there's no one here to stop me, I can kill you too." Shin Kang-hu's gaze hardens. I couldn't care less about him dying. The guard's eyes widen in disbelief. "More importantly, let me go to the toilet." The guard stares down at the body of his fallen comrade, his face a mask of disbelief. "What?" he demands, the word hanging heavy in the air. The guard, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, gazes down at the fallen guard. "Pathetic bastard," he sneers. "Did you piss yourself?" The guard laughs, a harsh, grating sound. "Yeah, all right," he says, acknowledging Shin Kang-hu's presence behind him. Kang-hu's gaze pierces through the guard. "Follow me," he commands, his voice leaving no room for argument. The camera focuses on Kang-hu's waist, highlighting the determination in his posture. The guard stands his ground, his eyes narrowed. "I'll give you 1 minute," he snarls, his hand gripping the hilt of his weapon. The guard's face contorts with rage. "If you take any longer than that, this will become your grave," he threatens, his voice dripping with venom. The sound of footsteps echoes through the corridor. Kang-hu stands silhouetted in a doorway, the light casting long, ominous shadows behind him. The scene shifts to a top-down view, revealing the bodies of several guards scattered across the floor. The camera focuses on Kang-hu's feet as he walks, his boots crunching on the debris-strewn floor. Kang-hu continues his search, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "It should be around here," he mutters to himself. A guard stands watch. He knew it. Kang-hu slices his hand, the crimson blood welling up. He smears the blood across the cold stone floor. The blood drips, a dark promise in each falling drop. A trail of blood marks his path. With deliberate strokes, Kang-hu draws a complex magic circle on the ground. He sits within the circle, the air growing heavy with anticipation. The ritual takes hold. A voice echoes, "I know you're watching me." Kang-hu's expression hardens, a grim determination etched on his face. The magic circle flares with an eerie light, the words resonating. "I know you go crazy for tragedies. Trials and depression weigh heavily." A voice echoes, demanding he stop stalling and prepare himself, with only 10 seconds remaining. He lies prone, bathed in an ethereal blue light, the air crackling with unseen energy. Standing now, he wonders aloud if they aren't curious how a low-level like him managed to summon them. A thought surfaces, if he had stayed here a little longer, just like in the novel, then they would appear later. His expression hardens, a grim determination etched on his face. And if he hesitated a day longer, the hope that the world is looking for would be further out of reach, is what they would say to persuade him. to reply to his summon. His eyes glow with an eerie intensity, since he'll become the entertainment that they're looking for. He declares that he is the one who can use the other's ability most effectively. A magical circle materializes, glowing with an ethereal blue light. Zhang Shuan's face contorts in a furious scowl, his teeth bared in a predatory grin. Zhang Shuan snarls, "I knew you'd appear." Shin Konghu's face is partially obscured by a dark hood, shadows clinging to his features. The text declares that the main constellation made a contract with Shin Konghu in the novel. The text booms, labeling someone a dimension looter. Zhang Shuan's expression is twisted with rage, his eyes burning with crimson intensity. A close-up reveals intricate details of clothing, possibly imbued with magical energy. The text explodes with fury, calling someone, "What an insolent bastard." The text declares, "Since you've gotten my attention, I'll let you borrow my power for a moment." Raw magical power erupts, a blinding display of energy. A surge of energy crackles, demanding, "Prove yourself to me." He gathers power, a fierce determination etched on his face. "Just sit back and watch." The energy intensifies, swirling with raw power. Text appears, referencing a dimension tool and its capabilities. The text continues, emphasizing the importance of making it your own to look at your own proficiency. A fist slams into something with tremendous force, the impact echoing through the air. A man's voice explodes in fury. "You fucking with me, bastard?" A figure stands partially obscured, an arrow pointing towards an unknown destination. A figure walks down a dimly lit hallway, their purpose unclear. The energy ripples and distorts, creating an unsettling visual effect. A man with a stern expression glances to the side, his gaze filled with suspicion. A face contorts in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. He focuses, ensuring all his skills maintain maximum proficiency. Activating short distance leap, he prepares to move. The skill intensifies, blue energy crackling around him. He is enveloped in a vortex of blue light as the teleportation begins. Next, he activates traverse teleportation, preparing for a longer jump. The blue energy intensifies, swirling around him as he focuses. The teleportation effect reaches its peak, distorting the space around him. He arrives at his destination, his eyes widening in surprise. He finds himself in a tiled room, a door with a cross symbol marking the exit. His brow furrows. He's not here. Shin Konghu scans the room, a growing sense of unease washing over him. The last traces of blue energy fade, leaving him alone in the silent room. He draws back his fist, preparing to strike. The punch lands squarely on Zhang Shuan's face. Zhang Shuan spits blood, snarling, "Why, you bastard?" Staggering, Zhang Shuan gasps, "How?" The force of the blow sends Zhang Shuan reeling. He turns and flees. Blurring into motion, Zhang Shuan makes his escape. A hand grips a bloody knife. "Thanks, dickhead." Shin Konghu's face is bruised and bloodied, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. Zhang Shuan says, "Thanks to you, I've decided to leave this place today. You're interesting." The warden lies dead on the floor, a pool of blood spreading around him. A voice declares, "The contract is complete." He lets out a loham, his expression a mix of determination and sorrow. A hand grips the hilt of a sword. With this, vengeance is sworn. The blade slides free from its sheath, a promise of retribution hanging in the air. Konghu stands, the newly registered weapon gleaming in his grasp, a silent vow etched on his face. His gaze falls upon the fallen, a resolve hardening within him. He won't look back. Under the light of a full moon, shadows stretch long across the landscape. A figure stands silhouetted against the dim light, his back to the viewer. A body lies prone in a pool of blood, a dark figure standing over him. A burst of energy explodes outward. Konghu declares, "Step 1 to escaping." He continues, "I secured a rank 2 warden's uniform." A gloved hand flicks open a lighter, the flame casting a warm glow. Konghu's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed with determination. The lighter's flame dances, a small beacon in the darkness. He gathers the materials, preparing the next phase of his escape. Step 3 is to escape, and the fire begins to blaze. Konghu stands silhouetted against the inferno, the heat radiating outwards. Someone walks through the front gate, through the flames. The fire crackles and roars. A voice shouts in alarm, "What the? Fire! It's in front of Building 18. Another man shouts, "Who the hell did this?" The order is given. "Call the fire department first." Konghu sprints away, a voice yelling, "Everyone, follow the manual. Let's head to the Krema Dash." The sound of rushing footsteps echoes. A voice urges, "Hurry up." One of the guards addresses his companion, Roger. One of the guards asks if the other was switched with the rank 2 warden who's in charge of them. The guards are seated in a vehicle, ready to move. Warden responds that someone just escaped from Building 18. He seems surprised. Warden continues, stating that the escapee ran through the fence on the northwest side of that building and questions why they haven't departed yet. An unseen figure apologizes and promises to start right away. Warden notes that the path that heads northwest from the fence is the escape route. The escape route leads to Chungmyeong Mountain. At first glance, it looks like a good escape route, since it's dark, unguarded, and complicated, but in reality, It's brimming with traps laid by Eclipse, making it the most dangerous route. Warden thinks to himself that he's going to use this information known exclusively to the Wardens. An escape. They're trying to catch him on his way out to escape. Warden states that they are trying to catch him on his way out to escape. He sits in the vehicle, listening to the conversation. Even if they lose him, he'll head to Chungmyeong Mountain, so they simply need to bring his corpse back. A military vehicle is parked outside the facility. A guard shouts, "Warang." Another guard confirms that the area is clear. A close-up of a character's intense gaze. Finally, a voice says, "You must be tired." The warden says, "With what's currently happening in Building 18, Warden." He clicks his tongue, thinking that killing them would be way easier. Those inmates just won't listen. Another guard agrees, saying that those pieces of shit are hunters in name only, just losers. The question hangs in the air. Is someone calling the inmates pieces of shit? He is addressed. "By the way, Warden, how long have you been on duty in Building 18? The warden's expression hardens as he considers the question. He replies, "I came the day before yesterday." "You must have been working in Unit 9, then?" "That's right." His gaze narrows, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. "Then Unit 9. The warden's expression is unreadable. Meanwhile, a vehicle speeds along a dark, wooded path, its headlights cutting through the night. The warden confirms, "That's right." A gloved hand grips the hilt of a sword, for no other reason. The sword is drawn, its blade gleaming in the dim light. The sword descends, a swift and deadly strike. Then too, the sword is swung, the strike landing with brutal force. His eyes burning with an electric blue intensity, Kang-hoo stares down at his fallen opponent. He sneers, "Clean up pieces of shit like you." Debris explodes outward, the air crackling with displaced energy. Blurring into motion, Shin Kang-hoo closes the distance. The blow lands with brutal force, sending Jang Shiwan reeling amidst a spray of blood. The forest blurs in the background. Jang Shiwan crashes to the ground, a pained grunt escaping his lips. Spitting blood, Jang Shiwan roars, "You fucking bastard." Shin Kang-hoo's back is turned, his posture radiating cold determination. Gathering power, orange energy crackles around Jang Shiwan's fist. Looking up, Shin Kang-hoo prepares to meet the oncoming attack. Blue energy flares as he prepares to strike back. Jang Shiwan, enraged, unleashes a torrent of magical energy. He screams, "How dare you trick us?" The magical energy expands outward, a blinding orange light consuming everything in its path. The energy slams into the ground, detonating with earth-shattering force. Smoke and debris fill the air, the landscape scarred by the devastating attack. Meanwhile, Roger, sporting a sinister grin, scoffs at the display of power. He ain't worth shit. Roger's eyes narrow, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Through a distorted reflection, Roger is seen kneeling on the ground, seemingly affected by the blast. A swirling vortex of energy crackles around the reflection, further distorting the image. The glass shatters, the force of the explosion rippling outwards. Roger is thrown backward, the shockwave slamming into him. He is sent tumbling through the air, his expression one of pain and surprise. Red energy flares, the aftermath of the devastating attack. A blade, slick with crimson, pierces through the darkness. He chokes, a strangled gasp escaping his lips as the steel finds its mark. The sword is wrenched free, leaving a gaping wound. Blood splatters, painting the ground a gruesome shade of red. A vehicle approaches, its headlights cutting through the night. He grits his teeth, a wave of agony washing over him. Clutching the hilt of his sword, Roger wonders, "Did I use too much mana?" His eyes widen in alarm. The vehicle speeds closer, its engine roaring. Roger curses under his breath. "Shit, are they on patrol? I didn't expect this." His face hardens with resolve. He breaks into a run, desperate to escape. He tumbles through the air, the ground rushing up to meet him. Roger lies sprawled on the ground, the impact having stolen his breath. A heavy foot descends nearby, the sound echoing ominously. Scrambling to his feet, Roger surveys his surroundings, seeking an escape. A voice echoes, filled with disbelief. "Impressive. I can't believe you managed to kill 2 wardens and escape." Roger's expression hardens, a grim determination settling over his features. He drops to his knees, attempting to disappear into the shadows as the pursuer looms closer. A hunter stands with a confident smirk, a strange red mark floating above his head. Roger's eyes widen as he takes in the sight. This hunter's in a contract with a constellation. Roger wonders what his power is, a flicker of fear in his eyes. A system notification appears, skillful connector, neutral-leaning constellation. A constellation with the ability to track mana. The ability to track mana? Roger's mind races, trying to understand the implications. He realized that was how he was found so easily. A sinister grin spread across an unknown hunter's face. The hunter muttered that this turned out great, wondering what the reason could be. The hunter could see the constellation Roger was contracted with, and the red mark above his head. It was all happening for a reason. By killing another hunter, one is able to loot them of their contracted constellation. The hunter grinned, a sinister glint in his eyes. A system notification appeared, stating that he was able to loot this target. A system notification appears before Kang-hoo, informing him that he is able to loot this target. Kang-hoo grins, a predatory glint in his eyes. Great, he exclaims. A text bubble declares that this is a chance to use Constellation Loot for the first time. But if he's made a contract with a constellation, he's probably at least level 100. A thought bubble reveals Kang-hoo's strategy. He needs to avoid a head-to-head fight. So, Kang-hoo takes a step forward, his intentions unknown. The sound of steel scraping against leather echoes through the forest as a sword is drawn. I will draw him in and attack instead. Zhang Shiwan smirks, his eyes narrowed with disdain. He really is a low-level scum. The forest blurs as something moves with incredible speed. Zhang Shiwan chuckles, a sinister glint in his eyes. Yeah, try your best to hide. His eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, scanning the surroundings. Unaware of the danger, Zhang Shiwan continued through the forest, his senses alert. The Yunghua Guild master continued his search, the forest floor crunching beneath his feet. Zhang Shiwan's voice echoed through the trees. Where are you hiding? Kang-hoo prepared to strike, his form a blur of motion. The hunter's eyes blazed with an intense, otherworldly light. Unleashing his power, Kang-hoo launched a devastating attack. A sinister smirk played on Zhang Shiwan's lips as he anticipated the incoming assault. Screaming in fury, Kang-hoo's attack slammed into his target. You bastard! The force of the blow exploded outwards, shaking the very air around them. The attack intensified, a blinding flash of energy engulfing the forest. The energy surged, a cataclysmic wave of power unleashed upon Zhang Shiwan. He is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. Zhang Shiwan wonders where the rat went. Zhang Shiwan grits his teeth, anger etched on his face. A red haze seems to cloud Zhang Shiwan's vision. Kang-hoo stands over the Yunghua Guild master, who coughs up blood. Zhang Shiwan thinks it's foolish for a close combat damage dealer to throw his weapon away. Blood trickles from Zhang Shiwan's mouth as he hears that it was his fault for looking down. The voice continues, saying it was his fault for looking down on his opponent. Kang-hoo stands over Zhang Shiwan, his sword dripping with blood. Zhang Shiwan falls to the ground. Kang-hoo stands victorious over the fallen Yunghua Guild master. A system message appears, stating that Kang-hoo has killed the target and seized his contract with Skillful Connector. The system informs that the Skillful Connector is under the control of Dimension Looter and cannot escape outside of extinction or termination of the contract. Standing in a forest, Shin Kang-hoo is presented with character information in a system window. The system announces that all of the abilities of the Skillful Connector have been transferred to him. Kang-hoo processes the information, system windows floating before him. A system window displays further details. The window lists Traverse Teleportation, Mana Tracking Ability, and Night Vision, all at maximum level. Kang-hoo smirks, declaring, Nice. I've succeeded. His eyes glow with newfound power. The landscape shimmers with an otherworldly green light. A system message confirms that there are no more pursuers nearby. Kang-hoo's expression hardens. He grunts, bracing himself for what's to come. He coughed, the metallic tang of blood filling his mouth as he struggled to regain his footing. The forest floor was damp beneath his knees. Damn it, he thought, surveying the crimson splatters staining the earth. He was leaving a trail. He stared at his gloved hand, slick with blood. Did he push himself too far? In order to hide his traces from him, he needed to act fast. He pressed his back against the rough bark of a tree, seeking a moment's respite. He suppressed his mana hypersensitivity, hiding his presence from any prying eyes, and poured all of his mana into a stone, channeling his energy into the small object. The stone glowed with an inner light, absorbing his power. Because if he just left it as is, he'd suck in all of the surrounding mana explosively. He gritted his teeth, the effort of suppressing his mana hypersensitivity straining every muscle in his body. He hurled the stone away, putting all of his remaining strength into the throw. And threw the rock away, the glowing projectile streaking through the night sky. He spat the words out, a venomous curse escaping his lips. You bastard. The memory of his successful lure played back in his mind. He had been able to kill him, but in order to get near him, he had to use a short-distance leap. The strain etched itself onto his face, a grimace of pain and exhaustion. If he pushed himself any more, he'd just straight up die here, he thought. He needed to get to A. His boots crunched on the rocky terrain as he continued his ascent. His gaze hardened, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. It's here. The truck that transports the sand that purifies mana stones. He broke into a run, his purpose driving him forward. He leaps from the cliff, the wind whipping around him as he falls. Landing hard, the impact jars his already weakened body. He sucks in a ragged breath, the air thin and cold. The memory flashes. He killed 3 guards in his escape. A necessary evil, he tells himself. He needs to ensure the future doesn't change while he's still getting stronger, so that he can use what he knows. Considering his pathetic weight in this world, there's no way the future will. His gaze settles on the truck in the distance, his destination. The truck looms larger as he focuses on it. God. He stands, his resolve hardening with each step. The truck awaits, a symbol of the future he intends to seize. The city sprawls beneath a sky of muted blues and grays. It's annoyingly beautiful. The title card appears, the genius assassin who takes it all. A voice muses, well, we can just catch new lowlives who'll mine mana stones. The speaker continues, standing before a modern building. So it doesn't really matter. Just get back to work. Zhang Xiwan stands in a doorway, a cigarette held loosely between his lips. The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension. Zhang Xiwan exhales a plume of smoke, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. What a smart guy, he thinks. A mangled car lies overturned on the street. To think he'd catch us off guard and confidently leave through the front gate, a voice echoes. Kong Hu, breathing heavily, enters a building, his expression grim. He leans against a wall, struggling to catch his breath. Exhaustion etches lines on his face. Kong Hu grits his teeth, a wave of pain washing over him. Damn it, this is killing me. Because of excessive usage of mana, my stamina isn't recovering easily. His gloved hand, scarred and worn, presses the elevator button. Kong Hu stands in an office, staring at a document on the desk. Killed a level 45 and a level 55 with a constellation? He wonders. The line clicks open. Inside the phone booth, Kong Hu speaks into the receiver. A voice on the other end of the line calls out, K Kong Hu Appa? Kong Hu replies, I'm in front of Taejun Station. He continues, I need you for a favor? A photo ID lies on a table. The man on the other end of the line remarks, interesting. A man with a cigarette dangling from his lips smirks, his eyes glinting with amusement. Han Seoyin offers her thanks. Her torso is wrapped in bandages, evidence of recent trauma. A voice wonders what happened, questioning if she went to a war zone. The camera focuses on the nape of her neck, the skin marred with scars. The voice continues, asking if she was dragged to a manastone mine, noting that those places are notorious for kidnapping hunters. Han Seoyin wraps a bandage around her leg, her expression somber. The voice explains that mining mana stones is essential for low-level hunters, but it can turn them into prey for other hunters. Shin Kong-hu embraces Han Seoyin, who apologizes, her voice thick with emotion. Tears stream down Han Seoyin's face as she laments, not keeping in touch more frequently. It's revealed that Han Seoyin is a level 150 veteran in a contract with a constellation. Her arm and leg are heavily bandaged, a testament to her battles. A memory surfaces. If she had been with him back then, she would have been dragged to the Chungmyeong detention center. That's enough caring from you. Nothing good will come out of getting involved with me now. Eclipse might even track you. Han Seoyin bandages Shin Kong-hu's wounds. Appa, I'm level 150 now. I'm at a level where average hunters can't mess with me so carelessly. You don't need to worry about me. You just need to use that power for yourself now. Here you go, Appa. I put a decent amount of cash and a hacked cell phone inside. Looks like your guild is filling its tide in somewhat gray territory, huh? That's right. Back then. Someone falls through the night sky, as a voice declares that a guild suits them. She asks if he has no plans of joining their guild. Han Seoyin clasps her hands together, a hopeful expression on her face. She thinks of the past, when they could once be together. Shin Kong-hu stands behind her, listening intently. Han Seoyin's voice echoes, urging him not to stay trapped in the past. Tears well in Han Seoyin's eyes. A single tear rolls down her cheek. She smiles sadly. Han Seoyin explains that she has taken care of his request, and one of her friends is a leader. The details are on the phone. She tells him to take care. Han Seoyin clasps her hands to her chest, wishing him to stay well. Shin Kong-hu thanks her, hoping she stays well too. A passenger requests, Mr. Driver, please take me to Taejun Station. The car drives through the city. The passenger asks, Sir, I'd like to turn on the radio. Do you mind? The radio crackles to life, reporting, news has it that the Yonghwa Guild has assassinated the entire White Rose mercenary corps. After Judgment Day, the car continues its journey. That day came, Judgment Day. Suddenly and quietly, the car drives on. Things are a bit strange today. The driver asks, right honey? A skeletal figure appears, lunging toward the driver. The driver exclaims, what the hell? It's the end. The skeleton's scythe descends, the blade glinting ominously as it heads towards Kong-hu. The sound of the attack echoes through the air. The sound of the attack continues. The skeleton continues its relentless assault, the orange glow of its power illuminating the scene. The skeleton's scythe continues its deadly dance, the air thick with the scent of ozone and blood. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the rooftop of a building in Gangnam, Seoul. The sky is turning purple in the distance, an ominous sign of the encroaching chaos. Elsewhere, a news reporter speaks into her microphone, relaying the latest information. The ground trembles as something massive moves beneath the surface. Monsters, unknown and terrifying, begin to emerge. Dungeons, covered with strange skies, appear without warning. In the middle of this mayhem, people flee in terror from a monstrous wolf-like creature. A monstrous creature, wreathed in crackling blue energy, throws its head back in a deafening roar. Those who acquired powers were now called hunters. Hunters. This inexplicable situation. The world was thrown into chaos. Led people to believe divine judgment had fallen. The hunters who hunted the monsters then began hunting people. First, in the name of gods. But later, the streets ran red with blood. For no reason at all. A scream is cut short. However, right as they were heading towards the end, someone struggles to speak. A figure reassures another, stating that someone might think he is harassing her, but tells her not to worry. A menacing figure is surrounded by a purple aura. A voice declares that one strike will end it all, painlessly. The words, "the savior of the world," appear. A hand grips a bloody blade. More blood stains the blade. The blade is held aloft. A man with white, curly hair smiles. Zhang Xiwan appeared. Centered in soul, he created the helper, the protector, and the healer of the people. The Yunghua Guild's emblem blazes against a dark background. Zhang Xiwan extends a hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. The man in the car muses. That's why everyone wants to go to the oh-so-safe soul. The White Rose core has long been tracked down by the hunter, Zhang Xiwan. The man smirks, knowing that Zhang Xiwan is responsible for plotting a terror attack at Exit 11 of Gangnam Station in Seoul. The man in the car remarks, wiping out a whole terrorist organization, as expected of Zhang Xiwan. Of course, the terror attacks weren't their doing either. The man in the car asks, isn't him being a Korean hunter a matter of great pride? The man in the car thinks, my son awakened not too long ago as well, and his dream is to join Zhang Xiwan's guild. The text reads, if I were to go against Zhang Xiwan by revealing this had all been his doing. A shadow looms over the text. He would turn me into the villain. A fist clenches as the words, kill him, explode from the panel. Fists clench, a silent promise of violence hanging in the air. The intent is clear, kill. He sits in the back of a car, contemplating the situation. The Yunghua Guild master knows the outcome is as plain as day. Zhang Xiwan reflects on why he asked for a favor to be introduced to the mercenary corps, since any guild could be within his reach. A towering building pierces the sky. Shin Kanghu considers that being a commissioned worker who only receives jobs from the mercenary corps is the best for him. A woman's hand rests on a surface. A voice speaks, hello. I heard about you from Seoyan. The woman introduces herself, Li Yeren. Li Yeren stands confidently, a folder in hand. A woman's shoes are visible as she thinks, I shouldn't reveal it just yet. A man extends his hand, introducing himself as Young Sunkyu. Young Sunkyu smiles, ready to meet someone. She extends a hand, offering a new opportunity. Li Yeren states, I have a great collection job for you. Young Sunkyu replies, pass. I'd like one with a good reward. You can give me the hard ones first. He continues, what? I definitely heard you're a level 10. A smirk plays on Young Sunkyu's lips. Li Yeren laughs. She says, you're so ridiculous. Li Yeren continues, a hint of amusement in her eyes. They say too much courage is reckless bravado. Green energy crackles around Young Sunkyu. His eyes glow with power as Li Yeren looks on. Young Sunkyu asks, are you trying to make me take care of your corpse? Isn't being a mercenary all about having the skills? He finishes, his expression intense, regardless of one's level. Zhang Xiwan asks if someone is trying to make him take care of their corpse. He muses that it feels odd meeting a character he took so much care to make. Li Yeren is a mage and buffer who made a contract with a mid-upper level constellation and a character someone created. He thinks to himself that he needs to win her trust, as being a mercenary isn't all about having the skills. Li Yeren is surrounded by a swirling green aura, her expression unreadable. Regardless of what happens, her stance is firm, ready to unleash her skill. Li Yeren says with a slight smile, Sunkyu SSI, reality and spirit are different. Shin Kanghu stands beside Li Yeren, listening intently. Prejudice and truth are different too. Li Yeren makes a small sound, a prelude to her next move. With a confident smirk, Li Yeren challenges, then let's see your skills. The two stand in a vast, open space, the air thick with anticipation. A glowing green orb forms in Li Yeren's hand, crackling with energy. Li Yeren declares, and that's whether you can avoid my skill. Shin Kanghu responds, his expression serious, so you just want to see if I can at least protect my body. Li Yeren's skill intensifies. Correct, being able to dodge means that you can create opportunities to attack. His brow furrowed, Kanghu muttered, that's creating puppets using fog. Fog tracker. Kanghu thought, it's not an attack skill, so I won't die even if I get hit. But if I can't dodge, traces will remain, so the test will end immediately. Kanghu tensed, preparing to move. Li Yeren exclaimed, I'm starting. The fog coalesced, forming spectral puppets that swirled around the room. Kanghu braced himself, ready to evade the incoming fog. He smirks, a glint of confidence in his eyes. Suddenly, a surge of green energy erupts, engulfing a figure in a burst of speed. The green energy intensifies, blurring the figure's form as they accelerate. Li Yeren lands on a higher platform, her eyes wide with surprise. A gasp escapes her lips. No. Shin Kanghu watches from below, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Li Yeren stares at the distance she covered. This makes no sense. At that level, even jumping a meter would be hard. Her gloved hand clenches, a mix of disbelief and excitement coursing through her. She realizes, he's that proficient in using the assassin's basic skill. Short distance leap? A sly smile spreads across Li Yeren's face. So he wasn't just hot air. Another burst of green energy surrounds her as she prepares to move again. Li Yeren taunts, will you be able to dodge this time too? She explodes with a burst of green energy, activating her short distance leap skill. Propelled upwards, Li Yeren is engulfed in a swirling vortex of emerald light. The green energy intensifies as she ascends, leaving trails of light in her wake. Her expression hardens with determination, the green light reflecting in her eyes. The emerald aura pulses around her, a visible manifestation of her skill. Continuing her ascent, she becomes a blur of motion amidst the vibrant green energy. Reaching the apex of her leap, Li Yeren hangs suspended in the air, wreathed in power. She lands gracefully on a higher platform, the green energy dissipating around her feet. Meanwhile, Shin Kanghu watches her ascend, a mixture of surprise and frustration etched on his face. His eyes narrow, a flicker of determination replacing the initial shock. A grim smile plays on his lips, a silent promise of pursuit. He prepares to follow, his gaze fixed on Li Yeren's new position. He continues his assault, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Li Yeren narrowly avoids the strikes, her movements fluid and precise. A burst of green energy erupts as Shin Kanghu's attack misses its mark, the force of the blow creating a shockwave. Kanghu presses his attack, the green energy intensifying around him as he shouts, driving forward with relentless speed. He dodged it again, Kanghu thinks, frustrated. Not to mention, Li Yeren's eyes widen, a flicker of realization crossing her face. Just earlier, was that. Shin Kanghu and Li Yeren face each other, their swords drawn, the tension palpable between them. Let's end the test here, Kanghu declares, his voice firm. Li Yeren's stance shifts slightly, her eyes narrowed in concentration. He thinks to himself, she's faster than I expected, she wasn't the mercenary commander for nothing. Li Yeren subtly adjusts her grip on her sword, a sly look on her face. Have you been trained before? Kanghu asks. Nope, she replies. A hand grips the hilt of a blade, the steel glinting in the dim light. The speaker thinks to himself that the movements they just saw were not of a level that they could do. Han Seoyin stands next to Young Sunkyu, a confident smirk playing on her lips. She believes she'll be able to give him level 50 commissions. Young Sunkyu simply replies, good. A close-up reveals a sword. Meanwhile, a white van drives down a city street. Young Sunkyu is seen in the rearview mirror. Seoyin asks about the bulletproof glass, noting there's been an annoying gunman on his ass lately. She wonders if it's a gunner. Han Seoyin laughs, mentioning the Eclipse bastards and a turf war. Han Seoyin explains that this is a commission to track a wanted criminal. Young Sunkyu, the commissioner, states that this commission will be quite useful for Sunkyu SSI, implying that he is the commissioner. The open dungeon in Gyeonggi-do, Ozan, known as the Abandoned Ruins, awaits. Kim Mukyeon, a level 50 mage, is the target. The request is to retrieve the third-rank item, Vartaro's shoes. Shin Kanghu examines the details of the mission, a faint green glow emanating from the document in his hands. The instructions are clear, bring him back alive, if possible, but there have been too many civilian casualties. The deaths were caused by Kim Mukyeon. The Hunter National Security Agency will approve if he is executed on the spot. Shin Kanghu smiles, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He understood and would begin immediately. The city looms, a maze of shadows and secrets. He'll probably be hidden in a corner somewhere, so it won't be easy. Since it's quite a big place, the search will be extensive. He thinks to himself that this isn't a bad dungeon to debut in. It's a place that Shin Kanghu used as a hideout in the novel, so he's quite familiar with it. He notes that there are quite useful middle bosses here too. Kanghu stands before a large, white, rabbit-like creature with glowing red eyes. Shin Kanghu realizes they're here. The hunter holds a knife, ready to strike. The white rabbit monster stares intently. A close-up reveals the monster's menacing red eyes and sharp teeth. The rabbit monster prepares to attack. The monsters move with incredible speed. Shin Kanghu activates Traverse Teleportation. Kanghu uses Short Distance Leap to close the gap. He initiates the Traverse Teleportation, a surge of pink energy enveloping him. The energy intensifies, now a vibrant blue as Kanghu focuses his power. The teleportation sequence reaches its apex, the energy shifting to a deep purple. A strange, rabbit-like creature with glowing red eyes executes a short-distance leap, surrounded by a similar blue energy. Kanghu materializes in a new location, the purple energy dissipating around him. He surveys his surroundings, his expression focused. The rabbit-like creatures scatter, startled by his sudden appearance. Kanghu grips his blade, ready for whatever awaits him. A voice echoes in his mind. Retrieve the commissioned item, then you can do whatever you want with the rest. Above him, a figure with flowing red hair stands atop a building, watching. Kanghu's gaze hardens, his focus sharpening. He asks, his voice low, if they want a reward. Text appears, outlining the requirements. First, to receive a dungeon raid license. Second, maintain all skill proficiencies to the end. Third, loot the boss skills as your own. This is for those with many middle and last bosses. A hooded figure appears, their eyes glowing with an ominous red light. A close-up reveals Shin Kanghu's intense gaze. A man smiles, a sinister glint in his eyes. Text appears, stating, and here's a useful middle boss. Shin Kanghu smirks, a predatory glint in his eyes. Nice to meet you, Ventus. A system notification appears above the hooded figure, its red eyes glowing ominously. The message reads, you are able to loot this target. The figure, shrouded in mystery, speaks with a chilling resolve. I'll kill you. Kanghu's expression hardens, his gaze unwavering. Don't just stand there yarring. Shin Kanghu breaks into a run, closing the distance between them. A blinding flash erupts as their weapons collide, the air crackling with energy. Ventus stands ready, his glowing red eyes piercing through the shadows. Driven by adrenaline, Kanghu continues his charge. Ventus remains unfazed, his grip tightening on his weapon. Shin Kanghu looks up, his gaze locked onto Ventus. He prepares to strike, the sword held high, ready to unleash a torrent of attacks. Ventus unleashes a flurry of crimson energy-infused sword strikes, each blow aimed with lethal precision. The sword continues its dance, each swing carrying immense power and speed. The hooded figure presses his assault, the sword blurring as it cuts through the air. Red energy flares around Ventus, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent as he channels power into his blade. The sword slashes again, leaving trails of crimson energy in its wake. Ventus's red eyes burn with intensity as he continues his relentless assault. The sword clashes against a barrier of blue energy, the impact sending sparks flying. Using traverse teleportation, Shin Kanghu evades the onslaught, blue energy crackling around him as he shifts position. Ventus prepares a new attack, orange energy swirling around him. But the real deal is coming from this side. Blue energy gathers around Shin Kanghu's feet as he prepares to move again. With a short distance leap, he closes the gap, ready to counterattack. He is immediately struck by Ventus's blade, drawing a spray of blood. The red glow intensifies in Ventus's eyes. Ventus continues his assault, the sword blurring as it slashes through the air. With a burst of energy, Ventus activates traverse teleportation. Shin Kanghu observes Ventus, realizing he's a middle boss in name only. Ventus's eyes burn with crimson light as he thinks. His close combat is crude at best. Ventus strikes again, drawing more blood from Shin Kanghu. Reacting to the relentless assault, Shin Kanghu summons a weapon, a surge of blue energy crackling around his hand. A blue screen appears, displaying the message, "You have equipped a weapon." Ventus prepares to strike, his sword raised high. A close-up reveals the deadly edge of Ventus's blade. Shin Kanghu meets Ventus's attack head-on, blocking the blow with his newly equipped weapon. The force of the blow sends Ventus staggering backward, blood spraying from beneath his hood. His red eyes glow with furious intensity. Crimson stains bloom across his chest, a testament to the hunter's precise strike. He is hurled through the air, a trail of blood marking his violent trajectory. A surge of blue energy erupts around Ventus, a desperate attempt to mitigate the damage. A holographic notification flickers into existence. Shin Kanghu has seized the skill illusion from the target. Kanghu exhales, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He stands amidst shattered debris, the sword gleaming in his hand. Footsteps echo through the desolate landscape. A pair of solatium rests in someone's hand, glowing with an ethereal light. A voice exclaims, "That's solatium. Not one, but two. Did you see that, Hyungnim? That's pretty hard to come by, isn't it?" A group of onlookers observes the scene, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. One of them muses, who knew he'd hit Ventus precisely at his weak point. Zhou Youngjae, guardian of Ozan, rank 3, stands tall. One of Zhou Youngji's crew members calls him boss. The crew member asks for Severo brisket, cobalt blood, and anesthetics for monsters. He looks at the item inventory, considering buying a dagger as well. It seems he is about to hunt monsters in the dungeon and go farming. The crew observes him, commenting that he seems pretty skilled. One of the crew members notes that she has never seen him around here before, and that he's not a hunter who should be at a dungeon of this level. The crew member says that he's no match for Zhou Youngjae. Another crew member asks if they should drag him here, saying that Zhou Youngjae would be more than capable of bringing him to his knees. Zhou Youngjae says no need. Zhou Youngjae smirks, thinking that it'd be easier for them to let him rush so that. The crew member says that they can loot him later, as expected of Zhou Youngjae. The crew member says that they just gotta wait for him to tire himself out while they follow him from behind. He is now level 16, and the next basic skill is at level 20. He focuses on allocating his points, deciding to put them all into stamina. As long as he manages his innate mana hypersensitivity, he doesn't really need to put any points into mana. Kanghu decides to put it all into stamina for now. Finally, he feels a bit alive. The item is labeled Solatium. It has a calming, pain-relieving effect and is an excellent suppressant for mana hypersensitivity. It's hard to come by in a regular dungeon. And since it grows naturally, it's hard to mass-produce. However, there is only one person in the country who knows how to cultivate it. And that person is at Ground Zero. The place was called DMZ in the past, and it's pretty far. Kanghu thinks to himself that he'll have to ready himself and go by there as much as possible. If his hypersensitivity had gotten the better of him during the fight, I would have died in no time. For that, Kanghu thinks he needs a lot of money as well. Until a year ago, the call quality wasn't this bad. It's getting worse with time, she thinks. They're going at it with the of my head. Especially since you must be under Eclipse or Black Lion. It'll only get worse. Probably. Sounds like you've been having a hard time after getting involved with those guys from Eclipse. The call quality wasn't this bad. It's okay. I've gotten used to walking around like I have eyes on the back of my head. At all times since long ago. Is there a hunter you can maybe recommend to me? The city looms, buildings stretching high into the sky. A cacophony of noise erupts. A voice sighs. I'm excessively understaffed these days. The speaker reclines in a seat, a knowing smirk playing on their lips. The voice continues, so I just had to get in touch. The speaker's expression turns contemplative. Phew, I don't know. A red energy signature flares. Zhang Shiwan speaks into a phone, a sinister smile on his face. I wonder if I'll be able to refer to you a hunter that'll be to your liking, Mr. Zhang Shiwan. Ventus smirks, his expression unreadable. He admits he doesn't know. A crimson energy effect crackles in the air. Ventus speaks into his phone, wondering if he'll be able to refer a hunter that'll be to Zhang Shiwan's liking. The man on the phone holds up a photo, musing that he thinks Zhang Shiwan will reject them all from the get-go. Ventus decides to change the standards a bit. Li Yaren states that she wants to nurture the lower levels properly first. Ventus, still on the phone, responds with a surprised, really? The man thinks he needs a bit more time, not wanting to jump to conclusions yet. Ventus holds up a photo, remarking that Li Yaren's recommendations have never been wrong. Li Yaren says it's just unfortunate that they lost them due to unfortunate incidents. A close-up shows scars on Li Yaren's chest. She spoke into the phone, reassuring the person on the other end. It was in the past, so there was no need to worry about it. Li Yaren would watch him a bit more, and if he got verified, she'd let them know. On the other end of a different call, Ventus asked, "Oh yeah, do you have any useful information?" A man in a suit reacted with a slight gasp. Elsewhere, a group of men shook hands, sealing a deal. Li Yaren continued, "I'll send it to you through a secure mail soon. As always, thank you." Ventus dismissed the information, saying, "It's nothing." Another man offered, "I can help you with this kind of info whenever you need. Our Yonghua Guild," a figure remarked, "truly needs a lot of talents." Someone requested, "If you send someone good." A voice promised, "I'll treat you the best I can." Ventus, still on the phone, looked sinister. The sound of something snapping echoed. He smirks, a glint in his eye. The voice booms, "God, no matter how high your expectations are." Ventus drives, a knowing smile playing on his lips. The voice continues, "How can you think of someone who just got his first commission?" Meanwhile, Shin Kanghu hurls a dagger, a streak of blue energy cutting through the air. His eyes narrow, focused and intense. A blast of pink energy erupts, hurtling towards Kanghu. The force of the impact sends him flying backwards. The pink energy intensifies as the unseen attacker presses the assault. A guttural sound echoes through the air. Middle boss Ibria stands revealed, a menacing figure wreathed in shadow. Ibria unleashes a sword attack, blue energy crackling around the blade. A crimson, claw-like energy erupts, tearing through the air with violent intent. Ventus recoils, a sharp KK, escaping his lips as he witnesses the unfolding events. Kanghu's gaze snaps towards the source of the disturbance, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Another surge of crimson energy claws its way forward, relentlessly pursuing its target. The word abduction materializes in the air, a stark declaration of the attack's purpose. Kanghu glances back, a flicker of understanding dawning in his eyes as he recognizes the nature of the assault. From a low angle, the crimson energy hurtles towards Kanghu, a looming threat against the skyline. The crimson energy looms closer, its claw-like form now sharply defined, ready to strike. The crimson energy slams into Kanghu, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. A wave of shock ripples through the onlookers, their faces etched with disbelief and alarm. Venus's eyes blaze with crimson light, a malevolent power radiating from his very being. The aftermath of the attack leaves a scene of devastation, the air thick with the scent of ozone and the dust of shattered stone. Red energy crackles around Ventus as he unleashes illusion magic. The narration reveals the weakness of the abduction skill. He realizes that the wind-up action leaves too big of a gap, and he intends to make use of that gap. The illusion magic continues to manifest, swirling with pink energy. The magic intensifies, its sharp edges cutting through the air. Kanghu is caught in the illusion, his vision blurring as the red energy washes over him. Despite the illusion, he takes a determined step forward. Eyes narrowed, Kanghu prepares to counter the illusion magic. He reaches out his hand, ready to break the spell. The illusion shatters, the pieces exploding in a burst of blue energy. The shattered pieces of the illusion magic scatter, revealing the true reality. The illusion magic dissipates, leaving only a faint trace of blue energy. Ibria is caught off guard, her single crimson eye widening in alarm. With a surge of blue energy, Kanghu activates Traverse Teleportation. Ibria's expression twists in anticipation of the coming blow. Kanghu's blade crackles with power as he prepares to strike. Closing the distance in an instant, he slashes at Ibria with blinding speed. The force of the blow sends blood spraying from Ibria's wound. Kanghu stands victorious over the defeated middle boss, Ibria. Kanghu smirks, thinking, "I'll put all my stats into stamina again. I need to save Sealha too." A surge of power courses through him as he loots the target's skill. Abduction, skill proficiency level max. Can summon a target within a fixed radius in front of you. Kanghu studies the holographic display, a thoughtful expression on his face. He activates the abduction skill, a surge of blue energy emanating from his hand. The skill targets his sword, a blue reticle locking onto the weapon. Again, he channels the skill, the blue energy intensifying. The sword now glows with the same blue energy as Kanghu grips it firmly. So you can use it on items, too. And if I use it well? Kanghu's expression is one of intense focus. Kanghu, holding the blade, realizes the potential of his new skill. I can use it to motion cancel, too. He tests the skill, a burst of blue energy surrounding him. From a distance, Kanghu is seen experimenting with the abduction skill. Two figures observe him from afar. Look at him. He sure has some guts. The voice whispers of an assassin. Kneeling, Kanghu wonders how he could have killed Ibria without a single tanker. One of the observers wonders if he is raising his skill's proficiency. Another asks if they should screw that bastard over, referring to Kanghu. The man's face is shown in close-up as he asks, Hyungnim? The first man questions what Kanghu is, insisting that it would be better to target him after he gets tired. A construction site stands silent. Someone chews on a piece of dried meat, the sound echoing in the quiet. A figure sits, reviewing a document. The document states that Black Lion has given conditional approval to Kim Mukyeon's joining of the organization. The document is held in a steady hand. Instructions are given to pass on insider information on Blue Eyes to the mercenary corps that Lee Yeren runs. He sits cross-legged atop a pile of bodies, a dark satisfaction etched on his face. The air hangs thick with the metallic tang of blood. Kanghu muses, this is good news to me. The bodies beneath him are still and lifeless. Kanghu continues, Lee Yeren's already antsy trying to catch me. Kanghu's expression is one of dark amusement as he sits amidst the carnage. The blood pools around him, staining his clothes and the ground. A map is displayed, highlighting 3 factions, Eclipse, Blue Eyes, and Black Lion. Kanghu's voice echoes, I was aiming for Eclipse, but Black Lion isn't bad either. A sinister grin spreads across Kanghu's face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He declares, I'll be able to step in. Close up on Kanghu's face, his eyes narrowed and filled with a predatory gleam. The scars on his face are starkly visible. Elsewhere, footsteps echo in the distance, growing louder as someone approaches. A figure stands before a towering building under construction, gazing upwards. The night sky is a canvas of deep blues and purples. The man's face is partially obscured by shadow, but his determined expression is evident. He wears a jacket and dark clothing. The figure continues to walk towards the building, his footsteps silent on the pavement. Close up on Kanghu's face again, his lips curled into a cruel smile. He thinks, this is... The figure approaching the building declares, another guy I can rob has come. He calls out, commanding his summons to emerge. Come out, guys. A shadowy, wolf-like creature begins to materialize, wreathed in dark energy. The wolf fully manifests, its form crackling with malevolent power. A deep voice rumbles forth from the creature. It's time to eat. A sinister grin spread across Zhang Shiwan's face. This is another guy I can rob has come. Zhang Shiwan clenched his fist, anticipation building. He barked, come out, guys. A monstrous, wolf-like creature materialized behind Zhang Shiwan, wreathed in a dark aura. The creature's claws dripped with an unseen malice. A voice boomed, it's time to eat. The wolf-like creature towered, its form crackling with dark energy. Its eyes glowed with a predatory hunger. The creature's claws scraped against the ground, eager for the hunt. A figure stood ready, prepared to face the coming onslaught. The wolf-like creature loomed over a man, its gaze fixed on its prey. He stares intently at something in his hand, a faint blue glow illuminating his face. A monstrous wolf, its eyes glowing with purple energy, lunges forward with a snarl. A sharp, echoing sound reverberates through the room. Zhang Shiwan looks on, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Huh. Kanghu drops to one knee, his expression a mix of shock and concern. The wolf continues its relentless assault, a blur of dark fur and sharp teeth. A voice declares, they're not the type to get so excited over normal meat. Kanghu grips his weapon tightly, his eyes narrowed in anticipation. Blood splatters as the wolf's attack connects with its target. The wolf's jaws snap shut, its purple eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. The attack continues, the scene a gruesome display of violence. The wolf's teeth sink deeper, its prey helpless against the onslaught. He stares wide-eyed, sweat beading on his brow as a sudden realization dawns. Kanghu's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with anger. What the fuck? They've gone. Kanghu stands with a merchant, examining an item inventory displayed on a screen. The merchant smiles. I prepared it specifically for their taste buds. Spectral blue wolves tear into an unseen target, their digital forms crackling with energy. The wolves continue their assault. A disembodied voice declares, this is a warning. Kanghu's expression is grim, his eyes shadowed with determination. A battered figure snarls. If you treasure your life, give up the items you stole. Someone clenches their fist, muttering, Lee Yeren, that bitch. A figure stands atop a precarious scaffolding, their voice echoing, fine, let's do it that way. The figure leaps from the structure, a blur of motion against the night. A close-up reveals a sneering face. Prepared, but it looks like he lacks brain cells. The tension in the air is palpable as the enemy camp awaits. A voice questions the wisdom of heading straight into the enemy's territory. What kind of idiot heads straight into the enemy camp? The figure continues their advance, undeterred by the obvious danger. A voice commands, explode and die, as a device emits a purple glow. Mana tracking systems activate, highlighting the strategic layout of the camp. The same voice notes, he sure has laid out a lot. He plants his foot, preparing for a short-distance leap. Kanghu executes a short-distance leap, propelling himself forward. The momentum carries him through the air, a blur of motion against the dark backdrop. A surprised voice exclaims, "Wait, this bastard." A blinding flash erupts, signaling an explosion. Kanghu launches himself into an attack, his movements precise and deadly. Zhang Shiwan sprints, narrowly avoiding the incoming mana attacks. A purple aura flares around the Yonghua Guild Master as he taunts. "Did you think I'd get scared?" The purple aura intensifies around Zhang Shiwan. The Yonghua Guild Master declares, "I'll show you the black magic of hell." A blue aura begins to emanate from Kanghu. Traversing teleportation, he closes the distance between himself and Zhang Shiwan. The air crackles with magical energy. He sizes up his opponent, noting that he's around level 50. Zhang Shiwan recognizes Kanghu as a black mage with a disorienting constellation. Blurring into motion, Kanghu appears behind Zhang Shiwan, a knife glinting in his hand. Zhang Shiwan's eyes widen in alarm, sweat beading on his brow. He realizes he can't dodge this time. Zhang Shiwan activates Seize Vision, a dark energy swirling around him. Kanghu is caught off guard by the sudden surge of power. Undaunted, he continues his advance. Zhang Shiwan thinks to himself that it is not yet time, he must wait. But then, he decides it is time to act now, dark energy crackling around his feet. Kanghu prepares to strike, his expression grim as he raises the knife. Zhang Shiwan's face contorts in a mix of surprise and terror. Zhang Shiwan, struggling to keep up, demands, "How did you know the only method to defend yourself?" Kanghu responds with unwavering confidence, "Of course I know it." His eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, Kanghu declares, "This ability." Zhang Shiwan, now surrounded by a strange blue energy, exclaims, "What kind of bullshit?" The word abduction materializes in the air. The blue energy intensifies around Zhang Shiwan, crackling with power. Realization dawns on Zhang Shiwan's face. "A monster's skill?" he gasps. The blue energy continues to swirl around him. It didn't have a wind-up action. This is such a cheat. Appearing suddenly behind Zhang Shiwan, Kanghu prepares to strike. Blood splatters across the floor. Zhang Shiwan cries out in pain, "Calf." Kanghu stands over the wounded Zhang Shiwan, his blade dripping with blood. He initiates the attack, casting Mana Burn. Zhang Shiwan narrowly avoids the blast. He retaliates, screaming that he will burn Kanghu to death. Zhang Shiwan notes that Kanghu's continuous fire speed is irregular. He wonders if Kanghu is using an item to influence his awakened state. If so, then Ventus prepares to cast a spell, calling Kanghu a fucking rat. He screams, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent, as he unleashes a torrent of purple energy. Die! The unleashed power surges forward, a wave of destructive force. The magical energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. Meanwhile, Zhou Yongjae plummets from a great height, a chilling laugh echoing in the air. Kuhaha! Ventus, his face contorted in rage, continues his assault. "How dare a bastard like you dare to?" A figure stands firm, legs braced against the onslaught. Zhou Yongjae and Roger gaze upwards, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Roger draws his sword, a shimmering aura of illusion magic surrounding the blade. Ventus screams in fury, his power reaching a fever pitch. "Ah, fuck!" Hands crackle with dark energy, ready to unleash another wave of destruction. The attack intensifies, a fiery heat fall descending upon the battlefield. The magical onslaught continues, a relentless barrage of power. He is engulfed in a swirling vortex of purple energy, ready to strike. Kanghu bursts forward, a blur of motion. Ventus roars, "What kind of bullshit is this?" His face contorted in rage, Ventus's fury intensifies. The purple energy crackles around them. Ventus's expression twists in pain and fury. Kanghu grabs Ventus, holding him in place. Ventus grits his teeth. You bastard." Kanghu's face is shadowed as he says, "You stabbed me again, where you stabbed earlier." Kanghu's hand is covered in blood as he stabs Ventus. A scream echoes through the room. Kanghu stands over the defeated Ventus, who lies on the ground. Lying on the ground, Ventus spat. You bastard! How dare you fool me?" The Yonghua Guild Master's body lay limp, blood pooling around him. Kanghu smirked, blood smeared across his face. Ventus, still prone, insisted, "You'd fall for it." It was an incredible strategy. Kanghu stood over the bodies of his enemies, a bloody knife clutched in his hand. The hunter's expression was unreadable. It was an incredible strategy. The bodies of his enemies lay scattered at his feet, crimson pools spreading across the cold stone floor. Shin Kanghu mutters, "This is..." A system message appears. The constellation Master of Mobile Warfare is giving high praise to your attack strategy. A small quantity of constellation power has been consumed, and a slight buff has been sponsored to you. EXP increase plus 0.1%. Kanghu thinks, to think I'd be sponsored. Although countless constellations. Observe hunters, sponsors are quite rare. This is because it consumes the power of the constellations, in other words, constellation power. Shin Kanghu's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. Dimension Looter. This is an embarrassing sponsor from a pathetic, low-rank constellation. Shin Kanghu smirks. It even lowers my dignity as the owner of the contract. Are you jealous? Don't worry. He thinks to himself that choosing him will be the best decision anyone has ever made. Instead, Kanghu vows to take every ability he possibly can. A message appears, stating to focus on the prey in front of you first. Kanghu declares that he will do so. Zhang Shiwan screams, calling him a cruel bastard. Shiwan wonders if he thinks things will change just because he grabs one bastard like him. Kanghu wonders if the world would change just by capturing a bastard like him. The scene shifts to a different location, with several figures present. Kanghu speaks, his expression determined. He continues, stating that he wouldn't even be here. A close-up of a face shows intense emotion. The system displays a notification, you have killed the Fighter of Chaos. Another system message appears, stating that the target's contract has been seized. The system announces that the Fighter of Chaos has been transferred to him. A final system message confirms that the Fighter of Chaos is now under the control of the Dimension Looter. Shin Kanghu smiles, pleased with the outcome. Nice, I got it, he thinks, considering his next move. Should I take his items too? Kanghu begins to strip the body. He muses, although it's not a particular hobby of mine to strip men. The clothes fly off the corpse. The discarded items float in the air. Kanghu rummages through the loot. He sure did have a lot, he thinks. Kanghu examines his hand, a blue mana string forming in his palm. I can take this mana string and connect it to the dagger, which will make it perfect for throwing. He considers transforming the newly acquired stats for stamina usage. The ring glows with a faint blue light. It's a precious stat, Kanghu thinks, so he can't throw it out. And this, the evil god's talisman, consumes 1 mana every second he enters a state of awakening, but skill casting time is decreased. Kanghu wonders if the items listed are the optimal buff items for him. Arteritis shoes, a rank 9 sturdy ring, and rank 9 luxurious gloves. He notes that he already got his clothes. Kanghu thinks he should sell all the rank 9 items, which will make some good money. His level is currently 19. If he reaches level 20 on the way out, everything will be perfect. The assassin's livelihood skill is right in front of him, Kanghu realizes. Strangely, Kanghu doesn't see any monsters. Isn't this an area where thorn-toed rabbits are found often? He stands under a spotlight, blood dripping from his face and clothes. A woman with long blonde hair stands next to a red-haired man. She asks, shall we? The red-haired man smirks. A blonde-haired figure wearing goggles grins, clutching a sack. Message received. We'll tire him. A figure throws open a door, shouting, out with these bastards first. A horde of white, rabbit-like creatures with glowing red eyes pour forth. The creatures surge forward, their claws clicking against the stone floor. The horde of rabbit-like creatures continues their advance. Kanghu's neck is slashed open, blood spraying. The rabbit-like creatures swarm around Kanghu. The creatures surround Shin Kanghu, their red eyes glowing menacingly. Someone remarks, they're finally out. The rabbit-like creatures leap through the air, their forms distorted by speed and magic. He stands over the defeated rabbit-like creatures, their bodies scattered around him. A splatter of blood paints the scene. A system notification appears. Shin Kanghu has leveled up and reached level 20. He thinks, I've been waiting for this. A new system notification appears. Shin Kanghu has obtained the assassin class basic skill, accelerated stabbing. Due to the abilities of his constellation, the skill has been upgraded to bloody stabbing. The system displays the names of the skills, shallow chaos and bloody stabbing. The system explains that bloody stabbing can overlap the bleeding figure of the target repeatedly. Meanwhile, Han Seoyan stands with another person, observing the aftermath. Han Seoyan says, they died too easily. The other person responds, no. The other person continues, if anything, this is our opportunity, since he's got his guard down right now. Someone attacks with a pair of blades, a red aura surrounding them. The attack lands with a resounding crash. A surge of red energy crackles around the unnamed attacker. Reacting instantly, Kanghu executes a short-distance leap, blue energy flaring around him. The attacker wonders who this bastard is, and if he's trying to rob him. Kanghu thinks that if he had been a bit later, he would have lost his head. The red-haired attacker, bathed in crimson light, tightens his grip on his weapon. Was it too weak, he wonders. The attacker charges, red energy intensifying around his blade. He vows he won't miss this time. With a shout, the attacker brings his blade down. The blade descends, wreathed in red energy. The attacker continues his assault, the red glow intensifying. Kanghu counters with bloody stabbing, a surge of blue energy erupting from his blade. A system message appears, stating that the recovery ability is limited to 10 stacks. Kanghu thinks he needs to repeat this a few more times. The attacker, seemingly unfazed, scoffs at Kanghu's attack. You call that an attack? The Berserker boss holds his sword high, declaring, it's pointless. Boss is a Berserker. The more. Elsewhere, 2 observers watch the fight. One shouts, he fights. The stronger he gets. The Berserker boss prepares to attack, his face contorted in rage. Kanghu stands ready, his eyes narrowed. The Berserker boss leaps into the air, thinking, he's definitely strong, fitting of a Berserker. Kong-Hu prepares to strike. The Berserker boss's gaps are wide. Kong-Hu uses bloody stabbing, the blade piercing the Berserker boss. Kong-Hu stands firm, his sword dripping with blood. The Berserker boss laughs, shouting, "Try your best. More." Kong-Hu smirks, thinking, "Yeah, I'll stab you at least 4 more times." Kong-Hu and the Berserker boss clash again, their blades meeting with a resounding clang. The Berserker boss looks confused. He grits his teeth, his gaze fixed on his opponent. A surge of energy crackles in the air. Shin Kong-Hu prepares to strike, his eyes glowing with determination. Ibria stands firm, his back to the viewer, ready to seize vision. Ibria recoils, a guttural sound escaping his lips. Ibria's face contorts in rage and confusion. "What?" he roars. Shin Kong-Hu unleashes bloody stabbing, a crimson aura enveloping his blade. Ibria staggers back, blood splattering as he shouts, "Annoying." Ibria, surrounded by the carnage, declares, "I won't even notice." Shin Kong-Hu's blade flashes, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. A few cuts like that. Shin Kong-Hu stands over Ibria, his gaze unwavering. "I see you now." Ibria's eyes burn with fury. "Are you done with your tricks?" he snarls. A surge of blue energy erupts, its source unseen, as a disembodied voice cries out, "What?" Ibria clutches his head, a wave of confusion washing over him. What happened, he wonders, his crimson eyes narrowed in disbelief. Gripping his sword tighter, Ibria grits his teeth. "I can't believe I'm losing my strength over some pathetic cuts." Panting heavily, Ibria faces Shin Kong-Hu, the city skyline a distant backdrop to their deadly dance. From a distance, 2 figures watch with mounting alarm. "What's wrong with the boss?" one asks, their voice laced with concern. Ibria's jaw clenches, his expression a mask of fury and disbelief. A crimson aura flares around Ibria as he roars, "Stronger I get." A swirling vortex of blue energy manifests, the word abduction emblazoned across its surface. The blue energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. Shin Kong-Hu is struck, blood splattering as he cries out. Staggering, Shin Kong-Hu coughs, the taste of iron filling his mouth. "Phew," he gasps. Ibria looms over Shin Kong-Hu, his red eyes burning with manic intensity. "Even if you've got the Berserker class, you're still human in the end. If you lose too much blood." The city lies in ruins as Shin Kong-Hu stands amidst the devastation, a grim promise hanging in the air. "You die?" Ibria lies defeated, sprawled on the ground amidst the rubble. 2 figures flee the scene. "Damn it. Run away. He's not your average Joe." Kong-Hu chews on something, his expression nonchalant. "For bastards like them to run away. What a mess." Ibria, seen from a low angle, appears to be struggling. Is it because Ozen's Hunter National Security Agency closed down? A system notification appears. "You have killed the target and seized his contract with Glutton of Blood." Another system notification appears, filled with text. Kong-Hu's expression is one of dark satisfaction. "How is it? The taste of Glutton of Blood." Kong-Hu smirks. "I already got 2 just today." A voice speaks from off-panel. "Shouldn't you also sponsor me now?" From above, Kong-Hu looks down at Ibria, a sword lying nearby. A system message reads, "Lunatic." Kong-Hu smiles, a hint of madness in his eyes. Ibria's lips curl into a sinister smile. "Oh ho," she wonders. Kong-Hu stands in a room filled with neon signs. A sword is drawn. Ibria sprints forward, drawing her blade. She swings the sword in a wide arc. Kong-Hu's eyes widen. The blade pierces his suit. The sword plunges into Kong-Hu's chest, blood spraying. Kong-Hu coughs, blood trickling from his lips. "Cook." Ibria gazes down at him, a cruel smile playing on her lips. "Ugh." Kong-Hu groans. Ibria stands over the fallen Kong-Hu, her sword dripping crimson. "Quack." He cries out in pain, blood dripping from his wound. Why are you doing high dash?" Ibria stands over Kong-Hu, a knife glinting in her hand, poised to strike again. The blade connects, the impact sending a shockwave through Kong-Hu's body. He grunts in pain. Ibria stands with Zhang Shiwan and another figure in the background. Someone wonders, what's she up to? Zhang Shiwan stands beside Ibria, observing the scene. Ibria says, "I've never seen you before, but you've caught my eye." Zhang Shiwan responds, "Which guild do you belong to? I don't like being tied down anywhere." Ibria smiles, a hint of malice in her eyes. "Even better." A speech bubble appears, asking, "Should we talk business?" Zhang Shiwan and Ibria stand together, surrounded by other figures. A collection of weapons lies on the ground, hinting at the violence that has just occurred. A voice echoes, declaring their departure from this place. Confusion hangs in the air as someone asks what happened. The guards exchange worried glances. One questions if the plan has changed, while another wonders why the investigator is attacking them. Han Seoyin is marked as a below. 2 figures react with surprise. A sound effect, tack, punctuates the silence. The guard's eyes widen in alarm. A commanding voice barks, ordering the others to get them. 2 figures, one with a red shirt, walk away, one muttering that this is all a part of her plan. A close-up reveals a determined gaze. Han Seoyin confirms, too. Someone wonders if she is trying to check their abilities. He smirks, observing the situation unfold. "I'll play along." A sword flashes as an assassin strikes. Another assailant rushes forward. A third attacker joins the fray, weapon raised. "Cook." Reacting instantly, Shin Kang-hoo moves to evade the onslaught. A voice barks an order. Now, he's empty-handed. Attack. Deflecting a blow with practiced ease, Shin Kang-hoo prepares to retaliate. A faint glow emanates from his outstretched hand. Shin Kang-hoo strikes back, a blade appearing in his hand as he moves. The blade cuts through the air, a deadly arc of light. The sword finds its mark with lethal precision. The final blow lands, a spray of blood painting the scene. Qua. That's telekinesis. Kang-hoo's expression hardens as he continues to be pursued. He grips a knife, his eyes narrowed. Let's go to the emergency exit. The assassins give chase through the nightclub's corridors. He's running. One of the assassins shouts, "Chase that bastard." The assassins are chasing to enlist him. Another assassin shouts, "Everyone else, deal with the hall." Cha So-hee stands over a fallen assassin. "Weren't you an assassin?" Kang-hoo looks down at his hand. "You use magic too?" His hand glows with a blue light. "Magic?" As if. Kang-hoo thinks, this will be perfect to connect with the dagger. Cha So-hee smirks. "Think as you please." He launches a swift kick, connecting with an enemy's chest. The hunter then brandishes a knife, ready for the next attack. The club is swarming with enemies, all converging on Kang-hoo. One of the lowlife snarls, "You lowlife bastards. Let's go to the detention center." A downed enemy, bloodied and beaten, cries out, "Stop with the bullshit." Kang-hoo stands ready, facing the onslaught. An unseen attacker strikes with a red energy blade. The protagonist retaliates, slicing through another enemy with a green energy blade. An unseen force slams into one of the enemies, sending him crashing through the air. The constellation Disciple of Justice bestows a buff upon Kang-hoo, thanking him for his actions. One of the masked figures questions the concept of justice. Another enemy lunges forward, wielding a blade of crimson energy. The enemy scoffs, finding the idea of justice laughable. Another masked figure is caught off guard by an unseen attack. One of the enemies wonders if such a soft thing as justice even exists. The masked figure continues to question if justice exists in this world. Another enemy is struck by an unseen force, staggering backward. Kang-hoo smirks, dismissing the concept of justice with a callous, "Who cares?" One of the masked figures declares that he can repay the sponsor. Leaping forward, Kang-hoo closes the distance with blinding speed. The axe cleaves through the air, aimed with deadly precision. The axe strikes the ground, shattering the stone beneath. Looking down at the scene below, Kang-hoo notes that he is facing 3 villains. A blade flashes, ready to strike. Executing a short distance leap, Kang-hoo prepares to strike with his sword. The sword is swung with incredible force. The blade, inscribed with Constellation Disciple of Justice, cuts through the air. One of the villains is sent sprawling to the ground. A boot comes down hard, crushing the enemy beneath. Han Seoyeon stands over the fallen villains, stating that everything is proceeding as expected. She exits the building, the door slamming shut behind her. Meanwhile, Jang Shiwan smirks, his fingers interlaced. Han Seoyeon's eyes glow with a menacing light. "My eyes were correct," she thinks. Elsewhere, the city sleeps under a blanket of stars. Skyscrapers pierce the night sky, their windows like glowing eyes. Han Seoyeon's expression hardens. Masked figures stand at attention. "Search carefully," one of them shouts. Meanwhile, Shin Kang-hoo walks down a neon-lit alley with Cha So-hee. Shin Kang-hoo listens to Han Seoyeon. "What about working in a place freer than a guild?" she asks. Han Seoyeon smiles, a hint of malice in her eyes. A hand presents a card. "The pay will be pretty good," a voice promises. Jang Shiwan looks at his phone. "I'll contact you after dealing with some pressing matters," he thinks. Hyo Jung-tae's contact walks down a city street at night, her destination unknown. The sound of her boots echoes on the pavement. The woman listens intently through her earpiece. One of her subordinates reports, "Yes, master. We finished things here." The woman replies, "Investigating is easy. Just tell me the name." She continues, her expression cold. "Chungmyung Detention Centers." The woman finishes, "Shin Kang-hoo, you say?" A close-up reveals Shin Kang-hoo's face. A small figure stands next to the words, "But you didn't say much for this sponsor, ha." Ibria responds to an unseen figure. "Yes, master." A subordinate reports that they've finished things here. Another woman reports that there was a bit of trouble. A man reviews a document. Ibria believes that it'll do more good than harm. Someone says that investigating is easy and asks for the name. The name of Chungmyung Detention Center is mentioned. Ibria repeats the name, Shin Kang-hoo. A bright, blurry image fills the panel. People stand on a train platform. Someone steps onto a train. A man repeats the name Shin Kang-hoo. Judging from Cha So-hee's reaction, he's not. The thought of being wanted still lingered, but he decided it was best to ditch Taejun for now, just in case. It was a bit annoying because Eclipse was extending its influence. Someone had been watching the trains going to Gapyeong recently. Rather than taking a direct train to Gapyeong Station, where the dungeons were, the train was about to leave from Yongsan at 3:25. Shin Kang-hoo thought it would be safer to go via Yongsan Station. Someone opened a drawer. Shin Kang-hoo smirked. In the novel, Shin Kang-hoo uses a hidden space near the station and receives solatium. It's a good thing someone knew the route. This is the best part-time job ever. He sports a serious expression. A man on the phone says that he just needs to do a bit of acting, and that he can go to dungeons in Seoul anyway. Someone shouts, questioning what they are looking at. The man on the phone yells. Shin Kang-hoo arrives at Yongsan Station. A man is surrounded by a colorful background. A building in Seoul is shown. A group of people stand in front of a building. The place where the Yunghwa Guild's clever dungeon monopoly occurs with safety as collateral. But it's also the only place the National Security Agency actually does its job. 2 guards stand watch. Since it can operate a market of this size, the market boasts killer prices. The weapon, Blue Sky's Joy, is a 5th rank item, granting a strength bonus of plus 50. He needs to move on from the practice-use dagger now. A blue orb of energy crackles in his palm. Shin Kang-hoo crushes a rock in his hand. The stone splinters under the pressure. Yeah, strength should be like this. Blue Sky's Joy doubles stamina recovery speed when out of combat for more than 30 minutes. The effect is perfect. Unlike other hunters, he doesn't have to worry about mana, but to use mana hypersensitivity, he needs to take care of his stamina. He'll go with this. He walks down the street, seemingly lost in thought. Shin Kang-hoo's eyes widen. Wow, exciting, he exclaims. His expression hardens, a grim determination settling over his features. Meanwhile, a young boy tugs at his mother's sleeve. So Mom, we can go eat chicken again tonight. The mother smiles reassuringly. Of course, this is Seoul. The National Security Agency and the Yunghwa Guild will protect us. Back with Kang-hoo, he glances to the side, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Elsewhere, the family walks along, oblivious to the danger lurking nearby. Blind faith, a voice whispers. A piercing scream shatters the air. The mother pleads, her hands clasped together. Please, just let my child. A masked figure clutches the boy. Are you kidding me, old man? He sneers. The kidnapper's grip tightens. When asking for a favor, you need to be sincere. The boy screams for his father, terror etched on his face. The men shout for the National Security Agency to be contacted. Shin Kang-hoo observes the scene, thinking to himself that they are doing something like this in the middle of Seoul and in broad daylight. A hand grips a sword, the wielder thinking they are stupid and that he'll just give them one blow and then leave the rest to the HNSA. A sinister smile spreads across a man's face as he declares he'll show them sincerity. Shin Kang-hoo's eyes widen in surprise. The kidnappers surround their victim. Someone shouts that it's Chai Guanhyang. It's the Yunghwa Guild's Chai Guanhyang. Shin Kang-hoo thinks to himself that he'd meet Jang Shawan's colleague here and that he isn't the type of guy to step up in this situation. Chai Guanhyang draws his sword, ready to fight. The sword is drawn. The masked figure pauses, glancing down at his phone. What's this, he wonders. Jang Shiwan stands with a sinister smile. Withdraw however much you want, he says. A gloved hand extends, offering a deal. In exchange, leave the child. The kidnappers restrain the child. Nice now, one of them mutters. A hand reaches out, ready to strike. There. Chai Guanhyang attacks Jang Shiwan, sending him flying back. Ah! Chai Guanhyang faces the other kidnappers. Are you okay? He asks. The child is held tightly by one of the kidnappers, unable to speak. A foot descends, ready to crush something beneath it. From above, the scene unfolds. The kidnappers, the child, and the looming threat. Chai Guanhyang's expression hardens. As expected, he's strong. He is suddenly confronted by 2 figures clad in black, one of them raising a gun. A figure is sent crashing to the ground. The impact reverberates through the air. The 2 figures in black continue their advance, weapons raised. Another blow lands with brutal force. One of the masked figures pauses, examining something in his hand. What is this? He wonders. The attack continues, each strike carrying immense power. He is sent flying through the air. The force of the impact is devastating. He tumbles through the air, helpless against the onslaught. The masked man cries out in pain, blood splattering across his face. Hyuk! Shin Kang-hoo stares in disbelief, recognizing the attacker. Young Sung-kyu exclaims, that hunter is the one I saw. Lying in a pool of his own blood, Chai Guanhyang is motionless. Shin Kang-hoo stares down at the body, asking if he was really killed. The masked figure lies dead beside him, a sword still clutched in his hand. Elsewhere, a man with dark purple hair and red eyes is on his knees, pleading for his life. He insists that he did as he was ordered, that it was supposed to be acting. Shin Kang-hoo is surprised by the turn of events. Young Sung-kyu asks what the man is saying, noting that he can't hear them properly because of his skill. The man on his knees chokes out a sound. His face is contorted in fear. He screams in terror. A sword descends. His eyes widen in horror as the blade approaches. The man's face is shown in close-up, his expression one of pure dread. The man is struck down. A voice declares that it's safe now. People walk away from a dark, ominous presence. Shin Kang-hoo observes the city, thinking to himself, as I expected. Jang Shiwan is seen using outside hunters to raise the public's trust in the Yunghwa Guild, creating a pretext to monopolize rights. He is being thanked for his efforts. A view of the city is shown, with a text overlay that reads, enjoy yourself as much as you want for now. Shin Kang-hoo stands among a crowd of people, observing the Yunghwa Guild's activities. A text box appears, stating, the opportunities allocated to you will all be mine later. A voice apologizes, saying, you came in person, but I apologize. A hand holds a document with a symbol of 3 swords. A man states, this is all of the info we could get. A hand presents a document, stating, "This is the info on the escaped prisoner you mentioned." A woman looks at the document with a serious expression. A hand holds a document, the contents obscured. The forest path wound towards a cave entrance, where a few figures stood guard. Further down the path, Shin Konghu approached. Zhang Shiwan, standing beside a hooded figure, questioned, "So this person is a Shin Konghu?" A close-up revealed a document containing a picture of Shin Konghu, along with various details. A woman with short black hair and red eyes looked at the document, a slight smile playing on her lips. She began. The woman mused, "Looks quite familiar." One of the men wonders if the person they are looking at is Shin Konghu. A document displays a picture of a man. She thinks he looks quite familiar. Young Sunkyu thinks it's time and asks if he can go in. A man in a hooded jacket stands with his hands behind his back. The dungeon initialization is complete. Shin Konghu stands silently. However, someone says that he's level 20. Young Sunkyu states that's lower than the recommended level. He considers his options. If he wants to steal the opportunity from those guys, he needs to level up. Younghwa Guild Master smirks, a constellation of Devil War spirit abilities swirling around him, specializing in surprise attacks and spatial separation. Zhang Shiwan thinks to himself that at this rate, not only will he miss the opportunity, but he'll also get hunted. His minimum goal is level 50. The assassin's hand hovers over the interface, his level currently at 20. Shin Konghu steels himself. If he wants to go quickly, he needs to suffer at least this much. Of course. A lone figure runs through a desolate landscape. It's hard to see. Shin Konghu grits his teeth, pushing forward. He thinks to himself that if he hadn't left traces, he would have lost his way long ago. His eyes dart around, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as the ground crumbles beneath him. He nearly loses his footing on the treacherous terrain. He mutters, "I almost fell." Scanning the path ahead, Shin Konghu notices something is amiss. Did the path get cut off? He wonders. He stops, a sense of unease washing over him. A pair of glowing red eyes pierce the gloom, belonging to a reptilian creature. The creature snarls, revealing itself as a rake lizard. Shin Konghu steels himself, muttering, "If this goes well." He grips his weapon, a surge of determination coursing through him. "I'll be able to reach my goal faster than expected." More rake lizards descend, their claws scraping against the stone. He clashes against the rake lizards, the sound of steel on chitin echoing through the canyon. Although they tried simulating the process of how he escaped their final pursuit, the Younghwa Guild Master inquires about the results of their simulation. Shin Konghu thinks that he fished them with mana. He must have been lucky to fool a level 100 hunter. However, what doesn't make sense is how he succeeded in the following attacks. This would be impossible with the abilities of a level 10. A hand holds a document with a red symbol. "Thank you, Chief. To be honest, I met the escaped convict a few days ago." "What?" A man with a worried expression states that his estimation of Shin Konghu's level is at least 100. A woman with fiery eyes wonders what on earth these materials are. A pair of hands clad in armor hold a ball of fire. The man with spiky midnight blue hair smirks, stating that they weren't even able to grasp Shin Konghu's level. Shin Konghu leaps forward, his sword crackling with blue energy as he closes the distance to his monstrous prey. The blade connects, unleashing a torrent of blue energy that engulfs the rake lizard. The rake lizard roars in agony as the energy tears through its flesh. Shin Konghu observes the aftermath, thinking that he targeted its stomach, but only injured it that much. Gathering power, he focuses a surge of blue energy into his hand, preparing for another strike. The camera focuses on his sword, now stained with the monster's blood. He unleashes a flurry of blows, striking multiple rake lizards in a blinding display of speed. The rake lizards fall one after another, overwhelmed by his relentless assault. A rake lizard lies defeated, a sword wound marring its hide. The ones with no injuries so far. Konghu's gaze sharpens. Are those two? Another lizard falls, impaled by Konghu's blade, its death throes echoing in the desolate landscape. Shin Konghu stands amidst the fallen, a lone figure against a backdrop of sand and sky. Yet another rake lizard succumbs to the hunter's relentless assault, its lifeblood staining the ground. Shin Konghu's expression hardens, a grim determination etched on his face. Another rake lizard falls, defeated. The sound of its impact echoes through the air. The hunter's blade finds its mark once more, silencing another of the monstrous lizards. The remaining rake lizards scatter, their numbers dwindling under the onslaught. Shin Konghu stands his ground, a solitary figure amidst the carnage. His eyes narrow, a flicker of concern crossing his features. There's something to be careful of when hunting monsters, he thinks. And that's damage. Even if the monster dies, if you weren't able to damage it, it is considered that the hunter did not hunt the monster. But what if you succeed in injuring the monster, even if it's only a bit? His boot crunches down on one of the rake lizards. Shin Konghu slashes at another rake lizard. The rake lizards screech. A short distance leap carries him toward the pack. The rake lizard snarls, blood dripping from its maw. Shin Konghu continues his assault. He surveys the remaining rake lizards. A rake lizard's clawed foot is shown. Another rake lizard collapses, its lifeblood staining the dungeon floor. A familiar blue screen materializes. You have defeated a normal monster. More rake lizards fall, their bodies crashing to the ground in defeat. Another lizard joins the pile, its lifeless eyes staring blankly. The blue screen reappears, confirming the kill. You have defeated a normal monster. The system message repeats, each kill adding to the tally. You have defeated a normal monster. The automated announcement continues. You have defeated a normal monster. A new message flashes. Your level has rapidly increased. You have reached level 27. Shin Kang-hoo smirks, a hint of satisfaction playing on his lips. It worked. Elsewhere, a stark ceiling reveals a single, dangling wire. A woman in a long coat stands with a hand on her hip. This. Her gaze falls upon a complex symbol etched into the floor. Is what Shin Kang-hoo drew. A symbol is drawn with blood. What could be the reason for this? Cha So-hee wonders if he called a constellation. Cha So-hee stands with her hands on her hips, waiting for a response. Cha So-hee asks if the investigation is almost finished. The person on the other end of the line says that they are still in the midst of it. Cha So-hee walks down a hallway, thinking that the escaped convict is not your average Joe. Cha So-hee asks to send one more person. The person on the other end of the line asks why. The chief said something that didn't add up. A man is engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. Cha So-hee recalls that she got pissed off and killed him. A blurred image of a desert landscape. A blue dragon is summoned. Shin Kang-hoo's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with determination. He holds a glowing blue crystal in his hand, its light reflecting in his eyes. Elsewhere, Shin Kang-hoo pushes a cart filled with the same glowing blue crystals through a dimly lit area. The thought occurs to him that Cha So-hee has probably figured out he's the escaped convict by now. Holding a purple crystal, Shin Kang-hoo thinks to himself that he can't just get caught that easily. His fist clenches, a surge of power coursing through him. Standing before a towering figure of fire, Shin Kang-hoo prepares to unleash his skill. The fire monster roars, its form flickering with intense heat. The fiery behemoth looms, its eyes burning like molten gold. A smirk plays on Shin Kang-hoo's lips. He's been waiting for this. Shin Kang-hoo declares this is his first skill. His hand tightens around the hilt of a sword, ready to strike. He stood alone, a solitary figure against the vast expanse of the desert. The wind whispered across the dunes, carrying the scent of sand and something else, something ancient and dangerous. His boots sank slightly into the soft sand as he shifted his weight, grounding himself against the coming recoil. His gaze narrowed, focusing on a distant point. The air hung heavy with anticipation. Drawing back the bowstring, Shin Kang-hoo prepared to loose his arrow, the fletching brushing against his cheek as he took aim. A sword glows with the power of the fire element. The fire element crackles and hisses as it comes into contact with water. A reflection shimmers in the water. A system notification appears, stating that you are able to imbue the fire element on all weapons. He's able to hunt the middle boss this fast. His hunting looked really refined. Shin Kang-hoo is engulfed in flames. Shin Kang-hoo holds his sword aloft, the fire element crackling around him. Leading the fireman, a figure is completely engulfed in flames. He runs into the oasis. Using illusion magic to trick him, the figure continues to run. A burst of energy explodes, and making him run into the oasis himself. He really doesn't act like a low level. There's a reason why the captain is so interested in him, the masked figure thinks. Cha So-hee asks, you want me to follow him around? The masked figure looks down. Chai Guanhyung thinks, his test results were really good, but... He continues, his level being low worries me. Help him out if he's in danger. Cha So-hee sits at the desk, listening to the masked figure. Chai Guanhyung thinks, don't forget to tell him about the upsides of team play when that happens. The unknown detective's expression is grim behind his mask. A voice muses, confident that he will be a great help to Blue Eyes if they help him grow a bit. Another voice decides that they should follow him. A voice states that they should follow him around a bit more. A blue object streaks through the air, closing in. A blade clashes against a hexagonal blue shield, sparks flying. The blue shield glows with an inner light. The shield pulses with energy. The blue shield stands firm against the desert wind. Shin Kang-hoo grips his sword, ready for what's to come. Their defense sure is sturdy. Figures stand behind the sturdy blue shield, their forms indistinct. A middle boss rear defender and middle boss side defender stand ready. A middle boss front defender prepares to engage. An ally is protected by a blue hexagonal shield. Someone asks if they are trying to prove three people's worth, adding that team play is about covering each other. The blue hexagonal shield shimmers, reminding someone of Lee Yaren's words. Kang-hoo states that he will contact them after taking care of Hyo Young-tae. Young Sung-kyu tells him to wait a minute. Cha So-hee remarks that taking requests are good too, but asks if he has thought about working with them full-time. Cha So-hee looks at Shin Kang-hoo expectantly. Shin Kang-hoo thinks to himself that dungeons aren't so easy that you can do it all alone. Shin Kang-hoo pauses, a slight smile playing on his lips. He tells them that he'll pass on tying himself down, adding that it's not in his personality to share things. He launches himself forward, initiating a short distance leap that kicks up dust and sends him blurring across the arena floor. Closing the distance, Shin Kang-hoo finds himself surrounded by multiple armored figures, all encased within a shimmering blue energy field. The armored figures move with surprising speed within the energy field, their movements a blur of blue and steel. The energy field crackles with power as the armored figures advance, their forms distorted by the shimmering blue light. Drawing his blade, Kanghu prepares to engage the armored figures, the steel glinting in the ethereal blue light. He weaves through the armored figures, his movements a dance of steel and shadow within the energy field. Utilizing traverse teleportation, Shin Kanghu vanishes in a swirl of blue energy, reappearing behind one of the armored figures. The armored figures continue their relentless assault, their forms a constant threat within the confines of the energy field. Seizing a glowing orb from within the energy field, Kanghu feels a surge of power coursing through him. He leaps away once more, using short-distance leap to escape the immediate vicinity of the energy field. His eyes narrowed, Shin Kanghu mutters a single word, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Good. He advances, his footfalls echoing in the simulated space. This is the perfect distance for what comes next. The armored figure prepares, blue energy crackling around its form. The energy intensifies, swirling around the armored figure like a gathering storm. The armored figure unleashes the attack. Abduction to work. The energy coalesces, forming a blinding pulse of blue light. The abduction attack surges forward, a wave of pure energy aimed at its target. The attack hurtles forward, leaving trails of blue light in its wake. The energy continues its relentless pursuit. Reacting instantly, Shin Kanghu prepares to evade the incoming attack. The abduction attack closes in, its energy crackling with lethal intent. He throws himself to the side, narrowly avoiding the blast. Continuing his evasion, Shin Kanghu kicks up dust as he moves. He gathers energy, preparing for another assault. A blue aura crackles around him as he focuses on his target. The armored figure stands ready, its stance unwavering. Shin Kanghu's eyes narrow as he analyzes the situation. This is why I don't want to work in teams, he thinks. The armored figure remains silent, its helmet obscuring any expression. The thought continues in Kanghu's mind. The consequences of relying on others when I can't even take care of myself. With a burst of speed, Kanghu closes the distance, his movements a blur of blue energy. He strikes at the armored figure, aiming for a weak point. Utilizing traverse teleportation, Shin Kanghu vanishes in a flash of blue light, reappearing behind the armored figure. The armored figure whirls around, attempting to anticipate Kanghu's next move. Rain streaks across its visor, obscuring its vision. Executing a short-distance leap, the armored figure propels itself forward, attempting to close the gap between them. Kanghu intercepts the leap with a powerful strike, energy erupting from his fist as it connects with the armored figure. A confident smirk plays across Shin Kanghu's face, his eyes gleaming with determination. The armored figure's voice booms, distorted by its helmet. Are obvious. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the air, blood splattering against the ground. The armored figure crashes to the ground, defeated. Its armor is broken, and blood pools around it. He charges forward, his sword held high, ready to strike the armored figure. The air crackles with energy as the two warriors approach each other. A system message appears. You have defeated a middle boss. Shin Kanghu stands over the defeated armored figure, the desert wind whipping around them. He raises his sword, ready to deliver the final blow. The air vibrates with anticipation. Shin Kanghu's eyes narrow, his focus absolute. He brings his sword down, the blade slicing through the air towards the armored figure. The armored figure declares, traverse teleportation. A surge of energy fills the air. Shin Kanghu strikes again, his sword meeting the armored figure's defense. The armored figure reveals, just kidding, it's an illusion. The armored figure, towering over his opponent, scoffs, magic? Dumbass. The armored figure stands over Shin Kanghu, who is on the ground. A close-up shows the armored figure's foot. The armored figure is seen from a distance, standing in a desolate landscape. The armored figure's head emits a guttural growl. A blue barrier begins to form. The armored figure lies defeated on the ground as a system message appears. You have defeated a middle boss. Another system message appears. Your experience has increased. You have leveled up and reached level 29. Shin Kanghu stands nearby. A system message reads, you have obtained the skills side defense, rear defense, and frontal defense. The three skills have combined to create the skill protection barrier. Shin Kanghu wonders, as he reads a system message, protection barrier, an installation type barrier. The barrier lasts until its durability has been depleted. Shin Kanghu remarks, this is interesting, turning into an installation type after getting maxed out. In the distance, a hooded figure observes the scene. This is definitely more useful, the figure thinks. He's more amazing than I thought. He really might not need a team. No, it's still too early to make such a call. From a distance, the hooded figure watches the scene unfold. I'll be sure once I see him attempt to defeat the main boss. A crimson sky crackles with ominous energy. The hooded figure remains shrouded in shadow, a purple aura swirling around them. A monstrous silhouette looms behind the observer, its form indistinct and menacing. The hooded figure watches with a calculating gaze. Shin Kanghu stands before a towering figure, the air thick with anticipation. We've finally met. The monstrous entity unleashes a deafening roar, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. From the start, Shin Kang-hu points forward, his expression resolute. Your blood burn was what I was after. The cloaked figure states, we've finally met. Ibria's face contorts into a grotesque grin, her red eyes gleaming with malice. The cloaked figure continues, from the start. Shin Kang-hu retorts, his gaze unwavering. Your blood burn was what I was after. Ibria and the cloaked figure stand ready, the air crackling with anticipation. Ibria's grin widens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A dark purple aura begins to emanate from Ibria, the air growing heavy with magical energy. The dark purple fireball takes shape, multiple orbs of destructive energy swirling around her. Leaping forward, Ibria prepares to unleash the attack at close range, the magical energy intensifying. Ibria is poised to unleash her devastating attack. She makes a short-distance leap, closing the gap. Ventus prepares a magical attack, a red aura flaring around him. Defensive magic activates, a web of purple energy forming a barrier. Shin Kang-hu executes a distance leap, hurtling through the air. A wind arrow manifests, crackling with red energy. Shin Kang-hu observes, noting the difficulty in getting a good angle. Ventus prepares another attack, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Multiple attacks are launched, streaks of purple energy tearing through the air. Shin Kang-hu prepares to block, summoning spinning skills in front of him. Defensive magic activates again, a shield of purple energy shimmering in the back. Shin Kang-hu thinks that melee is the best way to kill a mage, so he can take some hits. Ventus realizes he'll end up bleeding for sure, even if he takes some hits to get close. Then comes this bastard's signature skill. A crimson energy washes over Shin Kang-hu. Blood conversion will kill me instantly. Hyo Youngtae thinks he needs another way to approach him. The skills he's shown so far must be all. Shin Kang-hu thinks he's only shown his leap. Ibria thinks he doesn't know what other skills she has. Hyo Youngtae remains hidden. They're both unable to deal a decent blow on each other. To think he'll be looking for the opponent's weakness for so long. Hyo Youngtae's eyes widen. Purple energy crackles around Hyo Youngtae. Ibria's eyes glow with crimson light. He smirks, a glint in his electric blue eyes. Shin Kang-hu taunts, you must be starting to get annoyed. A dark purple fireball hurtles toward him, crackling with ominous energy. Hyo Youngtae declares, I'll show you what I got now. A surge of magical energy erupts, the air shimmering with distorted light. Ibria stands poised, her hands crackling with dark purple energy, ready to unleash another attack. Shin Kang-hu's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to counter. Ibria's voice echoes, I'm within range. A swirling vortex of dark energy manifests, the word kidnap emblazoned within its chaotic form. Shin Kang-hu greets her with a chillingly calm, hello. Ibria's eyes blaze with crimson light, a terrifying intensity burning within them. Realization dawns on Shin Kang-hu. Damn it, he's casting a spell, even in this situation? Another wave of magical energy surges forth, the air crackling with raw power. A surge of purple energy crackles through the air, the raw power palpable. Ibria, chanting, casts a teleportation spell. Cast all you want. Her eyes glow with crimson intensity as the magic takes hold. Shin Kang-hu sprints away, a grimace etched on his face. Another burst of purple energy erupts, the air thick with magical residue. Shin Kang-hu smirks, a glint of defiance in his eyes. It's a bit too early for you to be happy. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, ready to strike. Ibria unleashes another wave of arcane power, the air shimmering with distortion. A shimmering blue protection barrier flares to life around Shin Kang-hu. He channels energy into his blade, imbuing fire element into the steel. Ibria lunges forward, her attack poised to strike. Shin Kang-hu's eyes narrow, focused and determined. The sound of crackling energy fills the air. A surge of power emanates outward. A monstrous roar echoes through the desolate landscape. The air crackles with destructive energy. He examines the blade, now imbued with fire. Imbue fire element doesn't seem too bad. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure stands in a desolate landscape. He reports, he killed Alicia alone at that level. The figure continues, I guess my report to the leader is set. Shin Kang-hu smirks. The guy has also left. Shin Kang-hu chews on a piece of gum, a satisfied look on his face. He continues to provide useless donations without knowing shame. A magical circle glows beneath someone's feet. The magical circle solidifies. Shin Kang-hu smirks, stating that this should be useful. Meanwhile, someone says, yes, master. A man in a black jacket stands outside a building, reporting that he found the place Shin Kang-hu stopped by. A woman with short gray hair stands with two others, saying that it's locked, but she'll just burn it down. The woman states that she'll go in and look for something that could be evidence. Elsewhere, a man in a black jacket stands outside a door, holding a phone. The phone displays a message stating that Eclipse has found his house. The woman with short gray hair states that they're searching for traces of Shin Kang-hu. The woman with short gray hair and two others stand in a room. Shin Kang-hu chuckles into the phone. Han Seoyan asks if they found any useful traces. She notes that he doesn't hesitate when moving, and is careful but bold at the same time. The Yonghua Guild Master chuckles, saying he knew she'd like him. He adds that Shin Kang-hu's cautiousness is a useful trait that she doesn't have, so he Han Seoyin says that Shin Kang-hoo would be good competition for him if he comes to work for him, questioning if he is competition. Han Seoyin asks if they found any useful traces. The Yunghwa Guild Master replies that they have. Han Seoyin smiles. The Yunghwa Guild Master's men discover that the owner of the house is a hunter. The phone rings as Shin Kang-hoo walks down the street. Shin Kang-hoo looks at his phone. The Yunghwa Guild Master's men walk through the house. The Yunghwa Guild Master's men think they may have found a lead, noting that following after Alicia was critical. He walks away from the dungeon, a smirk playing on his lips. Selling the green magic stone earned him a pretty good sum, 50 million won. He also acquired a useful skill book, forgetting about the ring that enhances the bleed effect. The skill book is for a warrior class. A skill book is an item that allows one to learn skills. He continues his walk away from the dungeon. Now that he's further away from the dungeon, Shin Kang-hoo's phone is starting to receive a signal. Han Seoyin texted, I tried calling you, but you didn't pick up, so I'll just leave a text. Eclipse came to investigate you. Someone warns, I think they're after you. Good thing I got a heads up. Shin Kang-hoo is with Cha So-hee. He tells her, you're pretty fast, Cha So-hee. Shin Kang-hoo remarks that it's a good thing he got a heads up. Cha So-hee is told that she is pretty fast. Han's text message states that Eclipse came to investigate and thinks they're after him. Han Seoyin's name is spoken. He wonders about the Listening Flower Guild, as expected of a satellite guild to the Yunghwa Guild. He thinks that if Eclipse has caught on to his movements, they'll go looking for Li Yeren soon. He reaches into his coat. He thinks that since to Yeren, he's just someone she made business with. She has no reason to protect him, who refused to join her. He thinks that Blue Eyes is at odds with Eclipse over Taejun, so there's no reason for them to help them out and give his info away. He plans to catch Hyo Youngtae. He needs help for this job. Shin Kang-hoo stands, his expression thoughtful as he considers his next move. He thinks to himself that upon arriving, he should meet that person first. Hyo Youngtae looks up at a building, a sigh escaping his lips. He runs a hand through his hair, a gesture of frustration. He wonders if he'll be able to catch Hyo Youngtae at this rate. He understands that someone is invested because this is related to their hometown friend. He tells himself to stop it, reminding himself that the incident in Yangpyeong is out of their jurisdiction anyway. A group of police officers stand ready, their expressions grim. Hyo Jung-tae's eye narrows, a glint of determination in its depths. The building is the last home from the records. A close-up of a watch reveals a map, highlighting a specific location. Footsteps echo through the space. The sound grows louder, closer. Hyo Youngtae calls out, is anyone there? The sound of something shifting. Shin Kang-hoo, standing in the doorway, demands, who? Shin Kang-hoo asks, is someone named Hyo Youngtae there? Who's that? Hyo Youngtae replies, I live alone here. The tension hangs heavy in the air. A gun rests on a nearby counter. A close-up of a watchful eye. Oh, Shin Kang-hoo and Hyo Youngtae face each other. Shin Kang-hoo thinks, I have it because this world is so dangerous. I'm sure everyone has at least one. A voice echoes, filled with remorse. I apologize. The silence hangs heavy, punctuated only by the sound of anticipation. Hyo Youngtae stands, his hand resting on the hilt of his twin swords. He exhales slowly, the sound heavy with resignation. The apartment door looms, a silent barrier between them. Shin Kang-hoo's gaze is fixed on the floor, his expression unreadable. His hand moves, activating a device with a soft, blue glow. The air crackles with energy. A flicker of a smile plays on Hyo Jung-tae's lips, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He turns, walking away from the door, as if accepting his fate. Shin Kang-hoo grips the device tighter, his knuckles white with tension. With a swift motion, he draws his sword, the steel singing as it leaves its sheath. The blade flashes, a silver streak against the dim light. Shin Kang-hoo stands ready, his swords drawn, a storm brewing in his eyes. Hyo Youngtae clutches his swords, his face a mask of pain and determination. Someone supports Hyo Youngtae, preventing him from falling. Someone backing him? Blood stains the ground beneath Hyo Jung-tae's bare feet. The building looms in the distance. Hyo Youngtae stands outside the building, his expression grim. His footsteps echo on the pavement. Is the reason the Yangpyeong investigation was stopped? Hyo Jung-tae's eyes narrow, a flicker of anger in their depths. Hyo Youngtae walks away, his back to the camera. 3 members of the Seoul National Security Agency stand alert. What is the Seoul National Security Agency doing here? Hyo Youngtae glances around, wary of being seen. I need to avoid being spotted and get to my hideout. Footsteps echo as Hyo Youngtae moves quickly. The Seoul National Security Agency members continue their search. You said it was this way? Hyo Youngtae curses under his breath, sweat beading on his brow as he peeks through the doorway. One of the agents asks, are you from the National Security Agency? The agents stand guard, their expressions unreadable. Another agent speaks. I have something to ask of you. One of the agents says, don't be like that. A hunter robbed me on the big road over there. Hyo Youngtae glances back, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. An agent sprints forward, determined to catch up. Hyo Youngtae dashes away from the approaching vehicle, his escape urgent. The agents stand on a logo, their mission clear. Hyo Youngtae sighs in relief, muttering, phew, that was lucky. A hand adjusts the angle of a photo album. A man with purple hair stands with his back to the viewer, a weapon slung across his back. The shadows of two figures stretch across a tiled floor. The hand flips through the photo album, revealing a picture of two men. The photograph shows Hyo Young-tae and another man raising their fist in triumph. A voice congratulates them, asking if they are going to Seoul. The other man remarks that they really made it, having heard that Seoul uses quite some power, unlike other places. He then asks if they do joint assignments with the Yeonghwa Guild too. The man with the beard laughs, telling him to stop it. Hyo Young-tae says to leave it to him. Hyo Young-tae says he'll take responsibility there, so the other man shouldn't worry and go. Hyo Young-tae smiles confidently. The man with the beard says he'll be here, and Hyo Young-tae will be in Seoul. He urges them to protect their justice in their own separate ways. The man with the beard looks down, a serious expression on his face. A man stands over a box, his presence commanding attention. The man from earlier. The man's jacket is visible. He asks, "How did you know about this place?" The man responds, "Name, Yoo Da-hun." Yoo Da-hun's current estimated level is 362. He works for the Seoul NSA. Yoo Da-hun is surprised. "Did you do a background check on me?" Yoo Da-hun holds a sword. "Or are you from the Seoul NSA?" He replies, "Nope, but I know why you're searching for Hyo Young-tae." Yoo Da-hun stands in the alleyway. He looks on. A hand extends, offering an unknown object. A voice asks about working together. Jang Shi-won sits at his desk, his expression one of disappointment. He mutters, "What a shame." He leans back in his chair, continuing, "To think you're not interested in the mercenary corps." A smile creeps across Jang Shi-won's face. "After a bit of time, I think I might even be able to recommend you to Jang Shi-won." Suddenly, a masked figure bursts into the room, poised to strike. Jang Shi-won's eyes narrow, a flicker of anger in them. He shouts, "Go back right now. What's with the noise?" The attack lands with brutal force. The masked figure stands over a fallen form. Meanwhile, a woman in a long coat, flanked by two more masked figures, declares, "I finally found you." Jang Shi-won turns in his chair, his expression a mix of surprise and anger, towards the source of the commotion. A hooded figure refers to Cha So-hee as a hunting dog. Green energy crackles in the air. A woman with sunglasses perched on her head looks up, her expression unreadable. Cha So-hee is asked why she is crawling here, and told there is no need to be on guard. Cha So-hee states that she didn't come here to fight today. Cha So-hee's expression hardens. The hooded figure holds out a document, asking if she has seen this person before. The woman with sunglasses looks shocked. The document contains a picture of a man with blue hair and a scar on his face. The red-haired man turned his head, suspicion etched on his face. "Did you do a background check on me?" A pair of hands rested on the hilts of twin katana, the metal gleaming in the dim light. The blue-haired man stood with his hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed on the red-haired man. "I know why you're searching for Hyo Young-tae." The blue-haired man waited for a response. "What do you think?" The blue-haired man's expression remained unreadable as he listened intently. A hand extended, offering a proposition. "About working together with me?" The question hung in the air, unanswered. "Work together for what?" The red-haired man narrowed his eyes, considering the offer. "Do you think catching Hyo Young-tae will be the end of it?" The blue-haired man stood opposite the red-haired man, the tension between them palpable as they discussed their goals. The blue-haired man's expression hardened. "You won't be able to handle it." The blue-haired man leaned in slightly, his voice low. "Even more so if you work at the Seoul NSA." The man with dark brown hair listens intently to the other man in the room. Jang Shi-won states that the reason is because Yang Pyong is out of the other's jurisdiction. Shin Kang-hoo listens to the explanation. One of the men in uniform wonders why they happen to be there, almost running into them. Shin Kang-hoo asks what Jang Shi-won is trying to say. Jang Shi-won reveals that Hyo Young-tae has support. A figure surrounded by a pink aura is someone big enough that even the NSA has to be on guard. A man with long black hair and a dragon tattoo smiles enigmatically. A tied-up man says that he doesn't know who it is, but Hyo Young-tae has someone scary backing him. One of the men in suits states that the incident in Yangpyeong is out of their jurisdiction anyway. Jang Shi-won asks if that is what it was. Jang Shi-won wonders just who it is. He stares intently. The red-haired man is one of the Yeonghwa Guild's core people. The red-haired man scoffs. "What a load of bullshit. I don't care if you believe. But the fact that we both want Hyo Young-tae remains," Shin Kang-hoo says. A tense silence hangs in the air. The red-haired man states, "Tomorrow at 6 p.m., you'll be able to see him if you come to the square." The red-haired man continues, "It's not a trap, so if you're suspicious, investigate it." Shin Kang-hoo pauses, considering the offer. Shin Kang-hoo replies, "In exchange, if I keep my promise." The two men stand in silence, the deal hanging in the balance. A voice declares that someone needs to work with them on one thing too. Someone asks if the other person has seen this person before. In a room, several figures stand around a table. The person being discussed is Young Sung-kyu, but his real name was Shin Kang-hoo. Someone thinks that if they sent the hunting dog, then Eclipse must be quite interested in him. The woman declares that she doesn't know him. Someone tells her not to make them laugh, as they've already confirmed that she was recommended to him. A hand points emphatically. She admits that she was recommended to him, but their conditions didn't match up, so it got cancelled. A hand grabs her arm. Someone asks if they've got it. His eyes burning with intensity, the man with dark hair declares that if someone doesn't want to fight, they should leave. A close-up reveals a face set in a grim expression, hinting at suppressed rage. The woman with short black hair states, with conviction, that she is not lying. Her gaze lowered. The woman with long dark hair seems lost in thought, a storm brewing within. A figure sprints away, the sound of a door slamming echoing behind them. The masked figure orders someone to assign eyes to Cha So-hee, adding that he needs to monitor her movements. A voice seethes with anger, contemplating what would happen if someone were to reveal information about that crazy bitch. A woman with sunglasses and a braided hairstyle smiles knowingly, her expression suggesting she holds a position of power. A disembodied voice wonders if Sunkyu and Blue Eye's relationship will grow stronger. The camera pans up to reveal a modern building against a clear blue sky. Sunlight glints off the glass facade of a towering skyscraper. A message on a phone screen reveals that someone was looking for Hyo Youngtae. He spits out a venomous curse. Stupid bastards. Hyo Youngtae stands, a dark aura swirling around him like a shroud. Hyo Youngtae speaks, his voice low and menacing. Don't they know that I'm hiding in plain sight? Hyo Youngtae walks away, muttering to himself. Going home at 3 p.m. Hyo Youngtae stops, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Hyo Youngtae thinks to himself, a grim determination hardening his features. That's later than I expected. A screen displays information about the Priest of Darkness constellation, highlighting its combat abilities against hunters serving neutral or good-leaning constellations. Hyo Jungtae's expression darkens, a storm brewing behind his eyes. Hyo Jungtae's voice drips with malice. I think you got the wrong perso dash. His hands clench, a subtle tremor running through them. Hyo Jungtae's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint appearing within them as he activates his See's vision. Hyo Jungtae's face contorts in a silent snarl, his power surging. Tisk. The camera focuses on a pair of feet, one slightly elevated as if in mid-step. The scene widens to reveal Hyo Youngtae, his body contorted as he dodges an unseen attack. He leans back, his expression strained as he narrowly avoids the blow. Hyo Youngtae thinks, to dodge my See's vision, which I used right in front of him. Hyo Youngtae continues to think. His magic resistance is quite high. Hyo Jungtae's eyes narrow as he wonders, is this the bastard that's been looking for me? The camera focuses on the ground, showing scattered debris and discarded items. Hyo Youngtae realizes, now that he knows my hideout and skill. Hyo Jungtae's expression hardens, a dark intent burning in his eyes. I need to kill him. The scene shows a close-up of the debris, emphasizing the chaos and disarray. The camera focuses on a sharp object, possibly a weapon, amidst the debris. An explosion of energy erupts, signifying a violent confrontation. The man on the ground, eyes wide with terror, stammers, I don't know. Silence hangs in the air as the woman looms over him, her expression unreadable. A hand holds up a card, the voice declaring, I don't know who Shin Kang-hoo is. Flames erupt around the woman, yet she remains unmoved, a figure of cold resolve amidst the inferno. A tortured scream echoes through the flames, a sound of unimaginable agony. Hyo Jungtae's face is etched with a grim determination, his eyes burning with a cold fire. A voice promises, I'll contact you after dealing with some pressing matters. Shin Kang-hoo examines a card, a faint smile playing on his lips as he considers the situation. The woman's voice seethes with anger. Not only did he not contact me, but he also disappeared from Taejun within a few days. A disembodied voice declares, he recognized me from the start and escaped. Another voice adds, he'd be good competition for you if he comes to work for me. A high-heeled boot crushes something underfoot, the act punctuated by a burst of flames. The scene is silent. Shin Kang-hoo is no different from an enemy. A woman with crimson eyes stares intently. Sometimes it's okay to make mistakes, she thinks. Master will understand. The woman smiles, a hint of malice in her eyes. Even if I accidentally kill Shin Kang-hoo. A dagger falls. The sound of metal echoes. A masked figure questions something. A barrier. Was he not an assassin? He gripped the knife, his knuckles white as he prepared to strike. A surge of blue energy erupted around Shin Kang-hoo, crackling with power. His electric blue eye flared with an intense light, focusing his power. Projectiles of pure energy shot forth, streaking through the air. Dodging and weaving, Shin Kang-hoo narrowly avoided the barrage. Zhang Shiwan clicked his tongue, observing the display of agility. Cook. He has good visual acuity. The Yonghua Guild master put some distance between them, analyzing Shin Kang-hoo's movements. He's putting some distance between us. Is he dodging and observing me? Then, Zhang Shiwan's eyes narrowed. I'll hit you up close. His hand tightened around the knives, preparing for a close-quarters assault. A blinding blue aura enveloped Zhang Shiwan, the word abduction emblazoned beneath him. His red eye glowed with an eerie intensity, fueled by the strange power. Shin Kang-hoo's eyes widened in surprise, caught off guard by the sudden shift. Huh? He moves with blinding speed, his sword a blur of silver. Zhang Shiwan's eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Hyo Youngtae cries out in disbelief. No. How? Zhang Shiwan's eyes widen, a flicker of blue code dancing across his pupils. He gasps, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched on his face. Shin Kang-hoo's sword blurs through the air, a silver streak against the dim light. Zhang Shuan's expression twists in disbelief. No. How? The blade, held firm in Shin Konghu's grip, gleams with deadly intent. The sword plunges into Zhang Shuan, a spray of blood painting the air as he screams in agony. Shin Konghu swings his sword, the bloody blade leaving a crimson trail in its wake. Shin Konghu, clad in black tactical gear and a face mask, speaks with cold determination. I already planted my mana in the places I thought you might hide. A digital interface flickers, displaying complex data streams and fragmented images. The interface displays a message. Every time you worked hard to move. The digital interface continues to display fragmented images and data streams. He is tracked by a digital interface, a red figure highlighting his movements. Zhang Shuan, his face contorted in frustration, declares that he could clearly see the route. A close-up reveals his eyes, narrowed and intense. A sudden, violent impact throws Zhang Shuan back, a strangled cook, escaping his lips as blood splatters around him. Clutching at his wound, Zhang Shuan realizes he needs to retreat. His expression darkens, a sense of resignation washing over him as he mutters that it's pointless. Shin Konghu, masked and determined, points forward, his intent clear. Another blow lands, and Zhang Shuan cries out again, more blood erupting from the fresh wound. A surge of crimson energy, a blood burn, engulfs Zhang Shuan, intensifying his agony. Blood splatters across the floor, painting a grim tableau of the brutal assault. A string of curses echoes through the air, a desperate expression of pain and fury. Meanwhile, Shin Konghu turns and walks away, his mission seemingly accomplished. Zhang Shuan, bloodied and enraged, screamed, "I'll rip you to shreds, motherfucker." He demanded, spittle flying, if his opponent knew who was supporting him. The only sound was the drip of blood. A masked figure declared, "The Yonghua." Zhang Shuan stammered, "Guild's Chai Guanhyang. How did you know?" A voice commanded him to shut up, suggesting he should just sleep now. Chai Guanhyang held a glowing blue sword, the air crackling with energy. Meanwhile, a lone building stood in the distance, barrels and crates scattered around its entrance. A figure walked away from the building, their purpose unknown. Red eyes narrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down a weathered face. A voice questioned why NSA colleagues happened to be there, almost running into him. Two figures stand in a dimly lit area, the tension palpable as one questions the other's intentions. The air hangs heavy with unspoken accusations. The voice continues, revealing that the NSA handles a lot of work through apps. However, the use of a particular watch is deemed too frequent to be considered merely a death keepsake. Hyo Jungti's expression hardens as he listens, his arms crossed, a silent acknowledgement of the accusation. The focus shifts to a close-up of the watch, displaying an account. The question lingers, doesn't that mean that your friend's account is still valid? Shin Konghu explains that for the NSA to dispose of that account, they would have had to process the friend as killed in the line of duty. The voice counters, suggesting that Hyo Jungti's backer wouldn't have wanted that. Zhang Shuan contemplates the situation, his gloved hand resting on his chin. They probably wanted to deal with this as quietly as possible. The Seoul and Yangpyeong NSAs, which received pressure from their backer, are implicated in the cover-up. A man adjusts his glasses, a cigarette dangling from his lips, as the conversation unfolds around him. It's revealed that someone must have chosen to cover the account up instead of following the procedure, but only a few could log into the account. A group of individuals, clad in matching uniforms, must have read the investigative information and come to the villa. Hyo Jungti's eyes narrow, a silent exclamation escaping his lips as the implications of the situation sink in. Shin Konghu states that if he keeps his promise, Zhang Shuan says that someone needs to collaborate with him using that account. If he's telling the truth, then it's true that it's the Yonghua Guild and the NSA's fault. Zhang Shuan wonders what he should do if that's the case. A figure is told that they are a. Shin Konghu remarks that it's a bit late, stating he's been waiting. Zhang Shuan asks where Hyo Jungtae is. Someone says not to worry. Someone says that they've made sure to bring him. Zhang Shuan exclaims stealth. Zhang Shuan realizes that's why finding him was so hard. Someone says that they purposely chose a time when a lot of people would be around. He stands with his back to Shin Konghu, listening intently. Zhang Shuan holds a device in his hand, his expression serious. If you arrest him now, even their backer won't be able to do a thing. Zhang Shuan clenches his fist, his knuckles white. But if you want personal revenge against Hyo Jungtae, I won't stop you. A figure lies injured on the ground, bloodied and bruised. What would you like to do? A masked figure stands in the shadows, his expression unreadable. Zhang Shuan's eyes narrow, his face etched with determination. The sky burns with the colors of sunset. The masked figure stands in a forest clearing, bathed in golden light. Please move aside for a moment. A crowd of people murmurs, their faces obscured. Footsteps echo on the pavement. A figure walks away from the camera, his back turned to the viewer. A man grins maniacally, his eyes wide with excitement. Yes. A masked figure grips Hyo Jungtae by the hair, his face bloodied and bruised. A man in a cap says, "Gee, good work. He's infamous for his hiding skills, so how did you?" The masked figure continues to hold Hyo Jungtae by the hair. The man in the cap says, "Submit your hunter registration number, so we can give you the reward." A hand holds a phone. The phone is tapped. A hand holds a phone, and a voice says, "It's done." Two figures are seen, and one says, "Thank you for your cooperation." A masked figure says, "We have sent the 300 million won reward and the dungeon lease." The phone displays, "Reward sent." The sky is shown. A figure sits under the night sky. A sword rests against a brick wall, its presence hinting at the violence to come. Zhang Xiwan crosses his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. "How surprising," he remarks. "To think you'd refuse revenge." The thought echoes in Zhang Xiwan's mind. If it was him, he would have wanted that to happen. Zhang Xiwan's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with determination. Shin Konghu and Zhang Xiwan stand in the alleyway, the weight of their shared past hanging heavy in the air. "We both wanted there to be a place you could trust in a tough world like this one," Shin Konghu says. The memory surfaces. "We wanted the NSA and the Yonghua Guild to be like that." Shin Konghu listens intently as Zhang Xiwan continues. "So I'd like it if we could repay the NSA for their faults. And that's why." The thought echoes, "If your words are the truth." Zhang Xiwan's gaze intensifies, a dark resolve hardening his features. "Then I can't let the Yonghua Guild and the NSA be." Shin Konghu listens, his expression unreadable. The thought surfaces. He'll walk the same path as in the book. The memory surfaces, like the Yu Dehun who led the revolt against the NSA. A scene of brutal violence unfolds, bodies strewn across the floor, a stark reminder of the path ahead. In the novel, the unnamed figure was a villain and the Yonghua Guild's enemy. The figure swung his sword, a crimson aura surrounding the blade. The unnamed antagonist fell amidst a red magical circle, a fate he shared with another. He was caught by Chai Guanhyang because of the Hyo Yungtae incident. In the novel, this time, they didn't leave any traces, so it'll be okay. Zhang Xiwan was surprised. Chai Guanhyang thought his favor was because of the reward. Hyo Yungtae stated that he's not the type to do volunteer work. Zhang Xiwan listened intently, and Chai Guanhyang reflected on the past. Hyo Yungtae was arrested with both arms crippled. He tells the man with the blonde hair to take someone to the hospital, stating that he can't use him anymore anyway. A close-up of a red eye conveys intense anger. The unseen figure demands to know which bastard is responsible. The blonde-haired man gulps, receiving the hunter registration number on his phone. The text bubble reads, "If you look here, huh?" The blonde-haired man's eyes widen in shock as he stares at his phone. Chai Guanhyang looks at the blonde-haired man, who seems surprised. The text bubble reads, "The information disappeared. Another police officer account deleted the information." The blonde-haired man is shocked, reading that it's the account of someone who's dead, so there must be some kind of error. A fist clenches tightly, knuckles white with rage. A computer is smashed to pieces, likely in a fit of anger. The text bubble reads, "Are you telling me?" The text bubble reads, "To believe such bullshit?" He grits his teeth, a storm of frustration brewing within him. The fabric of his coat shifts with his barely contained rage. Chai Guanhyang demands, voice rising, "What were the Seoul officers doing?" Another figure, sweat beading on his brow, remains silent, head bowed. He stammers, "We went to Yangpyeong ourselves." Guanhyang explodes, "What kind of bullshit is that?" A voice urges, "Calm down, Chai Guanhyang." His eyes flare with a crimson light, power threatening to erupt. A complex sigil blazes into existence, etched in raw, red energy. Three figures stand before the glowing circle, bathed in its ominous light. Arcane energy crackles, forming jagged blades of crimson light. The air shimmers with unleashed power, a blinding radiance engulfing the scene. He stood amidst a blinding light. Chai Guanhyang asked, "What's wrong?" The light intensified around him. Hyo Yungtae was surprised. Hyo Yungtae adjusted his wristwear. Hyo Yungtae thought his favor was because of the reward. Shin Konghu stated he's not the type to do volunteer work. That's why he took Hyo Jungtae's items. Stamina recovery items are a must. Shin Konghu was told that he still helped with his revenge. There is no better ally than the enemy of my enemy. Hyo Yungtae asked what? Shin Konghu stated he needs a sword to attack the Yonghua Guild with. It's not a bad decision to help with your revenge and obtain an ally. Hyo Yungtae laughed, stating Shin Konghu is like the protagonist from some novel. Shin Konghu asked me, "The protagonist?" He declares that he is not the protagonist, light haloing his head. A close-up reveals the intricate design on a sleeve. Shin Konghu stands with another figure behind him, light glinting off his dark hair. A shadowy hand reaches out, a stark contrast against the bright light, as a voice declares that Zhang Xiwan can shine. But Shin Konghu stands with the other man, who states he will return to Seoul. Shin Konghu walks away, his footsteps echoing in the night. Shin Konghu stands in front of a building under the moonlight, thinking about what he has experienced up until now. After possessing the villain, Shin Konghu, it was exactly the development he wanted to write in the novel. The back of Shin Konghu's head is shown. Someone exclaims, questioning what kind of bullshit that is. Shin Konghu, now sporting purple hair, demands to know what the Seoul officers were doing. Zhang Xiwan reveals that it just happened to be the area where he got rid of the CCTVs to hide Hyo Yungtae. A voice yells, "Bastard," as someone tells Chai Guanhyang to calm down. A figure with white hair stands above two others, radiating power. Someone observes that Guanhyang isn't in the best mood. Someone calls out, Jiang Shiwan. A character with blonde hair and red eyes smirks. A close-up shows the character's intense gaze. Two figures mumble, yes, sir, understood. Shin Kang-hoo sits in a room with another figure. A close-up shows a character's mouth. A character with a halo-like effect looks on. He sat back, a frown deepening on his face. The tool he was using was broken. Shin Kang-hoo thought someone screwed him over on purpose. A gloved hand slammed down on a table. Chai Guanhyung was addressed, as a voice wondered just who dared to do such a thing. The voice continued, I've always said this. Shin Kang-hoo looked up, questioning what was happening. A voice echoed, urging to maintain some dignity. Chai Guanhyung stood, asking just what the problem was. The voice continued, stating that it doesn't matter if such a pest exists or not. The voice declared that all of the enemies who block their dream would be eliminated. The voice ominously stated that someone will become ash. A wolf-like creature appeared, its fur a dark gray. Shin Kang-hoo stood in a forest, the wolf-like creature beside him. He stated that it was here, although this was a hidden dungeon in the novel. For the protagonist, Jiang Shiwan, to take advantage of. I'll make use of it this time. He steps forward, a blue glow emanating from his hand. He continues deeper into the dungeon. A dark energy crackles in the air. A monstrous figure looms in the shadows, its multiple red eyes glowing menacingly. Middle boss Jiang Yang. This guy is quite complicated, and it's especially dangerous if it manages to sneak up on you. Jiang Shiwan runs through the dungeon, a shadowy figure pursuing him. The monster's eyes glow with malevolent intent. The full form of Jiang Yang is revealed, a towering figure of darkness. The dungeon air crackles with dark energy as the words shadow steps materialize in a stylized font. A towering figure of shadow, its eyes burning with crimson light, looms over the scene, a smaller, similar figure lurking behind it. The shadows coalesce, solidifying the forms of the dark figures as they prepare to strike. The shadowy figure contorts, its form shifting and becoming more menacing. Multiple shadowy figures materialize, their red eyes glowing ominously in the dim light. Shin Kang-hoo bites his lip, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Timing is important here, he thinks. The shadowy figures lunge forward, their movements swift and deadly. Shin Kang-hoo's expression hardens, his eyes focused and determined. Gathering energy in his palm, Shin Kang-hoo prepares to unleash his skill, a faint blue glow emanating from his hand. With a burst of speed, Shin Kang-hoo vanishes, leaving only a trail of blue energy as he darts between the shadowy figures. His focus unwavering, Shin Kang-hoo maintains the flow of energy, his movements precise and calculated. The shadowy figures are caught off guard as Shin Kang-hoo continues to weave between them, his speed blurring the line between reality and illusion. He is enveloped in a surge of blue energy, ready to strike. A sword is plunged into the ground, a silent promise of the battle to come. Jiang Yang is surrounded by shadowy figures, a dark aura emanating from them. The darkness coalesces into a menacing form, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. Shin Kang-hoo grips his sword, his gaze unwavering as he prepares to face his foe. The ground trembles as Jiang Yang's foot slams down, signaling the start of his assault. Jiang Yang lunges forward, a blur of motion as he attempts to strike Shin Kang-hoo. He descends from above, a dark shadow seeking to overwhelm his opponent. Shin Kang-hoo retaliates, his blade meeting the darkness in a clash of steel and shadow. The red eyes of Jiang Yang glow brighter, the word exchange hinting at a dangerous power. Again, Shin Kang-hoo strikes, his movements precise and deadly as he battles the shadowy figure. Shin Kang-hoo's expression hardens, his determination fueled by the intensity of the fight. From behind, Jiang Yang shouts a warning. A surge of red energy emanates from the unseen threat. Shin Kang-hoo is enveloped in a cloud of purple energy. Illusion magic takes hold. Blue energy crackles around Shin Kang-hoo's hand as he prepares to defend himself. A spectral blade materializes. Jiang Yang's eyes gleam with malicious intent. The illusion transports Jiang Yang to a desolate field. Shin Kang-hoo focuses, blue energy swirling around him as he prepares to counter. The sky above is filled with ominous purple clouds. The purple clouds darken, casting an eerie glow. Jiang Yang raises the spectral blade, ready to strike. A surge of blue energy erupts. Jiang Yang's eyes glow with a menacing red light. He blends into the forest, his form partially obscured by the shadows. The sky above swirls with purple hues. Shin Kang-hoo lies prone on the ground, vulnerable. Kang-hoo's expression is one of grim determination. Jiang Yang lurks in the forest, a text bubble revealing his thoughts. He probably never thought that I would use illusions and hide nearby. A beam of energy streaks towards Shin Kang-hoo. A text bubble reads, much less that. Jiang Yang dives through the air, preparing to strike. A text bubble reads, I would track his attack. Jiang Yang's hand glows with power as he prepares to strike. A text bubble reads, and attack him at the right timing. He descends, a dark silhouette against a backdrop of swirling energy. Shin Kang-hoo lies defeated, a spectral blade piercing the ground beside him. A system notification appears, declaring that a middle boss has been defeated. The system displays information about a new skill acquired, Shadow Steps. The system notes that there is no need to cast the Giganticization skill, and that the skill is pretty OP. Another system message reiterates that there is no need to cast the giganticization skill. Shin Kanghu smirks, his eyes gleaming with determination. He thinks to himself, I'll make use of it better than you. The system announces that the user's level has increased greatly, reaching level 33. Shin Kanghu raises his sword, a confident smile playing on his lips. He thinks, the first step has smoothly been completed. Jin Young warns, don't get complacent. Nothing is absolute. Jin Young's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed. Jin Young's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. He wonders, what do you mean? A close-up reveals Jin Young's intense gaze, his red eyes burning with determination. Jin Young's power intensifies, a red aura swirling around him. He thinks, the world is moving with me in the center. The red aura intensifies, engulfing Jin Young as he declares to himself, I am good, I am justice. A sinister smile plays across his face. He declares, with chilling certainty, that he is the way. A shadowy figure looms, surrounded by an ominous aura. The darkness writhes, taking on a more defined, monstrous form. The shadowy figure's outline sharpens, revealing a menacing presence. The monstrous form solidifies, its true nature still obscured by shadow. A question hangs in the air, main boss? Shin Kanghu, blade in hand, states that this is the same as the novel. Shin Kanghu's expression hardens, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He asks if someone is claiming to be the protagonist. A figure declares, with unwavering conviction, that he is the protagonist. Shin Kanghu's thoughts turn inward, contemplating a fight with another me. Shin Kanghu stands silhouetted against a blood-red backdrop, the tension palpable. The man muses about fighting another version of himself. A crimson aura flares around the man, his expression hardening. He clenches his fists, determination etched on his face. The text declares, main boss, Shin Kanghu. He grips the hilt of his blade, a red aura intensifying around him. The words short distance leap flash as Shin Kanghu propels himself forward, the blade extended. A surge of blue energy envelopes Shin Kanghu, his eyes glowing with power as he hurtles through the air. Seen from below, Shin Kanghu descends, a blur of motion and intent. The perspective shifts, now looking down upon Shin Kanghu as he continues his descent. The blade gleams with an ethereal blue light, poised to strike. Shin Kanghu lands, kicking up a cloud of dust as he completes his leap. The camera looks up at Shin Kanghu, his silhouette framed against the sky. He prepares to strike, a blue energy blade forming in his hand, ready to cut through the darkness. The impact echoes, a sign of the battle to come. A figure is struck, reeling from the force of the blow. Shin Kanghu's eyes narrow, his gaze intense. He's going for a hand-to-hand fight. He considers his options. If he uses illusion magic, it'll get caught with mana tracking. And since we both have C's vision, we know each other's weaknesses. If short-distance leap is combined with abduction, it'll be hard to avoid it. In the end, all that's left is using skills that require physical contact. The clash of combat echoes. Shin Kanghu's expression hardens, his resolve unwavering. He is enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, preparing for what's to come. The air crackles with energy as he prepares to traverse through teleportation. His hand grips the dagger, ready to strike with deadly precision. A bloody stabbing is imminent, the air thick with anticipation. A protective barrier shimmers into existence, deflecting any incoming attacks. The protection barrier stands firm, a testament to his defensive prowess. Reinforcing the barrier, he prepares for any eventuality. Imbuing the dagger with fire, he prepares to unleash a devastating attack. Shin Kanghu grips the fire-imbued dagger, a grim determination etched on his face. Let's see how long you can last. Surrounded by allies, Shin Kanghu prepares to face the coming onslaught. He steels himself, ready to unleash his full power. With shadow steps, he prepares to move with unmatched speed and stealth. He grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he braces himself. A surge of purple energy erupts around Kanghu as he unleashes an unseen force. His eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening his gaze as he prepares for the next trial. A dark aura envelopes Shin Kanghu, the air crackling with an ominous energy as he channels a shadowy power. The words exchange are emblazoned across his back as he stands ready. His jaw clenches, teeth gritted in anticipation of the coming battle. A blade ignites in his hand, wreathed in a blazing inferno as he prepares to strike. A spectral blue hand materializes, glowing with an ethereal light as Kanghu summons an arcane force. The blue energy intensifies, crackling with power as he prepares to unleash its full potential. A hexagonal barrier shimmers into existence, a fortress of arcane energy. Enclosed within the barrier, Shin Kanghu stands ready, a bastion of power. He gasps, a sharp intake of breath betraying the strain of his preparations. He lunges forward, his blade crackling with blue energy. Slamming the weapon into the ground, Shin Kanghu unleashes a wave of force. With a downward thrust, the blade becomes a stabbing strike. The strike connects, a burst of energy erupting from the point of impact. Hyo Youngtae throws his head back, a maniacal laugh escaping his lips. A blade descends upon him. A golden flash, a blade of pure light, hurtles towards Hyo Youngtae. The golden blade slams into a barrier, shattering it in a burst of light and energy. The blue weapon pierces through another barrier. Shin Kong-hu continues his assault, a whirlwind of blue energy. The attack finds its mark. One of the enemies cries out in pain. He lunges forward, a blur of motion as he closes the distance. The detective strikes, a powerful blow aimed at his unseen opponent. The force of the impact reverberates through the enemy's jacket. The enemy is sent reeling from the devastating hit. Shin Kong-hu's hand is a weapon, ready to deliver another strike. He attacks again, a swift and precise movement. The detective's expression is one of grim determination. Energy crackles around Shin Kong-hu's hand, a sign of the power he's about to unleash. Another enemy is struck, the force of the blow sending them flying. A hexagonal barrier forms around Shin Kong-hu, protecting him from harm. Shin Kong-hu smirks, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Yeah, keep trying. A powerful energy blast erupts, obliterating everything in its path. He channels his power, a digital-like barrier beginning to materialize around him. The digital energy intensifies, swirling around Shin Kong-hu as he prepares for the onslaught. Extending his hand, Kong-hu focuses his mana, solidifying the barrier's structure. The digital matrix shimmers, a complex web of energy designed to deflect any attack. The barrier takes full form, a shimmering wall of light and code. The barrier pulses with power, ready to withstand whatever comes next. A grunt escapes Shin Kong-hu's lips. His opponent's voice echoes, laced with arrogance. It seems you've reached your limit. The voice continues, taunting him. You probably lack the mana to keep using them. Jan Young's attack tears through the barrier, a bloody strike aimed directly at Shin Kong-hu. The enemy's voice drips with disdain. You probably weren't able to copy my mana hypersensitivity as well. Shin Kong-hu grits his teeth, pain etched across his face as the attack lands. The bloody stabbing continues, Shin Kong-hu crying out in pain as Jan Young's assault overwhelms him. He stumbles, the force of the blow sending him crashing to the ground, blood already pooling beneath his feet. Jin Young pants, his breath ragged and heavy with exertion. Blood drips from Jan Young's mouth, a feral grin twisting his features. With a savage leap, Jan Young closes the distance, his hands stained crimson. Shin Kong-hu's fingers graze the wound on his neck, a silent testament to the brutal attack. The detective's expression hardens, a flicker of defiance in his eyes despite the pain. The words, blood burn, flash ominously. Jan Young unleashes a guttural scream, a surge of pink mana erupting around him. Shin Kong-hu lies prone, his body a canvas of blood. His face is a mask of pain, but a spark of resolve still flickers in his eyes. Barely conscious, Shin Kong-hu manages to choke out. Thanks to you. I got to feel it for the first time in a while. Jin Young stands over the fallen detective, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. That my mana hypersensitivity is quite useful. A system notification flashes. Shin Kong-hu has obtained a skill enhancement, a one-time use boon. He chews on a leaf, recalling that he aimed for the hidden dungeon with this in mind. Activating the skill, he thinks, let's go with this. The skill levels up, reaching its maximum potential. The word, ultimate, appears, surrounded by question marks, hinting at a new power. A close-up reveals Shin Kong-hu's focused expression. He realizes, I've gotten my first ultimate skill. The environment shifts, bathed in a purple glow. Blue energy crackles around him. Now, the area is illuminated by a cool blue light. Shin Kong-hu holds a glowing blue tablet in one hand and a mysterious red crystal in the other. I've blocked one of Zhang Shuan's chances with this, he thinks. He reflects, it's a good thing I made this a one-time dungeon, but I never thought I'd get a red crystal. On top of getting a hold of a skill book. Red crystals, rare ingredients used in upgrading items or skills. He states he'll keep this for now. Let's use this first. Since it's exclusively for assassins, luckily enough. A surge of energy emanates from the skill book. Shin Kong-hu holds the glowing skill book. A system message appears, watch your back. When attacking targets from behind, you will deal 33% more damage. Having completely studied the skill book, he thinks, I'll see the effects of this in the next battle. Then, Shin Kong-hu decides, let's get a move on. He realizes he needs to deal with Hyo Jung-tae's commission. The building stood tall against the backdrop of a clear sky. Cha So-hee, seated at a table, crossed her arms and remarked, I've never seen you outside of Taejun before. Shin Kong-hu stood nearby, his expression unreadable. Holding up her phone, Cha So-hee stated, I have a question. The screen displayed a transaction record. Cha So-hee asked, her voice laced with suspicion, why did you deposit 100 million won into my account? The phone screen showed the transaction details, along with the Blue Eyes Guild logo. Shin Kong-hu, holding his phone, states he has a question. An unseen person asks why he deposited 100 million won into their account. Shin Kong-hu holds up his phone, displaying a transaction of 100 million won from the Blue Eyes Guild. Cha So-hee thinks that she must have come looking for him. Shin Kong-hu thinks that she's impatient, and if his info was leaked, she would have appeared in Yangpyeong immediately, but it's still quiet. An unseen person says that they say she's searching for him and setting hunters on fire. Shin Kong-hu smirks. Cha So-hee thinks that protecting the info of her commission takers is a no-brainer. And one more thing. Shin Kong-hu says it's because he caught Hyo Jung-tae. Shin Kong-hu says he didn't tell the unseen person his identity because he had a reason, But at this rate, even if he does commissions, Blue Eyes won't be able to receive the remuneration fee. He states that is the cost. The unseen person says that he caught Hyo. The unseen person thinks that Shin Kang-hoo keeps surprising him. The unseen person wonders just where his possibilities end. Shin Kang-hoo asks what he should call the unseen person from now on. The unseen person says that Shin Kang-hoo accidentally got to know his real name. The unseen person thinks that it must have been because of Cha So-hee. The unseen person says that since there are security concerns, Shin Kang-hoo should just keep calling him by his alias. Shin Kang-hoo hums. Sung-kyu says okay, and then says that they shall talk about commissions. The commissioner will lead someone herself. Someone said that she wants to see someone's abilities. Yoon Sang-mi introduces herself. Sung-kyu replies to Yoon Sang-mi's introduction. Sung-kyu boards the bus. The bus is described as a safety bus. The bus is personally guarded by fully armed hunters with magic bullets. Sung-kyu and Yoon Sang-mi are standing together. Even if operating it is expensive, your safety is guaranteed. Sung-kyu thinks he will be able to rest until Ulsan. Someone asks if they should start slowly guard. Someone says they are on the side that hunts in one go, and that they are knowledgeable, then when they give the signal. Sung-kyu thinks a guard should be taking precautions against passengers too. He leans back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. A blade of pure energy materializes, humming with lethal intent. The sword glows with an eerie blue light. The weapon is ready. A heavy footstep echoes nearby. A figure in black steps out of the vehicle. Hyo Jung-tae's expression is grim. The man in black looms over Sung-kyu. A surge of energy crackles in the air. Hyo Jung-tae cries out in alarm. Hyo Jung-tae's eyes widen in disbelief. A voice cries out, he's gone. The words traverse teleportation flash across the scene. Suddenly, Shin Kang-hoo materializes in a burst of blue energy, his eyes glowing with power as Hyo Jung-tae looks on in shock. A weapon is drawn. The sound of a blade slicing through the air. The blade finds its mark. Hyo Jung-tae coughs up blood as a system message appears. Watch your back. When attacking targets from behind, you will deal 33% more damage. Kang-hoo smiles, plunging the blade deeper. This is quite useful. Inside the bus, Kang-hoo stands amidst fallen bodies. The aftermath of the ambush. Another figure stands guard, weapon raised. Kang-hoo's eyes narrow, have quite the numbers. A red, targeting reticle appears. A screen displays information about the Father of Music constellation, noting that listening to classical music increases recovery speed 5-fold. Listening to music, a man wonders about the constellation, pondering if he had anything to do with its creation. The woman with teal ribbons in her hair looks off to the side, a determined expression on her face. She declares that she will handle the situation. A man with black hair and glasses suggests that they might end up intervening with each other. The woman with teal ribbons agrees, stating she can observe their abilities while they are at it. A foot steps forward, initiating the plan. Elsewhere, figures engage in combat, one standing guard while others fight. A figure prepares to strike with an axe, their eyes filled with determination. A man with long black hair clutches his head, exclaiming about his eyes. Shadows coalesce as someone utilizes shadow steps. A figure launches an attack from the shadows, their target obscured. His eyes glowing with a crimson intensity, Shin Kang-hoo leveled his weapon, demanding to know where his unseen enemy was hiding. Elsewhere, a hulking figure stood guard as another man advanced with a knife, the air thick with tension. A sudden strike landed, eliciting a pained groan from the victim. Shin Kang-hoo, his gaze sharpening, declared that he had found his target. A figure, back turned, moved with purpose towards the unfolding conflict. The blade found its mark, drawing a cry of agony from the one struck. A close-up revealed a grim expression, the word exchange hanging in the air. A surge of blue energy erupted, a magical circle forming in its wake. The magical assault left one combatant bleeding and writhing in pain. Feet blurred as figures darted through the scene, their movements too fast to follow. Another strike landed, another cry of pain echoed through the space. The chaotic exchange continued, a whirlwind of blades and bodies locked in deadly combat. Jang-young faces forward, a predatory grin spreading across his face. The Yunghwa Guild Master cries out as he is struck by an unseen force. Hyo Jung-tae grits his teeth, declaring, "This fucker is fearless." Hyo Jung-tae fires his weapon with a burst of speed. The weapon continues to fire, the muzzle flash illuminating his determined face. The word exchange hangs in the air as the weapon continues its relentless barrage. Shin Kang-hoo is struck, recoiling from the impact. The force of the blow throws him back, blood splattering. He cries out in pain as the projectile tears through him. Shin Kang-hoo prepares to use a short-distance leap. He executes the leap, a surge of blue energy surrounding him. Accelerating away, he leaves his attackers behind. Surrounded, he is at the center of a gathering storm, blue energy crackling around his feet. Zhang Shiwan smirks, unimpressed. Impressive, but it's not enough. The Yunghwa Guild Master continues, "I'll repay this multiple times over. Haven't had enough?" Shin Kang-hoo returns the smirk, a glint of defiance in his eyes. A surge of power emanates from him, the words LV.max flashing before his eyes. The status window highlights the blood-burn skill, now at its ultimate level. The air crackles with anticipation. Shin Kang-hu points, a silent declaration of intent. The world blurs as the skill takes hold. One of the surrounding figures cries out in pain, blood splattering across the scene. Another falls, the crimson spray painting a brutal picture. Bloodburn. The bloodburn skill erupts in a violent display of crimson energy, its power radiating outwards. The force of the blast slams into a nearby vehicle, the impact shaking its frame. Footsteps falter on the pavement, the ground trembling from the unleashed power. A figure is sent flying through the air, a victim of the devastating skill. Bloodied and broken, an enemy lies defeated amidst the debris. The battlefield is littered with fallen foes, testament to the bloodburn skill's destructive capabilities. The back of a figure is shown, the tension palpable in their posture. Shin Kang-hu watches the aftermath, his expression unreadable. The air vibrates with an unnatural hum. Cook. A grunt escapes the lips of a wounded enemy, his face contorted in pain. Enjoying the music? A voice asks, laced with sarcasm. The sound of music fills the air, a strange accompaniment to the carnage. A metallic click echoes as a scarred hand grips a pistol, the barrel glinting with a malevolent green light. His face contorted in rage, the gunman levels the weapon, spitting out a venomous curse. You fucker. A desperate cry of die dash is cut short as a blade pierces flesh, the crimson stain blooming instantly. A strangled gasp escapes as the victim reels from the sudden, brutal attack. Spinning through the air, the body plummets towards the cold, unforgiving city below. Another figure collapses, limbs askew, joining the descent into darkness. The crimson tide surges, painting the scene with the stark reality of violence. The blade twists deeper, a guttural sound escaping the victim's throat as life ebbs away. Clutching at the wound, the man's face is a mask of agony, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Eyes narrowed, the white-haired man prepares to strike again, the knife a silver flash in the dim light. Han Seoyin stands amidst the carnage, her expression unreadable as she surveys the fallen. A flicker of something akin to amusement dances in her eyes, a chilling counterpoint to the surrounding horror. Blood splatters across the scene. A close-up reveals the bloody face of the fallen target. Han Seoyin walks away from the scene, her mission complete. Han Seoyin sits in the back of a car, a grim expression on the driver's face. Han Seoyin gives a thumbs up, a confident smirk playing on her lips. The system declares, passed. A blue system notification appears. You have killed the target and seized his contract with the father of music X2. Shin Kang-hu steps on the fallen body, a thoughtful expression on his face. The system displays information about the father of music neutral-leaning constellation, stating that when listening to classical music, recovery speed increases 5-fold. Shin Kang-hu contemplates the information. I should start listening to classical music when resting now. Shin Kang-hu sits on the body, a system message indicating he brought a useless bastard. He chuckles softly. He examines a glowing gauntlet. This is nice, it's a stamina item that's proportionate to my level. He picks up a pair of glowing boots. These have higher stats for agility too. It's about time he switched. Shin Kang-hu decides to sell everything else. Kang-hu turns to Han Seoyin, a slight frown on his face. Hey, you're not going to give me a single compliment? Han Seoyin leans back, a playful smirk on her face. I thought my assist was pretty good. A close-up shows the band-aids on Han Seoyin's legs. Han Seoyin smiles brightly. I would like to officially commission you as Taewa River's captain. The organizations in Ulsan were a side story of the novel, so I only set up their names and whether they survived. Taewa River was one of those. To think Yoon Sang-mi would be its captain. Han Seoyin's eyes widen as she learns the commission reward will be 2.5 billion. Elsewhere, Ulsan's Supreme raises a hand, a sinister glint in his eyes. Bring me the left arm of Gong Tae-soo. Han Seoyin points forward, a lollipop held between her fingers. Ulsan's Supreme muses, adding another condition to their agreement. He declares that he will ensure Taewa River dominates Ulsan. And instead, Ulsan's Supreme requests the opportunity to meet with the leader of Abyss. Han Seoyin expresses her surprise. The logo of Abyss is displayed. The image shows the forces of the Manhwa Guild, represented by a hand holding a knife. A military organization with strong cohesion and organizational power, though they collapsed due to internal issues in the novel. He was planning on intervening with them soon. Ulsan's Supreme states that to defeat the Manhwa Guild, they need a force like them. Han Seoyin hums in response. She stands, a crescent moon glowing behind her, as a text bubble declares that Taewa River is one of Abyss satellite organizations. The text continues, stating that this is an opportunity to get closer to Abyss. Han Seoyin smiles, commenting on the interesting condition. The text bubble states that they will talk about the details after seeing her results. A flashback begins, showing a ruined cityscape. Young Sung-kyu stands beside Han Seoyin, looking towards the ruined city. A close-up shows a man's face, looking concerned. Han Seoyin states that this is the dungeon that Gong Tae-soo frequents. Young Sung-kyu looks on as Han Seoyin gestures towards the dungeon. The dungeon is filled with a strange, purple energy. A wide shot shows the dungeon's interior, filled with debris and figures. She wonders if they are all there to get Gong Tae-soo. Han Seoyin confirms that is correct. Han Seoyin asks if he knows about fireworks. Jung Sung-kyu states, fireworks. The term used when several mercenaries work together to capture one strong target. People are bound to die if this method is used. A dazzling display of fireworks illuminates the night sky. Amidst the vibrant explosions, figures clash in a brutal struggle. But in exchange for the sacrifice of others, the one who survives gets to achieve their goal. Jung Sung-kyu stands atop a pile of fallen bodies, a grim testament to the cost of victory. He thinks that's what usually happens if he's not participating. Jung Sung-kyu reflects that Gong Tae-soo survived even that within the novel. Since he knows Gong Tae-soo's constellation and his habits in battle, Jung Sung-kyu believes that if he uses that, he can change the results. He notes that because Gong Tae-soo has a lot of enemies, there will be many commissions at the same time. Han Seoyeon replies that in total, there will probably be around 100 people, adding that things are getting quite overheated. A figure raises his fist against a backdrop of fire, a text bubble identifying him as Gong Tae-soo, the leader of the Scarlet Blood. The panel shows a close-up of a hand adorned with a ring. The text states that in Ulsan, many think of him as a nuisance just from hearing his name, adding that criminal organizations, the army, and business partners are all involved. A figure is surrounded by a swirling vortex of red energy. The text declares that he's a psycho who doesn't care about them and will kill them all. A close-up reveals a man's face, a sinister grin stretching across his features, framed by a backdrop of swirling red energy. The panel focuses on a hand, the text asking how else he would have obtained the nickname Ulsan Slaughterman. Han Seoyeon stands beside another figure, the text stating that just as he's an outlaw, there are a lot of assassination commissions for him, adding that since he even has items in the level 200s. The text declares that he's hard to kill, exclaiming that it's Gong Tae-soo. Han Seoyeon and Jung Sung-kyu react with surprise. A group of figures stand together, their faces obscured by shadow. A close-up focuses on the feet of several figures as they walk forward. The panel shows a close-up of a hand adorned with a ring. A voice booms out, ordering the crowd to move. Another voice shouts for everyone to get out of the way. A group of figures stands before a swirling portal, their intentions unclear. She remarks that his left arm is more valuable than his life. Han Seoyeon explains that most of the mercenaries are after the reward money. The camera focuses on the feet of the crowd. Jung Sung-kyu observes that they are just looking for an opportunity the moment he comes out of the dungeon. Han Seoyeon smiles, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Han Seoyeon and Jung Sung-kyu stand together, the dungeon looming behind them. Han Seoyeon asks him not to leave her. Jung Sung-kyu tells her to go ahead, explaining that he has a place he needs to be. The interior of the shop was spacious, with various displays showcasing different items. He asks, how much is it? The shopkeeper replies, 500 million stamina stat. 1. He thinks, I'll sell everything here. Just give me the difference. A pain reduction effect, and a high. He thinks, it'll be hard to find a 4th-rank composition like this. He walks through the shop. He thinks, I'm looking for a useful item. He thinks, but what I'm really looking for is nowhere to be seen. He recalls, the Gong Tae-soo I saw earlier. A voice noted that he didn't have a constellation. Another voice added that his subordinates did, implying he was plotting something. Someone wondered where the real one was. A voice mused that he should have a habit of checking over his items before continuing with his plan. Shin Kong-hu stood, a thoughtful expression on his face. Kong-hu glanced back at someone behind him, his expression unreadable. A system message appeared, displaying information about the Sacred Archer constellation. Accuracy of magic and bow attacks will increase by 5-fold compared to before. A constellation glowed with a red light. Shin Kong-hu smiled, a hint of mischief in his eyes. The words "found him" appeared. The Sacred Archer constellation has been activated, increasing the accuracy of magic and bow attacks 5-fold. A faint sound echoes. Shin Kong-hu's eyes narrow. The message rings out. Found him. A woman smiles widely, her red eyes gleaming with anticipation. The message on the phone reads, Gong Tae-soo. The sign reads, Hunter. The woman peers through a doorway, a predatory glint in her eye. The woman stands in the doorway, her expression unreadable. Shin Kong-hu smirks, thinking, that's not just on the level of a costume. Shin Kong-hu thinks, if it wasn't for his constellation, I wouldn't have even imagined that that's him. He walked among the crowd, his eyes scanning for his target. Jin Young thought to himself that they're all skilled users with constellations. The sound of footsteps echoed on the pavement. Kong-hu's eyes narrowed, his focus sharpening. He properly tracked his target. Kong-hu thought to himself that if he could, he'd just do the job and continue on with his day, but, taking a running leap, Kong-hu jumped from the building. Landing on the rooftop, he continued his pursuit. He thought it might be tiring, but he had to run on foot. Kong-hu thought to himself to try getting a move on. If their routes keep overlapping, he'll suspect him. Kong-hu thought to himself that he'll dig up his intentions. The leader appears excited, a sinister grin spreading across their face. The leader, surrounded by their subordinates, expresses a desire to witness the expressions of the mercenaries they've deceived. I want to see the expressions of the mercenaries who got fooled. One of the henchmen grins, confident in their leader's plan. And since you're joining us too, it'll be completely game over for them, leader. The leader's expression hardens, a flicker of something unreadable in their eyes. A subordinate questions the leader, concern etched on their face. Leader. The leader stands amidst a scene of carnage, their face obscured by shadow. The camera pans down to the ground, revealing a scene of destruction. The leader's eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion creeping into their gaze. Shin Kong-hu, observing from a distance, wonders if his hunch was wrong. Was my hunch wrong? The leader dismisses the concern, but a seed of doubt has been planted. It's nothing. I thought there was a rat. He wonders if this was the reason Gong Tae-soo survived the fireworks in the novel. He smirks, thinking it's obvious how the person is going to move. The person states they'll chase the other in the same way. Han Seoyeon stands with a group of people amidst a ruined cityscape. Han Seoyeon wonders where Sungkyu is, noting that he's late. Young Sungkyu stands next to Han Seoyeon, the two looking towards something out of view. A man tells Han Seoyeon that he's concerned about that outsider. He wonders if he's a spy from the Yonghwa. The scene is bloodied, implying something happened in a similar way a while ago. The bodies of the dead are shown, with a voice stating they got tailed and executed. Young Sungkyu looks shocked. Han Seoyeon says not to worry, as this is an issue she confirmed through Abyss. The leader of Blue Eyes, Lee Yeren, gets trust by supplying mercenaries to several clients. Lee Yeren is shown, rather than forming an exclusive relationship with a specific group. The fact that they can maintain neutrality amidst big organizations means that they have that level of ability and power, Blue Eyes recommending him. And him having that level of ability makes it worth it to wait some more. She looks up, a slight smile playing on her lips. Lee Yeren's eyes widen in surprise. This is a protected text? Her expression shifts to one of shock as she stares at her phone. Young Sungkyu asks if it is something urgent. Lee Yeren replies, telling him to gather everyone up. Lee Yeren's expression hardens, a sense of urgency in her eyes. She declares that they're moving. The group stands before a distorted cityscape, a swirling vortex of purple energy hanging in the air. Footsteps echo as they advance. The group moves forward, their faces grim as they approach the ominous portal. A man shouts, "It's Gong Tae-soo." Another voice yells, "Tae-soo's out." The crowd surges forward, voices rising in a unified cry. "Catch him." A man's face contorts in a furious yell. A figure shouts amidst the chaos, "Protect the leader." A blade descends, fueled by purple energy, as the attacker screams, "Kill him." The chaos intensifies as another voice echoes the command, "Kill him." A weapon glows with a digital blue light, ready for battle. A close-up reveals a determined gaze amidst the fighting. A figure cries out in pain, "Hyuk," as they are struck. A red-hot blade cuts through the air, leaving a trail of blood. Another figure cries out, "Cook," as they are overwhelmed. Zhang Xuan's face contorts with rage, a crimson aura flaring around him as he prepares to unleash another attack. He roars, "Have a taste of fireworks," as his power intensifies. Gong Tae-soo clutches at his chest, a pained expression etched on his face as the attack lands. Zhang Xuan, engulfed in a fiery aura, shouts, "Let's go," ready to continue the assault. The Yonghwa Guild Master's anger boils over. "You fucker, to use someone from your side as a shield." Zhang Xuan looks bewildered, his brow furrowed in confusion. Huh. A weapon glows with ominous red energy, poised to strike. The force of an unseen blow sends Zhang Xuan reeling, an explosion of energy erupting around him. A group of figures stand ready, their weapons drawn, preparing to engage. Gong Tae-soo lies on the ground, surrounded by enemies, flames licking at his body. A deafening bang echoes through the battlefield. Lee Yeren extends her hand, a malevolent aura emanating from her as she prepares to strike. An unknown assailant declares, "This is a firework." The attacker stands over Gong Tae-soo, who lies prone on the ground. The ambush has begun. One of the hunters expresses his surprise. The attacker strikes Gong Tae-soo with a bat. The attacker addresses the hunters, his voice dripping with malice. One of the hunters cries out in shock, "Scarlet blood?" The blood spreads, tainted with a dark energy. The attacker grins, asking, "Are you ready to enjoy some fireworks?" Another hunter realizes, this was their plan from the start. The hunters are caught completely off guard. Gong Tae-soo is shocked by the turn of events. He is struck by a barrage of crimson energy, the force of the impact threatening to tear him apart. The crimson energy crackles, a malevolent aura surrounding its source. The energy detonates in a blinding explosion, the shockwave rippling outwards. A pained scream pierces the air, the sound raw and desperate. He coughs, each breath a struggle against the dust and smoke. Gong Tae-soo lies prone, his body battered and bruised from the assault. The hunters gather around Gong Tae-soo, their faces etched with concern. One of the hunters wonders where the attack is coming from. A distant building stands silhouetted against the night sky, a faint glimmer emanating from within. A woman's voice echoes, laced with chilling confidence. She boasts that she can shoot with her eyes closed. A targeting reticle glows ominously over her eye, a sign of deadly precision. Another hunter confirms that the actions are those of a mage with sacred archer. The group is caught in the blast as the building behind them erupts in flames. A notification appears, announcing that with the blessing of Sacred Archer, the accuracy of magic and bow attacks will increase fivefold. Ibria's hand glows with crimson energy as she prepares another attack. A concentrated beam of red energy streaks toward its target. The attack slams into the ground, obliterating what little remained of the already ruined landscape. Ibria laughs, reveling in the destruction. Ha! Beautiful. Chai Guanhyung's eyes narrow. He's about to cast again. Now, a surge of blue energy erupts from Chai Guanhyung's hand. Li Yeren cries out, struck by the counterattack. Cook. The remaining figures stand amidst the ruins, the air thick with smoke and the smell of ozone. A voice cries out in disbelief. Leader. Abduction. Two figures stand together, their expressions grim as they assess the situation. He looks up, a sinister smile playing on his lips. What the? Who are you? Gong Taesu demands. The city lay in ruins, a testament to some unknown cataclysm. A group of people stared in disbelief at the glowing figure before them. Leader, one of them exclaimed. Abduction. The glowing figure held one of the group members in its grasp, energy crackling around them. Another member of the group looked up, fear etched on his face. What the? Who are you? A sinister smile spread across a man's face. A sword descended, aimed at one of the group members. The blade sliced through the air, closing in on its target. Cook. The man's face contorted in pain. The sword continued its descent, the attack relentless. With a flash of light, one of the figures vanished. Short distance teleportation? He thought, if he can't go far, the most effective place to go to is. Shin Kanghu's foot pushes off the ground, propelling him forward. A voice cries out, behind me. A figure glows with an eerie light in the distance. His foot continues to pound the ground, each step a burst of contained power. Shin Kanghu executes a short distance leap, closing the gap with incredible speed. A bloody stabbing occurs, the sound echoing in the confined space. Another bloody stabbing, the crimson spray painting the air. A strangled cry escapes as someone reels from the brutal attack. Another figure cries out in pain, the red energy swirling around them. A gnarled hand reaches out, desperation etched into its form. Lines of force streak through the air, a prelude to devastation. An explosion erupts, consuming everything in a blinding flash of light and heat. Flames rage, consuming everything in their path. Debris rains down amidst the inferno, the air thick with smoke and ash. The intense heat distorts the very air, blurring the edges of reality. A figure stumbles through the blaze, a silhouette against the fiery backdrop. He emerges from the shadows, his expression a mask of grim determination. A voice echoes through the flames, admitting, stronger flames than I expected. Li Yeren's eyes widen in shock, as Shin Kanghu stands behind her, unaffected by the inferno. A voice, filled with rage, spits out, you bastard. Clutching her arm, Li Yeren grits her teeth against the pain, blood dripping from her wounds. Holding a glowing orb in her hand, Li Yeren vows, I'll say my farewell first. Shin Kanghu's eyes narrow, his face contorted with fury as he stares down at his opponent. A final, desperate act leaves a trail of blood, a grim testament to the battle's cost. Thanks for this. Coughing up blood, Li Yeren struggles to stay standing. Screaming in pain, she unleashes a wave of blue energy. The blue energy intensifies as she continues to scream. Shin Kanghu's boots crunch on the debris-strewn floor. He continues his search, the flames reflecting in his eyes. Shin Kanghu roared, I'll fucking kill you. The hunter's boots continue to move through the wreckage. He scans the area, his back to the viewer. Shin Kanghu shouted, where did that motherfucker go? I need to cast immediate dash. He paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. His eyes fell to his arm, a strange sensation tingling in his veins. My arm. He stared at his arm, now glowing with the same blue energy as Li Yeren. A figure is engulfed in flames. A hand glows with blue energy, the word abduction emblazoned across the scene. Zhang Shiwan exclaims in disbelief, what? Bloodied and enraged, Zhang Shiwan's face contorts in fury. Someone yells, Enolo. Damn it. A hand reaches out, as if grasping for something lost. A figure strides forward, purpose in their step. Zhang Shiwan vows, I'll tear you to shreds. The figure continues to walk forward. Zhang Shiwan shouts, come out right now. The figure continues their advance, demanding, show yourself. Zhang Shiwan looks up, a silent exclamation hanging in the air. He roared, convinced they were hiding. Zhang Shiwan demanded they show themselves. Bodies lay strewn across the floor. A figure stepped over the fallen, questioning who was responsible. Li Yeren, holding a gun, declared bingo. The text revealed that the Gong Taesu who entered the dungeon was a fake. Li Yeren looked at her phone. The screen displayed information. Gong Taesu was planning to besiege the mercenaries and round them up. The text explained that the real Gong Taesu would be hiding from afar, supporting the enemies. It instructed to stay hidden and come to the building that explodes. A building erupted in a massive explosion. Zhang Shiwan was in a pissed-off state, his face contorted in rage. He gasped, wondering how they knew. Li Yeren stared forward, a determined glint in her eyes. The text stated that a Gong Taesu without his left arm would appear in a pissed-off state. She unleashes a torrent of blue energy. The energy engulfs Zhang Shiwan, who screams in agony. The blue energy implodes, creating a blinding light. The force of the implosion throws Zhang Shiwan backward. His legs flail as he is sent hurtling through the air. Suddenly, something strikes him with immense force. A figure swings a weapon down, blood splattering. Zhang Shiwan, bloodied and disoriented, cries out, damn it, what happened? From a distance, the scene unfolds. Someone wonders, why did the boss support stop? Another man looks on, confused. The crowd shouts, "See, caught him." A voice declares, "I caught Gong Tae-soo." Elsewhere, a man stands triumphantly over several prone figures, a gleaming sword held aloft. A wounded man, bleeding from the mouth, exclaims in disbelief, "A fake." The wounded man cries out in pain. Another man, his head bandaged, looks on in shock. A blade pierces flesh, drawing a gasp of agony. Lee Yeren slashes with her blade, the attack leaving a trail of blood. A manic grin stretches across Lee Yeren's face. Lee Yeren stands poised, her sword dripping with crimson. Young Sung-kyu clutches his arm, his face contorted in pain and disbelief. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, ready to strike. Two men, their faces grim, announce their arrival to the fray. A group of men stand ready, prepared for the battle ahead. The voice speaks of numerous casualties, and how close they were to being in trouble themselves. A man is helped up, his face bruised and bloodied, as others stand by. Lee Yeren glances at her phone, a text message notification visible. A voice questions how the boss knew about Gong Tae-soo's location. Lee Yeren stares intently at her phone, a look of concern on her face. The phone screen displays a message, "Don't forget your promise." Jang Shiwan smirks, expressing his desire to meet with the leader of Abyss. The phone screen shows a message stating they'll be busy dealing with the remaining small fries. Lee Yeren types a message, resolving to contact Abyss immediately once things calm down. She glanced down at her phone, a flicker of concern crossing her face. A voice echoed, "Should have said bye." The window reflected a bright sky as a voice welcomed, "Welcome, Sung-kyu." A voice commented, "You sure are good at your work." Lee Yeren listened intently, a slight smile playing on her lips. "I feel even happier seeing you here in Taejun again." Sung-kyu leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. "What's Cha So-hee doing?" Sung-kyu listened to the response. "She's in Jeonju." A voice admitted, "Seoyin and I leaked the wrong info." Lee Yeren held up her phone, a knowing smirk on her face as Sung-kyu looked on. "Have you seen the news?" Sung-kyu listened intently, a slight smile playing on his lips. "You're a total star right now." Jang Shiwan sits at a desk, her cybernetic arm resting on the surface. Shin Kang-hoo sits in a chair, stating that he feels even happier seeing her in Taejun again. Kang-hoo holds up his phone, asking if she has seen the news. A social media post is displayed, discussing Gong Tae-soo's death and questioning who the hunter was that took his left arm. A lone figure walks down a street, a speech bubble declaring that they are a total star right now, although their identity is unknown. Kang-hoo's expression hardens as he thinks that things are slowly diverging from the novel. A map is shown with two figures standing on it, a speech bubble stating that someone like Gong Tae-soo will be fine. A speech bubble states that one needs to be careful when touching the contents related to the protagonist, Jang Shiwan, and asks if they will continue working with Blue Eyes in the future. Jang Shiwan smiles, her expression unreadable. Kang-hoo umphs, thinking that there are no better options, of course. Jang Shiwan laughs, stating that he sure does joke. Jang Shiwan sits at the desk, asking if they shall talk about the next commission. The target's name is Jo Gu-bin. He's a serial killer who tends to aim for minors. His last confirmed location is Ground Zero. Materials should help. Sooner than expected, he thinks. He'll need to prepare before he leaves. Those materials are quite impressive. How interesting. Is he the hunter who took his left arm? Yes, this is the Yonghwa Guild's information strategy team. Please gather all the info on the Gong Tae-soo incident. I'm looking. The text speaks of a hunter who lost his left arm. The Suwon Whole World Guild headquarters towers over the city. Shin Kang-hoo sits across from an unknown man in a suit. The man states, "I don't think we've met before." The man in the suit leans back, declaring, "I don't know what you've heard, but we don't lend dungeon licenses out to outsiders." Shin Kang-hoo replies, "We've never met. 1 billion. I want the Bulkman dungeon license for 1 billion. Shin Kang-hoo states, "I just need 1 raid." The man in the suit sits back, considering Shin Kang-hoo's offer. The man in the suit watches as Shin Kang-hoo uses shadow steps to approach him. He chuckles, "Did you just use shadow steps?" "Huh." The man in the suit gestures, "Right this way. Bulkman dungeon is a low-cost efficacy dead stock. Welcome, stupid customer. Let's continue things over there." The man in the suit leads Shin Kang-hoo away. The text reads, "When considering what I'll earn from that dungeon, 1 billion is nothing." A dark shadow looms. He is immediately set upon by a shadowy figure, its clawed hand crackling with blue energy as it lunges. Reacting instantly, Shin Kang-hoo leaps back, narrowly avoiding the attack. His eyes narrow, focused on the threat before him. A surge of power emanates from his hand, ready to be unleashed. Standing amidst the dungeon's eerie glow, Shin Kang-hoo prepares for the battles ahead. Shin Kang-hoo mutters to himself, "Nice. Let's put all my stats into stamina again." Elsewhere, flames erupt, signaling a shift in the dungeon's atmosphere. A monstrous, wolf-like creature snarls, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The creature, now identified as Bulkman, growls, "Don't suffer for nothing and return." Shin Kang-hoo's expression hardens, ready to face the main boss. The wolf-like creature, wreathed in flames, declares, "You're a fearless one." The creature's eyes burn with malice as it promises, "I'll burn you." Bulkman unleashes a torrent of fire, engulfing the space around him. The flames lick at the air, hungry and intense. He narrowly avoids the inferno, a blur of motion against the fiery backdrop. Shin Kang-hu accelerates, pushing his speed to the limit. Shadow steps activate, leaving afterimages in his wake as he dodges the flames. Baltman's red eyes gleam with predatory hunger, saliva dripping from his fangs. The scent of food. The wolf-like creature's expression is one of savage anticipation. Again, Baltman unleashes a wave of fire, seeking to incinerate his prey. Shin Kang-hu continues to evade the fiery onslaught, his movements precise and calculated. He dodges once more, the flames licking at his heels as he narrowly escapes. The energy coalesces in Baltman's hand, a swirling vortex of raw power. He consumes the energy, a surge of power coursing through his veins. Baltman's mana reserves surge, his power growing exponentially. Baltman grins, remarking that the food was pretty good. He holds a glowing orb, its light illuminating his face. Baltman recalls saving it for this very moment. He remembers catching the main boss, Alicia, and obtaining his skill book. A skill book materializes, emblazoned with the word warrior. Baltman prepares to scorch Shin Kang-hu, declaring that he'll feed him a special meal this time. Shin Kang-hu accelerates, a blur of motion against the fiery backdrop. He prepares to unleash Shadow Steps, a skill that could turn the tide of battle. He is engulfed in a surge of raw power, his form contorting as the energy intensifies. The transformation takes hold, his snout elongating, teeth sharpening into fangs as he inhales deeply. Baltman's transformation completes, his body now a hulking, beastly form, crackling with fiery energy. Food again, he growls. The beast's face contorts in a menacing snarl, his red eyes burning with savage hunger. Unleashing the pent-up power, Baltman spews forth a torrent of fire, engulfing everything in its path. As the flames rage, Shin Kang-hu prepares his counter, a glowing blue cube held firmly in his grasp. Now, amidst the inferno, Shin Kang-hu stands resolute, ready to unleash his own power. The fire continues to blaze, a wall of destruction consuming the space. Focusing his energy, Shin Kang-hu prepares to unleash the power of the blue cube. A fierce determination hardens Shin Kang-hu's gaze. I can't just serve him food again. With a surge of power, the blue cube erupts, unleashing a blinding blast of energy. Burn. This taste will make you come back to your senses. The blue energy collides with the raging fire, a cataclysmic clash of opposing forces. He leaps forward, a blur of motion against the desolate landscape. Baltman counters with a torrent of fire erupting from his maw. The fiery blast scorches the earth, a wave of heat rippling outwards. Shin Kang-hu's lips curve into a confident smirk. Baltman's three red eyes blaze with fury. The beast stands amidst the inferno, seemingly unfazed. Baltman licks his chops, a strange glint in his eye. This tastes different. His crimson eye reflects Shin Kang-hu, small but defiant. I wonder how you will taste. Shin Kang-hu stares back, a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze as he faces the transformed Baltman. A book materializes, its cover emblazoned with the words, Great Beheading. Baltman's expression shifts to confusion. What is this? The beast recoils, a strange blue light bathing him. He is met with a red notification box. Another red notification box appears before Baltman. The red notification box floats in the air. Baltman stands, looking up. Baltman's face is contorted in anger. Baltman shouts, Why you bastard? What have you done? Shin Kang-hu smirks, his hand glowing with power. None of your business. It's my skill. A red barrier materializes, accompanied by a stark warning. Skills and weapons are rendered useless. The wolf-like creature's expression twists in fury, its three eyes burning with rage. The creature roars, demanding to know what has been done. Shin Kang-hu smirks, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. A vortex of fire begins to swirl, crackling with intense heat. The wolf-like creature snarls, uttering a single word. You. Blades of fire streak through the air. The fire intensifies, consuming everything in its path. Shin Kang-hu stands above the creature, the words fire rain emblazoned across the scene. The detective looks up, his expression unreadable. The fire continues to fall, engulfing the wolf-like creature. A burst of fire erupts, bathing the area in a hellish glow. Ibria, now appearing more wolf-like, grins savagely. You're finally in the state you should be. The transformed Ibria searches for his opponent. You bastard, where have you gone this time? Using exchange, Shin Kang-hu appears behind Ibria in a burst of speed. He prepares to use abduction, his hand glowing with blue energy. Ibria recoils, sensing the shift in energy. Cook. Shin Kang-hu, knife in hand, prepares to end the fight slowly. A piercing scream echoes through the flames. Ibria unleashes the grace of fire, his eyes burning with rage. You arrogant. The transformed antagonist vows. I'll burn all of you. Ibria's fiery attack slams into Shin Kang-hu. The wolf-like figure's eyes widen in surprise. The protection barrier will only last a few more seconds, Shin Kang-hu thinks. That's all he needs. Shin Kang-hu stabs Ibria. Ibria cries out. The protection barrier fades as Shin Kang-hu holds his bloody sword. The hunter faces Ibria, who is engulfed in flames. Shin Kanghu thinks that the barrier lasted as long as he thought it would. Ibria glares. Shin Kanghu leaps. The wolf-like creature shouts that he won't let Shin Kanghu run away. Sliding to a stop, Shin Kanghu prepares to attack. He declares that he is not running away. The words, bloodburn, appear. A bloody effect fills the air. A wolf-like creature roars in pain. The wolf-like creature coughs up blood. Shin Kanghu stands over the defeated wolf-like creature, a notification appearing that he has defeated a main boss. A notification appears, informing Shin Kanghu that he has leveled up and reached level 39. Shin Kanghu looks up, his expression unreadable. A close-up of Shin Kanghu's eyes reveals a steely determination. A book titled Warrior is shown, with text stating that even if the monster class is different, there's no penalty in learning skills. The defeated wolf-like creature lies still. He stands over the defeated foe, a blue aura fading from the monster's form. A system notification appears. He has looted a skill, Great Beheading. The system explains that he can obtain the intact skill by using a bastard with a learning bug. Shin Kanghu pulls out a small, green object. He declares that he is ready to go to ground zero. A close-up shows the green object in his hand. Elsewhere, Seoul Station stands bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. A crowd bustles around the station. Shin Kanghu states that he has no choice but to go to Seoul in order to commute. He stands in front of a building with SCHWN written on it, a portrait of a white-haired man visible above. He thinks that this feels unpleasant, and that this is when Zhenghwa's guild master and Fortuna's guild master. Two men shake hands, having decided on an agreement. The Fortuna Guild is widely recognized in America, and they're now moving globally. It's definitely an emotional moment. If you're unaware of that, this was a coordinated move by the 13 stars, that is. The 13 stars are the 13 hunters. They are praised as heroes in the novel, which includes Zhang Shiwan and his colleagues. They're moving globally now. Of course, in reality, they are the main instigators that will lead this world to ruin. What's scary about this is that they have a global network, changing public sentiment as they want. Once they begin moving as one body, people will accept them and start revering them as a strong, heroic army. This is my karma for writing the novel like that. A woman's high heel clicks on the floor of Seoul. Zhang Shiwan asks if it isn't boring. The woman in the red coat states that only those with connections can make it, no matter where you go. She asks if he doesn't think so. The woman's eyes glow red, and a red aura surrounds her. Zhang Shiwan is surprised, realizing something. The woman's red eyes stare intently. The room is bathed in a red glow. Zhang Shiwan watches the woman, holding a phone. The woman's hands are on a laptop. The woman sits at the laptop, resting her chin on her hand. Zhang Shiwan realizes that it is a mental world skill. Han Xiaoyan states that she can deflect mental scans. The woman wonders if his level is higher than hers. Zhang Shiwan tells her to stop with the useless. He states he doesn't plan on letting his front door open. Zhang Shiwan thinks he is sure he is looking at her constellation. A close-up reveals a determined expression. A system message appears, detailing the bewitching fox constellation and its ability to reveal information about those with lower levels when mental barriers are down. The woman in red is identified as Yu Chunghua, one of the 13 stars. Another system message details the Silent Lady constellation, which does not show information on other constellations besides the two representative ones. Shin Kanghu's eyes glow with an electric blue intensity as he finds something interesting. Shin Kanghu reflects on a world he can't look into, noting that there are defense methods for mental world skills. Yu Chunghua is shown with a red aura, as the text explains that these types of mental world skills are used by instantaneously planting good memories about them. Two men are shown with red eyes, the text explaining that these skills make people disable their mental barriers on the user. Shin Kanghu thinks that if you think of painful memories instead, he realizes that you can temporarily put up a barrier. Yu Chunghua says that Shin Kanghu has piqued her interest. Yu Chunghua presents a business card, stating that she only gives it to those who can block her ability at least once. He stands, back turned, as Yu Chunghua's hand rests on her hip. Yu Chunghua says, "If you get bored of working domestically, or want to receive our utmost support, come find me." She presents a red card with golden lettering. The Shinta Guild, one of the top 5 guilds in China, is printed on the card. Shin Kanghu thinks, not a single one of them is easy. I'll take this. Yu Chunghua says, "Till we meet again." Yu Chunghua smiles. Li Yaren, alongside a red-bearded man, thinks, to face the 13 stars. Shin Kanghu's expression hardens. He thinks, I might need allies. The landscape is barren. He walks forward. The words echo in the air. Finally, here. A desolate landscape stretches out, bare trees clawing at the sky. He stands at ground zero, a rolled map clutched in his hand. Shin Kanghu wonders if he should go treasure hunting first, before dealing with the commission. The map details ground zero, marked with various points of interest. A shadowy figure lurks in the distance, its features obscured. Shin Kanghu studies a map, his brow furrowed in thought. Should he go treasure hunting first? Blue mana crackles around his fingertips. Innate mana hypersensitivity. Although the ability to feel mana and pull it is incredible, if I use mana above a certain level, my body gets overloaded. Immediate pain and status abnormalities come and make my stamina drop continuously. If it happens mid-battle, it would mean instant death. What's important is to suppress that overload. My upcoming battles will be even fiercer than what's happened up until now. So I need to make sure to obtain some mad solatium with this opportunity. Mad solatium. In the novel, Shin Kang-hoo used this plant, which has an effect much more outstanding than solatium. He is surrounded by a swirling blue aura, ready for battle. Upon consumption, one is freed from mana hypersensitivity for 30 minutes, though there are after effects. Despite the risks, it's definitely helpful in battle. Shin Kang-hoo lies injured on the ground. But not only does it only grow in Ground Zero, it's also hard to obtain because there's always a mad farmer guarding it. Of these 6 areas, after all, Shin Kang-hoo wrote it to be the numbers he often used for lotteries. A hand clenches tightly. It'd be nice to reach level 40. Since I've obtained a new skill, too. Shin Kang-hoo holds a cup, a slight smile playing on his lips. A monstrous creature writhes, covered in slime. A plant monster reveals its sharp teeth. He trudges through the wilderness, the ground a tapestry of decaying leaves and twisted roots. A system notification appears, another ordinary monster defeated. Shin Kang-hoo pauses, exhaling a weary breath. The air hangs heavy with the scent of damp earth and something acrid, like burnt sugar. Before him, more mutated creatures stir, their forms grotesque parodies of nature. There's no end to them, he mutters. Ground Zero is literally the wilderness. There are mutated monsters here. The mutated monsters are a twisted blend of flora and fauna, their forms shifting and unstable. And it's full of all sorts of variables. Leaping forward, Shin Kang-hoo prepares to engage the next wave of creatures. The ground is littered with sharp, jagged debris, a testament to the brutal mutations that have taken place. On top of that, Shin Kang-hoo's expression hardens, a grim determination settling over his features. A moment's carelessness can lead to death. He finds the situation strange, noting that even in Ground Zero, the environment slows down decomposition. The corpse is too clean, something is off. Mana tracking is initiated. As expected, there's no way mana would come from a corpse. This is the Dark Guide's trap, which lures hunters in using an item. If I touch it, a puppet will stick to me and track me, like Lee Yaren's. Planning to use bait to get prey? Park Min-sung looks down, a pained expression on his face. Park Min-sung's name tag is visible. A group of people are gathered, observing. Keep an eye on Park Min-sung to see if anyone helps him. Shin Kang-hoo walks alongside Jang Shi-won, Lee Yaren, and Park Min-sung down a paved street. Jang Shi-won puts his arm around Park Min-sung, a sinister smile on his face. He says, "We'll make whoever does so our next target." Park Min-sung lies on the ground, injured. Shin Kang-hoo looks on with a serious expression. A small flower grows on the cliffside. Shin Kang-hoo looks down at the cliff, saying, "Ha." Park Min-sung is seen from above, lying near the edge of the cliff. He thinks, a cliff in the first point? A figure stands on the cliffside, saying, "Let's get it quickly." A foot kicks something off the cliff. Park Min-sung falls off the cliff. The trees stand tall near the cliffside. The tree monster's eyes glow with an eerie green light. His fingers tighten around a root, the only thing preventing a fatal plunge. He struggles to maintain his grip, the rough bark scraping against his skin. His jacket sleeve is torn, revealing the strain in his arm. He clings desperately to the cliff face, the drop below a dizzying abyss. The root groans under his weight, threatening to snap at any moment. The tree monster looms below, its glowing eyes fixed on him. The roots twist and writhe, as if alive. He grits his teeth, muscles screaming in protest as he fights to hold on. His feet dangle in the air, a testament to his precarious situation. With a desperate leap, Park Min-sung launches himself towards the tree monster. "Nice to meet you." He soars through the air, a desperate gamble for survival. The tree monster's glowing green eyes pierce the gloom. The creature reacts with a start. Park Min-sung initiates traverse teleportation, a blue aura enveloping him as he closes the distance. The tree monster remains still, its glowing eyes fixed. Imbuing his blade with fire, Park Min-sung prepares to strike. He unleashes a fiery strike against the tree monster. The force of the impact reverberates. The tree monster reels from the blow. Park Min-sung's expression is grim as he continues his assault. The tree monster is battered by the relentless fire. The tree monster is engulfed in flames, its form writhing in agony. The tree monster is engulfed in flames, reduced to a smoldering husk. He is surrounded by a soft, blue light, a sign of his growing power. A system message appears. "You have defeated an ordinary monster." Another message follows. "You have leveled up and reached level 40. The system informs him. "You have obtained the basic assassin class skill Dodge. Due to the skill of your constellation, Dodge will be upgraded to Swift Dodge." Park Min-sung thinks, "Humph. The system surprises me every time." Then, since he's gotten his new skill, his boots are shown. He wonders, should I go meet the unwelcome guest? He leaps from the tree, landing on the ground. His hand rests on the hilt of his sword, ready for a fight. Shin Kang-hoo demands, "Why do you keep chasing me?" Lee Yaren utters a soft, "Ah." Lee Yaren asks, "When did you realize?" Shin Kang-hoo stares intently at Lee Yaren. A voice echoes, "This woman is." Lee Yaren's eyes widen in surprise. Shin Kang-hoo apologizes, saying, "I'm sorry if you felt bad that I followed you." Shin Kang-hoo stands over a defeated enemy. Han Seoyeon expresses her admiration, stating, You were just amazing. You just arrived at ground zero, but you can avoid the dark guides already. A hand grips a sword tightly, thinking, and to think you defeated the mad farmer too. Shin Kanghu raises his sword, preparing to strike. Han Xiaoyan is surprised by something. The sound of a bug being crushed echoes. Han Xiaoyan looks on, seemingly in shock. Han Xiaoyan exclaims in surprise as Shin Kanghu stands over the defeated bug monster. Shin Kanghu explains, there was a bug. Han Xiaoyan blushes. Han Xiaoyan stammers, thanks. Now stop. She is following him. Shin Kanghu sighs. Shin Kanghu walks away, leaving Han Xiaoyan behind. Han Xiaoyan watches as he left. Shin Kanghu continues his trek through the dungeon. A sword lies embedded in a crystalline structure. The sword pulses with blue energy. Shin Kanghu sighs. Oh, I'm so tired. He checks his inventory. Since I've done this 5 times. Anyway, I've gone through all 6 zones now. Shin Kanghu sits down, deciding, I should start heading to my commission now. Shin Kanghu stands, ready to depart. Zhang Shiwan prepares his attack, warning that even if his opponent senses it, he should attack. The Yonghua Guild Master summons shadowy figures, stating that his opponent can't kill it using normal means. Zhang Shiwan explains that those who get swept away will lose their senses and become mentally unsound. At the end of that, Zhang Shiwan grins maniacally. The shadowy figures prepare to attack, their forms glowing with red energy. Zhang Shiwan warns that resisting would be suicide due to loss of mental control. Shin Kanghu states that he doesn't plan on easily falling for that. The unknown detective prepares to use shadow steps, a blue aura surrounding him. Kanghu prepares a weapon, his hand glowing with blue energy. The hunter continues to prepare his weapon, his expression determined. Shin Kanghu uses exchange and states he'll use this well. The man needed a reserve weapon, you see. A monstrous roar echoes through the cavern, the sound vibrating with dark energy. The massive creature lunges forward, a blur of claws and teeth aimed directly at Shin Kanghu. He clutches a glowing shard in his hand, its light pulsing with an otherworldly power. Shin Kanghu bites down on something, a grim determination hardening his features. It's begun. He sprints away, the cavern floor blurring beneath his feet. The creature becomes enveloped in a swirling blue aura, its form shifting and solidifying. Shin Kanghu grits his teeth, muttering, damn it, was it close? To think it would appear immediately. A massive foot slams down, shaking the very foundations of the cavern. The creature leaps, a dark silhouette against the faint light filtering from above. The blue aura intensifies, crackling with raw power as the creature takes flight. The air crackles with energy, the creature a vortex of shadow and light. Shin Kanghu desperately tries to outrun the summoned beast, his face etched with a mixture of fear and determination. He activates a skill, calling out accelerate. The desolate landscape blurs as he picks up speed. Footsteps pound against the ground as he sprints forward. The world becomes a streak of blues and grays as Kanghu pushes his speed to the limit. He pants heavily, his breath clouding in the cold air. The creature lunges, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Shin Kanghu curses under his breath, realizing he's not fast enough. A massive hand clamps down on him. The creature's grip tightens. Shin Kanghu shouts, I'm over here, you idiot, as he activates the skill exchange. A surge of energy emanates from him. The creature roars. A monstrous figure of darkness looms, its form indistinct and menacing. Red eyes pierce the gloom, radiating an intense and malevolent energy. The dark figure's visage is partially obscured, yet its power is undeniable. In stark contrast, a figure of pure light emerges, its form ethereal and radiant. The light figure's presence is overwhelming, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. Shin Kanghu is shown, a narration box stating, there are only 2 things that can kill a dark guide. The first is the power that represents darkness, the same power. The dark figure reappears, the narration box stating, dark guides have shadow power. The light figure is shown again, the narration box stating, the other is the opposite power of shadow power. The light figure is shown in detail, the narration box stating, the power of light. A sound effect echoes. A cacophony of sounds erupts, signifying a shift in the environment. Shin Kanghu stands firm, the narration box stating, since their territory has been invaded by someone of the opposite power, they'll keep attacking one another until one of them is dead. He grips the hilt of his weapon, a grim smile playing on his lips. I'll take this. The memory replays, a stark reminder of the brutal reality he faces. He examines the ID card, his expression unreadable. I've never seen this name before. Even though he's dead, Shin Kanghu thinks, I'll still be able to take him to his family. He pauses, his hand covering his eyes. Wait a bit. A flicker of pain crosses his face, a silent acknowledgement of the weight he carries. Then, Shin Kanghu steels himself, his gaze hardening with resolve. I'll go resolve our commissioner's grudge first. Then, a figure sits alone in a cavernous space. Shin Kanghu declares that he will resolve the commissioner's grudge first. A lone figure walks away into the distance. A woman with animal ears looks on. The text reveals that the target's name is Zhou Gubin. A man with a sinister grin states that Zhou Gubin is a murderer who usually goes after minors. A voice says that the information will help. Shin Kanghu holds a file. The information is different from usual. A woman states that the information is from the commissioner. The father of a victim personally gathered it. A desolate landscape stretches out. Shin Kanghu stands near a sign that reads, North Korean Territory Ground Zero Exercise Call it. A voice declares that this commission isn't simply an assassination. He must adhere to the commissioner's conditions, Shin Kanghu thinks to himself. Shin Kanghu holds a rolled-up document. Mana tracking is in progress. A digital map displays the terrain. Shin Kanghu declares that he has found him. A sinister laugh echoes. A voice confirms that this is it. Someone knew Ground Zero was the land of opportunities. A system notification appears before Jo Gubin, indicating that he can gain experience by killing people. Laughing maniacally, Jo Gubin declares that he can level up if he kills one more person. His eyes widen with a predatory gleam. Jo Gubin begins to activate a skill, blue energy swirling around his hands. A sword falls to the ground with a clatter. The energy intensifies, forming a bright blue aura around Jo Gubin. The skill activation completes, forming ice armor on his hand. Shin Kanghu stands over a fallen body, demanding, "Who's there?" He grips his sword tightly, ready for a fight. Shin Kanghu prepares to face his opponent. His blue eyes narrow, focused and alert. Jo Gubin smirks, retorting, "I don't think I need to tell you." He curses, unleashing a torrent of frigid energy. Ice shards form in Jo Gubin's hands, crackling with power. A system message appears, the Ice Switch constellation grants him the Frost attribute, enhancing his Ice-type abilities. An ice sword materializes in Jo Gubin's grasp, radiating a chilling aura. The ice sword hums with power as he prepares to strike. Jo Gubin's gaze intensifies, a storm brewing behind his electric blue eyes. He holds the ice sword aloft, the frigid blade glinting as he threatens Shin Kanghu. Jo Gubin snarls, "If you won't talk, then I'll make you." With a leap, Jo Gubin closes the distance, the ice sword a blur of motion. The ice sword descends, poised to strike. A cruel smirk plays on Jo Gubin's lips. Oh, accelerating, Jo Gubin lunges, ice sword aimed at Shin Kanghu. He's a mage. His level's high too because of that constellation. Evil-leaning constellation, you can gain experience by killing people. His magic resistance is worlds apart compared to Hyo Youngtae. C's vision probably won't work. More importantly, I need to do something about that armor of his. Accelerate. Oh no. Is a fake. Then what about this? The blood spears pierce Shin Kanghu. Damn it, he can make spears out of blood? Swift dodge. I have no choice but to take some damage. He activates the shield of resistance as he prepares to dodge. Kanghu's eyes widen, focusing intently on his opponent. Jo Gubin launches a volley of ice shards, his expression twisted in frustration. Shin Kanghu smirks, thinking, I thought I would have had to take some damage when I used my skill. Dodging the attack, Shin Kanghu thinks, this is my first time using it since I obtained it. The follow-up effect is quite useful, he muses. The blue-haired hunter dodges another attack. What a shame. That was close, he thinks. Jo Gubin grits his teeth, snarling, I could have killed you in one go. Shin Kanghu looks down at Jo Gubin, a smirk playing on his lips. It's no fun toying with a guy like you. Jo Gubin glares up at Kanghu, declaring, I'll kill you and loot all your items. Shin Kanghu, his gaze unwavering, leveled a question at his adversary. Let me ask you one question. Why are you killing innocent children? A sinister grin stretched across Jo Gubin's face, his eyes gleaming with a disturbing light. Jo Gubin chuckled, the sound sending a chill through the air. Huh, I was wondering who you were. Kanghu pressed, his voice hardening with resolve. Who's your commissioner? Answer me. Jo Gubin scoffed, a cruel amusement dancing in his eyes. You don't know anything. The reason spilled from Jo Gubin's lips, laced with a chilling satisfaction. It's because they're children. The camera zoomed in on Jo Gubin's face, revealing a sinister smile. Jo Gubin's voice dripped with malice as he confessed. It's fun when I fool them. His words were a venomous declaration, dripping with contempt. Children are pure and stupid, and they don't know any better. Jo Gubin's eyes gleamed with a disturbing light as he posed a question. But do you know what's the most fun? The answer hung in the air, heavy with depravity. Pretending to be friendly, betraying them, and then killing them. A twisted pleasure contorted Jo Gubin's features as he revealed. The moment they're devastated, their expressions excite me. A chilling thought echoed in the silence. Isn't the one deceiving others the stupid one? The girl remains kneeling, her expression unreadable. He sighs, a cruel smile playing on his lips. What a shame. Jo Gubin rests his hands in his pockets, his gaze unwavering. Tears well in the girl's eyes, her face contorted in anguish. You were. Blue energy crackles around Jo Gubin's hand as he declares. They were my toys. A wall of ice spikes erupts from the ground. Shin Kanghu stands before the icy barrier, his expression grim. Ice fence. The ice spikes stand as a formidable obstacle. Jo Gubin's smile widens, revealing a disturbing glee. Shin Kanghu grips his weapon, his eyes narrowed. I understand. Determination hardens Shin Kanghu's features. Shin Kanghu's grip tightens on his weapon. I'll make you feel what it's like to be a toy. He activates illusion magic, the air shimmering with ethereal energy. Multiple copies of Shin Kanghu materialize, each a perfect reflection of the original, rushing forward with blinding speed. A shimmering wall of ice crystals forms, an illusion designed to disorient and confuse. Zhou Gubin clicks his tongue in frustration. Which one is the real Shin Kanghu? The real Shin Kanghu grips a knife, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he navigates the illusions. His boots hit the ground with a soft thud, each step precise and calculated. Shin Kanghu lunges forward, the knife a silver blur aimed at Zhou Gubin's throat. The blade glints under the ethereal light, a promise of swift and deadly precision. Zhou Gubin grits his teeth, bracing himself against the impending attack. A voice shouts, "No, you don't." Shin Kanghu continues his assault, undeterred by the interruption. Zhou Gubin is caught off guard, his eyes widening in disbelief. He unleashes a flurry of blows, his fists crackling with icy energy. The air grows cold as Shin Kanghu's attack intensifies, the ground frosting over with each strike. The punch lands squarely on Zhou Gubin's jaw, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through his body. A visible distortion ripples across his face as the icy energy courses through him. Staggering backward, Zhou Gubin's eyes widen in disbelief. The icy energy burns through him, leaving him reeling from the unexpected assault. An old man, shrouded in a blue aura, prepares to strike with ice magic. The ice coalesces into a jagged, deadly-looking sword. The old man's eyes widen, a manic glint in their depths. The old man's voice booms, echoing through the cavern. Which one is the real one? Shin Kanghu, eyes narrowed, prepares to counter the attack, a dagger glinting in his hand. He lunges forward, closing the distance between them in a heartbeat. Shin Kanghu strikes, aiming for a vital point. The old man, unfazed, prepares a counterattack, his hands glowing with icy energy. Since things have come to this. The air crackles as he conjures a barrage of razor-sharp ice shards. The old man screams, "I'll kill them all," as the ice shards hurtle towards Shin Kanghu. The ice spray explodes outward, engulfing Shin Kanghu in a freezing cloud. Blue energy crackles around the Yunghua Guild Master's hands as he prepares his next attack. The Yunghua Guild Master continues to channel his icy power, the air growing colder with each passing moment. Zhang Xuan's eyes widen in disbelief. He's been tricked. I was fooled. Then the real one is. Shin Kanghu appears behind the Yunghua Guild Master, his expression grim. Zhang Xuan gasps, a flicker of fear crossing his face. Eek! Gathering energy, Shin Kanghu prepares to strike, a mix of blue and orange power swirling around his hands. With blinding speed, Shin Kanghu accelerates towards Zhang Xuan, closing the distance in an instant. The hunter unleashes his attack, the combined energies slamming into the Yunghua Guild Master. Zhang Xuan retorts, "No, you're slower." Imbuing fire into his strike, Shin Kanghu's hands erupt in flames, promising a searing blow. The flames engulf Zhang Xuan. This is what I was after. Bloody stabbing. The Yunghua Guild Master cries out in pain as the fire sears his flesh. Arg! Engulfed in flames, Zhang Xuan's agonized screams fill the air. Ugh! Ugh! The Yunghua Guild Master is visibly injured, blood dripping from his face. He thinks about how he was completely fooled. The pain is intense, making it difficult for him to focus. He struggles to maintain his stance, his hand trembling. The Yunghua Guild Master shouts a curse, his face contorted in rage. Meanwhile, Shin Kanghu prepares to traverse teleportation. The Yunghua Guild Master's eyes widen in alarm. By exhausting 25% of his stamina and mana, Shin Kanghu activates his skill. Shin Kanghu is surrounded by a red and blue aura, his expression determined. The teleportation skill activates. Shin Kanghu declares that this is it, preparing his final attack. A system message appears, warning that when attacking targets from behind, he will deal 33% more damage with Great Beheading. Shin Kanghu unleashes a powerful attack, beams of red and blue energy streaking towards his opponent. A surge of power erupts, the air crackling with raw energy as a piercing scream tears through the silence. The force of the impact reverberates, shaking the very foundations of the arena. Crystalline shards materialize, their sharp edges glinting ominously in the fading light. Zhang Xuan coughs violently, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the shattered ground. Classical music plays from Shin Kanghu's phone. Shin Kanghu glances at his phone, noting the skill's effectiveness despite the stamina cost. Zhang Xuan groans in pain, struggling to rise from the debris. Shin Kanghu stands over the defeated guild master, a cold determination etched on his face. Shin Kanghu holds the phone to his ear, his expression hardening as he listens to the voice on the other end. What? Into the phone, Shin Kanghu replies, "Yes, I'm here." A voice on the other end of the line says, "Sir, thank you for your patience." A digital photo displays a gruesome scene, a body lying in a pool of blood, an icy substance emanating from the wound. A message is superimposed. Your daughter's revenge starts now. CCTV footage from Seoul train station appears on a monitor. Lee Yerin receives a call. If you look at the train, he is headed north. The voice on the other end informs her. Her eyes narrow, a flicker of understanding crossing her face. I'm certain he's headed to ground zero judging from The voice continues, relaying the direction he's going and what he'll do after he's finished. Li Yaren listens intently. Whatever he needs to do, he will come back to Seoul Station. Keep me updated, she orders. A subordinate confirms, yes, ma'am. Li Yaren's expression twists with fury. Shin Kang-hoo, you fucking rat. A hand clenches tightly around a document, knuckles white with rage. A sinister grin spreads across Li Yaren's face, her eyes gleaming with malice. I'll make you pay for looking down on me. He whispers, a broken apology escaping his lips. The words are choked with blood and regret, a stark contrast to the carnage surrounding him. A monitor flickers, displaying a face that seems to haunt him as he sits amidst the aftermath of his actions. The apology is repeated, barely audible, a fragile plea lost in the silence. Shin Kang-hoo attempts to reassure himself, a desperate attempt to find solace in the face of his deeds. A voice cuts through the air, a sharp command to cease the self-recrimination. Clutching a bloodied knife, he rationalizes his actions, seeking justification in his daughter's contentment. A muffled expression of gratitude escapes him, his face buried in his hands, a mask of despair. Kneeling in the dim light, Shin Kang-hoo fights against the weight of his conscience, the shadows mirroring his inner turmoil. Blood staining his face, he repeats the mantra of a hired hand, absolving himself of personal responsibility. Standing over the fallen, Shin Kang-hoo offers a hollow farewell, the words ringing with emptiness. He declares the deed complete, the finality of the act hanging heavy in the air. With his last breath, the dying man spat out a curse, accusing Kang-hoo of following orders like a dog. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as his eyes glazed over. Kang-hoo stared at the blood coating his hand, a grim reminder of the deed he had just completed. His eyes narrowed, a cold resolve hardening his gaze. You can fucking die now. A new message appeared before him, but Shin Kang-hoo remained unmoved. I'll leave. Turning his back on the scene, he walked away, his footsteps echoing in the silence. If he sells these items, he figures he'll get about $1 billion. The camera focuses on Kang-hoo. The camera zooms in. The woman on the other end of the line says, good job. The woman continues, the commissioner has given you a bonus. She adds, I'll send $2.5 billion to your account now. Kang-hoo asks, okay. Also, I'd like to make a request. The woman replies, please recover a body and check his identity. She says, that's easy. The woman concludes, then, I'll see you again shortly. Kang-hoo stands over the body. The woman adds, I told you to stop yesterday. He narrows his eyes, demanding, why do you keep following me? The woman's sandals shuffle slightly on the stone floor. Her expression is unreadable. Her pants are a dark, muted color. Her face is partially obscured by shadow, but a hint of worry is visible. Shin Kang-hoo stands with his hands in his pockets, watching her every move. She looks up at him, a slight blush on her cheeks. I have a dungeon I can't complete because of its middle boss. If it's all right with you. Her expression is hopeful as she asks, can you come with me? Han Seoyin admits she has a dungeon she can't complete because of its middle boss. Han Seoyin asks if it's all right with Shin Kang-hoo if he comes with her. The air hangs heavy with the scent of dust and decay. Han Seoyin and Shin Kang-hoo stand before the entrance to the dungeon. Shin Kang-hoo observes that it seems like it'll collapse at any moment, but it's not strange for such a dungeon to exist. The setting for Ground Zero was made to have many hidden dungeons. Shin Kang-hoo notes that there are plenty of things that haven't been discovered yet. Shin Kang-hoo admits he didn't think Han Seoyin would actually come. Han Seoyin thanks him, adding that this is good for her, as all dungeons are beneficial. Han Seoyin thinks she can finally defeat it, and she can also observe Young Yuri's abilities while they're at it. If she's good, she can become a good force to counter the Yonghwa Guild. Shin Kang-hoo wonders if this is his first team play. He and Han Seoyin stand at the top of a set of stairs, the dungeon stretching out before them. A stone tablet, cracked and worn, bears an inscription. Han Seoyin asks if he knows how to read it, but Kang-hoo explains that he can't use the translator because the words are cut off. He identifies the language as Latin. The tablet reads, those who invade the deepest place. With bloody feet, they continue down the stairs. The tablet continues, will be buried here eternally. Han Seoyin suggests they go see the incredible things it'll show them. The sound of their footsteps echoes through the dungeon. Kang-hoo and Han Seoyin continue down the stairs, deeper into the dungeon. Han Seoyin asks what kind of monster is the middle boss she mentioned earlier. The monster prepares a barrage of strong, ranged attacks. She barely managed to get into range once, as lightning crackles around her. An orb of crackling energy forms in her hands. She sends a finishing blow when she has the opportunity, the air thick with electrical energy. The attacks are blocked by an unseen force. But it was blocked with a skill called self-defense that neutralizes first attacks. She laments that she didn't see any other opportunities after that. Meanwhile, Han Seoyin observes, noting that it must have been difficult. Kang-hoo's eyes narrow as he watches the fight. A grotesque monster growls, clutching a crude weapon. The monster stands over a fallen figure. The monster's skeletal face is contorted in a silent roar. He declares that he will go first, steeling himself for the coming fight. Han Seoyin nods in agreement, ready to support him. The grotesque monster lunges forward, spear aimed directly at Shin Kang-hoo. Closing the distance with terrifying speed, the monster thrusts its spear. The monster recoils in surprise, its eyes widening in disbelief. Shin Kang-hu prepares a counterattack, his hand glowing with intense energy. The blow lands with explosive force, engulfing the monster in a blinding light. The monster is consumed by flames, writhing in agony. Despite the flames, the monster prepares another attack, its spear dripping with fire. The monster screams in pain, its body charred and smoking. Meanwhile, Han Seoyin focuses her energy, preparing a powerful teleportation spell. The air crackles with blue energy as Han Seoyin completes the spell, a swirling vortex forming before her. A dimension door shimmers with blue energy, crackling as it stabilizes. She falls through the portal, her hands glowing with residual magic. The portal's energy coalesces into a swirling vortex of green and white light. A figure plummets downwards, seemingly unconscious. Shin Kang-hu, having arrived in the new location, lets out a soft "oh" as he takes in the sight. The detective smirks, thinking to himself that her reaction speed and proficiency are both outstanding. Nice one, he thinks. Han Seoyin smiles, replying with a quiet thanks. The sound of footsteps echoes through the stone halls. A monstrous figure lies defeated on the ground, blood staining the stone. Shin Kang-hu and Han Seoyin stand before a massive, ornate gate. We've finally made it, she thinks. Footsteps approach, the sound growing louder. A single, malevolent green eye glows in the darkness. But I've never seen a skill combination like that, and a skill that only mages have. Han Seoyin looks at Shin Kang-hu, surprised by his abilities. Kang-hu casts Abduction, a blue energy construct forming around a distant monster. Han Seoyin exclaims that those aren't skills that an assassin class should have. Shin Kang-hu states that at this rate, they'll quickly finish this dungeon. Han Seoyin thinks that he doesn't even think of it as weird, and that it's a relief he's simple. Shin Kang-hu looks surprised. Kang-hu engages multiple enemies with green energy blades. Shin Kang-hu looks down, muttering to himself. Han Seoyin states that so this is that middle boss. She nods in agreement, standing alongside Shin Kang-hu as they face the imposing armored figure. A shield, emblazoned with a unique insignia, stands ready. Torches cast an eerie glow on the dungeon walls. The armored figure carries out its task with silent efficiency. The imposing figure is identified as middle boss Sporchula. Shin Kang-hu observes, noting, it uses consecutive attack skills and has its self-defense skill. Han Seoyin looks up at Kang-hu, asking, can you drop me on top of his head? Kang-hu looks back at her, questioning, will you be okay? She confidently replies, got it, just focus on using your skill. A strange energy gathers in Han Seoyin's hands. Shin Kang-hu prepares for the maneuver. Han Seoyin executes a short-distance leap towards the boss. A green exclamation point flashes near the hilt of a sword. An armored figure raises their sword, preparing to strike. The armored figure brings the sword down on an unseen opponent. Han Seoyin prepares a dimension door, a swirling vortex of blue energy crackling in her hands. Shin Kang-hu steps through the portal, ready for battle. The armored figure unleashes a wave of energy with their sword. The sword connects, the impact echoing with a sharp cook. A hand clenches around a glowing green orb, power radiating outwards. The armored figure's sword crackles with blue lightning. The force of the blow sends the opponent crashing to the ground. Li Yeren prepares to strike, her expression focused. Because of those consecutive ranged attacks, it'll be difficult to approach, Han Seoyin thinks, her eyes glowing with power. The armored figure charges forward, a swirling vortex of green energy crackling around them as they close the distance. They swing their weapon, the air itself seeming to bend and distort from the force of the blow. Shin Kang-hu is sent flying backwards, a corona of blue energy erupting around him as he loses his footing. The armored figure continues their relentless advance, the green energy intensifying around them. A guttural growl emanates from within the helmet of the armored figure. Li Yeren shouts, now. A gleaming sword appears, its polished surface reflecting the harsh light of the dungeon. The armored figure's chest plate gleams, a dark purple energy pulsing beneath the surface. The green energy intensifies, forming a protective barrier around the armored figure. Shin Kang-hu continues to fall, the impact with the ground imminent. The armored figure raises the sword, declaring, self-defense. A frustrated roar echoes from the armored figure as they prepare to strike. He grips his weapon, declaring that he has gotten rid of his self-defense barrier for now. Energy crackles in the air. The armored figure swings a massive sword, leaving trails of green energy in its wake. Li Yeren watches with a concerned expression. More energy crackles, illuminating the dungeon walls. Shin Kang-hu prepares to strike, a pink aura surrounding his blade. The armored figure raises its guard, a green energy shield forming around it. The air crackles with the promise of a great beheading. Shin Kang-hu's sword glows with intense energy as he prepares to strike. A resounding cook echoes through the chamber. The armored figure is sent flying, blood spraying from the impact. He looks down, his expression grim. Below him, Han Seoyin glances up, a flicker of worry in her eyes. Han Seoyin prepares to strike, a knife glinting in her hand. Yeah, nice timing, she exclaims. A surge of pink energy crackles between unseen hands. Shin Kang-hu towers over the armored figure, his blade crackling with green energy. The blade descends, promising a great beheading. The assassin holds his sword aloft, a corona of pink energy blazing around the blade. The armored figure is sent flying backwards. Shin Kanghu advances, his sword held ready. A close-up reveals the armored figure's face, bloodied and enraged. The sword flashes with emerald light. The blade pierces through flesh and bone. The assassin stands firm, his stance unwavering. The armored figure raises their hands in a gesture of surrender or desperation, a halo of green energy surrounding them. Gathering energy in her hands, Li Yeren prepares to unleash a devastating attack. Shin Kanghu watches her, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Green lightning crackles as Li Yeren unleashes her power. The lightning strikes the armored figure, a blinding flash of energy erupting on impact. The green aura intensifies around Li Yeren as she thinks, I want to. Her voice rings out, charged with determination. Fight with you too. Lightning shock after lightning shock batters the armored opponent. The armored figure cries out as the relentless barrage of lightning overwhelms it. The armored figure, Ku, collapses under the onslaught. The defeated form lies prone on the ground, its armor smoking. Meanwhile, Shin Kanghu and Han Xiuyan approach the fallen foe. Shin Kanghu activates his skill, looting a new ability from the defeated Ku. He thinks to himself, I was wondering what she was going to do. Hee. The woman smiles, as Shin Kanghu thinks to himself that she didn't want to just go along with it. Shin Kanghu observes a figure in the distance. He thinks to himself that she's progressing much quicker than he expected. Shin Kanghu thinks that at this rate, she'll be quite useful when it comes to fighting the Yonghua Guild. Han Xiuyan says to look over there. Shin Kanghu and Han Xiuyan look towards the figure in the distance. A cloaked figure stands with their hands clasped in front of them. The cloaked figure stands before them. Is it the boss monster? Someone approaches, it looks like a person. Tears stream down a face. They stand in the center of the room, the cloaked figure's hands clasped in what appears to be prayer. Blood-like markings streak down their face and hands. A surge of raw energy erupts from the figure, bathing the room in a blinding light. The energy intensifies, cracks forming in the very air around them. Han Xiuyan gasps, her eyes wide with shock. What is this? She asks, her voice barely a whisper. The cloaked figure swings a sword downwards with incredible speed. The blade connects with a sickening thud, splattering blood across the floor. A blue screen appears, displaying the message, you have defeated the main boss. Another screen appears, this one reading, there are no skills to loot. Shin Kanghu's eyes widen in disbelief. An exclamation mark hangs over his head. In the distance, two figures stand silhouetted against the light. Shin Kanghu clenches his fist, a look of frustration on his face. Damn it, this is, he exclaims. A booming voice echoes, declaring a dungeon reset. Han Xiuyan hears the announcement and shouts, use all the skills you have to escape. Han Xiuyan prepares herself, ready to use her skills to escape the resetting dungeon. Dark energy crackles around Han Xiuyan as she prepares to act. A shadowy figure descends rapidly through the dungeon's shifting architecture. Shin Kanghu grits his teeth, determined to escape the dungeon reset. He thinks to himself, I will escape too, as he leaps a short distance. Shin Kanghu's eyes narrow as he focuses on his escape. The dark figure continues to accelerate through the dungeon. Shin Kanghu braces himself against the dungeon's chaotic energy. He clenches his fist, thinking, damn it, to think it'd be a main boss that treats hunters as traveling partners. Shin Kanghu holds a glowing blue item in his hand, thinking, this is a precious item, but I can't be frugal right now. A desperate thought echoes in his mind. If he doesn't escape, he'll die. Clenching his teeth, Shin Kanghu focuses his energy. A surge of power erupts around him. A stone slab grinds open, revealing a path. It's not just the pain that's disappearing, he realizes, preparing for a short-distance leap. Executing the Shuku short-distance leap, he propels himself forward. He feels like all of his body's senses are waking up as he moves. A grin stretches across Shin Kanghu's face. He'll escape. He vows to escape from this damned grave. A figure plummets downwards. Bare feet pound against the stone floor, the sound echoing in the dungeon. Han Xiuyan's eyes widen in panic. Oh no. Shin Kanghu's hands glow with a faint green light. He thinks, I used too much mana back there. Sandaled feet continue to race across the stone floor. Han Xiuyan struggles against her restraints, her expression desperate. Shin Kanghu activates Shuku short-distance leap, a green aura enveloping him as he moves to intercept. Kanghu streaks forward, a trail of green energy marking his path. Wait! Han Xiuyan's eyes dart around, fear etched on her face. Tears well in Han Xiuyan's eyes as she whispers, wait for me. A voice booms, what are you doing? Kanghu reaches Han Xiuyan, his hand glowing green as he asks, did you injure your leg? Li Yaren's eyes widen in shock. Shin Kanghu's power flares to life, a vibrant green aura crackling around him. She shouts a warning, her voice tight with urgency. Watch out. Li Yaren watches, her expression unreadable. A blinding flash of energy erupts around Shin Kanghu and Han Xiuyan. Li Yaren's eyes widen, her voice barely a whisper. Jay, just how did you? Shin Kanghu pulls Han Xiuyan closer, shielding her from the unseen threat. Shin Kanghu grits his teeth, determination etched on his face. This is the final spurt. The green energy intensifies, swirling around them like a protective cocoon. Shin Kanghu's voice rings out, a command laced with urgency. Hold on tight. The ground trembles as the energy surges, the air thick with anticipation. Shin Kanghu focuses his power, his eyes narrowed with intense concentration. Debris and rocks begin to fall, a sign of the immense power being unleashed. The cavern rumbled as massive rocks plummeted from the ceiling, threatening to crush everything below. Phew, he barely managed to pull Han Seoyin out of the path of destruction. They collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. They barely survived. The skill he looted from the middle boss came in good use. Shin Kanghu glanced at the skill information displayed on his screen. By maxing out its proficiency, the cooldown also shortened. The skill, self-defense, at its maximum level, was a passive ability that could neutralize one blow. Reactivating it takes 1 hour. It'll be useful in the future too. Shin Kanghu considered the implications of the new skill. He had obtained skill enhancement, X2. Han Seoyin smiled faintly. Shin Kanghu looked at her, and she simply said, "Thanks." Han Seoyin admitted, if she was by herself, she wouldn't have been able to come out. He sits on the ground, explaining, "I couldn't move earlier because the situation reminded me of the past." Han Seoyin asks, "The past?" A voice responds, "Yeah, the past." A woman with heterochromatic eyes looks on. The woman continues, "You know, I used to be a guide for the..." Kanghu offers a simple, "Thanks." Han Seoyin reflects, "If I was by myself, I wouldn't have been able to come out." Kanghu says, "I couldn't move earlier because the situation reminded me of the past." Han Seoyin responds, "Yeah, the past." Han Seoyin begins, "You know, I..." A narration box states, "Used to be a guide for the Manhwa Guild." The narration continues, "Who would guide other hunters?" A narration box states, "But one day, the Manhwa Guild's Chai Guanhyung came looking for me." The narration continues, "We always do our best to ensure the safety of Zhenghwa's team members." The narration states, "I used to be a mercenary guide." The narration concludes, "It was the best guild of our country, so I trusted." He had entered their team, but one time, he got severely injured in a dungeon raid. After hearing that his injury was severe enough that he wouldn't be able to enter dungeons for a while, Shin Kanghu stood before someone, listening to what they had to say. Shin Kanghu's eyes narrowed. "Let's go." Shin Kanghu lay prone, recovering from his injuries. Han Seoyin and Shin Kanghu stood with their team. Shin Kanghu spoke, "No need to waste time on useless things." Han Seoyin looked at Shin Kanghu, thinking, "So they were all lies?" Shin Kanghu said, "That you would do your best to ensure the safety of your team members? That's only true when you have value." Shin Kanghu smirked, a sinister glint in his eyes. Han Seoyin looked shocked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Shin Kanghu smirked again. "But it's a shame. For a toy, you weren't bad." She listens as Shin Kanghu states that abandoning an injured person in a dungeon is what he did. Han Seoyin responds that it's basically attempted murder. She adds that the fact she survived and managed to escape was a miracle. Han Seoyin says if she hadn't been able to contract with a constellation that dealt with space, she probably wouldn't be here right now. A flashback shows Han Seoyin sitting in a dungeon. Shin Kanghu says he guesses he got lucky with that, asking if she agrees. Han Seoyin says she doesn't think it was just luck. Shin Kanghu wonders about something, thinking that constellations don't contract with hunters who don't have a goal. Han Seoyin says his constellation must have seen her potential. Han Seoyin reacts to something. Han Seoyin asks if he is complimenting her. Shin Kanghu says he's just telling the truth. Han Seoyin says she feels a bit better after talking about it. "The reason I came to Ground Zero." Han Seoyin and Shin Kanghu sit side by side amidst the ruins, the silence broken only by her words. "You don't." She looks away, a faint smile gracing her lips. "But at the same time, it's lonely here." Han Seoyin continues, her gaze softening as she looks at Shin Kanghu. "I must have secretly been wanting to find trust in people." Shin Kanghu's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Shin Kanghu reaches out, gently taking Han Seoyin's hand. She looks at him, a question in her eyes. Han Seoyin's expression is a mix of surprise and vulnerability as Shin Kanghu holds her hand. Shin Kanghu looks up at Han Seoyin, his expression serious and reassuring. Shin Kanghu and Han Seoyin stand together, hand in hand, the desolate landscape stretching before them. "You?" Shin Kanghu lies on the ground, his eyes closed, a faint smile on his lips. "Don't worry." Han Seoyin kneels beside Shin Kanghu, concern etched on her face. Of being a mad solatium. Shin Kanghu's eyes flutter open, his gaze meeting Han Seoyin's. "I just need to rest, and then I'll get better." Han Seoyin smiles warmly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you so much for today." Shin Kanghu smirks, a wisp of vapor escaping his lips in the cool air. The scene shifts to Imjin River Station. Han Seoyin's expression softens, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Shin Kanghu observes, "If Young Yuri stays in Ground Zero, she'll grow well." Han Seoyin states, "Go finish my commission, and I usually work alone." Han Seoyin continues, "You can text me. I have more stuff to do here, you know. We'll meet again." Shin Kanghu glances at his phone. "I have time left until my train. Let's check Huntergram." He scrolls through Huntergram, a platform usually used for advertisement or information sharing. The first post boasts that Zhenghwa's Chai Guanhyang is the greatest guild in the nation, emphasizing safety and teamwork in dungeon raiding strategy. Konghu scoffs at the post. What a load of crap. Another post claims that Taewa River is gaining supremacy over Ulsan. Shin Konghu notes that they seem to have taken care of the rest properly. A girl in another post says she'll be able to meet the leader of Abyss soon, if Yoon Sangmi keeps her promise. Shin Konghu thinks that was pretty amazing. The post says that although it's a shame they couldn't loot that constellation. A message box appears before someone, declaring, "Let me ask one thing." He stands in the subway station, the message hanging in the air. The message continues, "What do you think is the point of having constellations?" Konghu's brow furrows as he reads, "Isn't it a mutualistic relationship?" Another message box materializes, this one stating, "Let me ask, I have to do well for you to also do well. Spunky bastard." Shin Konghu remains in the station, absorbing the cryptic words. The disembodied voice continues, "That's interesting though. You really aren't a normal hunter." The message concludes, "Well, I knew something was up when you, a level 10 back then, called me. I will soon test you." Shin Konghu's expression hardens, a sense of foreboding settling over him. The ominous message continues, "I will soon test you." The unseen entity declares, "If you pass, your and my fate will become one." The final message promises, "And you will obtain even more abilities." An unseen figure declares, "I'll welcome that." Shin Konghu asks, "Anyway, do the constellations have no complaints on the contract?" A text box from the Dimension Looter appears, asking, "What do you mean?" The Dimension Looter's text box continues, explaining, "This is a system that connects constellations, the ones who control the world, to the fate of mere humans, right?" A vision appears, showing figures in suits. A voice narrates, "In the novel I wrote." He thinks to himself, "I set that up to mock Jang Saiwan's subordinates." The Dimension Looter's text box states, "It is natural to us." A vision of a fight unfolds. The Dimension Looter's text box declares, "Since the fight of contractors is the same as the fight of constellations." Shin Konghu asks, "What?" A text box from the Dimension Looter appears, stating, "Constellations aren't the administrators of this world, but simply its constituents." The Dimension Looter's text box states, "That's something I can't talk about." A vision appears, showing information that transcends the novel's worldview. "Even if I'm the author, I can't know everything about this world." Someone types at a computer. A message appears. "Maybe these parts are a reflection of my unconsciousness? However, I can say this. The message is from the Dimension Looter." Another message from the Dimension Looter appears. "I don't want to disappear as a normal constellation." The Dimension Looter sends yet another message. "Seeing you makes me more greedy." The Dimension Looter's messages continue to flood in. "I'm slowly starting to think that if it's you, it's okay to share my fate." Shin Konghu smirks, a glint in his eye. He thinks to himself, "Don't worry." The Dimension Looter sends another message. "I'll show you things that'll exceed your expectations in the future." The Dimension Looter concludes, "I'll wait." Shin Konghu checks his phone as it vibrates. A message from Li Yeren reads, "There's a report that Cha So-hee is at Seoul Station." Shin Konghu is at Seoul Station, surrounded by other people. Li Yeren is shown in a different location. He noted that he was moving faster than he anticipated. Shin Konghu thought to himself that he would have his showdown with Cha So-hee after he cleared one more dungeon. He considered that he should go to Seoul Express Bus Terminal instead of Seoul Station. Shin Konghu decided to go to the dungeon near Gwangju Terminal. Shin Konghu thought to himself that he'll have his showdown with Cha So-hee after he clears one more dungeon. He decided he should go to Seoul Express Bus Terminal instead of Seoul Station. Shin Konghu decided to go to the dungeon near Gwangju Terminal. Shin Konghu thought to himself that there's only one reason he came here. He got rid of the hunter info, so? He thought to himself that if he specced up here, the fight with Cha So-hee will become more doable. A piercing scream echoes through the air. A menacing figure looms over someone, brandishing a large knife. A woman, cornered and terrified, cries out, "Somebody, please help me." A gruff voice booms, dripping with sarcasm. "Who's the one who bumped into us first?" The man with the knife sneers, demanding, "Take all of this bitch's things." The woman's face contorts in fear as she realizes, Haeyoung Guild members. Shin Konghu, observing the scene, wonders, the Haeyoung Guild? A voice narrates. In the novel, this is a guild that works as the limbs of Jang Shi-wan. The narration continues, instigated by Jang Shi-wan. The narrator concludes, ends up annihilating one of Zhenghwa's forces. Shin Konghu, still watching, hears the narration. They have a bit of authority in this area. A final voice declares, but they're just trash in nature. A close-up reveals a man's intense gaze, his dark eyes narrowed with determination. Meanwhile, two men stand menacingly behind a woman, their expressions grim. The woman cries out, demanding they not touch her. A system message identifies someone as Master Swindler, neutral-leaning constellation. Switching back, a text box identifies the man from the first panel as Dimension Looter, noting that despite his vulgar name, he is a high-level constellation. The text box continues, implying that Dimension Looter associates with unsavory individuals. Returning to the other scene, one of the men declares that there's no reason not to get involved. Back with Dimension Looter, he smirks, a glint in his eye as he holds a strange, glowing dagger. Someone suggests watching his constellation at work. Meanwhile, one of the men says, hey. Returning to Dimension Looter, he casts illusion magic, creating multiple copies of himself. Back with the woman, she and the men appear shocked and confused. Finally, Dimension Looter smirks, telling someone to try guessing. A hand grips a knife, the blade glinting in the dim light. A voice wonders which of the multiple figures is the real one. Lee Yaren, standing beside another man, looks off to the side, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. She wonders what this lunatic is doing. Multiple figures are seen diving forward, the sound of their movement echoing through the space. Lee Yaren and the man beside her look on with shock. A man, brandishing a knife, snarls, calling someone a fucker. A close-up of a knife, its blade glowing with heat, prompts the question of who the wielder is. The man with the knife stands amidst a group of onlookers, the flames reflecting in his eyes. Someone asks who this guy is. Figures move with unnatural speed, their forms blurring as they dash forward. A distant view shows figures engaged in some kind of confrontation. A woman stands in Seoul Station, her arms crossed, a determined look on her face. Lee Yaren states that she thinks she's waited for quite a bit. Arms crossed, Lee Yaren waits. Had he taken another route? One of her subordinates responds, yes, master. Lee Yaren's irritation rises. No, it's really pissing me off. She thinks to herself, chuckling, that's so he must be struggling. She really wants to see him. The subordinate remains silent. The sound of her boots echoes through the station. Lee Yaren reminds them that he just needs to be alive, so they need to make sure to bring him. Her boots click on the floor as she walks. She vows that she will bring him. Lee Yaren continues to wait. She mutters, which bastard? She walks forward, a sense of unease settling in. Will she get hit? Shin Kong-hu emerges from the shadows, his presence a silent threat. Lee Yaren braces herself, ready to defend against the impending attack. With a burst of speed, Lee Yaren launches her counterattack, a swift strike aimed at her opponent. The blow connects, a resounding impact echoing through the street. A close-up reveals the force of the impact, a testament to the power behind the strike. The sound of the impact reverberates. Shin Kong-hu's eyes widen in surprise and pain, the force of the blow evident on his face. He exclaims in shock. Reacting swiftly, Shin Kong-hu activates a self-defense mechanism, a surge of energy emanating from his body. With newfound power, Shin Kong-hu retaliates, his attack imbued with a potent energy. He declares, you got it. Shin Kong-hu prepares to strike, his eyes gleaming with determination. Here's your reward, he snarls. The final blow lands, a devastating strike that promises a brutal end. He lunges forward, a crimson aura blazing around him as he prepares to strike. The attack connects, a violent burst of energy erupting from the point of impact. The man clutches at the fresh wound, blood gushing between his fingers as he collapses. The man falls to his knees, a system message appearing before him. You have killed the target and seized his contract with his constellation. Han Seoyin and the others watch in stunned silence. The lifeless body lies sprawled on the ground, a pool of blood spreading beneath it. Han Seoyin stares at Shin Kong-hu, her expression unreadable. Elsewhere, the T-Team leader looks on in shock, clutching his own knife. The T-Team leader's men surround him, brandishing their weapons. Lee Yaren fights back against her attackers, her movements a blur of deadly precision. Pathetic bastard. One of the men screams in rage, I'll kill you. The man's arm tenses, ready to strike. A sword descends, glowing with a blue light. The blade continues its swift descent. The sword connects, the sound echoing in the air. Lee Yaren's eyes widen, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. You guys don't even have constellations, so there's no need to drag this out. Shin Kong-hu smirks, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He thinks, I can't wait to reach level 100. Lee Yaren thanks him, her voice soft. I live because of you. A faint blush colors Lee Yaren's cheeks as she looks up at Shin Kong-hu. Lee Yaren's outfit is visible. Shin Kong-hu reaches out, his hand gently touching hers as he asks, can I get your number? Lee Yaren responds, I want to repay you, even if it's just a little. Shin Kong-hu and Lee Yaren stand close, a shared moment between them as she holds out her phone. He holds his phone, a notification causing it to vibrate. Lee Yaren waves goodbye, a bright smile on her face. Thank you so much. See you again. Shin Kong-hu stands with his hands in his pockets, waiting. He looks up, his expression hardening. His phone screen displays a message. It's time to enter. Please enter the dungeon. The dungeon has opened. He wonders, a personal mercenary? Meanwhile, a woman stands over a fallen man, a dark glint in her red eyes. If not, then perhaps a civilian? Elsewhere, another figure stands over a body. Well, there's no info. Did I get the wrong person? A man stares off into the distance, a troubled expression on his face. Someone walks down a dimly lit hallway. So he noticed something on his phone. As I thought. Shin Kong-hu cries out in shock, clutching his phone. The woman's hand ignites with fire. She smirks, declaring, I was right. There was a rat. The flames engulf Shin Kong-hu, searing his skin. Shin Kong-hu screams in agony as the fire consumes him. The woman watches, her expression unreadable. A message declares, I found Shin Kong-hu's whereabouts. A sinister smile creeps across the woman's face. The woman kneels beside Shin Kang-hoo's burning body. He was seen in Gwangju. A message reads, "Good work." The woman scoffs, holding a card. "I shouldn't have trusted that bitch Li Yaren." The woman's eyes gleam with malice. The woman's face is illuminated by the fire. "Putting eyes on me is cheating, Shin Kang-hoo," she thinks. The woman's sinister smile widens as the fire crackles around her. Shin Kang-hoo examines something closely with a magnifying glass. He figures that selling everything he has will net him around 800 million. The spoils of battle lay scattered amidst the fallen. Picking up the loot proves to be tiring work. Shin Kang-hoo checks his bank balance. The bank account shows a balance of 4,950,000,000 won. Almost 5 billion, as expected. The Joe Gubin commission fee alone was 2.5 billion. Shin Kang-hoo thinks that once combined, he'll be able to easily buy a third-rank weapon. He glances down at his phone. A text message from Li Yaren reads, "Cha So-hee is already on my tail?" Her message continues, "Be careful. Cha So-hee killed the eyes I had on her and seems to be on her way to Gwangju." Li Yaren, surrounded by a dark aura, thinks that Cha So-hee is a level 250 and has a pretty strong constellation. Shin Kang-hoo looks at a screen displaying information about Cha So-hee. Her nickname isn't Hunting Dog for no reason. He thinks to himself that compared to her, he is only level 49. For now, he decides to enter the dungeon he requested. Shin Kang-hoo says, "Let's go." He needs to level up at least twice before he fights her. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to near Gwangju Terminal. The aftermath of a brutal fight is visible. A figure with goggles and a bloodied axe stands over the scene, saying, "As ordered." The narration states that they've wiped out the Haeong Guild and taken over the toll gate and the bus terminal, investigator. Elsewhere, Li Yaren is at Gwangju Songjong Station. Someone says, "Nice. We've taken over this place, too." The scene shows more violence and destruction. Li Yaren says, "Just wait there." Shin Kang-hoo's expression is hidden as he clasps his hands together. Li Yaren smiles, saying she hopes the other person likes the net she set up. The eyes of an unknown person narrow, and they think it's not bad. Li Yaren stands in the distance. Shin Kang-hoo stands with his arms crossed, a slight smile on his face. Shin Kang-hoo says it's been a while, Cha So-hee. A pair of hands rests on a table. A hand grips a knife. Shin Kang-hoo faces an unknown character in a forest. Feet move quickly across the ground. Main boss Sajina stands ready. Shin Kang-hoo thinks that this is annoying as expected. Sajina recalls the 3 phantoms she sent out. The figure stands, swords at the ready. Her eyes glow with a menacing red light. Sajina remains poised, her swords glinting in the dim light. A magic circle flares to life. The wind-thunder circle surrounds Sajina, crackling with energy. The villainess reflects on how the phantoms were sent flying in one go. Since he's far away, it's difficult to use C's vision. Sajina thinks that throw attacks are useless at this range. If she goes at him head-on, she'll just waste her self-defense, and he'll dodge her attack, Sajina realizes. Then, Sajina prepares for the next move, the 3 phantoms ready to strike. Shin Kang-hoo lands, ready to strike. He prepares his swords, his eyes fixed on Sajina. Shin Kang-hoo moves with blinding speed. The swords blur as he closes the distance. Shin Kang-hoo's attack intensifies, blades flashing. The swords dance around Sajina, a whirlwind of steel. Shin Kang-hoo prepares a circle skill, blue energy gathering in his hand. This was what I was aiming for. The blue energy crackles as he unleashes the skill. The circle skill slams into Sajina with a resounding impact. Cook. Shin Kang-hoo watches, a cold glint in his eyes. Although your circle skill of yours is interesting. He continues, his voice devoid of warmth. They're pointless if I don't enter the range. With a final, brutal strike, Shin Kang-hoo stabs Sajina. Bloody stabbing. The air explodes with raw power. Sajina snarls, her eyes burning with crimson light. Shin Kang-hoo retaliates, his blade arcing in a swift, blue-tinged strike. The sword clashes against her defense, sparks flying as blood splatters. Shin Kang-hoo, shrouded in a dark aura, prepares for another exchange. Sajina meets his attack, her umbrella a crimson-stained shield. The hunter's sword glows, a magic circle forming beneath his feet. She braces herself, ready to withstand the next onslaught. Another explosion rocks the battlefield. The sword slashes through the air, leaving trails of blue energy in its wake. Shin Kang-hoo prepares to strike again, his eyes narrowed in determination. Shin Kang-hoo says, "So you're safe inside that circle, huh?" A figure stands amidst the aftermath, sword held low, the air thick with the scent of ozone and blood. The lingering energy of the wind-thunder circle skill crackles in the air, a testament to the battle's intensity. The masked figure remains, a silent sentinel amidst the chaos, their presence adding to the eerie atmosphere. Shin Kang-hoo grips his sword, a grim determination etched on his face as he surveys the scene. He levels a finger, his voice a low growl. "I'll kill you in the circle you made." The words, blood burn, hang in the air, a chilling reminder of the brutal exchange that just transpired. The figure stands, sword dripping, a silent testament to the violence that has unfolded. Shin Kang-hoo's fist clenches, knuckles white, a storm of emotions brewing beneath the surface. A system message flashes, "You have defeated the main boss," the words echoing in his mind. Shin Kang-hoo stands over Sajina. The defeated antagonist lying prone at his feet, the battle finally concluded. Another system message appears. You have leveled up and reached level 51, a small victory in the grand scheme. The system announces, you have obtained the basic assassin class skill Stealth, a new tool in his arsenal. If another skill is used while Stealth is active, Stealth will be deactivated. Even if it's max level, he can't use it at the same time as an attack skill. That's unfortunate, but if it worked, that'd be OP. Dimension Looter, you're all ready. Dimension Looter, I'm excited to see your performance in the upcoming battle. He decides to go to the store before going out to meet her. Shin Kang-Hu walks through the bamboo forest. Not bad. Shin Kang-Hu continues his walk. Cha So-hee remarks, it's been a while, Cha So-hee. Shin Kang-Hu approaches Cha So-hee. Cha So-hee asks, you were already here? Surprising. Shin Kang-Hu thinks, I can't keep having the hunting dog on my tail. He asks, his expression unreadable, what do you think? Kang-Hu holds up a bloodied blade, the metal glinting ominously in the dim light. I got a new weapon to catch the dog. The woman responds, a hint of amusement in her voice. Since you brought the word dog up, let me confirm this. She continues, her gaze intense. You have no thoughts of becoming Eclipse's dog? Is there a point in confirming? Kang-Hu's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. You already know. His blue eyes gleam with a dangerous light. Shin Kang-Hu's voice drips with malice. Thanks for rejecting my offer. I've always wanted to kill you, you see. His eyes glow brighter, a cold fury burning within. Hiding is pointless. A screen displays the words, Great Sage of Gangdong, describing it as a constellation that allows the user to see things that cannot be seen. If the designated target is hidden, they will appear to the user in an opaque form. The woman's face contorts into a manic grin, her eyes wide with bloodlust. You rat. The Guangzhou tollgate looms ahead as Han Seoyan stands beside an unknown woman. Scattered bodies litter the ground, a grim testament to a recent battle. Han Seoyan wrings her hands, her expression etched with worry. Will Kang-Hu be okay? She wonders. The unknown woman offers a reassuring glance. Don't worry, she says. The unknown woman continues. He's managed to complete even the most difficult commissions I have. The woman, revealed to be Kang-Hu's employer, says, trust me, his employer. Han Seoyan looks up at Kang-Hu's employer, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Now it looks. Kang-Hu's employer retorts, like you know Kang-Hu better than me. She urges, let's hurry. A vehicle speeds through the tollgate. The aftermath of the battle is visible from above, bodies strewn around a white van. Kang-Hu, wrapped in bandages, stares into the distance, a deep worry etched on his face. Honestly, I'm worried, he admits. He doesn't like to receive help he hasn't asked for. Li Yiren remarks that Kang-Hu is like that. But there's no helping it, she thinks. Someone wants to keep their talented employee for a long time. Kang-Hu calls out Li Yiren's name. The car drifts into the building. Someone shouts to go over there. Li Yiren and Kang-Hu are surprised. Armed individuals stand guard. More armed individuals stand guard. It seems they've come to the right place, someone says. Li Yiren is ready for action. A barrage of gunfire erupts as armed figures descend upon the vehicle. Inside the vehicle, Li Yiren exclaims, I can't believe they're welcoming us like this. Kang-Hu's expression hardens as he assesses the situation. Meanwhile, a figure with a sinister grin prepares for battle, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent. A voice snarls, you rat. Kang-Hu mutters, an annoying constellation. The constellation's power reveals hidden enemies, but it's not just vision and illusion magic. The figure scoffs, I just got, is useless. And with fire being her specialty, imbue fire element is useless. The figure's hand ignites with a blazing inferno, ready to unleash its power. Shin Kang-Hu's eyes widen as he senses the imminent threat. A surge of intense heat washes over the area as flames erupt. The red-haired figure leaps into action, surrounded by crackling energy. Shin Kang-Hu grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Damn, he thinks, asterisk if that hits me, I'll be screwed. Even ice won't be able to help me. Asterisk. A screen displays, pyrokinesis blacksmith. Fire attribute is increased by 500%. The red-haired figure's expression hardens, their eyes narrowed with lethal intent. The red-haired figure unleashes a torrent of fire, screaming, just die. Shin Kang-Hu moves to intercept the attack, a desperate gamble. The flames engulf Shin Kang-Hu, the heat searing his skin. Activating his protection armor, a shimmering blue barrier deflects the worst of the inferno. Wiping sweat from his brow, Shin Kang-Hu mutters, this is tough. He thinks it's a good thing he reinforced his protection barrier skill. He also upgraded his new weapon, strengthening the reinforced bleeding option. A sinister smile spreads across Shin Kang-Hu's face. Li Yiren, engulfed in flames, asks how long he is going to run away for. The flames intensify around her. A green aura emanates from his boots. Since he strengthened his protection and bleeding weapon, Shin Kang-Hu realizes his opponent is a mage. His eyes glow with determination. The battle erupts in close combat. The figures clash amidst the chaos. The fight continues. He descends the stairs, a crimson blade held low, ready to strike. Li Yiren looks up, her expression unreadable. The camera focuses on Li Yiren's torso. Shin Kang-Hu prepares to strike, his fist clenched. With a burst of speed, Shin Kanghu strikes down a group of people, the red blade leaving a trail of blood. The blade descends with brutal force. A figure lies covered in blood, the attack having left them incapacitated. Shin Kanghu stands over the fallen, the scene a testament to his power. The aftermath of the attack leaves a scene of carnage, bodies strewn across the ground. Han Seoyan looks on in shock, exclaiming, "Yeren." Han Seoyan says, "I dealt with the rest. What about Kanghu? Is he inside? I can't." Cha So he replies, "Find him anywhere. Let's hurry." He doesn't think she's here. It's probably in the train station. Han Seoyan stands with Shin Kanghu, listening intently. Elsewhere, a group of people find themselves surrounded by flames. A massive fire dragon materializes, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The dragon roars, the sound echoing through the inferno. Panic erupts as people scramble to escape the encroaching flames. Explosions rip through the area, adding to the chaos. The fiery onslaught continues, consuming everything in its path. Li Yeren stands amidst the inferno, seemingly unharmed. The fire dragon's roar intensifies, shaking the very foundations of the area. Li Yeren asks, her voice laced with dark satisfaction, "Do you get it now? It's pointless, no matter what you do." She stands with a sinister grin, looking down at her opponent. Li Yeren declares, "It's over for you." Shin Kanghu realizes, yup, close combat won't work. From a distance, Li Yeren prepares her next attack. A torrent of fire hurtles towards Shin Kanghu. The flames erupt around him, the heat intense. Li Yeren laughs, taunting, "Did your hand slip because you're so scared of dying?" She continues, "If I do this, you won't even be able to retrieve it." Shin Kanghu is consumed by the inferno. "This is how you aim, Shin Kanghu." Li Yeren watches as the flames engulf Shin Kanghu, a cruel satisfaction on her face. A close-up reveals the intensity in Li Yeren's eyes. The fire rages, Shin Kanghu still trapped within its deadly embrace. Still engulfed in flames, Kanghu struggles against the intense heat. Han Seoyan watches the scene unfold, a question forming in her mind. Just what is he trying to do? A surge of energy erupts around Kanghu as he unleashes the wind-thunder circle. The swirling vortex of wind and thunder expands rapidly, a maelstrom of power. Li Yeren cries out as the wind-thunder circle crashes into her flames. The clash of elements creates a dazzling display of light and energy, the wind-thunder circle overpowering the fire. Kanghu focuses, a thought solidifying in his mind. He should be the one to aim. To aim. A confident smirk plays on Kanghu's lips, his eyes gleaming with determination. Li Yeren runs forward, her expression unreadable. A wind-thunder circle materializes, crackling with energy. A monstrous roar echoes through the air. The camera focuses on Li Yeren, her gaze fixed on something in the distance. Li Yeren murmurs, "Wow, this is interesting." Li Yeren crosses her arms, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. A chaotic scene unfolds, figures engulfed in flames and shadows. Li Yeren's expression hardens, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Li Yeren reflects, "I never thought he'd push Cha So Hee to that extent." Li Yeren muses, "How fascinating, though." After going to the Sajina dungeon, Shin Kanghu walks down the street, holding a cup. A figure stands amidst a swirling vortex of shadows and faint light. A voice observes that he's now using the same skill as the dungeon's main boss. Li Yeren listens intently, a slight smirk playing on her lips. A subordinate responds, "Yes, master." Another voice confirms, "Like you ordered, I'm watching them." Shin Kanghu stands ready, a determined look on his face. A figure cries out as they are struck by a blast of green energy. Kanghu prepares a counterattack, blue energy crackling in his outstretched hand. A figure plummets downwards, enveloped in a torrent of blue energy. The figure is pulled away, an abduction, in progress, leaving them to exclaim in shock. He is enveloped in a surge of electric blue energy, his eyes glowing with the same fierce intensity. The energy crackles around him as he reaches out, the air shimmering with barely contained power. Accelerating with blinding speed, Shin Kanghu becomes a blur of motion and raw energy. Li Yeren unleashes a flurry of stabs, the blade a crimson whirlwind of lethal intent. The knife drips with fresh blood, a testament to the brutal efficiency of the attack. She slashes again, the blade singing through the air with deadly precision. The impact sends shockwaves through the air, a brutal reminder of the force behind each strike. Holding the bloody knife, Li Yeren's expression is a mix of triumph and disbelief. "Beaten me?" she asks. Standing over her opponent, she declares, "Don't be mistaken." Suddenly, Li Yeren is engulfed in flames, the heat radiating outwards in a searing wave. Shin Kanghu charges forward, a man possessed, his eyes fixed on his target. Li Yeren stands over Shin Kanghu, who is now on the ground. "I don't know about that," she says. He clutches his arm, a silent grimace betraying the pain. Blue energy flickers around his hand, a desperate attempt to staunch the unseen wound. What could the reason be? Shin Kanghu's gaze hardens, his mind racing. He mutters, "I might not be mistaken." Li Yeren's expression twists in disbelief. "What?" she breathes, her eyes widening. A close-up reveals Li Yeren's hand, pulsing with crimson energy. The words, blood burn, are emblazoned across the image, a testament to the destructive power she wields. A guttural scream tears from Li Yaren's throat, the backlash of her own technique racking her body. Negan, she cries out. Shin Kanghu kneels, battered but unbroken. His eyes, though narrowed in pain, still burn with defiance. Meanwhile, Li Yaren and another figure sprint down a sterile corridor. A voice calls out, "How's the situation?" Li Yaren flashes a chilling smile, her eyes gleaming with dark amusement. "Don't be shocked," she purrs. Elsewhere, a disembodied voice observes, "Cha So-hee is losing." A pause hangs in the air, thick with anticipation. Wow, maybe. The voice continues, laced with a hint of intrigue. The camera focuses on gloved hands, clasped with an almost predatory elegance. "Our dear So-hee's not as good as she used to be." The voice concludes. Cha So-hee is shown, bloodied and bruised, her face a mask of pain and determination. The fight is far from over. House's eyes narrow, a dark resolve hardening his gaze. "Am I going to?" He lunges forward, a crimson glint reflecting off the blade in his hand. "Lose like this?" The world fades to black as House's inner turmoil intensifies. "Me?" A flicker of flame ignites in House's outstretched hand, the fire dancing with malevolent energy. House's face contorts in rage as he unleashes his fury. "You crazy bitch." The flames lick at the air around Shin Kanghu, who sits injured on the ground. House demands, "Why are you doing this to me?" Cha So-hee glares back, her own resolve hardening. "Shut up. I'll make it so you can never play with fire again." Shin Kanghu watches the scene unfold, his expression a mix of concern and helplessness. Play with fire. A memory floods House's mind, the image of a burning building searing itself into his consciousness. I remember now." The flames engulf the scene as House recalls the source of his pain. "You're the kid who lived in that." House's face twists in anguish as the memory overwhelms him. Hey, House. Fueled by grief and rage, House screams, "Killing me won't bring your dead parents back." He unleashes a torrent of fire, the flames licking at the edges of reality with a ravenous hunger. Cha So-hee is caught in the inferno, the heat distorting the air around her. Her expression hardens, a grim determination settling over her features as she prepares to face the onslaught. House sends another blast of fire, the inferno expanding to consume everything in its path. "You sure are good at running wild, kid," he taunts. A man in a suit watches with a cruel smile. "We'll make an example out of you to show others what happens if they mess with us." The man takes a step forward, his eyes gleaming with malice. A group of men charge forward, their faces contorted with rage. Cha So-hee sprints away, her breath catching in her throat. "Cook." House focuses his power, the flames around him intensifying. The fire engulfs the charging men, their screams echoing through the inferno. "Grab that bitch." A man cries out as he is struck by an unseen force, blood splattering across the ground. "Aff." Li Yaren plunges a knife into the back of a man, a sinister giggle escaping her lips. Hee. How dare she act out? The man thinks as Li Yaren stabs him. The man grunts as he is stabbed. The man orders someone to search her, saying she might have some useful items. Li Yaren wonders if this is how she loses. The man thinks to bastards like these. The man thinks who's making a fuss in my territory? The man's hands begin to glow with a blue aura. Li Yaren exclaims, "What?" The man's eyes glow with a blue aura. The man's hands continue to glow with a blue aura. The man's hands continue to glow with a blue aura. The man's hands continue to glow with a blue aura. The man's voice booms, declaring, "This is Eclipse's territory." His hands crackle with violet energy, the air shimmering around him. Li Yaren kneels on the broken ground, her expression unreadable. He questions her, his voice laced with accusation. "Did you do that?" Li Yaren's head hangs low as the man continues, "You're worth raising up." He commands, his tone brooking no argument, "Follow me." Her eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he murmurs, "Master, yeah." A memory surfaces. "He gave me a place to fit in." Standing before a burning pyre, he declares, "And in turn, I dealt with people for him." Side by side, they stand together, a silent understanding passing between them. He reflects, a hint of self-deprecation in his thoughts. "Master. But being cautious is not one of your strengths." The woman's expression hardens as she considers the potential competition. The question hangs in the air, laced with challenge. Who does he think he is to command her? Her eyes narrow, a dangerous glint in their depths as she voices her contempt for newcomers. Li Yaren's voice rises, a furious denial erupting from her lips. "Don't bullshit me." Flames engulf her, a blazing inferno of raw power. Shin Kanghu is taken aback by the sudden display of force. The flames lick higher as Li Yaren demands to know why he's so surprised. The burning woman challenges him, her voice a low growl. "Come closer." The air crackles with energy as Shin Kanghu's name is invoked. The flames intensify, Li Yaren's power reaching a fever pitch. A figure surrounded by flames demands to know why someone is so taken aback. The figure commands their unseen opponent to come closer. A voice cries out, identifying the fiery figure as Shin Kanghu. Shin Kanghu's face is contorted in rage, wreathed in fire. Kanghu prepares a defensive maneuver, fire swirling around his outstretched hand. Someone wonders if it is a defensive skill. An unseen observer questions just how many skills Shin Kanghu possesses. Kanghu launches himself forward, a fiery comet streaking through the air. A hand clenches into a fist. A man with dark purple hair smirks, declaring that it's an industry secret. Meanwhile, the purple-haired man watches as Shin Kanghu stands wreathed in flames. Li Yeren tilts her head, a question forming in her mind. Shin Kanghu stares intently, his expression unreadable. Li Yeren smirks, declaring that her prediction was correct. The woman wonders if it's a skill that explodes wounds, but shrugs it off. Li Yeren smiles sinisterly, boasting that she's cauterized all her wounds. The woman unleashes a torrent of fire, declaring that kind of thing won't work anymore. Shin Kanghu is caught in the explosion. Li Yeren stands amidst the flames. Shin Kanghu grits his teeth, muttering in annoyance. The fire rages. The fire continues to spread. Li Yeren remarks on what a mess it is. The rain of fire intensifies. He watches as a ball of fire hurtles toward him. With a burst of speed, he executes a swift dodge. Continuing his evasion, he narrowly avoids the flames. His expression hardens, a glint of determination in his eyes. A voice declares, fire is Cha So-hee's specialty. Another voice explains, she's probably intending to control the fire on the ground like landmines. Shin Kanghu activates his protection armor, a blue aura enveloping him. He thinks, I need to fight over there. Preparing for a short-distance leap, he crouches low. With a surge of power, Shin Kanghu executes the short-distance leap. He lands with a soft thud, dust swirling around his feet. Shin Kanghu faces Li Yeren, ready to engage. A figure peers from the side, a fiery glow surrounding them. Li Yeren shouts a loud boo. A figure with goggles looks ahead, mouth agape. A fist clenches, surrounded by a bright light. Someone shouts, Yeren, look over there. Two figures with goggles stand side by side, observing the scene. A voice urges, let's hurry. Two figures stand together, one with long black hair and the other with short gray hair. A figure shouts, block them at all costs. A fist is raised, ready to strike. Shin Kanghu's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he prepares for the onslaught. An unseen force slams into him, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The sound of the blow echoes through the room. The T-Team leader swings his weapon, green energy crackling around it. Tendrils of green energy lash out, seeking their target. Li Yeren raises her hand, green energy swirling around her. I'm sorry, but we're in a rush, she says. The green energy intensifies as Li Yeren commands. Live, buzz off. Another impact echoes through the room. Someone cries out as they are struck, blood splattering. Li Yeren continues to channel the green energy, her expression focused. The sound of another impact reverberates. Li Yeren surveys the scene, her green energy still active. A voice cries out in disbelief. His eyes widening in surprise, Shin Kanghu calls out. The air crackles with unseen energy. Li Yeren unleashes a torrent of fire-like energy towards Shin Kanghu. The energy coalesces into a blade, and she presses her attack. Shin Kanghu counters, meeting the fiery blade with his own blue energy. The two energies collide in a burst of sparks and raw power. Shin Kanghu grits his teeth, determination etched on his face. This is better. Li Yeren continues her assault, pressing forward with relentless energy. Focusing his energy, Shin Kanghu prepares to strike. I'll go for her blind spot like this. A sinister grin spreads across Li Yeren's face, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. That move, Shin Kanghu lunges forward, his attack aimed true. The attack connects, sending a shockwave through the battlefield. He is struck by a fierce blow, the force of it sending shockwaves through his body. Gasping for air, Li Yeren reels from the impact. Summoning her resolve, Li Yeren prepares to retaliate. Finally, with a surge of power, Li Yeren unleashes her attack. Finally, her eyes burn with crimson intensity, a sign of the power coursing through her veins. A barrage of energy blades erupts, each strike carrying lethal force. Li Yeren presses her advantage, a blade of pure energy materializing in her hand. The air crackles with anticipation as the great beheading technique is unleashed. The blade finds its mark, piercing through flesh and bone with brutal efficiency. Li Yeren screams in triumph, her victory seemingly assured. A gasp escapes Cha So-hee's lips, her eyes wide with disbelief. Cha So-hee stares at the scene unfolding before her, questioning the sudden end. What? Is it over already? She stares ahead, a complex mix of emotions swirling within her. The weight of the recent events presses down on Cha So-hee. Shin Kanghu stands amidst the destruction, his expression grim. He reflects, she makes sound decisions quickly. A narration box states, she gave her arm up instead of her life. Li Yeren is engulfed in flames, her expression pained. She grits her teeth, muttering, you. Li Yeren screams, I'll kill you. Flames erupt around Li Yeren as she prepares to fight. Shin Kanghu clenches his fist, thinking, this is driving me nuts. The effects of the mad solatium are going to end soon. Li Yeren's hand glows with fiery energy. Li Yeren's eyes blaze with fury as she vows, I'll destroy that armor of yours several times over. He is enveloped in a fiery orange aura, the air crackling with heat. Emerald energy explodes outward, slicing through the air with deadly precision. Shin Kong-hu is now surrounded by a swirling vortex of green energy, ready to unleash its power. Kong-hu clenches his fist, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. When magic, he wonders. Li Yeren strikes, the force of her blow sending Kong-hu reeling. He grunts, "Cook!" Staggering backward, Shin Kong-hu tries to regain his footing. Li Yeren's face contorts with rage, her eyes burning with fury. "You crazy bitch," she snarls. Han Seoyin clutches Shin Kong-hu, her expression a mix of concern and frustration. "How many times will you interrupt me?" she demands. Li Yeren advances, surrounded by a blazing aura. "I never invited a bitch like you," she screams. Li Yeren prepares to unleash another attack, her eyes narrowed with determination. "Li Yeren!" Shin Kong-hu braces himself, ready to meet her assault head-on. Shin Kong-hu is grabbed by the arm as someone asks how many times he will interrupt. Li Yeren shouts that she never invited a bitch like Cha So-hee. Li Yeren stands in a circle of green energy. Li Yeren's name is shouted. Li Yeren glares, her eyes narrowed. Li Yeren kicks out with a burst of green energy. Li Yeren is surrounded by flames. Cha So-hee thinks she guesses what's going on, as someone tells her she doesn't get the situation. Shin Kong-hu and Han Seoyin stand behind Cha So-hee. A hand glows with green energy. Li Yeren smiles, surrounded by flames, and says, "Ha." Surrounded by a vortex of crackling flames, she declares, "Do that kind of thing as much as you want." An explosion rocks the area. Li Yeren remains wreathed in fire. Shin Kong-hu's expression hardens. Shin Kong-hu, Han Seoyin, and the others realize something is amiss. She disappeared. Shin Kong-hu wonders, just where is she? Shin Kong-hu is surrounded by a green aura. He says, "There's no need to be on guard." Han Seoyin asks, "Do you mean?" Li Yeren thinks, "I was concerned about Cha So-hee's last constellation the entire fight." Shin Kong-hu smirks. Shin Kong-hu is seen in a reflection. A sign declares the presence of a master of worldly wisdom, a constellation specializing in worldly wisdom, capable of copying an opponent's skill in a degraded version once per day. Someone wonders what she'd steal. Mana tracking is activated. Li Yeren is seen in the distance. She copied his stealth and won't attack anymore. Han Seoyin supports Shin Kong-hu, who is bleeding from his mouth. They need to chase her immediately. Shin Kong-hu struggles to stay upright. Han Seoyin shouts, supporting Shin Kong-hu. She asks if he is okay and tells him to get a grip. Shin Kong-hu grits his teeth, blood dripping from his face. Han Seoyin checks his pulse. He's still breathing. Han Seoyin continues to support the injured Shin Kong-hu, her expression a mix of concern and determination. Someone says they should hurry to a hospital. Han Seoyin looks determined. Li Yeren's face contorts in rage. "Li Yeren, that fucking bitch," she exclaims. Driven by fury, she breaks into a run. How dare she interrupt me? She thinks, but Shin Kong-hu, just what is up with that guy? The amount of skills he has makes no sense. He's also using the skills the dungeon boss has. She realizes, does he have the ability to copy? She thinks, the skills of monsters? I need to let Master know. A hand clenches, surrounded by a crimson aura. She walks away, leaving the scene behind. Her footsteps echo on the stone path. Li Yeren's face twists into a sinister grin. "Where are you in such a rush to go?" Her expression shifts to surprise. "Are you crazy?" Li Yeren speaks into a device. "What are you doing, Jin Hyoam?" Her face contorts with rage, her hands still stained crimson. Li Yeren's voice drips with malice. "So," she thinks to herself, "I'm trying to let you know about your poor circumstances, Master." Li Yeren asks over the phone, "What should I do with Cha So-hee?" A hand presses a button. "Dispose of her." A man states, "A hunting dog that fails at hunting needs to die." A voice echoes from the darkness, declaring, "Master has abandoned you." A sinister smile spreads across the speaker's face as they utter, "What?" The speaker's eyes gleam with malice. The speaker's hands are covered in a viscous, red substance. Meanwhile, a hospital looms against the night sky. Shin Kong-hu lies in a hospital bed, his brow furrowed in pain. He wonders aloud, a hospital? He struggles to sit up, a sharp pain shooting through his body. He hears someone call his name, Kong-hu. Tears well in his eyes as he stares blankly ahead. A figure sits beside his bed, their head bowed in grief. Shin Kong-hu leaves the hospital room, a determined look on his face. He adjusts the earbud in his ear. Classical music plays from his phone. Shin Kong-hu listens to the music. His phone vibrates. He looks at his phone and sees a message. The message is from Young Yuri, with a picture and the word Tada. Shin Kong-hu reads the message, a thought bubble appearing above his head. A grandfather now. Shin Kong-hu walks down the hospital hallway. He clenches his fist, muttering, "Damn it." Li Yeren stands with her arms crossed, thinking, so my prediction was correct. I knew. Li Yeren says, "You do this, Sunkyu. Why don't you rest a bit more before leaving? Your body hasn't recovered yet." Shin Kong-hu stops in the hallway, facing Li Yeren. He asks if blue eyes are okay, holding up what appears to be a contact lens. In a brightly lit room, a woman with long, dark hair stands among several seated figures. She asks, "What?" Shin Kong-hu stares intently, his expression unreadable. The woman explains that Eclipse might target him because of what happened, but Shin Kong-hu tells her not to worry. The woman states that Eclipse might be big. The woman emphasizes that it's because of his blue eyes. Shin Kanghu responds that if that's the case, then it's good to hear. Shin Kanghu's expression remains serious. The woman thanks Shin Kanghu for today, and he tells her to let Han Seoyin know. The woman thinks that she thinks Han Seoyin will want to hear it directly. Shin Kanghu says no. Shin Kanghu thinks it'd be better not to, for Seoyin, too. Young Yuri appears concerned. The text states that Han Seoyin is an unconditional character to Shin Kanghu, and that if they grow closer. The text reads, what happened in the novel will repeat. Shin Kanghu states that he will get going. The text says, if you have a reason, I won't force it. Shin Kanghu asks if he can have some time instead. Young Yuri states that she has something to say. The chibi character asks why he didn't respond. Jin Young asks if he can have some more time. Someone says they have something to say. Shin Kanghu tells them to speak. Someone mentions the corpse they were asked to deal with before. Jin Young says they dealt with it, but it's hard to find someone's identity with just a hunter's license, adding that there's a chance they. Someone asks if it's okay to take some time to find his identity. Shin Kanghu tells them to do whatever's comfortable for them. Jin Young says, and one more thing. Someone says this is about Eclipse, adding that even though Cha So-hee was put into that state, Eclipse didn't take any actions. Someone says that no matter how many of their manpower they dealt with in the area, it's weird that they've been quiet until now. They may be trying to cover this incident up. Shin Kanghu considers something, his finger pressed to his lips. An unseen figure agrees. I think so too. Even after pouring all that manpower into trying to catch you, and even sending an executive member, they failed, sunk you. If word gets out, it'll stain their reputation. Shin Kanghu asks, what is Cha So-hee doing? There are no witnesses. She failed her task, so she was probably killed. We're talking about Kang Donghyun here. Shin Kanghu thinks about Cha So-hee. There's no need to be on guard, an unseen figure says. Cha So-hee ran away. Kanghu. Shin Kanghu is injured. Surrounded by figures, a message appears stating, this fight was quite impressive. Another message declares, you've proved your worth. A close-up reveals Kanghu, his expression intense as a message overlays his face. If you want to move to the next stage, call me. A shadowed figure reflects. It was an ill-fated relationship, but I've obtained an opportunity thanks to you. Then, Kanghu states, his expression unreadable. Zhang Shiwan says, I'll get going. You might have people following you, so move carefully. Li Yeren replies, don't worry. Kanghu states, I'll be in a place nobody can find. Kanghu smirks, a hint of something dangerous in his eyes. A social media post reports, Gwangju Haeong Guild attacked by a Taejun organization. A speech bubble reads, they randomly touched the completely unrelated Haeong? A man with white hair holds a phone, his expression thoughtful. He says, that. The man's golden eyes narrow as he declares, me. He sits in his chair, a troubled expression on his face. Unexpected things keep happening these days. The scene shifts to a depiction of Taewa River eliminating Gong Tae-soo. The defeated figure lies prone, another victim claimed. They also took over Ulsan, too. The scene shows a room full of people. In the end, he never found the one who took Gong Tae-soo's left arm, either. He types away, realizing he didn't have enough information. On the phone, Zhang Shiwan confirms, yes, Zhang Shiwan. The man on the phone expresses his need to find out why Eclipse attacked Haeong. A desk sits bathed in sunlight, a plant casting long shadows. A cityscape stretches upwards, buildings reaching for the sky. He stands in a room, ready to begin. The Dimension Looter stares at a screen, thinking, I need to confirm one thing before that. Death within a constellation exam is the same as death in reality. The Dimension Looter remains silent. He states the obvious. A constellation exam is done solely by a constellation's discretion. The type of exam varies, depending on the disposition of the constellation. The exams can be brutal, but they have one similarity. Regardless of the level, the difficulty is high. So high, in fact, that some constellations take the test just to get rid of their contractors. The exam is deadly, since if they die, their contract is nullified. Most challenge it after raising their abilities a bit first. The Dimension Looter recalls feeling it during his fight with Cha So-hee. He clenched his fist, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. The Dimension Looter knew he needed to grow, and grow quickly. Shin Kanghu stood in the room, his expression resolute. He muttered, I don't have time to hesitate. Thank you for your concern, but I need it now. A holographic sign flickered to life, displaying the words, Dimension Looter, I worried for no reason. The image of the Dimension Looter shimmered with a blue light as he declared, I'll accept your will. The Dimension Looter stood in a room bathed in an ethereal blue glow, his form outlined by digital static. The background dissolved into a cascade of digital code, a torrent of information flowing without end. The Dimension Looter walked down a long, dark hallway, the only light emanating from his own glowing form. A close-up revealed the Dimension Looter's intense gaze, a silent determination etched on his face. A vast chamber stretched before him, filled with countless seated figures, their forms glowing with a faint blue light. Shin Kanghu observed the scene, a thoughtful expression on his face. There are more spectators than I expected, he mused. This seems to be quite the fiery debut show. Another holographic sign appeared, this one declaring, Dimension Looter, I'm glad you like it. The final sign loomed large, its message clear. Dimension looter, constellations, welcome to the exam of my contractor. He walks through the sterile, futuristic corridor, gazing upward as if contemplating the challenges ahead. His footsteps echo softly in the vast space, each step a commitment to the path he has chosen. A disembodied voice echoes, stating that if Dimension looter passes the exam, he will be rewarded. The voice continues, explaining that he will share his fate and intentions. Dimension looter stands firm, his expression a mask of resolve. His fate will allow him to obtain many more powers. The stakes are high. If he doesn't pass, he will die at the end of the fight. Apocalypse darkness. The air crackles with energy as a strange orb pulsates with an unknown power. The orb floats in the center of a vast chamber, its light casting long shadows across the floor. The stakes are reiterated. Should Dimension looter fail the exam, his constellation power will be returned. Dimension looter's gaze hardens, his jaw set with determination. If he enjoys the show, please donate some constellation power and express. The opponent to this match will be a hunter of another dimension, and the contractor himself will have the ability to choose. His gaze sharp, the upcoming challenge weighs heavily on his mind. It may look like he's been given a choice, but the point of this exam is to be acknowledged by the constellations. The constellations would never be satisfied if he went with a safe enemy. He decides, I'll go with him. Energy crackles around him as the constellations take notice. The power surges, a tangible force. Strategist of the Wilds finds this interesting. He chose someone he could never beat. The constellation Strategist of the Wilds has donated constellation power. The constellation Disciple of Justice has donated constellation power. The constellation Disciple of Justice has donated constellation power. The power coalesces, forming a swirling vortex of energy. That's quite a lot. The Manhwa Guild Master finds the situation amusing. He stands tall, radiating confidence. A fight with a being from another dimension is about to begin. Shin Kang-hu looks forward, determination etched on his face. A sword materializes, glowing with an ethereal light. Shin Kang-hu finds the situation amusing. The voice notes that it is a fight with a being from another dimension. Shin Kang-hu looks up, a slight smile playing on his lips. Shin Kang-hu stands, his expression thoughtful. The voice says, nice. Shin Kang-hu observes that it is a good environment. The voice states that the mana is much purer and more abundant than in reality. A man with white hair asks if the other is a patient or a druggie. The voice responds, don't worry, I'm neither. A voice echoes, questioning the challenger's level. The speaker's energy crackles around him as he stands before Zhang Xiwan. The Manhwa Guild Master scoffs at the display. Zhang Xiwan wonders aloud if a level 47 is trying to face him, someone in the 800s. He deems the challenger reckless, believing he's been chosen to attract attention from the constellations. The challenger stands in the distance, a lone figure against the backdrop of the arena. Zhang Xiwan declares that all the challenger will be able to show is his death. Zhang Xiwan muses about the constellations, wondering if it won't be too sad to go back right away after coming all this way. Zhang Xiwan decides to give the challenger a handicap. He states that he'll only use 2 constellations. Zhang Xiwan expected this. There's no way he would miss out on an opportunity to appeal to the constellations. Zhang Xiwan smiles, confident in his abilities. Normally, high-level constellations want the main constellation position, so they wouldn't want a contract when seeing that number. A floating text box reads, Clever Morning Man. Whoa, just 2 constellations. The arena is visible in the background, with the challenger standing far away. Another floating text box reads, Lunacy Mathematician. This is a good opportunity to see what he's capable of. The view widens, showing Zhang Xiwan and the challenger in the arena, surrounded by numerous constellations. He gazes out at the vast expanse of stars, a thoughtful expression on his face. At least one of them will fall for his abilities. Shin Kang-hu holds a knife, a sinister glint in his eyes. It won't go according to your plan. Guildmaster Zhang Xiwan's name hangs in the air. These are the papers you ordered, a voice says. Is this about the eclipse incident? It is about Abyss. Abyss. They're an organization that is truly hard to understand. A social media post reads, Warlord Abyss raises questions about the Manhwa Guild. Why are they so obsessed with the truth? The public will see and believe what they want anyway. Purple energy crackles around a hand. Should be certain, right? Rest assured. He has agreed as well. Good. Then I'll commission the Black Skeleton troops. A dossier shows headshots of Lee Hyun-suk, the Abyss captain, and Park Dong-jae, Lee Hyun-suk's sole blood relative. Lee Hyun-suk and Park Dong-jae stand together. Dong-jae states that everything is proceeding as planned. A phone screen displays the name Captain Lee Hyun-suk as an incoming call. The call from Captain Lee Hyun-suk is rejected. Sang-mi answers a call. She confirms that it has been a while, Captain. About Ulsan, it seemed that Taewa River used some of their power. Someone says that they just took care of some of the small fries. The one who took care of Gong Tae-soo is someone else. Sang-mi asks if the person on the other end has time. Lee Hyun-suk apologizes, stating that he had something to say about that incident, but he doesn't right now. Park Dong-jae says that he can't get into contact with Dong-jae, and he doesn't know if he went into a dungeon again. Lee Hyun-suk sighs. Someone asks if Dong-jae is ghosting him again, stating that he is the same as ever. Cha So-hee laughs into her phone. Zhang Xiwan speaks into his phone. Yoziak went to check, so it'll be resolved soon. Cha So-hee asks, Oh yeah, what about coming up here? Zhang Xiwan replies. Since you've won Ulsan over, let's see each other for the first time in a while and set up our next plans. Zhang Xiwan adjusts his uniform. Cha, so he responds. Sounds good to me. A close-up shows a character's chest. A figure with glowing blue eyes activates a power. Purple energy surges. The figure's self-defense is already cracking. A figure with white hair and glowing eyes stands amidst swirling purple energy, a halo above his head. Don't get scared. He activates a signal flare, a burst of blue energy erupting around him. The Yunghua Guild master grits his teeth, noting that her casting speed is as crazy as it is in the novel. He realizes this will be dangerous with just his body. Blue energy crackles around Zhang Xiwan as he activates his protection armor. Li Yeren smirks, wondering how long that armor of his will last. If he wants to live, running away will be better, she thinks, launching a dark purple fireball. Zhang Xiwan dodges the incoming fireball. Li Yeren smiles, asking if he's dodging. The woman prepares to launch wind arrows. Li Yeren launches wind arrows. Zhang Xiwan dodges the wind arrows. Before, these skills were already something, but his is on a whole other level, Li Yeren thinks. If he gets hit by any of these, he'll be in critical condition, Zhang Xiwan thinks. She launches a swift kick, her leg a blur of motion. With a burst of speed, Zhang Xiwan executes a swift dodge, narrowly avoiding the attack. The Yunghua Guild master prepares to unleash black magic, a dark aura swirling around him. He thinks, firing black magic right off the start. Li Yeren's eyes narrow as she observes the unfolding events. A screen displays, pure black truth seeker, stabilizes shadow power, and prevents the destruction of the body and mind. Li Yeren thinks, so he chose that for his first constellation. The Dimension Looter observes the fight from a distance. What a relief, everyone. Li Yeren smirks, thinking, since this insect is at least fast. Li Yeren continues, you don't have to worry about it ending in a single second. The Dimension Looter reads from a screen, corrupt agitator. Cleaning trash is usually more annoying. The Dimension Looter continues reading, strategist of the wilds. Is he planning on dragging things out on purpose? Angel of the battlefield. How cruel. The Dimension Looter wonders, who knows? The Dimension Looter declares, it's not over yet. Blue energy accelerates. He expresses gratitude for the distraction, preparing to strike. Zhang Xiwan says, thank you for blabbering away until I got into range. Li Yeren casts abduction. A close-up of Li Yeren's face reveals her focus. Li Yeren continues to cast abduction. Zhang Xiwan counters with dispel. Zhang Xiwan's expression shifts to shock as he exclaims, fuck. Li Yeren wonders, he blocked that with dispel? To think you'd have a skill like this. Zhang Xiwan leaps into the air, thinking, I'll have to adjust my assessment dash. Zhang Xiwan and Li Yeren face each other amidst swirling energy. Li Yeren casts illusion magic. Blue energy crackles. The Yunghua Guild master stands with two other figures. Space manipulation activates. Zhang Xiwan holds a sword, red energy swirling around him. Zhang Xiwan's eyes widen. A figure scales a wall. Zhang Xiwan thinks to himself. A text box appears, describing the space guide ability. It opens and closes space, allowing movement to a different space. The text says, that's the second constellation he's using. Zhang Xiwan smirks. Hands clench. A figure leaps towards Zhang Xiwan. A close-up of the figure's face. Zhang Xiwan smiles, thinking, then what about this? The space guide explains that it opens and closes space, allowing you to move to a different space. Jianyang smirks, his red eyes gleaming with confidence. So, Jianyang leaps forward, surrounded by red energy. He thinks to himself that it's the second constellation he's using. The man with black hair asks, then what about this? Jianyang is surrounded by multiple opponents, blue energy clashing against his red aura. Shadow steps. The man with black hair thinks that Jianyang is struggling and that at best, it's just a cloning technique. Jianyang declares he will deal with the original body first, preparing a dark purple fireball. He prepared, energy crackling around him as he focused his power. An exchange of power, a surge of energy, ripped through the air. Jianyang's gaze intensified, his eyes burning with focused intent. A figure was launched skyward, propelled by an unseen force. Crimson energy pulsed from a hand, manipulating the very fabric of space. Space manipulation warped reality, bending the world to their will. The figure plummeted, a helpless victim of the spatial distortion. The crimson energy intensified, a chaotic dance of power. A new figure emerged, determination etched on his face. His hand clenched, ready to unleash a counterattack. Park Dongji's eyes widened in disbelief. What? They? Park Dongjae, Lee Hyun-suk's sole blood relative, was in shock. Yuseok. Moon Yuseok, an abyss lieutenant, laughs maniacally. Moon Yuseok silences Park Dongjae. Moon Yuseok instructs Park Dongjae to listen up. Moon Yuseok reveals that the Yunghua Guild is after him. Moon Yuseok emphasizes the importance of their connection. A close-up shows a wall. Moon Yuseok tells Park Dongjae they don't have time for a long explanation and to follow him. Park Dongjae agrees. Moon Yuseok's expression hardens. Moon Yuseok reiterates that it's a good thing he made a connection. Moon Yuseok expresses his frustration. Someone asks what's wrong, and a notification reveals that the target has moved. Moon Yuseok and Park Dong-jae are running. A sharp intake of breath escapes him as he recoils from an unseen force. In the distance, a figure stands poised, seemingly unaffected by the chaos around them. Shin Kang-hoo crouches low, a green aura swirling around him. The distant figure declares that the crouching figure doesn't know their place. Green energy crackles around a figure's back. A voice, laced with fury, demands how someone dares to aim for their back. A hand reaches out, surrounded by swirling green energy. The distant figure is surrounded by green energy, the word oxidize floating nearby. Shin Kang-hoo sprints forward, a blade in his hand, the word exchange emblazoned nearby. The figure from before declares the situation pointless. He initiates space manipulation, the air around him shimmering with unstable energy. Shin Kang-hoo grits his teeth, frustration etched on his face. Damn it, he's using space magic and black magic at the same time. Gripping a knife, Shin Kang-hoo prepares to strike, a crimson aura flaring around the blade. He unleashes a wave of space magic, the very fabric of reality warping before him. Focusing his power, Shin Kang-hoo channels the chaotic energies. The space around him contorts further as he pushes his abilities to their limit. The air crackles with raw power, a testament to the forces he commands. Shin Kang-hoo continues his assault, the space magic tearing through the environment. A voice echoes, laced with frustration. I can't follow him with my eyes. The space magic intensifies, a vortex of energy threatening to consume everything. Shin Kang-hoo's power reaches a crescendo, the air vibrating with unseen forces. He cries out, blood splattering as he's struck by an unseen attack. A surge of magical energy erupts. A figure is sent flying through the air amidst the explosion. Footsteps echo as someone moves through a dimly lit area. Two figures hurry through a building. They're a bit more. We just need to pass through here. A boot steps forward, the sound echoing in the space. A man's face is partially visible, his expression intense. A figure stands in a doorway, looking down at a group of people. A group of people stand in a room, their expressions hidden in shadow. A man in a military-style jacket exclaims, "Take these bastards." A knife is held to a man's throat, his eyes wide with fear. A voice threatens, "Stay still. You don't want to see your hostage die, do you?" The hostage situation unfolds, the captors holding their weapons. Shin Kang-hoo curses under his breath, his expression twisted in anger. Jang Shiwan charges forward, yelling. A voice cries out, "Why Yuseok?" Jang Shiwan stands over an unseen figure, musing that it was too easy. A voice urges others to hurry up and leave. A man lies on the ground, groaning in pain. Someone cries out in denial. Park Dong-jae's name is shouted. The voice from before notes that they recognize the voice. Moon Yuseok plummets downwards. Someone asks if Yuseok is okay, followed by an apology. Park Dong-jae was abducted, someone reveals. Jin-young reels back, his eyes wide with shock. What? The realization dawns on him. Damn it, I should have been more careful. A man places a comforting hand on Jin-young's shoulder. We'll look a bit more. Which way did they go? The man points in a direction. They should have gone. Two men rush forward. Leave it to us. One of the men sprints away. Jin-young bows his head, a speech bubble appearing. Thank you. A sinister smile spreads across Jin-young's face. Meanwhile, a figure plummets through a sky, filled with debris. The figure continues to fall. A man with white hair and a sinister smile extends his hand. The white-haired man stands before a vast audience. Did you enjoy the show? Although it was short, the white-haired man smiles. It was an honor to meet you. The white-haired man holds his hand out, a blue energy forming in his palm. The energy crackles and intensifies. The white-haired man wonders if the donations are continuing. A figure floats above a cloud of energy. Jang Shiwan says, "Thanks, Jang Shiwan." Jang Shiwan continues, "Thanks to you blabbering away, I got time to recover." Shin Kang-hoo's expression darkens. The white-haired man says, "To think you dare to listen to music with me in front of you." Shin Kang-hoo clenches his fist. Shin Kang-hoo says, "It doesn't matter even," as he summons a blade of energy. He declared, his voice laced with confidence, "Since your attacks won't work anymore." The air crackles with tension as Shin Kang-hoo's opponent declares, "It doesn't matter even if you glare at me." Shin Kang-hoo raises a blue, glowing weapon, its energy humming in the air. He states with unwavering resolve, "Since your attacks won't work anymore." Jang Shiwan retorts, "What nonsense." Jang Shiwan's eyes narrow as he vows, "You won't be able to say that once I crush you." A surge of red energy erupts around Jang Shiwan, the air shimmering with its intensity. The air vibrates with raw power. Arcane energy crackles, a prelude to a devastating attack. Shin Kang-hoo grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. "If I get hit this time, I'll die immediately." His eyes burn with determination. "But if I can't overcome this?" Shin Kang-hoo steels himself, knowing, "I'll never be able to block Jang Shiwan." He smirked, his eyes glowing with power. It was just a bluff, he thought. To think he'd even close his eyes. Jang Shiwan began to channel dark energy, a crimson aura flaring around him as he prepared his attack. The air crackled with dark energy as the dark thunderbolt materialized, a vortex of crimson and black power. The dark thunderbolt hurtled towards Shin Kanghu, a beam of pure destructive energy. Blue energy surged around Shin Kanghu as he prepared to evade the incoming attack. With a burst of speed, Kanghu executed a swift dodge, narrowly avoiding the dark thunderbolt. The dark thunderbolt continued past, leaving a trail of residual energy in its wake. Shin Kanghu stood his ground, the near miss causing him to exclaim in surprise. Zhang Shiwan's eyes widened. Had he dodged it? Zhang Shiwan wondered how Shin Kanghu had managed to evade his attack. Blue energy crackled around Shin Kanghu's feet as he prepared to launch a counterattack. A confident smirk played on Shin Kanghu's lips, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light. A voice booms, filled with disbelief. Dongjae got abducted. Is that true? Lee Hyun-suk, Abyss Captain. Moon Yuseok bows his head in apology. I apologize, Hyun-suk. It was my mistake. Lee Hyun-suk reassures him. There's nothing to be sorry about. It's not your fault, Yuseok. Yuseok clenches his fist on the table, his knuckles white. Hyun-suk gestures for him to sit. Okay, sit down and tell me. Yuseok asks, his expression grim. Who were they? Yuseok grits his teeth. Yuseok continues, they weren't elite hunters. Yuseok concludes, there's a high chance that their goal is money. He suggests that they may be contacted using Park Dongji's phone. Moon Yuseok considers the situation, gloved hand raised to his chin. It's one of the two, the man standing states. The man standing continues, stating that the Yunhua Guild has been checking them more and more these days. Moon Yuseok asks what? A newspaper lies on the desk, the headline warning of the Yunhua Guild's anti-government power, Abyss. Lee Hyun-suk says that if his information was leaked, it's not strange that they targeted Park Dongjae. Moon Yuseok states that they don't know for sure, so they'll have to do some searching. He orders everyone who knows that Dongjae is his nephew to be called. Moon Yuseok sits with the newspaper. Lee Hyun-suk is warned to be careful not to be tailed by the Yunhua Guild. Lee Hyun-suk understands, and says he'll move immediately. The man standing thanks him. Moon Yuseok mentions that Sangmi is coming up, so they should receive her help. Yoon Sangmi arrives. The woman with the massive blade considers her next move. It'll be perfect if she can kill her too while they're at it. The man with the sinister grin declares, I will. The man with the menacing eyes sneers, I don't care how you dodged it. Surrounded by a whirlwind of crimson roses, the woman proclaims, you're going to die anyway. Looking up, the man contemplates, the skills my enemy uses. Above, the white-haired figure smirks. Below, the blue-haired man steels himself. The man realizes, I can't dodge it by relying on my eyes. The woman prepares to sense the mana within, searching for an advantage. The narration explains, the skills my enemy uses. Normally, it'd be impossible. But the mana here is much more abundant and higher in purity. The man with the sword thinks, which means it's possible if it's in this place. The blue-haired man focuses, wondering what he can do, though, is sense the mana within. A blast of blue energy surges forward. The energy slams into its target, detonating in a burst of red. The force of the explosion continues to batter the figure. The blast sends Zhang Shiwan hurtling backwards. Zhang Shiwan gasps, eyes wide with shock. He smirks, thinking, I'm truly seeing the benefits of my mana hypersensitivity. The strategist of the wilds watches as Zhang Shiwan is blasted backwards. The strategist of the wilds is impressed, considering Zhang Shiwan a human worth keeping an eye on. The corrupt agitator prepares another attack, thinking, I'm excited to see how this match ends. The corrupt agitator charges up a sphere of blue energy. The corrupt agitator glares, thinking, how dare a mere insect. The corrupt agitator is enraged, screaming, ruin my stage. He gathers dark energy in his hand, preparing the dark thunderbolt. The dark energy coalesces, crackling with purple lightning. With a burst of power, the corrupt agitator vanishes, leaving behind a cratered arena. Zhang Shiwan's eyes widen in disbelief. He's gone. Confusion clouds his face as the blue energy dissipates around him. His subordinates rush to support him, their faces etched with concern. A glimpse of the corrupt agitator's face, contorted in concentration as he teleports away. Zhang Shiwan curses under his breath, frustration boiling over. Shit. The corrupt agitator is engulfed in a vortex of red and blue energy, vanishing completely. Speed lines streak across the arena, marking his rapid departure. The air shimmers with residual energy, a testament to the speed of his escape. Clutching his arm, Zhang Shiwan collapses to his knees, defeated and injured. A muffled groan echoes in the room, followed by a stern command. Park Dongjae is bound and kneeling, a hooded figure standing over him. The hooded figure glares down, his expression cold and calculating. Park Dongjae gulps, fear evident in his eyes as he sits on the floor. Confusion clouds Park Dongjae's face. How did this happen? Park Dongjae recalls Yuseok's warning. The Yunhua Guild was after him. Meanwhile, a silver-haired man strides through a modern office building, a phone pressed to his ear. He listens intently, his expression unreadable. The man on the phone is informed that Park Dongjae has been seized, as commissioned. A smirk plays on the silver-haired man's lips. This was easier than expected. The man on the phone smiles, the city skyline a blur behind him. A blinding light erupts. Chains of crackling blue energy erupt from the blue-haired figure, lashing out at his white-haired opponent. The blue-haired figure smirks. Looks like you've given up on the handicap. The white-haired figure, sweat beading on his brow, grits his teeth, responding to the taunt with a glare. The blue-haired figure's smirk widens. I think this is my victory. The white-haired figure's eyes widen in disbelief and rage. Kanghu remarks that it looks like his opponent has given up on the handicap. Zhang Xiwan activates the suppressor of nature's course, completely blocking the attacks of enemies who are 1/3 or lower of his level, using his third constellation. Zhang Xiwan declares that this is his victory. Zhang Xiwan's expression hardens, his eyes blazing with fury. Kanghu strides forward, a determined glint in his eyes. He prepares to strike, energy crackling around his fist. Kanghu questions if his opponent is going back on his word. A sinister smile spreads across Kanghu's face. Zhang Xiwan seems taken aback by something. A spectral figure looms behind Zhang Xiwan, as if a skill is being activated. Ruined Prophet. To think he'd succeed a skill that was blocked before. Drug King. And wasn't that a skill for monsters? Martial God of the Iron Mace. To be able to use it so skillfully. How surprising. Martial God of the Iron Mace. I look forward to seeing his growth. Zhang Xiwan thinks to himself. There's no way I wouldn't see the movements of an assassin who isn't even level 50 yet. A surge of purple energy erupts around Kanghu. Zhang Xiwan demands, just what trick did you use? Kanghu replies, I just used stealth. Zhang Xiwan scoffs, bullshit me. Your level. Zhang Xiwan thinks, that should be a skill that assassins obtain at level 50. Zhang Xiwan concedes, yeah, you're right. But, Kanghu smirks. A voice echoes, questioning if someone truly believed what was said. The strategist of the wilds is revealed, the text indicating he hid his level from the start, anticipating the current situation. The angel of the battlefield strategy is laid bare. There's no need to tell your opponent everything. A fist clenches, a silent promise of action to come. A foot descends, poised to crush all opposition. A fierce gaze burns with determination. The figure stands ready, a weapon glinting in their hand. He acknowledges the situation, a spark of defiance in his eyes. The man admits he underestimated his opponent. He vows, I'll show you a bit of my sincerity. Power gathers in his hand, ready to be unleashed. A pair of tweezers delicately adjusts something unseen. The speaker anticipates seeing the captain and Dongji's faces for the first time in a while. Young Yuri enjoys a lollipop, a slight blush gracing her cheeks. Young Yuri declares that she can finally keep her promise. A message from Sunky reads, remember the promise from before? I have the opportunity now. The man states that if there is nothing much going on, he'll see someone in Hongqian in 2 days. Zhang Xiwan's brow furrows as he mutters, crazy bastard. A vortex of fiery energy explodes into existence. A figure stands amidst the inferno, a voice wondering if he's using that here. Text proclaims, Lady of Light, incredible and great dictator, marveling at the skill being used. Standing in the heart of the conflagration, Zhang Xiwan declares he should have done this from the start. Zhang Xiwan vows to turn someone into dust, his eyes burning with power. He unleashes a torrent of great red flames, the air shimmering with intense heat. The flames roar, consuming everything in their path. The inferno burns with a terrifying intensity. The flames stretch into the distance, a sea of fire. Great red flames engulf the surroundings. The flames rise higher, an unstoppable force. The intense heat distorts the air, creating a shimmering effect. A sharp TSK escapes Young Yuri's lips as she observes the spectacle. Shin Kanghu watches with narrowed eyes, muttering, how absurd. Shin Kanghu clenches his fist, questioning, isn't this a violation of the rules? Young Yuri, surrounded by a blue aura, wonders aloud, why is a constellation intervening in an exam? The flames continue to rage, an overwhelming display of power. The Dimension Looter declares, I can't allow a mere human to be unruly in my dimension. He is surprised, realizing, also, my contractor has already passed the exam. The Dimension Looter acknowledges, you've completed your role. The Dimension Looter commands, go back. A surge of blue energy emanates as the Dimension Looter sends someone back. The Dimension Looter erases the memories of the person he sent back. He exclaims, damn it, don't make me laugh. The Dimension Looter's frustration is palpable. The erasure of memories continues. The Dimension Looter sends the person back to their original dimension. The Dimension Looter reflects, I've erased his memories and sent him back to his original dimension, so there will be no further troubles. That was a close one. He smirks, thinking, but I did think this would happen. He muses that the situation is obvious upon observation. He recalls the events throughout the constellation exam. A surge of energy courses through him. The Dimension Looter acknowledges that he kept getting donations. He realizes that this obviously means he passed the exam. A smirk plays on his lips as he holds a glowing weapon. He asks if he can receive the rewards now. The Dimension Looter simply states, okay. He mentions constellations. The Dimension Looter states that he understands their intentions. He observes that the result of the exam is clear if you see the amount of constellation power gathered. 2 figures, the Angel of the Battlefield and the Strategist of the Wilds, observe the scene. The Angel of the Battlefield remarks that it was an interesting sight. The Strategist of the Wilds responds that it is a shame, and that he thinks the Dimension Looter is a more suitable contractor for him. The Dimension Looter threatens to kick someone out if they keep talking bullshit. Apocalypse Darkness states that he is also interested and that he will be watching. Apocalypse Darkness declares that he will remember someone. The Dimension Looter states that thanks to the exam, the constellations now know his face. Constellation Looter states that all of them have way too much interest in his contractor. Constellation Looter says he will allow it just for today. A surge of energy crackles through the air. Constellation power is being converted to EXP. Constellation Looter congratulates the contractor on passing the exam. Constellation Looter says that once the contractor returns, he will have a new power. A view of the constellation's location is shown. A message appears, promising the Constellation Looter the sweetness of growth. He stands amidst a cascade of digital light. The Dimension Looter stands in what appears to be a bathroom. A system notification appears. He has rapidly leveled up and reached level 101. The notification is reflected in his eyes. His eyes widen in surprise. Digital energy crackles around him. Several system windows float before him. The system notification catches Shin Kanghu's attention. Now that's what I'm talking about, he thinks. Another notification appears, informing Shin Kanghu that he has obtained the basic assassin class skill, Soul Imprint. Shin Kanghu recalls the recent fight with Cha So-hee. Managing his weapons during the battle had been annoying. A glint of steel catches the light as Shin Kanghu holds a knife. He considers the possibilities. He should imprint all his important weapons. Shin Kanghu studies the information. The new trait. It looks useful, but I'm not going to use it right away. The system displays more information. The Soul Imprint skill manifests as ethereal cards swirling around him. Having reached level 100, the Constellation Master Swindler grants him a chance to pick one of 3 good cards. He recalls that this was part of the deal. He reflects on how mixing items that didn't suit his character made things difficult. Shin Kanghu regrets doing that. He decides to go with this card. A surge of energy emanates from the chosen card. Shin Kanghu wonders what this is. The Constellation Master Swindler congratulates him for choosing one of the better items. The reward is a skill copy ability, allowing him to copy a hunter's skill with 10% efficiency. He is impressed. He decides to copy Zhang Shawan's skill. The skill is Great Red Flames. Shin Kanghu thinks that if possible, it'd be good to get an assassin class skill, and especially an inherent one that not anyone can obtain. A muscular man with long, gray hair is seen from behind. The same man is shown with blood on his arms. The voice says there's someone perfect for the job, but the problem is that he's notorious and in China. Shin Kanghu is seen with a serious expression. A voice expresses relief that something was picked up. Kanghu, on the phone, is asked how he is feeling. Someone is seen writing on a document. Shin Kanghu replies that he is fine and there's no need to worry. A person reading a document says that's good, and it looks like Eclipse, whom they were worried about, has calmed down. Shin Kanghu is asked if he has time to take on a small commission. The person asks what kind of commission it is. Shin Kanghu is told it's a mining commission. There was a new natural crystal mine discovered near Hongqian. Natural crystals are shown. Like mana stones, mining them requires mana, and it is a crystal necessary for making certain items. Mines are scarce, making them quite valuable. The pay for this job will be substantial. Shin Kanghu speaks into his phone, a smirk playing on his lips. He states that he'll set off tomorrow. The next day, Shin Kanghu walks through a forest with another man, the air thick with anticipation. The man with him carries a pickaxe, ready to mine, near the Hongqian Liberation Area Radius dungeon. Kanghu crouches, his hand glowing with blue energy as he extracts crystals from the earth. After mining, Shin Kanghu thinks to himself that he needs to meet up with Yoon Sangmi. He wants to meet Abyss faster. A message from Yoon Sangmi appears on his phone. The message reminds him that if he has nothing much going on, she'll see him in Hongqian in 2 days. But because of their tight security, without an intermediary, meeting them is impossible. Blue energy crackles around a hand. Shin Kanghu and the other man stand in the forest, surrounded by the same blue energy. He is surrounded by a surge of blue energy as he begins to mine the natural crystals. As expected, Shin Kanghu continues to extract the crystals with practiced ease. The crystals are subjected to a bloody stabbing. The mining continues, each strike precise and efficient. Shin Kanghu pauses, wiping sweat from his brow. Phew. The hunter declares that it should be enough. One of the other hunters exclaims that he did that in a second, marveling at his mana sensitivity and concluding that Shin Kanghu must be a high-level hunter. A hunter cries out. Another hunter mutters that they must be joking. The auburn-haired hunter questions if they will meet the quota at this rate, asking if the others think the Biting Wind Gang is a joke. Another hunter groans in pain. The auburn-haired hunter wonders aloud. A voice echoes, questioning who the intruder is and accusing them of taking all the precious crystals. One of the miners smirks, sizing up the situation. Another miner observes that there seems to be a better method than mining the crystals themselves. The miners continue their work, while others are being stepped on. Shin Kanghu observes that these bastards always act the same. Kanghu thinks to himself that it's been bothering him, so this is good. Suddenly, a magical attack is launched. The sound of the attack echoes through the cave. A miner screams as the magical energy engulfs him. Shin Kanghu's eyes widen in surprise. The other miners look around, wondering what just happened. One of the miners is sent flying, questioning where the attack came from. From where did that come from? A hand, clad in a leather glove, grips a glowing arrow, ready to be launched. The arrow's tip, crafted with deadly precision, pulses with a dark, magical energy. The arrow explodes in a burst of light and force, sending debris and bodies flying. A miner cries out in pain, the magical blast searing his flesh. A close-up reveals the shock etched on a miner's face. Crazy bastard, he thinks, his eyes wide with disbelief. A man with a rugged face and a neatly trimmed mustache says, "That's what we should be saying," his voice laced with sarcasm. Two figures stand amidst the chaos, their faces obscured by shadow, their intentions unknown. The orange-haired miner coughs, clutching his side, while Shin Kong-hu looks on with concern. A woman with visor-like glasses raises a weapon crackling with magical energy. Another blast of magical energy erupts, engulfing the miners in its destructive embrace. A miner, caught in the blast, cries out, "Damn it! Scatter!" He charges forward, his footsteps pounding against the ground. The group surrounds their target, a cacophony of shouts erupting as one of them screams, "You motherfucking bitch!" The face of the screaming man contorts in rage. His eyes burn with a furious red intensity. Shin Kong-hu extends his arm, a blade crackling with blue energy materializing in his grip. The blade is held firm, ready to strike. The blade plunges into flesh, the blue energy flaring as it finds its mark. Blood sprays as the victim reels from the sudden, brutal attack. Two figures watch the scene unfold, their expressions a mix of shock and anticipation. The blade drips with blood, the blue energy fading. The man with brown hair grits his teeth, snarling, "You son of a bitch." Towering over the fallen figure, Shin Kong-hu declares, "I'll kill you." He shouts a warning, his voice cutting through the air. A system message appears, indicating that Shin Kong-hu has retrieved an imprinted item. An enemy is overwhelmed by a flurry of attacks. A blade finds its mark, piercing through flesh. Shin Kong-hu observes the scene, remarking, "This is convenient." He stands amidst the fallen, a silent testament to his power. A woman with long black hair and red-tinted glasses watches him, impressed. "In such a short amount of time," she muses. Flames erupt around Shin Kong-hu, engulfing him in a fiery aura. He surveys the aftermath, the air thick with the scent of ozone and blood. A close-up reveals a fallen figure, life draining away. A scarred man with spiky brown hair smirks, stating, "I didn't think I'd meet you in a place like this." The man is identified as Young Sun No. Shin Kong-hu's name echoes in the air. The voice declared that someone is as impressive as they've heard. John Si-hyuk didn't think he'd meet the person in a place like this. A hand grips a dark, horn mask. Shin Kong-hu stands tall, his gaze unwavering. Someone expresses their gratitude for being saved. The man is asked if he is John Si-hyuk. A group of people surrounds a central figure, their expressions a mix of concern and relief. John Si-hyuk, the leader of Team John Si-hyuk, stands beside Shin Kong-hu. His goal is to free exploited hunters, a portal swirling with purple energy behind him. He's the type to sweep up those who exploit others without listening to a single excuse, the ground littered with bodies. That's why he got the nickname Judge of Silence. A figure covered in blood lies prone. The symbol of eclipse looms, three swords piercing a crescent moon, a promise of prominence. He speaks of an insider he planted within eclipse. John Si-hyuk reveals that he made someone die at Kong Dong-gyun's hands. Shin Kong-hu asks how John Si-hyuk knows his name. John Si-hyuk admits he hasn't explained yet. Someone heard information about Shin Kong-hu. Shin Kong-hu listens intently, his expression unreadable. John Si-hyuk reveals that the information came from an insider he planted in eclipse. John Si-hyuk expresses his surprise. John Si-hyuk continues, remarking that Shin Kong-hu punished Cha, so he himself. Shin Kong-hu realizes the rumors have already spread within eclipse. A new voice interjects, "Don't call me by my real name. Call me Young Sung-kyu." He then offers to exchange contacts with the two. Young Sung-kyu stands beside a woman with a red headband, both seemingly surprised. Someone stammers that it's an honor for them. He is introduced to Dan Seong, who is written as John Si-hyuk's relative. Seong notes that his supportability is quite good. According to the insider, John Si-hyuk learns that Eclipse hasn't given up on him yet. John Si-hyuk stands with others, listening intently. John Si-hyuk is told to be careful. Someone checks their phone. The next day, a sign reads mail. Elsewhere, Shin Kong-hu stands outside a building in Hongshan, Gangwon Province, with another person. Shin Kong-hu looks at his phone, noting that the commission was good and the fee is pretty neat in contrast to the time he spent. Dan Seong tells Shin Kong-hu that she'll deposit an additional 5 billion as a bonus, adding that he is efficient. Shin Kong-hu looks at his phone, thinking there's only one thing left, and that it's been. Dan Seong asks someone how they have been. Lee Hyun-suk's security is as thorough as he wrote in the novel. Abyss. The Abyss Safe House, located in northern Gyeonggi Province. Dan Seong asks if they can tell the captain that she's brought in a guest. The security is as thorough as Lee Hyun-suk wrote in the novel. Sang-mi? The message is relayed. The captain is called. It's been a while. But the captain wonders who this is, referring to the guest Dan Seong brought. Young Sung-kyu introduces himself. The captain says it's nice to meet Young Sung-kyu. The olive-green uniform of the guards comes into view. The guards stand at attention. One of them says, "Please wait one moment." Shin Kong-hu sits on a couch, waiting. Shin Kang-hu thinks to himself, actually being confined. Even if they care about security, isn't this a bit excessive? I came with Yoon Sang-mi. Shin Kang-hu humps, thinking, there's only one reason Lee Hyun-suk would be this careful at this time. Shin Kang-hu reflects, I came at the right time. Shin Kang-hu thinks, I can obtain Lee Hyun-suk's trust through this and save Abyss. Yoon Sang-mi exclaims, Dong-jae got abducted? A man says, yes, I'm sorry that your guest is being treated this way. It's an emergency situation, so? Yoon Sang-mi replies, I came at the right time. There's no helping it. I thought something was strange. Another man says, what about commissioning my guest? He's the one who helped with the acquisition of Ulsan I mentioned before, so I can assure you that he's talented. But still, commissioning an outsider. A voice says, there is an intermediary that has trustworthy security, so don't worry. A woman asks if he wants to talk to him. He wanted to meet you. Elsewhere, Shin Kang-hu sits across from an unknown man in a spacious office. The man states that he heard Kang-hu came to meet him. Shin Kang-hu says he'll get to the point, stating he wants to receive the support of Abyss. The man wonders if Kang-hu wants to join, but asks about their support. The man explains that the public doesn't see Abyss in a good light. The man continues, saying they've also had conflict with the Yonghwa Guild for a long time, and it's not a very suitable place to receive support from. Kang-hu states that Abyss is definitely being kept in check by Yonghwa. The man says that the fact that Kang-hu is withstanding that means he's strong. The man states that's why he came to Abyss. Shin Kang-hu explains that it's a place that's strong but avoided by others, so he can receive better treatment there than he will in big guilds. It's a plausible reason, so he won't think it's suspicious. Abyss possesses a considerable number of dungeons and wealth. And the leader, Lee Hyun-suk, is a high-level heavyweight. He'd obviously suspect me if I just said I wanted to join, and it's more advantageous for influence by prejudice. My safety to maintain a suitable distance. It's the best-case scenario too. Of course, I don't plan on just being a freeloader. If you support me, I'll help you accordingly. I also like that you didn't try to use lies to curry my favor. But Abyss is an organization with a shared goal. As its captain, it's hard for me to trust you. Footsteps echo as someone is moved to the innermost room. One of the men wonders aloud just who this person is that they have to surveil so closely. It seems that this guy's uncle is a big shot. The boss is going to up the stakes later. Eyes widen, reflecting a mix of surprise and apprehension. The price is already quite high. If they raise it even more, will he even be able to pay? One of the men responds, of course. One of the men whispers that the Yonghwa Guild is their commissioner. If that's true, that's incredible. And because those bastards care about their image, threats will work well. A hand grips the bars of a cell. Go in, you bastard. A man is kicked. A close-up of a face contorted in pain, tears streaming down. Young Sung-kyu, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief, asks why they already sent him. Another man urges them to stay inside if they want to live. A voice declares that from now on, a real crazy bastard is going to surveil them. Shin Kang-hu sits alone, wondering where the information leaked from. He thinks this is why he tried to create distance between them. Shin Kang-hu wonders why he is so weak. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles white with tension. A soft, blue light emanates from his open palms. He just needs one person. His blue eye glows with determination. Just one person. If he had someone on his side here. This is the commission. You have to find the abducted guy and save him. You'll get a big reward just from succeeding at finding him. Shin Kang-hu sits in the car. He'll send the target's information. Shin Kang-hu says, thank you. Shin Kang-hu states, I'll contact you after completing the commission. The captain says, as its captain, it's hard for me to trust you. The captain refused as Abyss captain. Shin Kang-hu smirks. But it's different when it comes to his only family. A voice instructs someone to find the abducted person and save them, promising a large reward for success. Shin Kang-hu sits in a car, receiving instructions. He states that he will send the target's information. He receives a simple acknowledgement, thank you. Shin Kang-hu states he will contact them after completing the commission. The captain expresses that it's hard for him to trust Shin Kang-hu. A close-up shows the captain's suit and the back of Shin Kang-hu's head. Shin Kang-hu repeats that it's as the captain says. The captain states that he can block the internal conflict within Abyss as well. A close-up shows the wheel of a white car. The scene shifts to a street with buildings and signs. Shin Kang-hu stands near a white car in the Gimcheon Liberation Area. A surge of power emanates from the open palm, the energy coalescing into a tangible force. The voice echoes, a declaration of intent. I'll finally get to use it. He holds the power he gained during the exam, a crimson glow illuminating his features. Meanwhile, a figure stands cloaked in shadow, the rough texture of their coat barely visible. The building looms against the night sky, its windows glowing with artificial light. Guards stand watch outside the building. One declares, it's time to change shifts. Inside, two figures stand silhouetted against a bright window. One says, luck. A hooded figure's face is cast in shadow, their expression unreadable. Keep your guards up. Back at the office, Shin Kang-hu stands with other figures. The commissioner is coming soon, one says. Another adds, so they're going to hand Park Dong-jae over. Elsewhere, a man sits before a computer screen. The novel is told from Jang Shawan's perspective, so I wrote it as teaching. The man continues, Lee Hyun-suk a lesson for spreading false rumors about the Yonghwa Guild by using his nephew, Park Dong-jae. I didn't detail out the abduction plan. A figure stands with arms crossed. But there was an order for Shin Taisik to secretly abduct him. He waited inside, expecting someone to pick him up. A car screeched to a halt outside. A man in a suit exited the vehicle, greeting the arriving passenger. The passenger smirked. The man in the suit informed the passenger, "Our leader is awaiting you." The passenger smiled, a sinister glint in his eyes. Shin Kong-hu thought to himself, his timing sure is good. I should rush. Shin Kong-hu rushed through the building, passing by armed guards. He continued his hurried pace. The sound of his footsteps echoed through the stairwell. Shin Kong-hu descended the stairs, his expression determined. He observed, there are few guards here. Shin Kong-hu wondered to himself, is he not here? I wanted to investigate starting from the lowest floor. Young Sung-kyu approaches Shin Juno. Young Sung-kyu grits his teeth. Shin Juno smiles, revealing sharp teeth. He muses, for such a precious guest to come to the Black Skeleton Troops himself. Shin Juno, the Black Skeleton Troops leader, says, it's an honor to meet you. Young Sung-kyu replies, nice to meet you. Shin Juno explains, perhaps it's because we worked so hard for this, but there were quite a lot of expenses. Young Sung-kyu asks, didn't I give you an assistant? Young Sung-kyu continues, it should have been easy to abduct him. Shin Juno says, you're one of the executives of the Younghwa Guild who plan a lot of large-scale missions like this, so I'm sure you're well aware. Young Sung-kyu asks, how much do you want? Shin Juno replies, I knew you'd understand. Shin Juno proposes, how about twice the down payment? He's crossing the line. But if things end well with this, most of Abyss funds will be his. The white-haired man leans back in his chair. Well, sure. Shin Juno leans forward, his gaze intense. But I need to confirm that you kidnapped the right hostage first. The white-haired man smiles, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The white-haired man gestures with a gloved hand. Let's go check. Shin Juno watches the white-haired man. You seem quite confident in your security. He thinks to himself, this is a commission with a lot of money hung on it, even if a high-level hunter were to intrude. The white-haired man smirks, his expression unreadable. The white-haired man states, I made it so that the hostage would be protected. Meanwhile, a voice booms from the shadows, the speaker's eyes glowing with an eerie light. Do you know about Bijumi? A muscular man's chest heaves, his arms bound by restraints. The man strains against his bonds, his muscles bulging. He continues to struggle, the restraints digging into his skin. The man's feet are visible as he continues to struggle against his restraints. The man's feet are visible as he continues to struggle against his restraints. This bastard. The bald man's face contorts in rage. Bijumi. He lost his rationality during the training process and is basically a murder weapon. Shin Kong-hu observes, a grim expression on his face. That can't identify anyone but his owner. The reason there's nobody else here must be because of him. Shin Kong-hu's teeth grit together. Shin Kong-hu wonders, can he sense where I am by my scent? I did write him to have his 5 senses strengthened because of drugs. Bijumi continues to struggle against his restraints. Bijumi continues to struggle against his restraints, but his sense of smell is on the level of. A beast's strength is brought to bear as an unseen attacker swings a weapon towards him. He executes a swift dodge, narrowly avoiding the blow. Having him here means the target is definitely inside there. The unseen attacker continues the assault. The attacker lands a bloody stabbing blow. Cook. So I can't just enter, huh? It must have been hard to get him in Korea. You must have gone through some trouble. Even a high-level hunter would take some time to defeat that weapon. The security is perf-gur. He reels, eyes wide with shock. A blade pierces Bijumi's flesh, drawing a spray of blood. The unseen assailant unleashes a flurry of blows, each strike empowered by a short-distance leap. Shin Kong-hu's eyes narrow. It's about time the Black Skeleton Troops start moving, he thinks. Bijumi grits his teeth. Should he defeat this guy? Or go for the door? Oh, Shin Kong-hu realizes something. A sinister smile plays on Shin Kong-hu's lips. The attacker uses traverse teleportation to deliver another blow. Bijumi's eyes glow with a fierce intensity. A guttural growl tears from Bijumi's throat. He is struck from above by an unseen force, the impact sending tremors through his massive frame. The unseen assailant continues the assault, the blows landing with sickening force. Each strike is accompanied by a flash of blue energy, the air crackling with power. The relentless barrage continues, pushing Bijumi to his limits. The word accelerate flashes as the attack intensifies, the force of the blows increasing exponentially. Meanwhile, the elevator doors slide open, revealing a scene of disarray. The air hangs heavy with the scent of ozone and something else, something metallic. Shin Kong-hu steps out of the elevator, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a practiced intensity. Kong-hu's eyes widen as he takes in the scene. This is... Shin Kong-hu's expression hardens. Someone's been here. Kong-hu says to Young Sung-kyu, I'll go ahead first and check the situation. Please wait here for a while. Shin Kong-hu grits his teeth. Damn it, why now? Bijumi lies heavily injured, his body covered in wounds. He looks down at 2 figures standing before him. Shin Kong-hu observes Bijumi and the 2 figures, a speech bubble indicating one of them prepared 2 more. A sinister smirk plays across Shin Kong-hu's face. Shin Kong-hu stands in a dimly lit room, the air thick with anticipation. Two hulking figures stand guard over a smaller, kneeling man. A man with red hair is seen in the distance, his identity shrouded in mystery. Who is he? Shin Kang-hoo's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he considers the possibilities. An ally? Or a man sits in a car, the shadows obscuring his features. I'll send the target's information. The man continues. By the way, I think he's wearing a special item. Once you show the barcode I sent, he'll confirm his identity. Shin Kang-hoo stares intently at the device in his hand, his gaze unwavering. A close-up reveals the intensity in his eyes, a storm brewing beneath the surface. The device displays a name, Lee Hyun-suk. There's no doubt about it, this person. A monstrous figure roars in the distance, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The air crackles with energy, a prelude to the chaos that is about to unfold. Bijumi prepares to strike, blue energy crackling around his weapon. The bald man swings his weapon down, a trail of blue energy following its arc. Shin Kang-hoo's eyes narrow. He thinks, I'm exhausted, so I don't have enough mana. I need to use my skills as effectively as possible. Bijumi prepares another strike, his eyes glowing with power. The weapon swings again, a deadly arc of blue energy aimed at Shin Kang-hoo. With a swift dodge, Shin Kang-hoo narrowly avoids the blow. The hunter grits his teeth. There are two of them, which is kind of annoying. Shin Kang-hoo's eyes widen slightly. Bijumi continues his relentless assault. Defeating them isn't his goal. Is he trying to come over to me? Accelerating, Shin Kang-hoo evades another attack. Shin Kang-hoo thinks, okay now, skill enhancement. Bijumi's sinister grin widened. He remarked, you catch on quick. A surge of blue energy crackled around several hulking figures. The word accelerate materialized amidst a vortex of azure power. Shin Kang-hoo launched forward, a blur of motion. The hunter, sword in hand, declared, good job. Young Sung-kyu knelt, his expression unreadable. A voice echoed from the shadows. Preparations are complete. The man with the axe roared, a primal scream tearing through the air. Yoon Sang-mi offered a soft smile, whispering, good luck. Young Sun-no's face was illuminated by a crimson glow as the word teleportation appeared. The man with the axe hefted his weapon, ready for battle. Young Sung-kyu took a step forward, his intentions unknown. He burst through the doorway, Bijumi right behind him. Young Sung-kyu's eyes widen in disbelief. What just happened? Bijumi, surrounded by other figures, demands, where did the hostage go? The air crackles with residual energy. Elsewhere, Young Sung-kyu sits on the ground, catching his breath. It was a good idea to finish things off while he was with the Black Skeleton troops. Park Dong-jae leans over him, a concerned expression on his face. Park Dong-jae is a talented buffer, so being in the same space makes things easier. Above all, since he has his fourth power, teleportation. He can escape as long as he's within his reach. The screen displays information about the Dimension Looter constellation. Young Sung-kyu thinks, I survived thanks to you. He stands next to Shin Kang-hoo, who remains silent. Young Sung-kyu says, don't thank me yet. Shin Kang-hoo states, there's something I need you to do. Shin Kang-hoo's expression is serious. Young Sung-kyu asks, pardon? Shin Kang-hoo wonders, are my eyes deceiving me? Shin Kang-hoo says, I don't see the hostage. The man with the axe says, the case, I can't give you the money. The man with the axe shouts, you bastard. The tension rises. The man with the axe yells, are you crazy? Do you know how much we've invested into this? The man with the axe orders, get this bastard. The attack begins, Bijumi unleashing a guttural roar of pain. A blade descends, a crimson arc cutting through the air. The blade continues its relentless descent, each strike a torrent of blood. The crimson rain intensifies as the unseen assailant continues the assault. The final blow lands, leaving Bijumi defeated in a single, devastating strike. He defeated Bijumi in one go. Are you insane? Shin Kang-hoo stands with another man, his expression grim. I should be the one saying that. The other man's face is partially obscured by shadow, but his words are clear. If you want to live, shut up and get a move on. The man with the axe's eyes burn with fury. Bring him to me, no matter what you have to do. The man with the axe continues his tirade, his voice echoing with rage. I'll search every nook and cranny of this country. Shin Kang-hoo stands ready, his gaze fixed on an unseen threat. Shin Kang-hoo's companion speaks, his tone laced with suspicion. Just how on earth did they know and break in? He purposefully commissioned a group that has zero contact with the Yonghwa Guild. He even came himself, worried that information about this would leak. Has he been tapped? The captain declares that there are no traces here, ordering his men to report anything they find immediately. Shin Kang-hoo is alarmed. The possibility of being tapped looms. A message appears on a phone. If you see this text, turn your phone off. Because of a setback in the plan, the location and time have been changed. Lee Hyun-suk is ordered to the marked location. There's not much time left. Abyss safe house. Someone reflects that they commissioned an outsider. Bring. And he's been constantly searching through Yuseok and Sang-mi, but they haven't contacted him. He couldn't become his parent. Shin Kang-hoo stands with another person, reflecting on the past. He thinks that he at least tried to ensure that Yuseok was growing up safely. The memory replays in his mind. Yet he couldn't even do that. Elsewhere, the captain sits at his desk, the sound of the phone vibrating. He answers the phone, his voice sharp. Yuseok. Yes, it's me. The captain learns that an organization called the Black Skeleton Troops has Dong-jae. His eyes narrow. The captain learns that they're requesting money, but their condition is that he comes alone. The captain's expression hardens. There's still a chance to save him. He declares that he's on his way. The captain wonders where he should go. He moves quickly, hearing there was a setback. The captain watches as Shin Kong-hu remains kneeling. But I guess things went well, Shin Kong-hu thinks to himself. A voice calls out, Yusiak. The voice continues, more urgently, was it you? Park Dong-jae apologizes, sorry Dong-jae. It's your fault that he's your uncle. The voice echoes, Yusiak. The captain and Shin Kong-hu remain in the dimly lit area. Yusiak questions, HM? But, you're not the guy I saw before. Park Dong-jae asks, why? Is Shin Tae-sik not coming tonight? A man with blue hair stares intently. One of the men compliments the other on catching someone so late at night. The man expresses confusion, stating that the person they caught is not the one he saw before. The man stands next to a taller man in a military uniform. A man asks if Shin Tae-sik is not coming tonight. A man with dark hair looks determined. Someone says that it's unfortunate. A man looks up at a woman standing on a staircase, seemingly surprised. The woman hopes that it was a misunderstanding. The woman asks what's going on. The two men discuss Shin Tae-sik, with one mentioning that he is probably searching through Gimshin. The woman looks surprised. The captain's eyes widened. Wait, then the text I got. That was obviously sent by us. Shin Kong-hu holds up a phone, displaying a message. Young Sung-kyu says, I thought things would get complicated, so I told you to keep your phone off, and it's a good thing you did. The captain's face contorts in anger. The captain barks, Dong-jae, you bastard. Are you suspecting me, the one who's looked after you all this time? Young Sung-kyu stands over a prone figure. Park Dong-jae wonders, how many people know that uncle and I are family? Shin Kong-hu says, when Sung-kyu said that this was only possible if there was an insider. Young Sung-kyu says, that's when I felt like the riddle's been solved. Young Sung-kyu says, I thought of you immediately. The prone figure thinks, those who abducted me were definitely not strong enough to knock you out in one go. The captain runs away, his footsteps echoing in the empty space. Shin Kong-hu says that if he had taken Park Dong-jae to Lee Hyun-suk immediately, he would have lost the chance to catch Moon Yusiak. Even if it was a pain, this kind of show was their only way. Thanks to that, they got to know what kind of bastard he is. The group stands in silence, processing the information. They have a witness and a recording. Captain Lee Hyun-suk won't just let this go either. He curses them. This is the info you requested. The CCTV from Gwangju Songjong Station is handed over. Most of it was damaged, but there was one left. He examines the small device in his gloved hand. I'll check it immediately. The monitor displays figures engaged in combat. Shin Kong-hu's eyes narrow as he realizes one of them is a member of Eclipse. The figure on the monitor moves with unnatural speed. Shin Kong-hu's expression shifts, a flicker of unease in his golden eyes. Strange. He studies the screen intently. He looks familiar. The black-haired man asks, his voice laced with frustration, just why? He continues, his tone sharper. Were you not satisfied at being Abyss second in command? The group stands in silent anticipation. The man's face contorts in anger. Bullshit. Abyss was a waste. His eyes gleam with a dangerous ambition. Items and power. A voice filled with resentment declares, they wasted all of it on the foolish goal of facing the Junghwa Guild. The woman with dark brown hair wonders who would recognize its pointless mission. On the outside, it just looks like a criminal organization. The man with short, neat brown hair says, you must know what I mean, Dong-jae. Park Dong-jae looks down, a pensive expression on his face. A voice declares, enough. The woman with dark brown hair says, let's end this. It's not like words will get through to him. The woman with dark brown hair states that hearing him out is pointless. In the end, he wanted to sell Abyss out to the Junghwa Guild. A voice whispers that it's not too late yet. The man with short black hair threatens to kill everyone and finish things. Someone asks if he is serious. He still hasn't gotten it together yet. John Si-hyuk screams, leveling his weapon. He fires, the bullets ripping through the air towards his target. The weapon, a high-powered automatic rifle, is held steady in his gloved hand. An explosion erupts, the force of it shaking the room. The group watches in stunned silence. A sword, slick with blood, catches the light. A figure clutches another, their face contorted in pain. The man grits his teeth, blood dripping down his face. Damn it. Crimson splatters across the scene. A body plummets downwards. The sound of impact echoes. A figure stands over a fallen body, their expression grim. A voice calls out, Uncle. Another voice replies, what a relief you're safe. Shin Kong-hu asks, what about returning to headquarters for today? Young Sung-kyu replies, there's no helping it. Shin Kong-hu responds, I understand. Yoon Sang-mi says, things have gotten simpler. As expected of the captain. Shin Kong-hu asks, if it's fine with you, could you come as well, Sung-kyu? An exclamation hangs in the air as the group gathers. A voice booms, I want to thank you. Shin Kong-hu says, for saving Dong-jae. Young Sung-kyu replies, okay. Shin Kong-hu states, then I'll bring my car up front. The group prepares to move out. Yoon Sang-mi says, I'll take a look around the area just in case, then. You must be tired after everything you've done today, so rest up. Young Sungkyu exhales, a visible weight on his shoulders. Sungkyu asks, am I a bad person? Shin Kang-hu asks what he is talking about. Sungkyu reflects on something that was said, knowing it's not quite right. He admits that he doesn't think he can live like the other person, and he dislikes how negatively affected he keeps getting by it. Shin Kang-hu says, like Yusiak. Sungkyu states that he is the same, and asks what? Sungkyu declares that he doesn't plan on giving up his safety to save the world. A voice says it's only right for him to live the way he wants to. Shin Kang-hu says it's just that, from what he sees. Sungkyu is shocked by the idea of rejecting what his family can give him, and asks what. The scene shifts to a view of a building's exterior. An office sits in silence, blinds drawn against the outside world. Park Dong-jae suddenly disappeared. Young Sun-no, on the phone, learns that Moon Yusiak, who they had won over, can't be contacted. He states he has nothing to say. Bijumi scoffs, stating it wasn't right for them to choose a low-level client in the first place. Young Sun-no states that they won't use them again. The order is given to think of it as cleaning up the trash, to sweep them all up. The cleanup is already done. Bodies litter the street. A masked figure stands over the carnage. Darkness. Bijumi, in a panic, shouts for someone not to come near. A gloved hand grips a weapon. The weapon drips with blood in the rain. A man screams, his face contorted in terror as a shadowy figure looms behind him, a dark implement raised high. A heavy boot comes down, crushing something beneath it. A voice commands, incinerate them all. Two men in suits stand behind another, whose face is smeared with blood. One of the men instructs, and don't forget to make a good press release. In a sterile room, a man declares, I want to destroy Gimchin in its entirety. The man's gaze hardens. I want to focus more on this right now. A computer screen displays a grainy video of a figure running through a desolate landscape. Bijumi muses, to think I'd find an answer in an unexpected place. Bijumi smirks, tapping his finger to his chin. The dispatch person in charge was Cha So-hee? Let's look into that first. The northern Gyeonggi-do Abyss safe house is guarded by armed men. Dong-jae lies in bed, a small smile playing on his lips. He sighs, finally able to relax. A woman sits beside Dong-jae's bed. She notes that he has quite the knack for acting, wondering when he planned all that. Chuckling, Sungkyu credits his success to Sungkyu. Elsewhere, Shin Kang-hu and Young Sungkyu look at a phone. Sungkyu mentions that he knows Yusiak's phone number. He recalls being told to write a secured text that couldn't be traced. Dong-jae, having safely returned, expresses his desire to talk with his uncle tomorrow for the first time in a while. The woman agrees that it's a good idea. The woman wonders if this is thanks to Sungkyu too. She decides that she should get some sleep, too. The woman smiles, her hand raised in a cheerful greeting. The room sits empty, sunlight streaming through the window. Park Dong-jae sits at his desk, listening intently. Dong-jae says, thank you so much for saving my nephew, Dong-jae. Shin Kang-hu replies, I just took on a commission like usual. Dong-jae thinks to himself, Yusiak, that bastard. Dong-jae reflects, I think I trusted him too much because he was a subordinate I had for a long time. If it weren't for you, that could have turned into a huge. Dong-jae continues, I know it's shameless of me, but can I change my response to the offer you gave before? Shin Kang-hu replies, of course, things are going well. Shin Kang-hu states, however, I want to confirm one thing. Dong-jae asks, did you really come to Abyss? Dong-jae finishes, for your own gains alone? He asks what Kang-hu means. Shin Kang-hu states that it was as if Park Dong-jae was moving for Abyss and to track down the traitor. Dong-jae thinks to himself that he won't be able to just pass over this. Shin Kang-hu says that it's true that he wants Abyss to be well, as an opponent of the Yonghwa Guild, that is. Park Dong-jae, looking surprised, says, you mean? Shin Kang-hu states that he doesn't want to give up his safety. Kang-hu thinks it's best to keep an appropriate distance. Park Dong-jae nods, stating that he sees and understands now. Shin Kang-hu replies that it was an adequate response. Kang-hu tells Dong-jae that from now on, if he ever needs support, he should just say the word. Shin Kang-hu offers that Dong-jae can use this token when he wants a meeting with him. Park Dong-jae thanks him. Shin Kang-hu expresses relief that the other person is cautious of the Yonghwa Guild. Park Dong-jae sits while Shin Kang-hu stands beside him. A man with light blue hair stands in front of a geometric pattern, accompanied by another man in a suit. A secret network of the named seems to have formed. Shin Kang-hu thinks that although he doesn't know their goal, their movements are suspicious, so he should keep as much distance as possible. Someone wonders if he has already caught on to the existence of the 13 stars, thinking he sure is a talented game changer. Shin Kang-hu says it's late, so Park Dong-jae can sleep there for today. Park Dong-jae says he'll gladly stay for one day. Shin Kang-hu thinks that now he's gotten rid of the big danger that would have fallen upon Abyss. Jang Shiwan is shown with another person. A close-up of Jang Shiwan's face. Someone wonders what the deal is, saying they were told it'd be fine as long as they kept in contact well. Shin Kang-hu is asked why he doesn't just stay in Gyeonggi-do while they're at it. It's more beneficial for a buffer to have many connections. Shin Kang-hu and Park Dong-jae are joined by a woman with green hair. Someone wonders if things would change with the two of them now, but another voice says people don't easily change. Park Dong-jae sits at a computer, thinking that in the novel, he was interested in Shin Kang-hu's abilities. Shin Kang-hoo and Park Dong-jae are seen together, with a voice saying that because of the Yoonghwa Guild, the two of them never ended up working together. Young Sung-kyu apologizes, saying that Sung-kyu is seeing this side of him again. Shin Kang-hoo tells Park Dong-jae that he can talk to him more casually. Shin Kang-hoo, Park Dong-jae, and Young Sung-kyu are together. Someone says they'll be seeing each other more often from now on. Shin Kang-hoo and Park Dong-jae are seen together. Park Dong-jae wonders if that's really okay. A voice says that Park Dong-jae is an outstanding buffer, and he has many other useful sides besides that. Someone thinks that getting close to him is a good idea. If it's okay, they suggest exchanging numbers. Shin Kang-hoo, Park Dong-jae, Young Sung-kyu, and the woman with green hair are together. Someone says ho. He says okay, adding that he'll be on his way. Arg. Jang Shiwon asks if he's already leaving and insists that he at least have breakfast together. Cha So he tells him to come visit whenever he wants. A disembodied voice promises to wait for the day they meet again. A hand holds a stack of papers. A lone figure walks away from a group of people in the distance. Shin Kang-hoo's expression is unreadable. Shin Kang-hoo is on the phone. Someone asks what it is, relieved that the other person picked up immediately. A woman is on the phone. Someone says they found out the identity of the corpse you asked about. He examines a document labeled, The Investigator of Cha So-hee, which states she moved to catch an escaped prisoner from the Chungmyeong Detention Center. Kang-hoo wonders about the scale of forces deployed on an escaped prisoner. A close-up shows a hand holding a file. Someone asks where that investigator is right now. The response is that they are currently looking into that. It seems they were pushed out by an investigator named Jin Hyoyoung. Shin Kang-hoo is surprised. A woman with long black hair stands with armed guards and is also chasing Cha So-hee. Was she abandoned because she failed at her job? Cha So-hee chased a target and even fought said target. She must have a lot of information. It seems she's in charge of Gwangju. Find her and look into her loan account first. Is there no additional information? There's a rumor that the leader of Blue Eyes came to support the target at the time. Lee Yerin? Is she close to the target? She did say she had a hunter she wanted to recommend. Jang Shiwon is on the phone, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he listens to the person on the other end. A question hangs in the air. Are they the same person? Jang Shiwon muses that there's a possibility she'd be put off, as she's sensitive when it comes to the security of her customers. The man decides there's no need to break that relationship yet. It's noted that Blue Eyes has a good public image. The man acknowledges that the person is a useful hunter supplier. Two figures stand guard, their faces obscured by masks and hoods. The sign reads, VIP Market. Jang Shiwon stands with his hands clasped behind his back, a confident air about him. President Kong said that she'll be here right after finishing a deal. A woman asks for understanding. It's revealed that the guardian of the corpse would be Kong Bakhwa. It's revealed that Kong Bakhwa is the owner of the VIP Market. The VIP Market is run by a business magnate who plays around with billions of dollars. The VIP Market in the novel was a location that simply helped characters spec up. So, Kong Bakhwa was simply a mentioned NPC. To think things would be connected behind the scenes like this. Shin Kang-hoo didn't expect to meet in a place like this. What are you doing in Busan? Huh. Shin Kang-hoo hummed in thought. He realized that his weapon was broken. Shin Kang-hoo thought he needed a new one, but 5 billion was a waste. Shin Kang-hoo thought that when things end, he should visit the market again. Lee Yerin asked what he was doing in Busan. Shin Kang-hoo didn't expect to meet Lee Yerin here. Lee Yerin asked why he didn't respond, saying she had been waiting. Lee Yerin presented a photo. Lee Yerin said she had a grandfather now, and that she sent that expecting a response. She expresses relief at seeing Shin Kang-hoo again. Lee Yerin offers him a gift. Shin Kang-hoo questions if it's mad solatium. Lee Yerin offers another gift. Shin Kang-hoo is surprised to hear that her grandfather grew it. It's revealed that there's only one person who grows solatium domestically. The person she bought solatium from after she came. It's revealed that Master K is Young Yuri's grandfather. Lee Yerin expresses her thanks, wanting to be helpful. The fact that she could leave Ground Zero and become family with her grandfather. It's all thanks to him. Shin Kang-hoo is confused, stating he didn't do anything in particular. Lee Yerin says she can trust people again thanks to someone. Lee Yerin, as a child, sits on the ground as a man says if he had never met her, she wouldn't. Lee Yerin thinks that apparently, her grandpa had a granddaughter around her age. Someone says that they have the same name, so he said it was as if his dead granddaughter had come back. It is revealed that's why she became his adopted granddaughter. It is revealed that in the novel, Young Yuri didn't have anyone to rely on. She spent the rest of her life trying to get revenge on the Yoonghwa Guild, but Young Yuri's junior, who became her motive, had a family. The scene shifts back to the present. He thinks this might be a reflection of his unconsciousness, and it's not bad to see. Shin Kang-hoo asks Lee Yerin what brings her here to the market. She replies that she came to visit grandma. Lee Yerin says she heard they're separated, but she's still her family, so she wanted to say hi. Shin Kang-hoo is surprised and asks if her grandma is. The woman states that she is the owner of this market. He wonders what happened with his unconsciousness and how it connects to the current situation. Lee Yerin thanks someone for coming all this way. Shin Kang-hoo and Lee Yerin sit together on a bench, a somber mood hanging in the air. Kong Bakhwa introduces herself as the one who contacted him. A man lies still in a coffin, his eyes closed in eternal slumber, hands clasped together in a gesture of mourning and support. Li Yeren explains that the deceased has no family, so she will be carrying out his funeral. Shin Kanghu and Li Yeren stand together, the weight of the situation heavy on their shoulders. Li Yeren reveals that he was an employee she cared for. He dreamed of becoming a hunter. One day, he got scouted by the Yunghua Guild, and he was so happy. She was sad that he was becoming independent, but she congratulated him, as he was going to the best guild in the world. He waves goodbye to his colleagues as he leaves. He doesn't know what he was doing in a place like Ground Zero by himself. It's the Yunghua Guild again. Shin Kanghu looks on. They may have dealt with him in order to cover something up, Li Yeren thinks. Shin Kanghu examines the deceased's belongings. The deceased hat. Li Yeren and Kang Bakwa look on. It's the congratulatory present I gave him, Li Yeren thinks, holding a knife. Could you bring that over, please? Understood. Shin Kanghu and Li Yeren are shocked by what they see. The older woman extends a hand, presenting a knife. She asks if he likes it. Kanghu's eyes gleam with a dark intensity. A system notification appears, Gluttony Awakening. Can absorb some of the stats of a destroyed weapon. 5 uses the woman notes that special options on weapons with stats like these would cost at least 50 billion. The woman asks if Shin Kanghu can really take it. She tells him to think of it as a repayment for returning the child she cared for. The woman reflects that it was honestly a present she planned on giving him when he returned. She adds that if he uses it instead, she's sure Minjun would be happy. Shin Kanghu thanks her very much. The woman says that he must be heartbroken. The woman asks if Jung Yuri is the name. The woman says that Shin Kanghu has the same name as her dead granddaughter. The woman recalls that back when her husband and she were together, they had a really difficult time because they kept remembering her. That's why they separated. The woman says that she endured thanks to Minjun, but her husband must have had a harder time. The woman smiles sadly. A hand clutches at fabric, the grip tight. Now, he can put his mind at rest. Li Yeren speaks. If it's okay with you, please come again. Jung Yuri responds. Okay, I will. The two women walk away, their figures receding into the distance. Shin Kanghu reflects. The Yunghua Guild was definitely behind it. Li Yeren stands close to Shin Kanghu, their shoulders nearly touching. Jung Yuri's eyes glow red with fury. She thinks, I really hope they pay for their sins one day. Shin Kanghu observes. Even though her situation has changed, her hatred toward the Yunghua Guild is still the same. Jung Yuri says, I guess we should go our separate ways. Shin Kanghu replies, yes, we should. Shin Kanghu looks up at a shadowed figure, its features obscured. He thinks, Master K might know some useful information on mana hypersensitivity. Shin Kanghu asks, actually, if it's okay with you, can I come with you? The girl looks up at Shin Kanghu, her expression unreadable. She makes a small sound. A voice exclaims in disbelief, really? A distant landscape stretches out. A building sits nestled in the forest. A voice filled with anguish wonders how much longer they will suffer from the wound. The voice continues, blaming Jin Hyoyoung for following them. A woman sits perched atop a metal structure, her expression grim. Her face is marred by scars, her eyes filled with a burning intensity. A voice whispers that Master has abandoned them, a statement initially dismissed as nonsense. Shin Kanghu's expression is unreadable as he stares into the distance. The fact that he still hasn't been able to contact Master weighs heavily on his mind. He clenches his fist, flames erupting around him, fueled by an unyielding resolve. His eyes burn with determination. He thinks, my best for Master. The grip tightens around the weapon, ready to strike. Shin Kanghu roars, won't you fuck off? Energy crackles around him, a tangible manifestation of his power. Shin Kanghu demands, just how much longer are you going to chase me? Li Yeren holds a glowing, geometric object, a sinister smile playing on her lips. She says, Rash, I was going to send you off slowly because I felt like being nice. Crimson energy gathers around her hand, a prelude to destruction. Li Yeren continues, but if you don't want that, then there's no helping it. Flames engulf her, a terrifying display of power. The building looms, its modern architecture a stark contrast to the surrounding landscape. They stand near a sleek, dark car, its polished surface reflecting the surrounding environment. Shin Kanghu observes, isn't it fascinating that there's a place like this in Ground Zero? Shin Kanghu's thoughts drift to recent events. Asterisk Master K, Kang Bakwa, and Jung Yuri. I know this is the doing of my unconsciousness, but I really can't predict things. Asterisk. A voice echoes, where things will play out. I've heard a lot about you from Yuri. Li Yeren remarks, so this is where he grows solatium. So you wanted to come to meet Grandpa. Shin Kanghu's eyes narrow, a flicker of something unreadable passing across his face. He's. Master K smiles warmly, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Master K. A voice calls out, come in. Shin Kanghu's eyes narrow. Master K calls out. Zhang Shiwan and Shin Kanghu sit across from each other in a lavish room. Zhang Shiwan begins, I've met someone difficult to meet thanks to Jung Yuri. Shin Kanghu listens intently to Zhang Shiwan. Zhang Shiwan continues, first of all, I want to thank you. Zhang Shiwan adds, you helped not only Yuri but also my wife. About the kid you dealt with. Zhang Shiwan states, I saw him just a while ago. It seems like he was involved in an accident. Zhang Shiwan asks, did Sung Minjun drop by here? The guild wanted to trade with some herbs, so he dropped by, Master K thought, watching Shin Kanghu. But because herbs I don't usually deal with were involved, I refused. She said Sung Min-jun was suddenly scouted by the Yunhua Guild. Was he used and then abandoned by them? A flashback shows two figures standing in a dark, wooded area. A close-up shows a person's back, clad in blue. Shin Kang-hu asked, "Could you please tell me what herbs he wanted?" Shin Kang-hu and Master K sat on a couch, facing each other. Master K responded, "Before that, I want to hear the reason you came to see me." Shin Kang-hu replied, "You must have a lot of medicinal knowledge because you deal with several herbs." Shin Kang-hu held his wrist, looking concerned. Shin Kang-hu asked, "Could you please take a look at my condition?" Master K hummed in response. Master K said, "Let me see," as he examined Shin Kang-hu's wrist. Shin Kang-hu reacts with surprise. Zhang Shiwan, looking concerned, holds Shin Kang-hu's hand. A fiery explosion erupts. The forest is engulfed in a burst of energy. A figure is caught in the blast. Her face contorted in shock, she grits her teeth. Energy crackles in the air. She glances back, concern etched on her face. "Where did she go?" She exclaims, "There's no way she just died," as a blue-haired figure stands behind her. Her eyes widen in disbelief as energy surges around her. She unleashes a torrent of purple energy, her expression a mask of fierce determination. The energy explodes outward, a wave of destructive force. Li Yaren's face contorts into a manic grin. "Do you really plan on struggling until the end?" Orange energy crackles around her hands as she prepares another attack. The energy intensifies, burning with a fierce heat. A guttural scream tears from her throat, fueled by rage and desperation. Li Yaren's voice drips with malice. "I'll struggle as much as you want, until I burn you to ashes." A monstrous form erupts from the flames, a dragon wreathed in fire. Her eyes widen in disbelief as the dragon appears, a flicker of fear crossing her face. The dragon roars, a sound that shakes the very foundations of the world. Silhouetted against the inferno, she stands defiant, yet vulnerable. Bruised and bleeding, Li Yaren clutches her arm, the fight clearly taking its toll. She smirks, a dark amusement flickering across her face. "Ho ho, really?" Li Yaren's expression hardens. "I think that'll be difficult." The fire dragon's claw looms, wreathed in flames. Sweat beads on Li Yaren's brow as she grits her teeth. "I don't think I can get past her defense right now." Li Yaren stands her ground, a determined glint in her eyes. She floats amidst the flames, a question forming in her mind. "I was wondering what you were going to do." The dragon's voice echoes, laced with scorn. "Are you trying to steal another skill and run away? How much longer do you think you can do that for? It'll be hard to recover your mana, too." Li Yaren smiles, a chilling edge to her expression. "Best." The dragon's form flickers in the distance. "Ahaha, it's no fun if hunting you is too easy." The forest floor is littered with embers, a testament to the dragon's power. A figure sits in the shadows, observing the battle with an unreadable expression. Li Yaren's face contorts in fury. "That crazy bitch." She grits her teeth, her face marred with dirt and scratches. A palpable fury emanates from her. A sudden, sharp intake of breath. The camera pans across a well-appointed room, the details crisp and clean. Shin Kang-hu stands before an older man, listening intently. The older man says that using a certain amount of mana has the side effect of rapidly decreasing stamina. The older man continues, stating that he's never seen an illness like this before and that it'll be difficult to treat immediately. Shin Kang-hu listens as the older man explains that it won't be easy to solve, referring to the side effect of mana hypersensitivity. In the background, a hooded figure stands silhouetted against a swirling vortex of energy. The text explains that a limitation was made to prevent Shin Kang-hu from overtaking the protagonist. Shin Kang-hu asks if the older man could sell him some mad salatium instead. The older man explains that they normally sell them because of their risk, so they only use it in dangerous situations. The older man says that it's a precious item, which makes it also hard to acquire. Shin Kang-hu simply thanks him. A girl smiles brightly, presenting something with a flourish. A steaming bowl of noodles is presented, garnished with tomatoes and a mysterious sauce. Shin Kang-hu sits at the table with Li Yaren and Kang Bakhua. There's something he wants to discuss. Li Yaren eats the noodles. "It's delicious." Li Yaren smiles. "That's a relief." Kang Bakhua says he has a piece of information that might be helpful to Shin Kang-hu. Kang Bakhua asks what about going to a limitless mana dungeon? That dungeon has appeared. Shin Kang-hu looks surprised. Li Yaren asks if Shin Kang-hu is going to that new dungeon, and then asks if she can go too. Kang Bakhua, or Yor, doesn't think that'll be possible. The limitless mana dungeon they're talking about is in a club operated by a criminal syndicate called Eclipse, and an incredible amount of mana is required as the entrance fee. He just mentioned it in passing in the novel, but to think it would really exist. On top of that, it's within Eclipse's hands. Shin Kang-hu's eyes narrow, a glint of determination in their depths. He thinks to himself, but he doesn't want to let a jackpot like this go. Dungeons with a restriction on entrance usually have great rewards, but limitless mana dungeons are special dungeons with a limit on how many times you can raid them. Regardless of what it is, there'll be some OP chance coming from it. Shin Kang-hu says he'll get up first. Shin Kang-hu says he has to look at the mad salatium stock. A hand reaches for a fork. Young Yuri's name is spoken. Li Yaren says that like Shin Kang-hu said, there's a high possibility that the Yunhua Guild caused Sung Min-jun's death. Li Yaren asks, "Really?" Li Yaren's expression is one of disbelief. Shin Kang-hu says that Li Yaren's grandfather has the key to this incident. Li Yaren questions if someone's grandfather is involved. It's then mentioned that the Yonghua Guild used Sung. Kang Bakhua explains that Sung Min-jun was trying to make a deal on some specific herbs. Zhang Shiwan states that it's obvious once you see the process from how he was scouted to his death. Shin Kang-hu thinks that if he can just find out what those herbs were, he might be able to figure out the reason why. Shin Kang-hu tells Young Yuri that since she lives here, she'll get the opportunity to do that. Young Yuri looks down, a somber expression on her face. Shin Kang-hu says that he won't force her. Shin Kang-hu stares intently, his expression unreadable. Young Yuri says that she needs his help. A close-up reveals a card with a distinct symbol. Li Yaren holds the card, firelight dancing in her eyes. An invitation echoes, promising entry into the Yonghua Guild. Zhang Shiwan, a sinister smile playing on his lips, holds out a card, the offer hanging heavy in the air. The modern house stands silhouetted against the night sky. A hand presents 2 small pills. The text explains that the item is made by concentrating mad solatium, and the after effects will be severe, so it should only be used when needed. It's given for free just this one time as thanks. Shin Kang-hu stands with Young Yuri and the man with the axe. The man with the axe says thank you, then states he'll be off. Shin Kang-hu smiles. Shin Kang-hu waves goodbye to Young Yuri, saying he'll see her later. The man with the axe tells him to be safe. The man with the axe states he's going to take a look around the farm once before sleeping, and that it's late, so Young Yuri should go back first. Young Yuri says okay, she will. Young Yuri yawns as the man with the axe watches. Shin Kang-hu asks what Zhang Shiwan thinks of Sunkyu. Zhang Shiwan humps, stating that Sunkyu seems promising, although he has a long way to go. Shin Kang-hu chuckles, remarking that he thinks anyone would appear like that to Zhang Shiwan. Zhang Shiwan states that as an assassin, Sunkyu is the subject of more awe than anyone else. Zhang Shiwan continues, saying that Sunkyu is enough to receive the famous nickname, Thousand Kills Master. Zhang Shiwan says, as if. Shin Kang-hu says that Sunkyu is an interesting one. Zhang Shiwan says that Sunkyu has that unique illness of his. Zhang Shiwan continues, saying that Sunkyu is trying to use Shin Kang-hu's granddaughter in his own home, and that if he'd said that to his daughter, he would have killed him on the spot. Shin Kang-hu says that it's true that Sunkyu is. Shin Kang-hu states that he's going to keep an eye on Sunkyu for now. Zhang Shiwan says that he wants to see if Sunkyu is someone they can share their info on the Yonghua Guild with. A man adjusts his collar. The next day, Shin Kang-hu stands in a club, the music thumping around him. This is the club Master K told him about. This floor is operated as a normal club. Shin Kang-hu stands in the club, looking around. A woman with dark red hair says, we meet. He thinks she's. Shin Kang-hu says, I'm a regular here because I love the atmosphere. If you have anything you want to know, please ask away. Meanwhile, the victim of the Haeung Guild group in Gwangju. A woman is grabbed. Judging from her number of constellations, she's at least level 200. With her level, there's no way she'd be. He thought back to the woman, noting that he didn't intervene much because she was really suspicious back then, but she might be helpful now. Shin Kang-hu looks intently at Kang Bakhua. He asks to ask her one thing. He asks if the rumor that there's a special dungeon in this club is true. Kang Bakhua smiles, noting that he sure has good information. She confirms that it is true, and it seems he's well aware that the dungeon here has never even been raided successfully, so the rumors aren't well known. From what he heard, the entrance to the dungeon is in the basement parking lot. There are guards on that path so that external hunters can't go near it. There's even a barrier installed. The woman notes that the barrier will be annoying. Shin Kang-hu thinks to himself that he never repaid her properly back then. He asks if he can get her number again, noting that the one she gave him last time was a number that didn't exist. Kang Bakhua smiles, saying that he must have mistyped. Shin Kang-hu thinks to himself that he'll take the repayment now. Shin Kang-hu and Kang Bakhua look at each other. Kang Bakhua says okay. He thinks he'll be able to help them there. Shin Kang-hu doesn't know what Li Yaren is up to, but since it's come to this, he'll use her first. Since that constellation looks useful, the releasing master ability can release or allow you to pass through obstacles made of mana. Li Yaren smiles. To move freely around a club. A hand grabs Li Yaren's shoulder. This is the best method. Don't you think so too? Shin Kang-hu and Li Yaren walk down the stairs. You're not wrong. Something's weird. Not that way. Shin Kang-hu looks serious. Li Yaren smiles at Shin Kang-hu. He leans in close to Li Yaren, their faces mere inches apart. Their lips almost touch. He smirks, his eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief. There's no helping it. Shin Kang-hu declares, I need to move first. Footsteps echo on the stairs. Shin Kang-hu and Li Yaren descend the stairs, accompanied by a man wearing goggles. The man with goggles peers through the railings. The man with goggles smiles. A hand hovers over a glowing blue screen. Shin Kang-hu observes, she's helping me more passively than I expected. It's been released. Li Yaren says, good luck in the dungeon. Shin Kang-hu wonders, just what does she want? Li Yaren smiles knowingly. A man with spiky black hair smirks, pleased with the progress. He thinks to himself, good work. Li Yaren stands beside Zhang Shiwan, addressing him respectfully. Master, she exclaims. Zhang Shiwan's expression shifts to one of anticipation. He thinks, I can finally meet you, Shin Kang-hu. Zhang Shiwan clasps his hands together, a sinister aura surrounding him. A figure stands, their face obscured. You were so focused on the barrier that you left out some important information, huh? A magical barrier shimmers, the text beside it reading, "Not a single hunter has been able to fulfill the requested mana amount until now." A figure walks towards the barrier, their intentions unknown. Zhang Xiwan smirks, observing the scene. "In this basement parking lot," he remarks. The figure's torso is shown, the text beside them reading, "Only connects to the dungeon entrance and the upper floor." The figure reaches out to touch the barrier, a surge of energy emanating from their hand, meaning, if he fails at entering. The figure's face is revealed, a determined expression etched upon it. The figure stands before the barrier, energy coursing through their body as they prepare to enter. A surge of energy emanates from the barrier, the force palpable. Zhang Xiwan observes, a cruel smile playing on his lips. A trapped rat. Kong Donghyun activates a self-defense barrier, a shimmering blue shield forming around him. Self-defense. He curses inwardly, realizing his mana reserves are insufficient. Shit, I haven't filled up the amount of mana needed to enter yet. The building looms in the background, a silent witness to the struggle. Zhang Xiwan wonders if Kong Donghyun will give up. Do I need to give up and go back? Kong Donghyun grits his teeth, determined to persevere. That much is nothing. Is that it? He steels himself, preparing to block the next attack. Fine, try blocking this. The barrier shimmers and cracks under the immense pressure. Kong Donghyun refuses to yield, his resolve hardening. I can't give up here. His hands glow with magical energy as he reinforces the barrier. Kong Donghyun stands firm, a beacon of defiance against the unseen force. The system announces that the paid mana has exceeded the requested amount. The system announces that the dungeon is opening. The dungeon's energy intensifies. The dungeon structure begins to materialize. The dungeon bursts open with a surge of energy. Kong Donghyun grits his teeth, bracing himself. He curses under his breath. Kong Donghyun looks up at the opening dungeon. The man clenches his fist, muttering his frustration. Kong Donghyun's expression is a mix of determination and annoyance. He barely managed to enter, thinking about the amount of mana it required. Kong Donghyun sits inside the dungeon, catching his breath. An echoing cry of queuing reverberates through the cavernous space. He finds himself sprawled on the cold stone floor, the air thick with an unknown scent. A horde of blue, gelatinous creatures closes in, their forms shimmering with an inner light as they repeat the strange cry. Queuing. Li Yaren's voice cuts through the silence, laced with concern. What happened? Li Yaren's expression is a mixture of worry and anticipation. Li Yaren lets out a small gasp as she looks at Shin Konghu. Shin Konghu asks, his voice tinged with disbelief. Now what? To think he would really enter the dungeon. Li Yaren considers their supplies. Mana potions. How many should I bring? Shin Konghu and Li Yaren exchange a worried glance, the weight of their upcoming task settling upon them. Shin Konghu's expression hardens with determination. Shin Konghu begins to channel his power, the air crackling with energy as he shouts, queuing. The energy intensifies, swirling around Shin Konghu's legs as he prepares to unleash his skill. With a final surge of power, Shin Konghu imbues the area with his skill, the ground cracking beneath the force of his magic. He is surrounded by a swirling vortex of blue energy, the air crackling with anticipation. Activating the queuing skill, the Ice Witch's power begins to manifest. A constellation, seized after killing Zhou Gubin, lends its strength, encasing him in shimmering ice armor. The weapon is imbued with the ice element, ready to strike. The Ice Witch is impressed by Shin Konghu's merciless battle. The skill can easily defeat slimes because physical attacks don't work on them. Shin Konghu's eyes narrow, a grim determination hardening his features. You're the only one left. The power of queuing surges, ready to be unleashed. Shin Konghu faces his opponent, the middle boss, King Slime. The King Slime pulsates with power, ready to defend its territory. He prepares to strike, his stance coiled and ready to spring. With a short distance leap, Shin Konghu closes the gap, bringing the fight to the King Slime. The King Slime dissolves into shimmering particles. A swirling vortex of energy remains where the monster once stood. A beam of light shoots upwards. The light fades, leaving behind a single, glittering crystal. Konghu dashes forward, his coat billowing behind him. He reaches out, his fingers closing around the crimson gem. A system notification appears. He has obtained a red crystal. Konghu muses. A red crystal dropped from a mere middle boss? The rewards are way better than I expected. Another system notification appears. He has seized a skill from the target. Cutie. Shin Konghu thinks, I think I'll be able to use this seized skill too. He continues, although I don't really want to call out the skill name. Cutie? Really? Konghu's expression is one of reluctant acceptance. A dungeon entrance glows with an ethereal light. He steps into the dungeon. Kong Bakhwa asks, you want me to check something for you in the limitless dungeon? Kong Bakhwa sits at his desk, a sly smile playing on his lips. He continues, if you end up entering the dungeon, check if these plants are there. Kong Bakhwa holds up a document with images of various plants. Mandrakes, 100-year ginseng, spirit roots. He explains, they're all rare herbs. Kong Bakhwa recalls, a few years ago, foreign hunters discovered a different limitless mana dungeon. A swirling vortex of purple energy marks the entrance to a limitless mana dungeon. He continues, the required mana for that dungeon was low, so they succeeded at entering. Kong Bakwa adds, one of those who entered was a botanist. Rare herbs thrive within the dungeon's depths. He holds up a document, asking if all the herbs are in the dungeon. The theory is that rare species of plants are able to grow there as a result of the special environment of the limitless mana dungeon. Kong Bakwa asks if he can get a Biollante in particular. She explains that there's no guarantee that the environment of the dungeon he's going to will be the same as the previous one, but she's asking just in case. Shin Konghu looks at the document, thinking there's no need to reject a bonus commission. He says to leave it to him. Shin Konghu adjusts his collar. A hand holds a plant. Shin Konghu holds a flower. Realizing that Master K's theory was true, he notes that he didn't write this in. He thinks that since it's quite big, he might as well look for Master K's other herbs. The dungeon looms, revealing glowing eyes in the darkness. Shin Konghu wonders if a monster is protecting the herbs. A massive, stone-like turtle is labeled as having 100-year ginseng growing on its shell. The camera focuses on the base of the turtle, where small, glowing plants sprout from the rocky surface. Another of the big-shelled turtles is shown, this one associated with spirit roots. This turtle's open mouth reveals rows of sharp teeth, and the text identifies it as being linked to mandrakes. A close-up of another turtle reveals that it is associated with Yudambara. Shin Konghu stands among the giant turtles, his expression unreadable in the dim light of the dungeon. A narration bubble states that herbs grow from each of these monsters. The glowing eyes of one of the turtles pierce the darkness. Shin Konghu holds a knife, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He thinks, I'm grateful to you guys for saving me the trouble of looking for you. Meanwhile, in a modern apartment, a hooded figure sits on a couch as a man with long white hair sips tea. The hooded figure says, I wanted to go to that dungeon myself. The white-haired man takes a sip of his tea, his expression thoughtful. The dungeon is described as having plenty of rare herbs. Zhang Shiwan sits, holding a cup, and states that no medicine can treat him, adding that he knows his body best. The man with the axe explains that the entrance conditions are strict. Zhang Shiwan says that only someone with a unique illness can enter. The man with the axe insists that he won't give up, now that he's become Zhang Shiwan's younger brother. Zhang Shiwan waves his hand dismissively, telling him to focus on himself. Zhang Shiwan reveals that the reason he sent Sunkyu to the dungeon wasn't just for his health, asking if it's related to the Biollante herb. The Biollante herb is shown. The man with the axe looks on. Zhang Shiwan states that the Biollante herb is an item that the Yonghua Guild wanted to trade with him. Li Yeren is shocked. Li Yeren thinks about the Yonghua Guild. The dungeon air hangs heavy with the metallic tang of blood. Crystals jut from the cavern walls, casting an eerie blue glow on the scene. Below, the dungeon floor is littered with crystalline formations. A monstrous form lies defeated, its reptilian eyes glazed over in death. Shin Konghu reviews a list, a pen in his hand. I got almost everything on the list, but there are still some missing, he mutters. He glances up, a determined glint in his eyes. Maybe they'll come up while I'm clearing the dungeon. The air crackles with unseen energy as Shin Konghu prepares for the next encounter. A surge of power emanates from the depths of the dungeon. Shin Konghu takes a step forward, his resolve hardening. He prepares for a short distance leap, his eyes narrowed. Damn it, there's no time to rest. A grotesque, plant-like monster emerges from the shadows. You sure dodged my blow well, it growls. The dungeon floor trembles as the monster prepares to attack. Shin Konghu faces the towering monster, ready for the fight. A notification appears, declaring the item to be a main boss nutritious tonic. Shin Konghu's expression hardens. The plant-like monster is surrounded by glowing flora. The plant monster's maw opens, its tongue lolling. The plant monster's voice booms, accusing Shin Konghu of invading its territory and vying for provisions. The plant monster vows not to leave Shin Konghu be. Shin Konghu smiles, declaring this will save him time. A notification confirms that Shin Konghu has retrieved an item. Meanwhile, Kong Bakwa questions why Kong Donghyun rejected the trade with the Yonghua Guild. Kong Bakwa and Kong Donghyun sit facing each other. Kong Donghyun replies that he is not trying to continue the deal with them, of course. Kong Donghyun adds that it's not even certain that the Biollante can be found in that dungeon. The older man with the white hair states that he can investigate what the Junga is, if Sunkyu truly brings it. The text bubble reads, I can investigate what the Junga. The plant monster is shown with a glowing eye and a flower on top. Tendrils extend from the plant monster. A voice booms, become nutrients for this land. The plant monster absorbs energy. The plant monster continues to absorb energy. A figure is shown from the waist up, observing the scene. The figure remains, watching. The plant monster continues its consumption of energy. The plant monster is shown absorbing energy. The plant monster continues to absorb energy, growing stronger. A figure demands, just spit out the items. Konghu moves with blinding speed, his arm a blur as he strikes. Vines lash out, attempting to ensnare him. The tendrils continue their assault, a relentless barrage of thorny whips. Konghu demands, just spit out the items. The monster's face contorts in rage. Caught off guard, Konghu is struck by the vines. He retaliates with a burst of energy. The force of the monster's attack sends Konghu flying backwards. The monster's eyes glow with menacing intent. How dare you? Kong-hu tumbles through the air, struggling to regain his footing. He unleashes another blast of energy at the creature. He performs a swift dodge. The monster challenges Kong-hu, telling him to try his best to stab him. The monster declares that Kong-hu will never be able to destroy his scales. Kong-hu looks concerned, realizing the side effects will hit him then. The monster vows to pierce and kill him. Kong-hu steals his resolve, stating that they will end this. A hand grips a knife, ready to strike. Meanwhile, one man states that he can investigate what the Yunghua Guild is trying to use that herb for. Another man says that there will be others who are against the Yunghua Guild, and not just them. A man stands with his arms crossed, listening intently. The man wonders if no one knows this information because Sung-kyu hires people pretending to make a deal with them, and when they are no longer. The man states that if someone is useful, he kills them. Someone off-panel chuckles, musing that it must be a truly important item. Li Yeren reveals that Zhang Shiwan and Chai Guanhian are the masterminds behind the Yunghua Guild. She realizes that those bastards were related. Someone covers their mouth, looking disturbed. A bloodied hand is shown. Someone exclaims, "Okay." Zhang Shiwan says it's nothing much, adding that it looks like his fever rose because their conversation was so interesting. The man asks if someone came all this way for treatment. Zhang Shiwan says that he's only tired someone out with this conversation, adding that even if that child is as talented as he hears, this won't be that easy. One of the men states that he's aware. Someone says that the issue isn't finding the Biollante in the dungeon, but getting past Eclipse's siege and escaping. Zhang Shiwan and Li Yeren stand before a large, ornate door, surrounded by discarded containers. Zhang Shiwan presses his hand against the cold, unyielding surface of the door. The man's expression darkens. It's showing no signs of opening. Zhang Shiwan clicks his tongue in frustration. Li Yeren holds out a blue potion. "Master, this is the last mana potion." A voice echoes, explaining, "We brought everything we had and everything they sold nearby." Zhang Shiwan stares at the potion in his hand, his expression unreadable. Li Yeren asks, "Should we bring more?" Zhang Shiwan replies, "No need." Li Yeren presses, "Then are you giving up on Shin Kong-hu?" Zhang Shiwan replies, "No." Zhang Shiwan's eyes narrow, a flicker of determination in their depths. The man's voice hardens. "Gather everyone." Zhang Shiwan's gaze intensifies, a storm brewing behind his eyes. He activates shadow steps, leaving trails of blue energy in his wake. Zhang Shiwan moves with incredible speed, weaving between his allies. The monster-like figure, its eyes glowing red, snarls, "You bastard." Red energy crackles in the air. Zhang Shiwan prepares for the next attack, his expression grim. He initiates exchange, a surge of blue energy emanating from his body. The monster-like figure, shrouded in shadow, growls, "What are you up to now, you?" The monster-like figure's eyes burn with rage as it vows, "I'll rip you to shreds in." The monster-like figure launches a rolling attack, becoming a spinning vortex of destruction. The rolling attack hurtles towards Zhang Shiwan, leaving a trail of dust and debris. The attack connects with devastating force. The aftermath of the attack leaves the area in ruins. He recoils, a cold dread washing over him. If it so much as touches him, he knows he'll die. A booming voice echoes through the cavern as a dark mass hurtles towards Zhang Shiwan. "Die, human," it roars. The monstrous form looms, casting a long shadow over the hunter. Zhang Shiwan draws his sword, the steel glinting in the dim light. He focuses, channeling his energy into his hand, preparing for a counterattack. With a burst of speed, Zhang Shiwan slashes at the approaching monster. The blade connects, a flash of energy erupting from the point of impact. Activating his skill, Zhang Shiwan unleashes the wind thunder circle. The monster roars in pain and fury, the sound echoing through the cavern. A swirling vortex of green energy surrounds the creature, constricting its movements. With a short distance leap, Zhang Shiwan closes the gap between them. He prepares to unleash his ultimate technique, Soul Imprint. Zhang Shiwan prepares to unleash the Great Beheading, a technique promising swift and decisive victory. The monster roars, a guttural challenge echoing through the dungeon. The energy blade slashes through the air, a vibrant display of power. The blade connects, an explosion of energy erupting upon impact. The energy dissipates, leaving a lingering sense of raw power. The monster collapses, defeated by the overwhelming force. The monster's body disintegrates, fading into particles of light. A system notification appears, looting a skill from the target. Barbaric Generation. Zhang Shiwan observes the notification, thinking the reward is as good as he expected. He thinks he'll be able to withstand the side effects to a certain extent with this. With the items obtained on this level, Zhang Shiwan feels confident. The limitless mana dungeon was worth taking the risk. A faint smile plays on Dongyun's lips as he holds a glowing, ethereal object in his hand. The dungeon begins to dissolve around him. Dongyun's expression shifts to one of slight concern. He wonders if the dungeon is disappearing because the main boss was cleared. Donghyun smirks. Meanwhile, a sniper takes aim, the red laser sight painting a deadly path. The sniper team observes the target through their scopes, the red beams converging. The Eclipse sniper team prepares to engage. Kong-hu will be summoned there. Kong Donghyun, cigarette dangling from his lips, orders everyone to stay on standby. He instructs them to shoot immediately when Shin Kang-hu appears. A sniper, clad in black tactical gear and goggles, confirms the order. His finger tightens on the trigger. A woman with dark hair and a red headband remarks that everything is proceeding as expected of Master. A disembodied voice declares that he will always catch his prey, no matter what means he has to take. The sniper team, positioned amidst the debris, awaits their target with bated breath. Red laser sights dance across the ruined landscape. The snipers open fire, red beams cutting through the air as they target Shin Kang-hu. Zhang Shiwan, a sinister grin spreading across his face, murmurs that he has missed Shin Kang-hu. Kang Donghyun barks the order to shoot, his expression grim. A sniper fires, the rifle recoiling against his shoulder. A hail of bullets streaks through the air, casings ejected in a golden spray. Li Yaron, watching the scene unfold, whispers that it's cutie. He holds a glowing, blue orb in his hand. The orb has a simple, cartoonish face drawn on it, complete with rosy cheeks. The man in the suit gives the order. Shoot. The assassins open fire. A hail of bullets hurtles towards Shin Kang-hu. Kang-hu summons a blue slime. The bullets continue their deadly flight. The air crackles with the sound of gunfire. An unseen barrier deflects the incoming rounds. The slime absorbs the impact. The bullets pepper the slime's surface. Kang-hu reads the skill description. Cutie. You can activate the skill by shouting cutie. A mid-sized slime that can block enemies' physical attacks will be summoned for 30 seconds. The slime presses against Kang-hu, a blush on its face. Kang-hu questions the use of a slime. Zhang Shiwan orders his men to load the mana bullets. Shin Kang-hu stands behind Cutie, the summoned slime, ready for the attack. Zhang Shiwan tells everyone to get lost. Zhang Shiwan decides to handle things himself. Gathering power, Zhang Shiwan prepares to teleport. With a surge of blue energy, Zhang Shiwan teleports away. The teleportation effect intensifies. The teleportation effect continues. The teleportation effect persists. Zhang Shiwan reappears, having successfully teleported. Someone is shocked by his sudden arrival. A burst of blue energy fills the air, crackling with raw power. Water drips from the ceiling, the sound echoing in the vast space. The room is submerged in water, the surface reflecting the dim light. A group of armed figures stand guard, their weapons trained on an unseen target. Shin Kang-hu's eyes narrow, his gaze intense and focused. He thinks to himself, understanding why Cha So-hee was so obsessed with him. Li Yaron stands beside a man, who states that he's a desirable prey. Someone asks what they should do. Shin Kang-hu and Li Yaron look on. Someone declares that they are going to catch him. The man states that he will turn him into a Benjamin. A blurred cityscape fades into view. He appears suddenly, the air crackling with displaced energy. Li Yaron's eyes widen in surprise. Zhang Shiwan's expression is strained. Outside, Young Sung-kyu is seen. Zhang Shiwan grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. The side effects have begun, and he thinks to himself that if he hadn't increased his stamina, he might have died. Li Yaron asks if he is injured. He replies that he is fine. A voice declares that they've brought the herbs Young Sung-kyu's grandfather was looking for, and that he should be called. Li Yaron suggests they go up to her room first. Li Yaron's hand clenches. Li Yaron asks about the Biolandi. Li Yaron confirms that she heard her grandfather and the guest speaking about it. A voice states that among all of those herbs, there was a reason Shin Kang-hu emphasized the Biolandi. Since you've caught on, there's no need to explain. It's as you ordered my granddaughter to investigate. The sound of something being tested echoes. Shin Kang-hu wonders how he knew. The older man chuckles. The older man apologizes if it displeased Shin Kang-hu, but assures him it's fine. The older man admits he was testing Shin Kang-hu while hiding things about the Yonghua Guild too. The older man declares that Shin Kang-hu has passed. A close-up shows the Biolani herbs. The older man states that Shin Kang-hu cleared the dungeon in a day and brought back the Biolani, so what else would he need? The older man wonders what he was planning with these herbs from now on. He gazes forward, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, as if contemplating a complex puzzle. Shin Kang-hu requests, his voice calm, that he be informed as soon as anything is discovered. The Yonghua Guild's headquarters looms in the distance, a modern structure against a bright sky. Li Yaron announces her intention to stay and assist her grandfather with his work for the foreseeable future. Yaron admits that she, too, wants to uncover the Yonghua Guild's plans. Kang-hu wonders aloud how Master K managed to catch on, considering Young Yuri's abilities. The guest he heard about earlier keeps coming to mind. Shin Kang-hu realizes that he might be under surveillance by Master K. Mana tracking systems were lines of code cascading down the screen. A red-haired figure flickers on a digital display, its purpose unknown. Li Yaron asks if there is something on her face. Shin Kang-hu reassures her that it's nothing of the sort, wondering if he was too sensitive. Kang-hu's expression hardens, a silent vow forming on his face. Li Yaron waves, a bright smile on her face. Okay, contact me if anything happens. She continues, her tone shifting to a more demanding one, and respond to my texts. Meanwhile, a luxurious house stands in the distance, a car parked nearby. Master K reflects, his expression thoughtful. I thought he was just promising. The light catches his face, highlighting the sharp angles of his jaw. He muses, a hint of amusement in his voice. That child. I think it'd be fun to teach him. A sinister smile spreads across Zhang Shuan's face as he rests his chin on his hand. He continues his internal monologue. Now that Master K is helping, it won't take long to... Elsewhere, Shin Konghu sits alone, lost in thought. But he's even quick-witted. Find out what the relationship between the Yunghua Guild and the Biollante is. A determined glint shines in his eyes. Konghu glances down at his phone, a plan forming in his mind. Now next up is this. Text appears, detailing the next stage of the plan. The invitation-based dungeon that 100 people can participate in, gathering people to raid the Hell of Judgment with the Yunghua Guild. A figure stands bathed in light, an invitation hanging in the air. You can become a hero, too. The Hell of Judgment. A blinding light erupts from deep within a cavernous space. A figure plummets through the air, the text box declaring, to allow for great growth. A voice declares, no way, I'll take your opportunity. A vehicle speeds along a canyon road, the name Zhang Shiwan hovering nearby. The stark lines of a modern building rise against the sky. Zhang Shiwan sits in his office, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Good work coming this far away. Fingers tap across the surface of a tablet. Cha So-hee sits, her expression unreadable. Ex-Eclipse Guild Tracker, Cha So-hee. Cha So-hee states, there's no need for introductions. Get to the point. A close-up reveals the intensity in Cha So-hee's eyes. A man observes, I like how quick that'll make things. The office is brightly lit, the modern furniture casting long shadows. A lone figure sits at a desk, seemingly waiting. Cha So-hee is contacted. Zhang Shiwan's voice echoes through the speakers. I heard you've been tracking this man. Zhang Shiwan leans forward, his expression unreadable. He awaits her response. The tablet displays an image of a man. The text bubble reads, I want info on. Zhang Shiwan smirks, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Of course, I'll provide an appropriate payment. A pair of hands are shown. The text bubble reads, we make fair deals. Cha So-hee's expression darkens, a hint of something sinister in her eyes. I only want one thing. The woman with the red headband stands behind another figure, both with knowing smirks. The figure in the jacket smiles menacingly. The word revenge is displayed in a blood-red font. Zhang Shiwan's eyes narrow, a predatory glint in their depths. Zhang Shiwan clasps his hands together, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Love that. A smirk plays on Zhang Shiwan's lips. He only wants one thing. A young woman with dark hair stands before a taller, imposing figure. Cha So-hee's expression is sinister, her eyes gleaming with malice. The word revenge is emblazoned across a character's chest. Zhang Shiwan's eyes narrow, his gaze intense. Zhang Shiwan clasps his hands together, a look of satisfaction on his face. He loves this. Zhang Shiwan smiles, addressing Cha So-hee. Now, shall we continue? Zhang Shiwan sits at a desk, speaking to Cha So-hee. Talking about this man? Cha So-hee's expression hardens. I thought he was nothing much at first. A man smirks, his eyes filled with determination. But the rate at which he grew stronger was unbelievable. Even though his class is assassin, he used techniques that mages would use. Zhang Shiwan sits at his desk as Cha So-hee stands beside him. It's not something as downgraded as that, he thinks. They were definitely skills that boss monsters would use. No, if anything, they were more than that. It was difficult to grasp that much. Cha So-hee nods, understanding. Zhang Shiwan's phone vibrates. The phone continues to ring. Zhang Shiwan answers the phone. He speaks into the phone, his expression serious. If you were useless, I was going to kill you. Zhang Shiwan sits at his desk, speaking to Cha So-hee. I'll give you your first task as an executive of the Yunghua Guild. Show good results at the Hell of Judgment dungeon. Cha So-hee holds a tablet. Check the list of external hunters I've provided. Cha So-hee looks at the list of hunters on the tablet. Jung Sung-kyu, Jin Hyoyoung, and Li Guangjun. She hardens her gaze, a spark of determination igniting in her eyes. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Payu, where a shimmering portal crackles with arcane energy. Before them lies the entrance to the Hell of Judgment. A voice echoes, brimming with confidence. We can go far without a problem. The Hell of Judgment is a large-scale raid dungeon. The Yunghua Guild and external hunters will raid together. In the novel, Zhang Shiwan coincidentally discovers a hidden reward inside of this dungeon. Shin Konghu notices Zhang Shiwan and immediately launches an attack. Konghu crouches low, ready for the next move. But Zhang Shiwan manages to escape with his life. Zhang Shiwan thinks to himself, plotting to take away his greatest source of growth if he can just snatch it. Li Yiren muses, oh my, we meet again. She thinks that it must be fate. Li Yiren thanks Zhang Shiwan for guiding her back then, wanting to repay him for saving her in Guangzhou. Li Yiren looks surprised. They say when coincidence is repeated. Zhang Shiwan responds, sure, no problem. Li Yiren hugs Zhang Shiwan, thinking wow. Li Yiren thinks to herself that she'll find the right opportunity and kill him. She tells Zhang Shiwan, let's get going. Zhang Shiwan responds, okay, and declares he will take the lead. The group enters the dungeon. Zhang Shiwan is stopped by Li Yiren, who says, hey. A member of the group complains that Zhang Shiwan is obviously going to take the lead and all the dungeon rewards. Li Yiren tells someone that if they're an assassin, they shouldn't act up and just help with dealing damage. Zhang Shiwan remains silent. Footsteps echo. The group continues deeper into the dungeon. According to the Yunghua Guild's info, this dungeon isn't very dangerous. At best, it's an anthill. The Yunghua Guild is even entering much later than their own group. Someone states that this means it's an advance party. A voice booms, declaring that whoever gets the rewards first gets to keep them. The group surges forward, eager to claim the spoils. A voice shouts, "You snooze, you lose." Someone mutters, "Idiots." A weapon gleams in the dim light of the dungeon. Li Yeren sprints ahead, her eyes fixed on the prize. Another weapon is drawn, ready for battle. A blade drips with fresh blood. The group stands over a fallen foe, their faces grim. Shin Kanghu and the others advance cautiously, wary of further threats. A figure unleashes a fiery attack. A scream echoes as someone is struck by a powerful blow. She watches as several figures plummet into the darkness below, the sound of their screams echoing up from the unseen depths. Elsewhere, a man screams as he is set upon by a nest of venomous snakes. Panic sets in as the group realizes the dungeon is far more dangerous than they anticipated. The ominous gate looms ahead, its purpose unknown. The remaining members of the party stand near the gate, the bodies of their fallen comrades scattered around them. Hours pass, and one of the men asks, "Just what were those traps?" Another member of the group replies, "This is so different from the info they gave us. The Yunghua Guild is trying to kill us." Shin Kanghu's expression hardens as he realizes, that's why they sent an advance party. A man cries out in pain. "It's impossible to get past the traps in this dungeon without losing lives. Save me." Another man states grimly, "The Yunghua Guild hired people to die in their place. This is why I wanted to take the lead." A body lies on the ground, surrounded by blood. But even with the opportunity they were given, they still went ahead and died. Shin Kanghu and Li Yeren stand in a doorway, the grim reality of their situation weighing heavily on them. The long corridor stretches ahead, dimly lit and eerily silent. The air hangs heavy with the scent of damp stone and the lingering echo of battle. A palpable sense of dread permeates the air, a silent warning of the dangers that lie ahead. Jung Sung-kyu, visibly shaken, exclaims, "Shit. I can't continue any more than this." Another man replies, "Yeah, who knows what'll be past that? What else? It's the chance that Jiang Shi won." Shin Kanghu stands with his back to the group, listening intently. This is the backdoor route to that place, he thinks. Turning to the others, he says, "Okay, then you guys." Shin Kanghu continues, his expression serious. "The second party will arrive soon, so go somewhere safe and wait for backup." A woman with long black hair responds, "Oh okay, let's do that." Two figures run off in the distance, leaving Shin Kanghu and Li Yeren alone. Li Yeren looks up at Shin Kanghu, her expression determined. "It's just the two of us now." Shin Kanghu simply replies, "Yep." The corridor stretches on, the silence broken only by the sound of their footsteps. The two stand in the corridor, the aftermath of the battle evident all around them. It sure was a brutal sight, Li Yeren thinks. He asks if she's sure about not going back. Li Yeren admits she'd be lying if she said she wasn't scared. Shin Kanghu promises her to stay by her side, willing to do anything she wants. Li Yeren affirms his promise with a simple yes, embracing him tightly. She whispers, "Anything." Suddenly, a monstrous claw tears through the air, aimed directly at Li Yeren. The crimson appendage, wreathed in purple energy, strikes with lethal force. Each razor-sharp talon drips with a malevolent power. Blood splatters across the floor, painting a grim tableau of violence. Li Yeren collapses, clutching at the wound, her face contorted in agony. The brutal claw marks are etched deep into her flesh, radiating an ominous purple glow. Shin Kanghu, his expression hardened, delivers a message. "Then please give Kong Donghyun my regards." Clutching her bleeding side, Li Yeren gasps, her voice laced with disbelief. "How?" she croaks, the question hanging heavy in the air. Shin Kanghu stands over her, the bloody knife glinting in the dim light. "Your strategy back in the club was..." He begins, his tone devoid of remorse. The silence stretches, broken only by the sound of Li Yeren's ragged breathing. Shin Kanghu's expression hardens, his eyes glinting with cold calculation. "Who wouldn't get suspicious when you kissed me at that time?" he asks, the question rhetorical. His blue eye glows with an eerie light, revealing the depth of his deception. "But my suspicions only turned into certainty." A flashback flickers, showing Shin Kanghu standing beside Cha So-hee, a silent understanding passing between them. "When I came out of the limitless mana dungeon, of course." A cruel smile twists his lips. "Trying to use your good looks when it doesn't even work," he sneers, his voice dripping with disdain. He raises the bloody knife, the purple energy swirling around the blade. "You're disqualified as an assassin," Shin Kanghu declares, his betrayal complete. Li Yeren's face contorts in pain and realization, her eyes wide with shock. The weight of his betrayal crushes her. Jiang Shiwan smirks, taunting, "Trying to use your good looks when it doesn't even work." He holds a knife, the blade stained with blood. Li Yeren grits her teeth, blood dripping from her chest. She cries out in pain. Li Yeren shouts, "Shut up," as she unleashes a surge of red energy. Jiang Shiwan leaps forward, knife in hand, declaring, "You're disqualified as an assassin." Jiang Shiwan looks surprised. Li Yeren, injured, is shown next to a text box describing her Lost Paradise's Beast ability, an evil-leaning constellation that can transform skin into scales and secrete acid poison. Her hand transforms into a clawed, scaled appendage. She thinks, I just humored this pathetic bastard for a bit. Zhang Xiwan prepares to strike, declaring, I'll cut your limbs off. He wonders if that is her constellation ability. Zhang Xiwan declares, I'll take it. Closing the distance, Zhang Xiwan prepares to strike. Li Yaren stands ready, her expression a mix of defiance and anticipation. A sudden burst of energy crackles around Li Yaren. Activating her self-defense, Li Yaren unleashes a wave of power. Li Yaren smirks, asking, How is it? I looked up that bitch, Cha Sohee. Zhang Xiwan retorts, I've seen all of your pathetic tricks. Her hand transforms, sprouting a wicked, claw-like appendage. Zhang Xiwan, eyes narrowed, wonders, all of them. Li Yaren lunges forward, the transformed claw poised to strike. Imbuing his fist with fire, Zhang Xiwan counters the attack. The flames engulf Li Yaren's claw, searing the monstrous appendage. She prepares to strike, her expression intense. Zhang Xiwan narrowly dodges the attack. He realizes that Zhang Xiwan is hiding even more skills. Zhang Xiwan thinks about how his movements are different from before, wondering how many levels he has risen since then. He expected more from her, since she's an assassin from Eclipse. He smirks, telling Li Yaren that she's not as good as Cha Sohee. Li Yaren grits her teeth, frustrated. She curses. Zhang Xiwan swiftly dodges another attack. Meanwhile, Shin Kanghu is shown in a different location, looking concerned. He wonders if Li Yaren escaped. Shin Kanghu stands alone in the dimly lit area. His expression is serious as he contemplates the situation. Li Yaren advances, her expression determined, claw-like weapons extended. Her eyes widen in shock as an attack comes from nowhere. Shin Kanghu watches, a cold smile playing on his lips. I saw it all, he thinks, a purple-tinged blade held loosely in his hand. A blade of violet energy slashes down, aimed directly at Li Yaren. The energy blade connects, spraying blood across the corridor. Staggering, Li Yaren struggles to maintain her footing, blood dripping from the wound. A strangled cry escapes her lips. Shin Kanghu watches Li Yaren's defeat, his expression unreadable. Li Yaren's internal monologue reveals her shock. I used stealth to approach him, so how did he know? Shin Kanghu, bathed in a sinister red light, thinks, shit, there's no way now. Blood pools around Li Yaren's leg, staining the floor. Shin Kanghu's eyes widen, his hand glowing with blue energy. Abduction is scrawled across the panel. A blue cube with strange symbols floats in the air. Someone falls from above. Shin Kanghu stares at his hand, a faint blue glow emanating from it. What a shame. That constellation was pretty good. He looks down, his expression unreadable. There's no helping it. Shin Kanghu's gaze hardens. Zhang Xiwan's chance is more urgent than this. A figure lies covered in blood. Shin Kanghu's expression is grim. Shin Kanghu stands over the bloody scene, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A strange symbol glows faintly. A figure in white floats in a celestial space, bathed in divine light. A voice declares that only he proved worthy. His hand begins to glow with an intense, blinding light. He clenches his fist, the energy crackling around it. Power surges through him, radiating outward in visible waves. Shin Kanghu smirks, a dark confidence in his eyes. Of course, I don't need to do that, since I used the back door. Shadows pool around his feet. The shadows rise, swirling around him like a dark aura. A sense of overwhelming power emanates from him. The figure in white stands in the center of a glowing, ornate chamber. Shin Kanghu's eyes gleam as a notification appears. New stat, shadow power, activated. It's Zhang Xiwan's eyes glow with an eerie light, the text highlighting that he overcame the side effects of shadow power in the novel. A shadowy figure looms, its form indistinct and menacing. Shin Kanghu declares that it's his skill now. Shin Kanghu states that this won't be the end of the indignity Zhang Xiwan will experience. A swirling vortex of purple energy surrounds Shin Kanghu's legs. More purple energy emanates from Shin Kanghu. Shin Kanghu stands amidst the swirling energy. Zhang Xiwan sits on a throne, surrounded by candles. Middle boss, Judge, Alos unleashes an unavoidable mental assault, tendrils of psychic energy reaching out. The mental attack intensifies, a blinding light erupting as the psychic force bears down. Struck by the mental onslaught, he cries out as he staggers backward, the force threatening to overwhelm him. The world around him fades into darkness, the mental assault taking its toll. Agony echoes in his mind. He grits his teeth, fighting against the mental intrusion. He must hurry in overcoming this and leave. A hand, bloodied and trembling, clenches tightly. His eyes widen, a flicker of defiance in their depths. A voice echoes, laced with accusation. Why did you survive alone? The accusatory voice continues, lamenting the lives that could have been saved with his power. The voice intensifies, branding him a cowardly bastard for abandoning them. He steels himself, the mental assault proving more uncomfortable than he anticipated. He grits his teeth, the weight of a difficult choice pressing down on him. Shin Kanghu knows he can't use Black Moon Truth yet. The detective understands that if he uses it too rashly, his mental state will become unstable, threatening to shatter the fragile control he maintains. Pale, gaunt faces materialize around him, their eyes hollow and accusing, as the mental assault intensifies. A chorus of voices echoes in his mind, each syllable a barbed hook tearing at his resolve. It's your fault. The world fell because you were weak. A disembodied hand reaches out, as if to grasp him, while a voice whispers, reminding him that these are just memories from the novel. He struggles to maintain his grip on reality, repeating to himself, it's all an illusion. The accusatory voices intensify, coalescing into a unified, enraged scream. You killed us. The ghostly figures press closer, their silent accusations a suffocating weight on his soul. He is surrounded, trapped in a vortex of guilt and despair, the faces of the dead a constant reminder of his perceived failures. A blade of ethereal energy flickers into existence in his hand, a desperate weapon against the encroaching darkness. The ghostly figures recoil slightly, fear flickering in their vacant eyes as the blade pulses with ominous light. He gasps for breath, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and determination, the glowing blade his only defense against the onslaught of his own mind. He grits his teeth, the weight of his inner turmoil pressing down. The words escape him like a venomous hiss. You're nothing. A hand clenches tightly around fabric, knuckles white with strain. Is that really true? A voice echoes, laced with accusation. Saying that to avoid responsibility? Another figure responds, their tone sharp with anger. You. The hand trembles, a silent testament to the inner conflict raging within. Or are you just? A framed photograph looms, a stark reminder of a past that refuses to stay buried. Blood streaks down Shin Kanghu's face, a visceral manifestation of his torment. You left me to die. A hand grips a tie, the gesture tight and controlled. Twice. Shin Kanghu's eyes blaze with a desperate plea. Speak. Am I nothing to you too? The weight of the memories crashes down. Shit. A voice echoes from the darkness, laced with betrayal. You left me to die. His face, marred by blood, remains stoic as he repeats. Twice. Desperation claws at his throat. Speak. Am I nothing to you too? The weight of realization crashes down. Shit. His hands clench, knuckles white with suppressed fury. Towering over a fallen figure, he exudes an aura of impending violence. His gaze hardens, a storm brewing behind his eyes. Rage explodes, contorting his features. Same as those bastards. Surrounded, cornered, he screams, the same. A cacophony of voices rises around him, a suffocating wave of judgment. Internal conflict tears him apart, culminating in a chilling declaration. You're the... No, I'm... Die. Accusations echo in the darkness. You're piece of trash. Hypocrite. A single, accusing eye weeps, a silent judgment. I'm... The world fades into a somber gray. That's how. The world went extinct. The world went extinct. How cowardly. Shin Kanghu sits in his chair, the weight of his past pressing down on him. He recalls the scene, the glow of the monitors reflecting in his eyes. You sat in front of your desk like this, as you watched people die. How hypocritical of you. The low angle emphasizes the oppressive atmosphere of his office, a cage of his own making. He whispers, the sound barely audible, you. A close-up reveals the tension in his hand, the subtle tremor of guilt. You're aware? I'm the real. He sat hunched before the monitor, the words of his critics echoing in his mind. You kept saying you were speaking the truth while you published your trashy works. In the end, he thought, you were just a loser who couldn't change anything, forcing something no one wants onto people. The accusations continued to swirl in his thoughts. You're also a traitor for destroying the world, and trying to repeat your villain shit again? To make things worse, you. Shin Kanghu lay sprawled on the floor, the weight of the criticism pressing down on him. No, even I regretted making the ending like that, he admitted to himself. A dark abyss seemed to open beneath him. Accept reality now, a voice echoed. A shadowy figure loomed, its form indistinct. It's time you return to the real you. Shin Kanghu's expression hardened. You've evaded reality long enough. He stood, facing an unseen presence. To me. A blade of violet energy materialized in his hand. This is reality too. Again, he thought, gripping the blade tighter. Nothing will end. Crimson liquid drips down, staining the darkness. A figure stands before a complex pattern, surrounded by tendrils. He sits on the floor, a blade in his hand, a pool of blood spreading beneath him. He recalls the moment he obtained the constellation. I'm finally getting to use the constellation I obtained back then. The memory flickers, showing a brutal fight. He slices his hand, the sharp sting a necessary sacrifice. Shin Kanghu declares, I'll end things in one go. The blood flows, tracing the arcane symbols. A monstrous form emerges, its single eye gleaming with malevolent intent. He is bathed in blinding light, the constellation's power surging through him. The world dissolves into a kaleidoscope of energy. He notes that his attack patterns have changed, but reminds himself that this monster can only do mental attacks. A surge of energy courses through Shin Kanghu, his eyes widening in response. He is engulfed in a blinding light, the energy intensifying around him. Shin Kanghu grits his teeth, a determined look on his face as he grips his weapon. A voice echoes, taunting him that he's getting desperate. The blade of his weapon gleams, surrounded by swirling energy. The world around him fades into darkness. Blood splatters, indicating a wound has been inflicted. Shin Kong-hu is surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy, his expression strained. Shin Kong-hu's eyes widen in shock and confusion. He wonders why the glutton of blood isn't activating, as a monstrous figure looms behind him. The energy continues to surge around him, the situation growing increasingly dire. The glutton of blood's voice echoes in Kong-hu's mind, declaring that the contractor cannot survive without it. The glutton of blood continues, threatening to withhold its power if Kong-hu doesn't comply, stating it can't stand being under another constellation. Kong-hu's expression hardens, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. The glutton of blood accuses Dimension Looter of using the contractor's life as a hostage, its digital voice laced with fury. Kong-hu grits his teeth, finally relenting. Fine. Kong-hu promises the glutton of blood that once this ends, he will free it. There's no helping it, he thinks, resolving to defeat Alo's first. The glutton of blood approves of Kong-hu's thinking, calling him a good contractor. Kneeling, injured, Kong-hu clutches at his leg, blood seeping through his fingers. Those were a few consecutive uncomfortable experiences, Kong-hu thinks, a grimace twisting his features. A foot clad in a dark shoe steps down, the floor already slick with blood. A figure stands before a monstrous entity with numerous tentacles. A voice echoes, "Done with your desperate attempts?" A bloody hand grips a blade. The man's eyes narrow, a cold fury hardening his gaze. Then die. A hand clenches around a glowing, pulsating object. A list of help request records appears, detailing the hell of judgment. The advance party's help request list is reviewed by a group. One asks, "What should we do?" Another responds, "What else?" A voice declares, "Let's respect the sacrifice of those people." The scene is stained with blood. A group of people stand together, their expressions grim. A large dog sniffs the air, its teeth bared. Shin Kong-hu strides forward, flanked by a trio of menacing wolves. Their eyes gleam with predatory hunger, their snarls echoing in the night. Meanwhile, two figures, cloaked in shadows, pause. One observes that they can smell blood. The other replies that there must be someone alive that way. A figure, shrouded in darkness, smirks. He says, "Let's." Elsewhere, Li Yeren stares intently at her phone, her expression unreadable. Li Yeren's brow furrows with concern as she thinks, "Shin Kong-hu and Jin Hyo. I hope you two aren't dead yet." Her gaze hardens as she reviews help request records on her phone. A sinister smile creeps across Li Yeren's face. "Before I lose you to the Yunghua Guild," she mutters. Her grip tightens on the phone, knuckles white. "I'll kill you myself," she vows, her voice laced with a chilling determination. A surge of ethereal blue energy crackles around a hand, its purpose unclear. A system notification appears. The accumulation of the deceased's death energy has refilled your shadow power. Shin Kong-hu's shadow power reaches 73 out of 100. He thinks, as strong as the boss was, I've also accumulated a lot of death energy. Shin Kong-hu clenches his fist, a determined glint in his eyes. I'll be able to use Black Moon Truth with this, he realizes, but I should deal with the side effects first. Constellation Strategist of the Wilds is amazed by his ability and donates a slight buff, increasing EXP by 0.2%. Constellation, Father of Music, sends constellations for his inevitable decision. He is looting a skill from the target. Mentalist, increases resistance to mental attacks by 50%. He has obtained an item, Twisted Contract. Glutton of Blood, Contractor, keep your promise. Your promise. Dimension Looter, there's no need to agree to his bullshit, Contractor. Ignore him. Don't get involved. A promise with a constellation is absolute. Has the main boss appeared? I should hurry. He assures an unseen party that he will keep his promise. The words float near a golden sign that reads Contractor, warning that this solution of blood should not be avoided. Shin Kong-hu places his hand on a glowing contract, the ancient runes etched upon it beginning to blaze with blue energy. His finger traces the glowing script, signing his name in a flourish of light. The runes pulse with power as the contract nears completion. The contract is now fully activated, the blue light intensifying as the runes lock into place. Shin Kong-hu states that he just has to free someone from Dimension Looter. A massive, ornate metal door stands before them, scarred with cracks and bearing a complex, circular design. A barrier shatters, sending shards of purple energy scattering outwards. A figure with white hair and a glowing halo stands amidst the dissipating energy. He speaks, his words hanging in the air. A voice declares that this must be the final stage. The white-haired figure stands at the top of a set of stairs, surrounded by his companions. A man with dark hair and a canine companion observes, noting that there's nothing here. The canine wonders if they even came the right way. The dark-haired man stands, the sound of wind echoing around him. The white-haired figure is questioned by the canine, who wonders why these bastards are acting weird all of a sudden. The white-haired figure remains silent, his expression unreadable. Red streaks of energy tear through a cloudy sky. Shin Kong-hu observes the scene, his two canine companions growling beside him. He senses something is amiss. The man in the white suit states, "So we are at the right place." The words, "Main Boss Argus" appear amidst swirling red energy. A shadowy figure looms in the darkness, its eyes glowing red. Shin Kong-hu declares, "All forces, prepare for battle." The words Westwine's ribbon are displayed prominently. Shin Kanghu states, Chai Guanhyang will take the lead. Shin Kanghu commands, the rest of you, support us in battle. Li Yeren responds with a determined look. Yes, sir. Red energy crackles around Shin Kanghu. Shin Kanghu holds a glowing orb, preparing to fight. A hand manipulates a sphere of intense, fiery energy, the heat radiating outwards. Flames erupt as a man in a suit smiles, seemingly empowered by the energy. He wonders how much it will help him grow. A close-up reveals a man's bloodshot eyes, his expression intense. The man stands amidst a ruined landscape, the air thick with dust and the scent of decay. A group of people in uniforms stand in a sterile environment. One of them asks about Cha So-hee. A figure lies injured on the ground, surrounded by blood. The figure speaks, barely having survived, thankful for protecting their body. A figure with long, clawed fingers is shown, their face stained with blood. A hand is shown, the context unclear. The injured man stares at his reflection in a mirror, his face bruised and bloodied. Shin Kanghu is shown, seemingly in action. Her face contorted with rage, Li Yeren vows, I'll never forgive you. Shin Kanghu, seen from behind, is told that he needs to move himself to capture him. Her hands stained with blood, Li Yeren reports, I have to report the details of his fights to master. Clutching the device, she thinks, for now, let's just focus on surviving. The cave entrance glows with a faint light, a possible exit. Li Yeren sits on the cave floor, clutching the device tightly. Her face illuminated by the device's light, Li Yeren cries out, Rescue team, I'm over here. Desperation etched on her face, she pleads, please hurry and, found you. A close-up of Li Yeren's eye reveals the intensity of her emotions. A sinister hand reaches out from behind a rock, a malevolent presence lurking nearby. A voice taunts, how fitting. You're hiding in a cave, just like the snake you are. Li Yeren, now with claw-like hands, reacts in terror to an unseen presence, whispering, you. She leans against the cave wall, her expression unreadable. A voice echoes through the cavern, laced with malice. Jin Hyoyoung vows to burn Li Yeren to crisps. Flames erupt, engulfing the space around her. A chaotic explosion of fire and ice magic fills the cavern, the air crackling with energy. A group of figures, clad in white, unleash a barrage of blue energy towards Li Yeren. The blue energy intensifies, forming a concentrated beam aimed directly at her. A pain scream tears from her throat as the energy slams into her. Shin Kanghu unleashes a wave of dark energy, the force of it rippling outwards. A figure slashes through the air with a sword, red energy crackling around the blade. An unseen attack strikes, sending blood splattering through the air. The battle rages within a dark forest, the trees silhouetted against the ominous sky. The dark energy swirls, a malevolent presence in the air. A figure with white hair watches the chaos unfold, a grim expression on their face. The figure with the sword continues to fight, each strike imbued with power. An explosion erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. A guttural scream echoes through the battlefield. The white-haired figure stands amidst the destruction, a red halo glowing above their head. The figure with white hair questions, why is our firepower only this much? Jin Hyoyoung demands, where is Cha So-hee? A voice wonders if they should go get her now that the battle has begun. Shin Kanghu states that it's fine, and she couldn't have gone far. Another voice insists that they should defeat this guy first. The same voice declares that they will make up for the lack of firepower with this. Red energy crackles in the air. A figure stands in the distance, surrounded by dark energy. Someone shouts for everyone to get away, fearing they might get swept into it. A character notes that an incredible amount of shadow power has been compressed, and another questions if it's okay to use it like that. Shin Kanghu is asked about the side effects. Shin Kanghu replies that Zhang Shiwan will be fine. The text reads, a special. The text describes the pure black truth seeker as an evil-leaning constellation that neutralizes the side effects of using shadow power. He is surrounded by a crimson aura, power coalescing around him. A swirling vortex of red and black energy pulses with raw power. A massive platform looms, tiny figures standing upon its surface. A voice observes, he sure is using a lot. The words, Shin Kanghu, glutton of blood, appear in shimmering blue text. Shin Kanghu holds a shard of glowing blue energy, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Use as much as you want, he says. A system message appears, twisted contract. Forcefully exchanges a constellation in your field of vision with your own constellation. The constellation you are exchanging will lose a part of their abilities and will replace the exact position of the constellation they are being exchanged with. Range. Limited to targets within your field of vision. Use limit. 1. Another system message reiterates. The constellation you are exchanging will lose a part of their abilities and will replace the exact position of the constellation they are being exchanged with. A status window declares glutton of blood. Shin Kanghu chuckles. I'm keeping my promise. Shin Kanghu's expression hardens. I said I'd free you. He continues, a dark edge to his voice. Not that I'd send you away scot-free. This is the reason I went so far as to Hanelos. An unidentifiable item is stomped upon. The text reads, because he drops this op item that stomps over a constellation's influence. Status messages appear, mad murderer. Idiot. Master Swindler. That was a gamble with an obvious ending. I switch. I feel so satisfied. This is why Vol dash. A system message floats before him, declaring that the Dimension Looter sees through his plans. Another message from the Dimension Looter appears, stating that it knew he wouldn't comply with threats. A message from the Glutton of Blood calls his actions dirty. The constellations have consumed constellation power to donate a buff to him, increasing his EXP by 5%. The Glutton of Blood states that when the time comes, it will lend him its power, and without it, he can't block mental attacks. The Glutton of Blood warns him not to do something that will weaken its abilities. Shin Kanghu scoffs, declaring that he doesn't need it. A system message states that Mentalist increases resistance to mental attacks by 50%. He thinks he got something even better from looting Alos. Suddenly, a new message appears, showing his name, Shin Kanghu, tied to the Glutton of Blood constellation. A system message declares that his contract with the constellation Glutton of Blood has been lifted. Shin Kanghu stands in a blue-lit environment, looking contemplative. Another message from the Glutton of Blood appears, simply stating, fuck. A series of vertical lines are visible, with splatters of blood. More blood splatters stain the scene. He reels, blood trickling from his nose as the changes take hold. A system message appears. Your contract with Constellation Pure Black Truth Seeker has been lifted. Another message states that the constellation Glutton of Blood has been contracted as his main constellation. He looks on in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. A system message appears. You have made a contract with Constellation Pure Black Truth Seeker. Another message states, locking information about your previous contractee. He attempts to summon his shadow power, but it flickers erratically in his palm. He wonders what is happening. A system message appears. Casting failed. Another message states, elemental transformation failed. He thinks to himself, no, I can't control my shadow power anymore. Something's wrong, he realizes. Panic sets in. What's going on? Zhang Xiwan. He is consumed by a monstrous darkness, a swirling vortex of shadow and rage taking form around him. Shin Kanghu grits his teeth, a desperate struggle etched on his face as he fights against the encroaching power. The darkness solidifies, its monstrous form taking shape with each passing moment. The entity's grotesque features become clearer, a nightmarish visage of claws and jagged edges. The monstrous entity looms over Shin Kanghu, dwarfing him with its immense size and terrifying presence. His eyes widen in a silent scream, the pain of the transformation unbearable. The entity's power surges, the air crackling with dark energy. A guttural roar tears through the air as the entity fully manifests, its power unleashed. Clawing at the rock, a woman with dark hair pulls herself up. How fitting, she thinks, that they are hiding in a cave, just like the snakes they are. She hisses, you. The woman stands, her back to the light. Gathering power, she forms flames in her hands. The flames intensify. How is this crazy bitch? The flames surge. Wearing the uniform of the Yunghua Guild, she manifests claws. A smirk plays on her lips as she prepares to attack. Blood streaks down her face. Covered in blood, she continues her pursuit, flames erupting around her. Cook, she realizes, with a curse, that she has no mana left to block. The injuries she sustained are visible now, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Despite her wounds, she stands tall, surrounded by a fiery aura. A voice echoes in the darkness, relishing the haunt. Let me enjoy the haunt. She continues her pursuit, her footsteps echoing through the cavern. Driven by a relentless determination, she presses forward. Her pace slows, the sound of her footsteps softer now. She pauses, her expression clouded with doubt. Did I lose her? She contemplates her next move, a grim resolve hardening her features. If she reports what she saw here to Master. Her breath hitches, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. Her blue eye, bloodied and wide, reflects the chaos around her. A swirling vortex of crimson energy fills the space. Jin Hyoyoung gazes up at a towering figure wreathed in malevolent energy. The sight steals her breath. She whispers, Jay, just what is that? A figure lunges, claws extended, aiming a savage blow at Jin Hyoyoung. A voice booms, a prey like you shouldn't avert your eyes. The figure stands drenched in blood, the aftermath of a brutal strike. Cha Sohee's face contorts with rage as she screams, Cha, Sohee. The figure declares, I'll send Kong Donghyun to you soon, so go first and wait on the other side. Hellfire erupts, consuming everything in its path. The inferno rages, a testament to the attacker's power. The hellfire burns intensely. The ground is scorched beneath her feet. Cha Sohee clenches her gloved fist, her expression unreadable. She lets out a soft laugh. The view is amazing. The landscape stretches out before them. The constellations contracted to you are expressing their surprise at your bold strategy. The constellations have consumed constellation power to donate a buff to you. EXP increase plus 5%. Meanwhile, the novel, The Life of a Villain Turned Savior, is, at its foundation, a piece of literature with an overpowered protagonist. Within the novel, Zhang Xiwan got stronger through the sacrifice of others. He stands amidst a pile of bodies, and not through actual hard work. A system message appears, indicating that the constellation Pure Black Truth Seeker is showing interest in their new encounter. As obvious as all of that was, Shin Kanghu reflects on having the experience of losing something to someone else. Zhang Xiwan sits, seemingly shocked by recent events. Zhang Xiwan shouts his own name in disbelief. Shin Kanghu asks just what happened. Zhang Xiwan replies that he lost pure black truth seeker. Zhang Xiwan is asked how he lost his constellation, and how that is even possible. A system message appears, stating that the one who stole it left him with a shitty constellation instead. It is labeled as glutton of blood, and that it's a bit extreme, contractor. Zhang Xiwan says he doesn't know how, but it must have been that bitch Cha So he's doing. He felt it. Shin Kanghu notes that something was off the moment Cha So he ran away from the battle. Before that, Zhang Xiwan suggests they take the rewards. Putting their losses aside, Zhang Xiwan says they need to take their harvest. A system message appears, labeling them as Dimension Looter, and saying, what a shame. A notification appears, identifying him as a Dimension Looter, and stating that if he had defeated the enemy, he could have monopolized the reward. A stylized effect fills the air. The red-haired man looks shocked. A notification appears, your level has increased by 1. Shin Kanghu states that he doesn't need it, questioning if all you get from defeating it is EXP. A close-up of the red-haired man's hands. Another notification appears, identifying him as a Dimension Looter and stating that he knows quite a lot, contractor. The red-haired man says he's seen everything he needs to see and suggests going back to the dungeon entrance. A web browser displays the title Disaster at Hell of Judgment. Two figures stand side by side. A news article headline reads, 120 go in, 20 come out. The article also states that the Yunhua Guild will take full responsibility and provide maximum compensation. A text box asks, Hell of Judgment, was it the right decision? It also mentions Yunhua Guild Master Zhang Xiwan's urgent press conference. This afternoon, the Hell of Judgment was literally hell. The news buzzed with the story of the dungeon raid. Traps were everywhere, making it difficult to even take one step forward. But because of the hunters who were there, they narrowly managed to reach the main boss. However, a press conference was held. The boss, who was on the defensive during the battle, used a suicide attack with the force to wipe out the entire dungeon. The speaker's face was grim as he recalled the events. Chai Guanhyung spoke of the events. He continued, and I, both wanted to save everyone, but it wasn't possible. Without Zhang Xiwan, everyone would have died in the dungeon. It's a miracle some of us even. Shin Kanghu stands beside an unidentified figure, a red halo-like effect hovering above his head. He states that someone survived. The crowd praises Zhang Xiwan, declaring him a hero for saving dozens of people, even when his own life was in danger. Shin Kanghu gazes up at a billboard featuring Zhang Xiwan, the Xivian building visible in the background. An onlooker remarks that Zhang Xiwan is good at talking, but in truth, he was the one who killed them all. Zhang Xiwan, standing at a podium, declares that the deceased challenged the Hell of Judgment with their pride as hunters. Zhang Xiwan continues, stating that he makes the announcement on the spot because he doesn't want their wills to be in vain. Shin Kanghu observes Zhang Xiwan at the press conference, along with two other individuals. Two people react in shock, realizing who Zhang Xiwan is. Casey Lex and Yu Chunghua are introduced, standing side by side. Zhang Xiwan announces that the Yunhua Guild will work with foreign guilds to challenge the Hell of Judgment and share the rewards with all the citizens of Seoul. The announcement continues, stating that the alliance will continue so they can target global dungeons of high difficulty. Zhang Xiwan and others stand at the press conference, as people react with shock and disbelief. A dense crowd presses together, their faces obscured in the throng. It seems the members of the 13 Stars have finished recruiting. They intend to use this situation, where Zhang Xiwan is on the defensive, as an opportunity. Zhang Xiwan truly isn't an opponent that can be defeated easily. A crisp white suit, impeccably tailored, hints at power and influence. Meanwhile, a breaking news report announces Zhang Xiwan's return and the Yunhua Guild's alliance with America and China, heralding a generation of mutual cooperation. A hand, clad in a dark suit, holds a lit cigarette, smoke curling into the shadows. A voice calls out, addressing Shin Kanghu as master. Shin Kanghu states that he has brought it, relieved that the Yunhua Guild recovered it. Shin Kanghu asks if they brought it all, without forgetting anything. It was a bit of work bribing them to get this. He wouldn't have recognized her without the brooch. A close-up reveals a brooch, the only identifying feature on a figure shrouded in darkness. He is asked if the corpse should be sent to the Chungmyeong Detention Center. The man replies that it's too burnt to use. He instructs the other man to throw it out in the crematory. The other man responds affirmatively, addressing him as master. Shin Kanghu examines a small object in his hand, lost in thought. He wonders if Hyoung did her due diligence before dying. He is assured that there is no problem. Shin Kanghu sits on a couch, receiving thanks from an unseen person. He thinks to himself that trying to use his good looks when they don't even work disqualifies one as an assassin. His eyes widen in shock. He wonders what that is. The sound of something breaking echoes. A powerful force is unleashed. A figure with white hair is shown screaming in pain or terror. A distorted image flickers, like a broken memory struggling to surface. He sits back, the leather of the chair creaking softly under his weight. A smirk plays on Kanghu's lips. To think it wasn't the main boss that committed the massacre, but Zhang Xiwan. Shin Kanghu's gaze pierces the fourth wall, a predatory glint in his blue eyes. His fingers tighten around the device, a predatory gleam in his eyes. This will make him quite a lot of money. On the monitor, Zhang Shiwan, the guild master of the Yonghua Guild, is displayed. A gloved hand clicks the mouse. A voice demands, "You will transfer 10 billion to this account every month." Kang Donghyun sits at his desk, a halo-like light reflecting in his glasses. A message appears on the screen, non-compliance. This video will be released to the media immediately. Sincerely, Eclipse's Master Deputy, Kang Donghyun. A voice states, 10 billion monthly isn't expensive for the price of silence, right, Eclipses? Kang Donghyun sits in his chair, his expression unreadable. The gloved hand hovers over the mouse. A voice stammers, "No, Zhang Shiwan." A voice booms, "I didn't give that order." A silhouetted figure, presumably Shin Kanghu, speaks on the phone. "As you know, Eclipse was made to mine mana stones in Korea. I'm not involved with the management at all." A hand reaches for a phone. A voice says, "Give me some time. I'll talk to that guy." Kang Donghyun sits in his chair, his eyes narrowed. If a dog bites its owner, it deserves the slaughterhouse, not mercy. A close-up of a computer screen shows a message. The person on the other end of the line orders someone to withdraw from the business and remove themselves from Eclipse. A voice responds, "As you wish." A hand presses a button on a phone, confirming the action. Shin Kanghu sits in a chair, looking stressed. He sighs, thinking, so many bad things are happening at once. Shin Kanghu reflects on a loss, stating, "I lost pure black truth seeker." Text on a nearby screen indicates a rejection of a request to break a contract, citing the rules of the constellations. The situation suggests that Cha So-hee definitely filmed his outburst. Lee Yeren stands behind Shin Kanghu, a slight smirk on her face. The text reveals that after that incident, Kang Donghyun blackmailed him as if he had been waiting for this moment. He knew they would approach her, so he snuck her in as a spy. They were aiming for pure black truth seeker from the beginning. Kang Donghyun enters the room, asking, "How's your body?" A gloved hand presents a case, and a voice asks, "Did you bring the items I asked for?" The case is opened, revealing potions. A voice says, "Here, these are the Bylani potions." A close-up of a flower. The swirling substance will temporarily stabilize the side effects of the shadow power. Shin Kanghu wonders why this is all he received. He is sure this must have been in production for a long time, since it was something he was going to use. The raw materials are rare, so it's hard to obtain them, Shin Kanghu thinks as he examines the vials. The old man, Master K, also said he didn't deal with that herb and refused to trade. Shin Kanghu thinks they just wasted time because of the useless bastard who was apparently his acquaintance. He wonders what about sealing the shadow power for now. Shin Kanghu states that he can overcome a side effect like this quickly. Shin Kanghu thinks the moment he reveals a weakness, he'll die. The world revolves around him anyway, he thinks. Shin Kanghu thinks he can overcome a side effect like this quickly. Shin Kanghu tells them that he'll participate in the collaboration dungeon expedition with Shinta tomorrow. At times like this, he has to emphasize that he's in good health. Shin Kanghu asks how the problem with Eclipse is going. Shin Taisik is tracking Cha So-hee down. He should be bringing her back in a few days. He declares that he is on his way to Kang Donghyun to kill him. Another man advises against acting directly, stating that it would only attract attention. The unseen speaker suggests leaving Eclipse to people of that level. The city of Taejun is shown. After the Yonghua Guild's press conference, the situation of the national hunters has been rapidly changing. The HNSA must have been provoked, as they started taking care of security in neglected areas. The first one they decided to clean up was the third-in-command of Eclipse's Taejun branch, a place prevalent when it comes to human trafficking and slave labor. A man looks on with a sinister expression. Kang Donghyun's name is displayed. One of the two asks if the other is keeping up. According to what is being said, they must have almost cornered Eclipse. One of the men asks if the other asked not just him, but Team John Si-hyuk here. Like you said, the HNSA has commissioned several forces who have basically bottomed out Eclipse in Taejun. After Kang Donghyun began a sit-in at Chungmyeong Detention Center, it became his last base. The situation has changed, with a figure seated on a throne surrounded by masked individuals. Chungmyeong Detention Center is more of an impregnable fortress than they thought. Black Lion, the first group to act, lost their forces and have stepped back. The next to attack is Blue Eyes, along with the specialists who are supposed to help us gathered here. So, if you're interested, I'm more than glad to have you join us. Is it finally time to deal with Kang Donghyun? In the novel, even though Eclipse is still in a hostile relationship with the Yonghua Guild, they fall to the hands of Zhang Shiwan alone. He thinks, I should focus on Kang Donghyun right now and ask you to hone about the state of the HNSA later. If Blue Eyes distracts them. Shin Kanghu thinks, I'll infiltrate the detention center and assassinate Kang Donghyun. He is told, I like how you get straight to the point. A close-up shows a character's face. A voice declares, no. The man named Shin Kanghu is told that infiltrating them is impossible. It's said that Sunkyu lived there and is the only one who managed to escape. Shin Kanghu and Lee Yeren stand with another person. Security has tightened several folds since Sunkyu's escape. The back of the center, Chungmyeong Mountain, has a rugged geography and countless traps. It's impossible to breach. The landscape of Chungmyeong Mountain is shown. Kang is told that the front has all of Eclipse's remnants. Sunkyu is described as a symbol to the victims of Eclipse. It's declared that they can't just let someone who put his life on the line to escape go back into that beehive. He stares intently, his expression unreadable. Li Yiren stands beside Shin Kanghu as another man asks if he's scared. The man continues, stating that if one hesitates even when the opportunity is right in front of them. Shin Kanghu is told that he'll never defeat Kang Donghyun. Shin Kanghu recalls that the reason he's going back to the detention center is to cut off the past that he's been ignoring until now. Shin Kanghu vows to get revenge on Kang Donghyun. Shin Kanghu declares that even if they don't go, he'll still go. A voice states that only those who wish to come should follow, and that they've already made their decision. Shin Kanghu thinks that it's not that theirs. Li Yiren and Xiang stand together, Xiang stating that there's no way to enter the detention center. Xiang continues, saying that it's too risky and that they can't trust him completely yet. A voice states that this might be their last chance, and they shouldn't keep on saving it. He declares that he won't back down, he will do it. Shin Kanghu believes he has the right to get revenge on Kang Donghyun. Li Yiren remains silent, her expression unreadable. Shin Kanghu pauses, tapping his finger to his lips as he considers their options. Li Yiren suggests they go together, but questions Shin Kanghu's methods. Shin Kanghu explains that it's an entry route that can only be used once, and he was planning on saving it until victory was imminent. Shin Kanghu reveals that they've planted one insider in Chungmyeong Detention Center. The group discusses their plan further. Shin Kanghu states that at this rate, the issue will be after they invade. With one assassin and 2 snipers, they won't be able to reach Kang Donghyun, even after they get in. Shin Kanghu contemplates what they need to support them from the rear. Shin Kanghu explains that they need a mage who can deal wide-range attacks, and a warrior who can take the front. Shin Kanghu declares that he'll take the mage position, but Li Yiren says he won't do it. Shin Kanghu states that Li Yiren has to lead them from outside, and she acknowledges that she knows. Shin Kanghu, holding his phone, states that he will gather some guys who are perfect for the job. A phone lies on a desk. The man on the other end of the line, Sunkyu, greets Shin Kanghu, noting it's been a while. Sunkyu listens intently. Shin Kanghu states that he'll get to the point, wanting to borrow Dongjae for a bit. Sunkyu questions what he wants Dongjae for. Shin Kanghu explains that he has a personal grudge against a place and needs Dongji's power. Shin Kanghu is surrounded by others as he speaks on the phone. He assures Sunkyu that if he's worried about Dongjae, he can send someone to watch and guard him. Sunkyu replies that it sounds pretty dangerous. Sunkyu guarantees Dongji's safety. Sunkyu smirks. Shin Kanghu speaks into his phone. Shin Kanghu says that he'll send someone who'll come in handy for his guard. Shin Kanghu, a sinister smile playing on his lips, wishes the person on the other end a happy revenge. The person on the other end says thank you. Sunkyu asks what that was about. Yu Chunghwa thinks the two of them need to go somewhere. A close-up of Yu Chunghwa's midriff is shown. Casey Lex exclaims, saying it's been a long time since they've talked, and asks how the other person has been. Casey Lex asks if the person contacted her because of the Biolani research. Someone says they'll give Grandpa the phone. Shin Kanghu says no, there's no need. Casey Lex says she called because she has something to ask of Young Yuri. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Me? A hand taps impatiently on a wooden surface. Kang Donghyun stands in his office, talking on the phone. Sweat beads on Kang Donghyun's brow as he listens to the person on the other end of the line. The voice on the phone booms. What is it, Kang Donghyun? The voice continues, agitated. You've finally picked up. The voice on the phone rises in pitch. Just how long are you going to watch and do nothing, master? It's about time for you to step out. Kang Donghyun sits back in his chair, listening intently. The voice on the phone warns. At this rate, we'll all die. The voice on the phone spits out. Then just die. What? The voice on the phone shouts. Are you abandoning the organization? He stands by the window, phone pressed to his ear. The voice on the other end of the line declares that he should have known who he was messing with. The voice continues, questioning if Kang Donghyun plans to stick to Jiang Shiwan and be the only one to survive this. The caller mentions Eclipse and Chungmyeong detention. The voice on the phone states that Eclipse and Chungmyeong detention were only possible because Jiang Shiwan exists. The voice declares that they are taking their hands off this, so Kang Donghyun should do his best as the one responsible and die. Kang Donghyun's expression hardens with anger. The voice on the phone states that what Jiang Shiwan does to him is none of their business. The caller adds that they don't even know who Kang Donghyun is. Kang Donghyun grits his teeth, a burning resolve in his eyes. But if he survives, Kang Donghyun vows that he will make sure to find the caller and kill them. A new figure is introduced, a confident smirk playing on their lips. This is Casey Lex, Eclipse's master and guild master of the Fortuna Guild, America's top guild. A hand crushes a phone, the screen shattering into pieces. Kang Donghyun stares intently at a monitor, a grim expression on his face. He is told, you need to be ready to die yourself. A video is uploading to a server. A voice declares, I'll drag you down first, Jiang Shiwan. A group of people stand in a room, you're among them, looking at a phone. Someone asks, asking you for help to sweep up a single criminal organization. A man with a beard clicks his tongue. One man says, I'll go sort things out there and talk to that young un while I'm there. Another replies, you need to focus on recovering. A voice states, it's a request Yur has received, so let her make the decision herself. A man asks Yur, what do you want to do, Yur? Yur replies, it'll be dangerous. A voice echoes, recalling how Sunkyu helped someone meet the world again. The memory continues, revealing that it was when they were hiding and living in Ground Zero. The flashback shows Sunkyu with Yur's grandfather, who says that if he hadn't met Sunkyu, he wouldn't have even met Yur. The scene shifts to the present, where Yur is listening intently. Yur declares that she wants to help. The focus shifts to Yur's grandfather, who is listening to her. Yur's grandfather states that if that's what she wants, then it's his role as her family to support her. Yur's grandfather tells her that he has something to show her, and asks her to follow him. The sound of something being placed down echoes. The group walks down a path. Yur exclaims, surprised by what she sees. Yur's grandfather reflects on giving so much to the one who saved his granddaughter and helped him meet her. Yur's grandfather tells her that nothing is too much, and she can take anything she needs. Sunlight streams into a room filled with lush greenery and advanced technology. His phone vibrates, signaling an incoming message. The message lists Young Yuri, Park Dong-jae, and Yoon Sang-mi, who will likely come with him. Shin Kang-hoo smirks, reading the message. This is the perfect combination. Shin Kang-hoo confirms, I've prepared all the classes we needed. He asks, his voice laced with suspicion, did you just directly contact Abyss's Lee Hyun-suk? The thought bubble declares that Master K is the nation's greatest herbalist. Shin Kang-hoo touches his face, a flicker of pain in his eyes. Perhaps my heart has been hurt until now. He clenches his fist, a surge of resolve hardening his expression. A memory surfaces. I've slowly lost the comrades I worked alongside with. His face bloodied and bruised, Shin Kang-hoo grits his teeth. And I couldn't. His eyes burn with renewed determination. But with him. He stands with Lee Yeren, the pair discussing their chances. Lee Yeren suggests they might actually be able to defeat Kang Dong-hyun. The man thinks they've got everything they need. Lee Yeren wonders if they should talk about their plan to take him down. Shin Kang-hoo smirks. A social media post declares the truth behind the Yunghwa Guild's Jiang Shiwan. Comments flood the post, questioning its validity. One user asks if it's real, while others claim it's photoshopped, a deep fake, or edited. Someone claims to have spread it throughout the media, forums, and social media. But no one is. A notification indicates that content has been removed for violating forum rules, suggesting that he's manipulating the media too. Jiang Shiwan. Shin Kang-hoo covers his face with his hand. The question hangs in the air. Is his influence truly this powerful? A close-up of a bloodshot eye reflects the intensity of the situation. A man's face contorts in anger, his teeth bared in a silent snarl. Clasped hands tighten as a voice declares, I can only keep on going forward. Shin Kang-hoo sits back, observing the screen with a sharp intake of breath. Another man's eyes widen in alarm. There's trouble, he exclaims. A clenched fist slams down on a table, the speaker spitting out, blue eyes bastards. Cars approach the front of the detention center, their headlights cutting through the night. The vehicles speed along the road, their destination clear. A surge of green energy erupts, a sign of power being unleashed. A figure clenches his fist, the green energy swirling around him, ready to strike. From inside the lead car, a voice declares, let's go in with a bang. A car speeds towards its destination. The occupants know they need to catch their target's eye. The vehicle continues to accelerate, closing the distance. A voice responds affirmatively, yes ma'am. The call to arms goes out. Everyone, gather. A man declares, it's cleanup time. Someone shouts, after the black lion bastards, we now have the opportunity to clean up the blue eyes insects. A stern voice commands, we'll have only the executives and the minimum amount of people remain inside. Everyone else, defend the main doors. A man, eyes wide with manic glee, yells, everyone, gather. Kill as much as you want and enjoy. A voice booms, whoever gets Lee Yaren's head will immediately be promoted to executive. A group of masked figures prepares for the assault. One of the figures chuckles, I'll get promoted to executive. As the assault begins, a figure declares possessively, no, she's mine. Footfalls echo in the darkness, drawing closer. The sound of approaching footsteps grows louder. A figure moves through the shadows, heading towards a cluster of crates and a looming structure. With practiced ease, a gloved hand disables a nearby CCTV camera. The figure stands near a doorway, a message appearing in a speech bubble. I've turned off the CCTVs nearby. You can come in. A hand touches the ground, feeling the rough texture of the earth. A small group huddles together, one of them saying, thanks. Two figures stand guard, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. Shin Kang-hoo smirks, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Kang-hoo's gaze drifts to a sign that reads, turning useless human trash into useful workers. A voice whispers, this place. Another voice finishes, is still the same. The heavy door slides open with a pneumatic hiss. He strides purposefully through the doorway, his footsteps echoing in the sterile environment. He thinks, no matter how many hunters they have, it'll only be a matter of time against Blue Eyes' elite troops. The sign on the next door reads, Forbidden Area, authorized personnel only. He approaches a keypad, his mind racing. He thinks, I need to hurry and prepare. His finger presses firmly on the number 1. He continues down the long, sterile corridor, the air thick with anticipation. His eyes narrow beneath the brim of his cap, a flicker of resolve hardening his gaze. Kang Dong-hyun grits his teeth, his expression a mask of grim determination. A team stands ready, their faces a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. He grips his weapon, a violet energy crackling around the blade. Let's go get him. A voice commanded, ordering the soldiers to kill the enemy and prevent them from entering. The battlefield erupted in chaos, soldiers clashing amidst burning vehicles and explosions. A figure brandished a sword, cutting through the enemy ranks with deadly precision. A close-up revealed a face covered in blood, a testament to the brutal conflict. The swordsman stood amidst the carnage, blade dripping with crimson. A pool of blood stained the ground, a grim reminder of the battle's cost. A voice declared that the blue-eyed enemies were nothing, boasting of their superior numbers. Two soldiers stood over a fallen body, discussing their next move to retrieve Li Yaren. A strange, green aura began to emanate from an unseen source. The green aura intensified, pulsing with an unknown energy. A man held a small, glowing figure, its light casting an eerie glow on his face. He seemed to be contemplating something. Green energy crackles around the figure, coalescing into a visible aura. He stands amidst the fallen, the green glow illuminating the carnage. A close-up reveals the extent of the damage inflicted upon one of the fallen. His eyes widen, reflecting the intensity of the battle. The figure unleashes a torrent of green energy, cutting through the remaining enemies. He snarls, "Do you think you're going to win just because there are more of you?" The sound of impact echoes through the battlefield. One of the figures cries out, "Shit, where is that coming from?" He thinks, "There's no way whoever's behind this has enough mana to deal with this." He declares, "I don't care how many of you crawl out." The green energy swirls around his hand, forming geometric shapes. He unleashes the full force of his power, a wave of green energy obliterating everything in its path. He declares that he has enough mana saved up. The character with green energy clenches his fist, preparing to unleash his power. The green energy crackles around him. The character with green energy is surrounded by a powerful aura. Meanwhile, a figure wonders if that is Li Yaren. A man in a cap smirks. The man in the cap states that they should get a move on too. Three figures stand together, ready for action. Elsewhere, the aftermath of a brutal battle is visible. The scene is littered with bodies. The prisoner with gray hair remarks, "This is," as he walks with two others, all in handcuffs. A guard stands over a fallen prisoner, exclaiming, "My goodness." Another guard carries a wounded prisoner, his face grim. One of the guards observes, "They all have severe wounds. An herb that works well on wounds." A prisoner's cuffed hands are shown, a stark reminder of their captivity. A guard questions, "Can we really afford to just ignore them?" Another responds, "Look forward. The moment something is done, they'll have to face all of the guards here." A close-up shows a guard's hand, emphasizing the control they wield. And they'll lose time. Kong Donghyun is mentioned in a speech bubble. "We can save all of them as soon as we kill Kong Donghyun. Don't let this opportunity go to waste because of a moment's sympathy." One of the guards responds, "Okay." A close-up of a guard's eyes reveals a hidden agenda. To think the insider was a correctional officer at Chungmyeong Detention Center. One of the guards questions whether he can be trusted. Another guard responds that he's a rat, but he'll do what he's paid to do. From a distance, a sniper peers through their scope. The view through the scope shows a distant figure on a rooftop. A guard stands watch on the rooftop. The woman with blue hair, Kong-hoo, tells them to leave it to her. One of the guards greets someone. Another guard demands to know where they were hiding. The guard with the beard says that they are locking up the trash and gathering at the front gate. Left behind while working, they still call the prisoners trash. The guard seems surprised. A guard stands in a hallway with bodies on the floor. His eyes gleam with a predatory amusement, as if enjoying a private joke at the expense of those around him. The air crackles with unspoken menace. The man named Shin Kong-hoo grips a baton, the leather of his gloves creaking softly as he tightens his hold. He thinks they need to get educated. A prisoner's eyes widen in alarm, a curse escaping his lips as he realizes the danger. Shin Kong-hoo's voice explodes, a furious roar that silences the surrounding prisoners. He demands to know how dare some trash scum fearlessly look into the eyes of a prison guard. The prisoner winces, a sharp intake of breath betraying the pain he's enduring. The air hangs heavy with the threat of further violence. Sangmi is held firmly by a guard, her expression a mixture of defiance and fear. The metallic tang of blood lingers in the air. Shin Kong-hoo confronts another prisoner, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He asks what they are doing to a kid. The Yonghwa Guild Master's face contorts with rage, his eyes blazing as he unleashes another torrent of abuse. He says a piece of trash is arrogantly talking to a dash. Shin Kong-hoo's voice cuts through the tension, a single word carrying the weight of his authority, enough. The guards stand firm, a silent wall of authority surrounding the prisoners. One of them says to send them off once the situation is resolved, and they can deal with them. The guard's uniform bears the number 2024, a stark reminder of their identity within this system. He says already. Shin Kong-hoo's gaze locks onto a specific prisoner, his voice a low, menacing growl. He says he'll remember their number. A voice promises, with patient malice, to reveal just how powerless the target is. He leans in, a predatory glint in his eyes, as Shin Kong-hoo confronts correctional officer Sun Han-gil. Shin Kong-hoo spits out a venomous insult, dismissing her as trash. The officer is suddenly restrained from behind. A voice notes the danger of the situation. Shin Kang-hu calls out to her, an exclamation point punctuating the tension. A close-up reveals the officer's fear as she stares up at him. Without warning, Shin Kang-hu strikes her, the sound of the blow echoing in the confined space. The officer cries out, the impact of the blow sending shockwaves through her body as she remembers the number 2024. His eyes narrow, a dangerous question hanging in the air. Who is wearing those clothes? Shin Kang-hu declares that she is wearing the clothes of the trash he killed yesterday, identifying her as Correctional Officer Sun Han-gil. The officer stammers in response. From a distance, the scene unfolds. Shin Kang-hu standing over the subdued officer, surrounded by other prisoners. His gaze intensifies, promising further violence. His face contorted in a grimace, the lines of stress etched deep around his eyes and mouth. Surrounded, the figure in blue found themselves beset on all sides. The masked man barked, "Hey, the situation's gone haywire. Provide support." The sniper, sighting down the long barrel, replied, "Copy that." A blade flashed, narrowly missing its target as the attacker pressed their advantage. Gathering power, the woman focused her energy, a swirling vortex of magic forming in her hands. With a burst of speed, she launched herself into the fray. Arcs of electricity crackled around him, the air thick with the smell of ozone. He steeled his gaze, muttering, "There's no helping it." From the staircase, a voice echoed, "We'll have to do some cleanup before we go." The woman channeled her magic, preparing to unleash its power. The air hangs thick with the metallic tang of blood and the sterile scent of medicine. Footsteps echo in the stairwell as Kang-hu descends. He continues his descent, each step measured. Kang-hu muses, to think Chungmyung Detention Center was this kind of place. The smell of medicine and blood hangs heavy in the air. He thinks, Kang Dong-hyun is planning something in here. Kang-hu wonders, what kind of expression will you have when you lose this place? A sense of unease settles over him. A sinister grin spreads across a shadowed face. Power gathers, a crimson aura crackling around a clenched fist. Then, a sudden, brutal kick slams into Kang-hu. The force of the blow sends him hurtling through the air. The man in the trench coat asks if she thought he wouldn't notice she was tailing him. He wonders aloud, So-hee? Kang Dong-hyun's name is revealed. Shin Kang-hu asks if the person he's talking to thought he wouldn't notice they were tailing him. Kang-hu clenches his fist, preparing to strike. So he coughs up blood, reeling from a blow. Kang Dong-hyun's hand crackles with energy. Kang-hu is surprised. So he cries out, "I devoted my entire life to you, so why?" The energy intensifies around Kang Dong-hyun's hand. Kang Dong-hyun says he took So-hee in because she seemed useful. Kang-hu continues, stating that he abandoned her because she lost her value. So he falls to the ground. Kang Dong-hyun's foot comes down. He leans in, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "You came all this way just to hear that." So he lies defeated on the ground, the weight of his words pressing down on her. She manages a weak reply. "Yeah." Tears well in her eyes, a mixture of pain and regret etched on her face. "That's all." A malevolent energy begins to gather around Shin Kang-hu's hand, a fiery orange glow crackling with destructive potential. The fiery aura intensifies, bathing the area in an ominous light as the air crackles with heat. He is now completely engulfed in flames, a terrifying spectacle of raw power unleashed. His face, illuminated by the inferno, reveals a chilling resolve, his eyes burning with purpose. Standing over So-hee, the hunter radiates an almost palpable heat, the air shimmering around him. He kneels, his gaze sweeping the area. If this was the location he'd come to first in an emergency, he must have hidden something pretty important here. Kang Dong-hyun vows, "I'll burn it to go along with you on your final journey, Kang Dong-hyun." The fiery energy coalesces in his palm, ready to incinerate whatever he has found. A figure stands silhouetted in a dimly lit room. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise or fear crossing his face. A voice calls out, "Kang Dong-hyun." A woman's expression is one of shock and disbelief. The order rings out, "Fire," responding from a long distance. A hail of bullets tears through the air as armed figures open fire. A figure is blasted backward by a surge of blue energy. A brutal assault unfolds as attackers converge, weapons raised. The words "skill enhancement" flash across the scene. The word "accelerate" blazes as blue energy intensifies. The blue energy rips through the attackers, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. He is immediately set upon, a flurry of blows aimed at his vital points. The force of the assault sends Kang Dong-hyun crashing to the ground, blood splattering across the cold floor. Even on the ground, the assault continues, the attackers relentless in their pursuit. One of the attackers barks, "Shit! Grab and torture him." Summoning his power, Kang Dong-hyun rips open a shimmering dimension door. One of the guards lunges forward, weapon raised, but the guard stammers, "WF? Just where did this?" A swirling vortex of emerald energy crackles into existence. Kang Dong-hyun's expression hardens, a glint of determination in his eyes. A sudden, unseen force tears through the ranks of the attackers, sending blood flying. The unseen assailant continues the assault, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. Kang Dong-hyun smirks, "As I thought." Lee Erin states that she works well with someone, her hands glowing with power. An archer and a rifleman take aim. An enemy soldier is struck by a blast of energy, blood spraying from the wound. A figure swings a massive blade. Li Yeren prepares to strike. An enemy soldier falls. A foot comes down on a fallen enemy. 3 figures stand in formation. A soldier, bleeding from his arm, curses Shin Kanghu. Another soldier can't believe Shin Kanghu defeated them all in one go. One of the soldiers remarks that his movements were fancy, but it was just a few stabs. A commander orders his troops to keep pressuring them. Shi and Young Sunkyu walk away from the scene of the battle. Young Sunkyu asks if Li Yeren is doing the same thing she did last time. A gloved hand gestures, promising that it will be even fancier this time. 2 figures clash in a burst of energy, their faces contorted in effort. The aftermath of the battle leaves a scene of destruction, with debris scattered everywhere. The scene is littered with bodies and debris, a testament to the ferocity of the fight. A brutal attack leaves one figure bleeding, the violence of the moment captured in stark detail. Li Yeren observes that he is more akin to a mage than an assassin. A foot steps on a fallen body, the weight of the battle heavy in the air. That was quite a fight. Yu Chunghua remarks on how he took care of everyone, while they were just supporting him. A figure walks away from the carnage, leaving a trail of blood behind. Li Yeren asks how the situation is outside, and the response is grim, not great. The tactical map displays the dire situation. The Eclipse Hunters are losing ground to the Blue Eyes mercenaries near the main entrance. Reinforcements from other buildings are en route to support the defense. Frustration mounts as they still haven't located Kang Dongyan. A gloved hand clenches, a silent expression of the building tension. A heavy boot comes down, crushing something beneath it. An exclamation punctuates the discovery. Shin Kanghu's eyes glow with an intense, focused light. Mana tracking initiates, the energy signature pulsing with vibrant colors. The mana tracking intensifies, the energy swirling in a chaotic vortex. Chai Guanhyang, his expression strained, shouts, "Move aside." A figure stands amidst the shattered remains of a building, the air thick with dust and smoke. Flames erupt, consuming everything in their path with a fierce intensity. The building is engulfed in flames, a towering inferno against the night sky. The inferno rages, casting long shadows and painting the scene in hues of orange and red. A gaping hole burns with fierce intensity, the edges glowing red as the structure around it crumbles. 2 figures stand near the edge, silhouetted against the inferno. A voice echoes, stating that if mana tracking hadn't been sensed, they would have all died on the spot. Li Yeren expresses her gratitude, thanking Sunkyu. Chai Guanhyang, injured and supported by Shin Kanghu, questions why he was protected. Shin Kanghu curses under his breath, asking if Chai Guanhyang is okay. Someone observes that it was definitely Cha Sohee's Flame Dragon and Kang Dongyan's Gust Fist, noting that they are definitely below them. Shin Kanghu realizes that there's an unmapped underground space at Chungmyung Detention Center. He thinks that it must be his subconscious intervening again. Shin Kanghu orders everyone to block Eclipse's forces and join the Blue Eyes mercenaries. Shin Kanghu declares that he will chase Kang Donghyun down himself. Li Yeren protests, but Sunkyu insists that it will be safer for them to go after him together. The members of Eclipse are heading their way as they speak. Yoon Sangmi needs to protect them, and Dan Xiang and Young Yuri need to nurse John Sehyuk. Kang Donghyun isn't an easy opponent to go up against with injured people. The man with brown hair says he'll leave the sweeping up of Eclipse and the liberation of the prisoners to them. The woman with blue hair says that going alone is dangerous. The man with brown hair replies that he's fine, so at least take Xiang with him. He says that they're entrusting the rest to him, right? He adds that he's here. He holds out his hand. He says that this is the Mad Solatium, a tablet that he brought from his grandfather's storage. He adds that they should use it in an emergency. Dan Xiang says that she got emergency. Shin Kanghu. Shin Kanghu says that she heard the guards calling him that. Dan Xiang says yup. Shin Kanghu says that he had to use a fake name to avoid Eclipse from tracking him down. Shin Kanghu says that it's finally time to end his ill-fated relationship with them. Dan Xiang says that even though he's been living out in the world, he had to live in hiding just like her. She offers a parting farewell. Li Yeren tells them to tell her the next time they meet, and to take some buffs. Yu Chunghua emphasizes that it's Shin Kanghu's story, not Young Sunkyu's. Shin Kanghu smirks, holding a pill. The group heads off into the distance. Shin Kanghu runs forward. His legs move quickly. His foot steps down hard. Shin Kanghu says he can't see anything. A blurry figure appears. Shin Kanghu declares, "Here you are." He prepares to strike. A gloved hand grips a knife that glows with a menacing purple light. In the background, Li Yeren shouts, her expression a mix of fear and anger. Shin Kanghu smiles, a sinister glint in his eyes as he brandishes a knife that crackles with otherworldly energy. "Here you are." The assassin lunges, the glowing blade aimed directly at Li Yeren. The knife plunges deep. Cha Sohee. Blood gushes from the wound, staining Shin Kanghu's hand crimson. Shin Kanghu stands over Li Yeren, the light fading from her eyes. A silent scream escapes her lips as the life drains away. The assassin watches, emotionless, as his target succumbs to her injuries. The deed is done. Shin Kanghu stands in grim satisfaction. He gazes down at Li Yeren's lifeless form, sprawled on the cold floor. She's dead. Shin Kanghu's expression hardens as a system notification appears before him. She had internal injuries? He smirks, declaring that everything is fine. Kanghu notes that there's one more left. Turning, Shin Kanghu faces an unseen target. The fist fighter Kang Donghyun, in his level 500s, has 4 contracted constellations. The God of Fortitude constellation promises increased strength the longer the battle rages. Another constellation, Pain Addict, alleviates pain by 50%. The Flag Bearer of Despair constellation increases mobility by 25%. The Dog of the Battlefield constellation increases strength by 1% for every 1% of stamina lost. Shin Kanghu muses, thinking he thought those annoying blue-eyed bastards would be the only ones coming in. He remarks how nice it is to see them again. His electric blue eyes narrow. Shin Kanghu trails off, observing something. Before him stands a tank filled with a glowing green liquid. He stands before a tank, a bijumi contained within. The man's expression is one of contemplation. It's a bijumi. If there's one thing he realized after the Day of Judgment, it's that the world only follows the rules of power. Only those who overcome their weaknesses and seize power can survive as humans. The losers who settle for reality are taken out through natural selection. A fist clenches, a symbol of raw power. But even the trash can become useful when shaped properly. Give up your human selfishness. Even the abducted hunters have been doing dirty things. He's taking the useless human trash and giving them new lives as useful workers. Looking at his class and constellations, he's not the type to have a high magic resistance. Shin Kanghu steps forward, the word sees echoing in his mind. Vision. He needs to defeat him before he wakes up the bijumis. Activating shadow steps, Shin Kanghu moves with unnatural speed. A skill that limits his vision? He guesses he has some hidden cards up his sleeve besides what Hyoung showed him. A grim smile spreads across Shin Kanghu's face. He continues his advance, the air crackling with energy. The energy intensifies, a prelude to the coming clash. Bracing himself, Shin Kanghu prepares to use self-defense. He stands, a silent declaration of intent. I've defeated dozens of guys. Shin Kanghu's face twists into a mask of manic glee. Like you, a surge of power emanates from him. With a sharp intake of breath, he narrowly avoids an unseen attack. The unseen assailant presses the attack, their movements a blur of lethal intent. An ethereal glow surrounds Shin Kanghu, the air crackling with energy. The attacker's feet pound against the stone floor, each step a thunderous echo in a confined space. Swiftly dodging, Shin Kanghu evades another strike, the air shimmering with displaced energy. A veil of stealth descends, obscuring Shin Kanghu's presence from his unseen foe. The mysterious figure stands amidst the swirling mist, their form indistinct and menacing. Shin Kanghu's voice echoes through the chamber. Run away from me again, Shin Kanghu? His expression hardens, a storm brewing behind his eyes. A sinister smile creeps across Shin Kanghu's face. Or, a hand clenches around a shard of glowing, violet energy. The man with dark blue hair asks, his tone laced with suspicion, "Are you trying to get behind me?" A bead of stunned silence hangs in the air. The man with spiky black hair responds, his expression unreadable. The hand tightens its grip on the violet shard. A surge of energy erupts as a protection armor manifests around the blue-haired man. Shin Kanghu's face contorts into a predatory grin. Shin Kanghu, you are a valuable human. A blur of motion. The blue-haired man is sent flying backwards. The blue-haired man lies on the ground, battered and bruised. Shin Kanghu's grin widens, a promise of violence in his eyes. I will make a bijumi out of you and bring Eclipse back. Shin Kanghu grabs the blue-haired man. Lying prone, Kanghu vows to trample the bastards who look down on them and rise to the top of this nation together. Held down, blood staining his face and uniform, he is clearly at a disadvantage. A close-up reveals the extent of his injuries, blood trickling from his mouth and wounds. A voice calls out, Cutie. Summoning Cutie, a surge of blue energy erupts around Kanghu, pushing back his attacker. A sharp cry of pain echoes as the summoned entity makes its presence known. Enveloped in a swirling vortex of blue energy, the summoned entity prepares to strike. The entity is imbued with fire, ready to unleash its power. A voice, cold and dismissive, declares, that won't happen, so just die quietly. A devastating great beheading attack is unleashed, a torrent of purple and blue energy surging forward. The attack connects, the force of the blow threatening to tear apart its target. The aftermath is a chaotic display of blue and pink energy, the air crackling with residual power. He is struck from behind, a blade tearing through his flesh as a searing pain explodes across his back. The blade, slick with crimson, gleams ominously in the dim light. Shin Kanghu coughs, spitting blood onto the grimy floor. The metallic tang of it fills his mouth as he wipes his chin, a grimace twisting his features. Shin Kanghu sighs in relief. He thinks to himself, what a relief I defeated him before he managed to wake these guys up. A hand grips the bloody blade. A system message appears. It's not over, contractor. I can't subjugate his constellations. Another system message appears. He's not dead yet. Boots stand firm amidst the carnage. The sign reads, turning useless human trash into useful workers. Kanghu stands in the hallway, surveying the scene. Bodies litter the floor, a testament to the recent battle. Shin Kang-hoo smirks. Now we're almost done cleaning Eclipse up. A flashback reveals that those who were headed toward the detention center were taken care of by the Blue Eyes mercenaries who arrived at the perfect time. The flashback continues, showing that all of the prisoners have been freed. The prisoners look relieved and grateful. Shin Kang-hoo reflects, this has been such a long fight. The flashback shows the mercenaries in action. Shin Kang-hoo stands near a doorway, thinking, now once we help Kang-hoo and defeat Kang Dong-hyun, everything will be over. Shin Kang-hoo sits on the ground, exhausted and covered in blood. Kang Dong-hyun grits his teeth, blood smeared across his face. A hand, slick with crimson, clenches into a fist. Someone asks what he has done to his body. Kang-hoo thinks to himself that the first step to survival is giving up human selfishness. Shin Kang-hoo states that someone will also experience this soon. He reflects that he modified his body to become a Bijumi himself, but he's sure Bijumis don't have a healing factor. Kang-hoo declares that he doesn't have any plans to be someone's pet. He wonders if he should give the others an opportunity first. Muscular figures stand ready, energy crackling around them. A close-up reveals the intensity in one of the muscular figure's eyes. Shin Kang-hoo is taken aback. A hand reaches out, as if offering help or perhaps something more sinister. The man muses that there might be some valuable humans up there, too. A figure stands, holding a bow. An order rings out, go up and kill them all. A close-up shows a hand. The text declares him to be the slaughter weapon, Bijumi. Their power stems from superhuman durability and advanced five senses, as well as absolute loyalty to their master. Even high-level hunters struggle to defeat them, and they were a setup to reveal Jang Shawan's strength. Bijumi, covered in blood, stares intensely. Bijumi states that this is why he went to save Park Dong-jae. A man with dark hair grits his teeth, blood dripping from his face. He admits that he didn't defeat them, but just evaded them. The man sprints forward, a determined look on his face. His expression is fierce, blood splattered across his cheek. He unleashes a powerful kick. The man continues his escape, seizing vision and stealth. A voice declares that since he is a Bijumi, he can just smell the target, implying the target is useless from the start. Bijumi smirks, his eyes gleaming with sinister intent. Bijumi, holding a glowing knife, vows to kill his target and then return. A burst of speed blurs the air as Bijumi moves. Knife glowing, Bijumi charges forward, leaving a trail of light in his wake. Bijumi confronts his target, the glowing blade poised to strike. The glowing knife plunges into flesh. The scene erupts in a bloody stabbing. A scream of agony echoes as the target is impaled. The glowing blade continues its brutal work, each strike a searing flash of pain. The victim, covered in blood, barely manages to utter this sound. A close-up reveals the victim's horrified expression, his eyes wide with shock and pain. His fist, slick with crimson, is clenched tight, the aftermath of a brutal strike. The force of the blow sends a figure hurtling backwards, a cloud of dust erupting around them. Arms flailing, the figure desperately tries to regain their balance, clutching at their chest. A hand reaches out, a desperate attempt to grasp something, anything, but it finds only air. Landing hard, the figure lies prone, each cough expelling a fresh gout of blood. The man's face is a mask of pain, blood streaking his features, his eyes glazed with shock. Another brutal attack lands, the impact echoing with sickening force. His eyes, bloodshot and unfocused, stare blankly ahead, the world blurring at the edges. A hand, stained crimson, grips a wicked-looking blade, poised for another strike. Despite the grievous wounds, Shin Kang-hoo grits his teeth, a flicker of defiance in his bloodied eyes. How do you still have? A heavy foot descends, boots scuffed and worn, amidst a swirling haze of crimson energy. Bijumi reveals that Bijumi are a byproduct of experiments in Russia, created when they were trying to create strength in hunters. The man continues, explaining that he wanted to take the techniques of Russia to make something more advanced. He states that he had endless supplies, so after lots of practice, Bijumi, covered in blood, declares that he has transcended humanity. He offers, if Shin Kang-hoo offers his body, he can become like him too. Bijumi stands over the injured Shin Kang-hoo, demanding if he now understands. Bijumi exclaims that they'll be able to have both of their interests in mind, and that he'll make Shin Kang-hoo into his best masterpiece. A close-up reveals Bijumi's sinister smile before. Bijumi stands tall, his muscular physique covered in blood. A blade is drawn. A hand grips a glowing purple blade, poised above Shin Kang-hoo. He lies on the ground, bloodied and bruised. Bijumi's voice echoes, laced with malice. You should look at your surroundings. The purple blade gleams in Bijumi's hand, dripping with an ominous energy. Bijumi clenches his fist, a surge of blue energy crackling around his hand. Someone is being restrained, their struggles desperate and futile. A choked cough escapes their lips, a spray of blood accompanying the sound. Panic etched on her face, Sangmi flees from a monstrous figure looming behind her. It's a monster. Run. Footsteps pound against the ground, a desperate race against an unseen threat. Bijumi towers over Shin Kang-hoo, his expression a mask of cold indifference. Shit. Hands crackle with raw energy, a desperate plea echoing in the air. Sangmi. The struggle continues, the sounds of desperation filling the void. Dongjae is praised. The Blue Eyes mercenaries are evacuating the prisoners. All of the survivors are leaving. They need to buy them some time. Has Kanghu already been killed by these guys? Kanghu will be back. Young Yuri. He promised to come back. He's probably fighting alone downstairs. A towering figure looms over a group of smaller figures, their expressions a mix of apprehension and determination. An unseen force strikes, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. One of the figures declares, "Focus on fighting." A rifle is raised, the barrel pointed towards an unseen target. The name Ban Xiang is mentioned. Sihyuk states, "Sihyuk and I are already prepared to die." A body lies motionless on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood. Another body, another casualty of the brutal conflict. Ban Xiang is charged with energy, his muscles bulging as he prepares to unleash his power. A voice echoes, filled with grim determination. "I don't want to think of anything else but killing them." Sihyuk's gaze is intense, his eyes narrowed with a singular focus. Ban Xiang roars, unleashing a torrent of green energy. A figure is launched forward, streaks of green energy trailing behind. He is right, Ban Xiang thinks. What's most important right now? Energy crackles around the grotesque figures. The figures are surrounded by a vibrant, green aura. Is whether we can see tomorrow's sunrise again. A boot comes down hard, crushing a discarded weapon. Are you going to use the wide-scale technique so he used? My blue sky's joy. But it wasn't well thought out. Kang Dongyun. There's no way his healing factor comes without a cost. There must be some secret. The screen displays mana tracking, the readings fluctuating wildly. A dark corruption spreads across his chest, the mana within twisted and unnatural. This monstrous bastard. Did he put a mana stone in his heart to endure the overload? So that's the reason my stabs felt different. When Chaso he grabbed my collar, she was trying to tell me how to kill him. As long as I aim for that. He stands, determination etched on his face. His face is bloodied, but his eyes burn with resolve. The scene is a bloody mess, a testament to the brutal fight. His opponent lies defeated, the battle seemingly over. He stands over the fallen foe, bloodied but unbroken. The pill side effects begin to take hold. Shin Kanghu remains standing over the defeated enemy. Bijumi declares, "You're out of mana. You have no weapon, so you can't resist anymore." Bijumi sneers, "It's over, Shin Kanghu." Even without mana, Shin Kanghu thinks he can still use something. Shin Kanghu thinks he can still do something else. Shin Kanghu prepares to fight. A red aura begins to emanate from Shin Kanghu's hand. Shin Kanghu declares he can take Bijumi on barehanded. Shin Kanghu prepares to fight. He grits his teeth, blood splattered across his face as Shin Kanghu prepares to strike. A dark red energy blade materializes in his hand, crackling with power. Shin Kanghu swings the blade, the crimson energy slicing through the air towards Bijumi. The Black Moon technique slams into Bijumi's legs. The force of the blow sends Bijumi staggering backward, the impact echoing through the chamber. The energy blade hums with deadly intent, poised for another strike. The battle rages on. They plummet through the air. The city is ravaged. Shadow power recharges. The constellation Fighter of Fortitude has been seized, making him stronger the longer the battle lasts. Due to the constellation Mad Murderer's abilities, he has leveled up from 111 to 154. The man's face is bruised, but he smirks. A system message appears, "Dimension Looter. You're endlessly growing, contractor. I wonder if you'll die at this rate." A message appears, recognizing the use of a skill obtained long ago, Fighter of Chaos. Another message appears, calling him a master swindler, noting his habit of saving his strongest technique until the last moment. A message appears, stating that seeing how fiercely he fought was memorable. A message appears, stating that it stabilizes shadow power and prevents the overdrive of the body and mind. A message appears, stating that it started from when they first saw him at the... A message appears, calling him a dimension looter and questioning why he saved his power until he was about to die. Bloody and battered, he thinks to himself that he only had one chance. He notes that his total shadow power is too low right now, only 52 out of 100. He reflects that, in order to exhibit enough force, he had no choice but to consume all of the shadow power he obtained up to this point. He thinks that if he didn't know of the existence of the Mana Stone and used it recklessly, he would have been the one to collapse, not the other. A message appears, stating that he waited until he was certain he could kill him, and that they love his persistence. Exhausted, Shin Kanghu collapses. His hands slick with blood, he stared at the crimson stain, a stark reminder of his failing strength. Kneeling amidst the debris, Shin Kanghu acknowledged the situation. Troublesome. He clenched his fist, a surge of determination hardening his gaze. He needed to rise and aid the others. His thoughts echoed in the silence, a grim assessment of his limitations. He couldn't even walk in his current state, let alone defeat the Bijumi. Despite the pain, Shin Kanghu sat upright, his resolve hardening. A fierce grin stretched across his face, a mask of defiance against the encroaching darkness. He declared, his voice a low growl, "This is it." Elsewhere, a figure swung a massive blade, the steel singing through the air. The blade descended, a flash of cold light promising swift and brutal justice. A scream tore through the air, a testament to the blade's deadly precision. The muscular figure, hand crackling with energy, prepares to strike. The energy surges forth, a blinding wave of power. The muscular figure presses the attack, his movements a blur of force. A voice cries out, "Geez, they're so annoyingly strong." A sword flashes, cutting through the air as the muscular figure strikes. A scream echoes in the aftermath. Driven to the edge, a figure prepares a counterattack, energy gathering in his outstretched hand. Elsewhere, a long-haired figure focuses, calling upon a strength enhancement. Power surges through her as a voice shouts, "Nice, Dongjae." Dongjae unleashes her enhanced strength, striking with incredible force. Her foot blurs as she moves with impossible speed. The enhanced strike connects, a devastating blow. Dongjae prepares another attack, energy swirling around her. The final strike lands, a powerful explosion of force. A surge of power emanates from a muscular arm, ready to strike. Li Yeren sprints forward, a determined look on her face. The muscular figure stands amidst fallen bodies, radiating an ominous aura. A man rallies his comrades, urging them to endure. Li Yeren and the others discuss the weakness of mana stones, noting their excessive power consumption. The muscular figure looms, a sense of impending doom hanging in the air. At this rate, everyone will. A close-up reveals Li Yeren's intense focus as she prepares for the next attack. The muscular figure unleashes a devastating strike, the force of which sends shockwaves through the area. Sangmi is called out amidst the chaos, as the battle intensifies. A close-up of a foot emphasizes the raw power and relentless nature of the attacker. Li Yeren's eyes widen in shock, realizing the dire situation they are in. The muscular figure prepares to strike Li Yeren, who realizes it's too late to dodge. Bijumi, eyes narrowed, declares that even if he dies, he'll take this bastard down with him. The muscular figure lies on the ground, bloodied and seemingly defeated. Standing over the fallen figure, Bijumi emanates a menacing aura. The muscular figure groans in pain, struggling to rise. Bijumi stands over the muscular figure, ready to strike the final blow as Li Yeren watches. Li Yeren, eyes wide with alarm, shouts a warning, "Duck!" A figure is struck, recoiling from the unseen attack. Bijumi looms over the muscular figure, his power surging. Bijumi's shadow power dwindles from 52 to 0. The words "Black Moon Truth" appear, bathed in a crimson glow. Bijumi unleashes a devastating attack. A crimson slash tears through the air. The defeated figure lies prone, bearing the marks of a brutal encounter. A voice echoes in someone's mind, stating that he knew his opponent would be dumbstruck if he suddenly saw his master as a corpse. Shin Kanghu stands over the fallen figure, his expression unreadable. Li Yeren and Park Dongjae call out, "Kanghu!" Shin Kanghu remarks that the job lasted until now. Shin Kanghu thinks to himself that, as he promised, he killed Kang Donghyun. Shin Kanghu's expression darkens. A hand reaches out towards Shin Kanghu, as Li Yeren calls out his name. Li Yeren tells Shin Kanghu to take a break, as he thanks her. A voice echoes, stating that his body won't hold up anymore, as someone calls out to Kanghu. Li Yeren hugs Shin Kanghu, while Park Dongjae looks on. Li Yeren expresses her relief that Shin Kanghu came back. He admits that he almost fainted in front of the other person. The other person agrees, suggesting they go back now. The scene around them is one of destruction. From above, the extent of the damage is clear, bodies littering the ground. After Eclipse's collapse, the group stands before a glowing symbol, the aftermath of the battle still fresh. Blue Eyes absorbed the Black Lion Guild and emerged as the strongest force within Taejeon. Ban Xiang decided to work with Li Yeren for the time being, in order to help the victims and dig out Eclipse's additional crimes. It was reported that Eclipse was swept up through a collaboration strategy, including the NSA and small guilds. The horrors of Chungmyung Detention Center, the wretched scene at the detention center, was dealt with by the NSA. Park Dongjae and Yoon Sangmi returned immediately to Abyss. One of the men remarks that the other has grown. A hand rests on a shoulder in a gesture of comfort or support. One of the men agrees with his uncle, stating that practical experience would greatly help Park Dongjae's growth. The word growth is displayed prominently. At a location near the Blue Eyes mercenaries' headquarters in Taejeon, someone is told to take something before they leave. Shin Kanghu stands with another figure, discussing matters. The research done on Biollante up until now is being reviewed. The main effect of Biollante is being guessed, and it is thought to be temporary. Since Jiang Shiwan had pure Black Truth Seeker, they were probably preparing this for Chai Guanhyang. But since he's lost pure Black Truth Seeker, it is believed that Jiang Shiwan will take Chai Guanhyang's share of Biollante as well. He didn't plan for this to happen, but this basically suppresses both Jiang Shiwan and Chai Guanhyang's powers. This is good news for Young Yuri. Shin Kanghu states that he will be off. Li Yeren tells someone to visit Ground Zero when the time comes. Li Yeren suggests going on a date, or to a dungeon together. Li Yeren's hands are shown. Shin Kanghu asks someone to give his regards to their grandfather. The name Sihyuk is shown. Li Yeren states that he always loved stepping up for the weak. Li Yeren thinks back to a time when her fiancé was just as idiotic. The three of them would go around together trying to face the world's injustice. Shin Kanghu states that he was always prepared to face death. Shin Kanghu states the reason he placed John Sihyuk outside. The reason was because he wanted to avoid something. A voice echoes, reflecting on Kang Donghyun's death, mirroring the events of the novel. It seems some fates are unavoidable. Shin Kang-hoo sits at a table with Lee Yeren, listening intently. Even if the contents of the world he made have changed, a voice expresses deepest condolences for John Si-hyuk's death. Kang-hoo apologizes, regretting that Lee Yeren is seeing this unsightly side of him. Lee Yeren explains that the reason she wanted to see him was because she found something strange. While researching Cha So-hee's movements, she discovered something. Shin Kang-hoo and Lee Yeren sit across from each other at a table. He thinks it might be certain. Before they ambushed Chungmyeong Detention Center, the Yunhwa Guild was tracking Cha So-hee down. Kang-hoo's eyes narrow, a glint of suspicion in their depths. There was disharmony. Shin Kang-hoo looked shocked. Between Eclipse and the Yunhwa Guild. If so, the HNSA wasn't trying to take care of their neglected region, but trying to get rid of its master's enemies. After all, they're basically a lower organization. It actually hurts my pride that we played on the board they'd laid out. But Kang Dong-hyun was an enemy we had to kill eventually. I agree. I should look into the circumstances of the HNSA. Figuring out what the disagreement with Eclipse was about could prove to be beneficial for me. Bijumi smiles. What happened to the HNSA hunter who found this? I need to send him my regards. Since we need the exact information, we've already sent Shin Tae-sik. Since he lost Cha So-hee, I think he thoroughly. Shin Kang-hoo states that he dealt with someone this time, and now there's only the constellation issue left. Shin Kang-hoo thinks to himself that he can't have this trash as his main constellation forever. Since Cha So-hee and Kang Dong-hyun have been murdered, Bijumi says that they have no means to find out how she took Shin Kang-hoo's pure black truth seeker. Someone suggests that there might be a way. Bijumi says that it's through someone from abroad, that is. Someone asks if he means, as a hand opens a safe. Someone says that it's perfect timing. Someone says that these are their new colleagues. Someone says that they will be working with them in the foreseeable future. Elizabeth of the United Kingdom speaks. Netherlands' Vincent Meyer offers a polite smile. A voice welcomes the group, inquiring if they experienced any discomfort on the way. The group stands in a modern office. Vincent Meyer is present, along with Elizabeth and several other individuals. A voice expresses gratitude for the consideration, followed by a sarcastic remark about receiving the HNSA's escort. One of the men notes that they were contacted first after the press conference, suggesting they want to work together. A voice remarks on the strange combination of individuals present. A portrait of the saving saintess who travels the world to help the poor is displayed. The image shifts to a scene of someone standing over bodies, described as coming along with the most notorious murderer in Europe. A voice defends themselves, stating they just work hard to collect hidden skills and questioning the murderer label. Vincent Meyer expresses that the accusation hurts his feelings. A voice declares that when it comes to kill count, nobody can beat L. Elizabeth states she has no idea what Vincent is talking about. She smiles, her finger tracing the edge of her lip. Who won't be of any help, even if they live. Whatever you say. Rather than our current topic. Elizabeth stands close to a man with silver hair. I want to hear about the exact goal of this meeting. On the surface, you said it was to pioneer the dungeons throughout the world. But the actual message was to gather strong people from all the nations. Zhang Shiwan, are you trying to create a secret organization to control the world? It's to purify this dirty world. If I learned one thing in the Hell of Judgment, it's that no matter how powerful you are, your contract with Constellation, Pure Black Truth Seeker, has been lifted. Constellation, Glutton of Blood, has been contracted as your main constellation. A voice echoes, stating that there will always be evil people who covet power. The man with the brown hair states that they, the chosen strong ones, must unite and create a new order to the world. Shin Kang-hoo stands beside him, listening intently. The woman with the red eyes explains that they will work with hunters from diverse nations. A voice declares that they will grow together and ultimately move towards something bigger. The earth hangs in the void, a silent witness to the unfolding events. A voice states that they will do more than just unite the world. A man with white hair smiles, extending an offer. The man promises that if you join him, you will get whatever you want. The man with the gray hair agrees, stating that as long as he can obtain hidden skills, he's in. The blonde woman asks how many members they are thinking of. The number 13 is displayed. The man with the white hair states that he likes the name 13. Stars would be appropriate. He sits across from Shin Kang-hoo, the halo above his head gleaming softly. That was a satisfactory meeting. With them on our side, we'll be able to gather information from all kinds of places. About methods concerning constellation contracts. Shin Kang-hoo stands, his gaze fixed on 13. What if they turn on us like Cha So-hee? If they become useless, we abandon them. If they betray us, we kill them. Then we'll change our name to the 11 stars. Let's just check the video. Gloved hands manipulate a small, dark object, its surface shimmering with an unnatural light. 13 sits at the computer, his fingers poised over the keyboard as Shin Kang-hoo watches intently. A close-up reveals a face contorted with a sinister smile, the image flickering with digital distortion. Meanwhile, two figures stand in a dimly lit alleyway, their faces partially obscured by shadows. Eclipse had Zhang Shiwan's weakness? Yes. I don't know the exact contents, but we found out that they threatened Zhang Shiwan. HNSA Hunter Yu Dehun stands with his arms crossed, a stern expression on his face. Ban Xiang's investigation ties everything together. The narration explains that Zhang Shiwan, furious at Kong Dongyun's threats, moved the HNSA and commissioned Blue Eyes to sweep up Eclipse. A diagram illustrates the organizational structure, showing the flow of threat, order, track, commission, and attack. The narration continues, stating that while investigating the Yunghua Guild, the speakers stumbled upon the dirty things they've been committing, going in circles. Ban Xiang and Yu Dehun stand together in an alleyway, the tension palpable between them. The narration reveals that it wasn't just Hyo Youngtae. The narration continues, stating that they've all been going in circles. Gong Taesu and Shin Juno were also involved with countless criminal organizations. The narration explains that these organizations were watching each other's backs and exchanging benefits. Yu Dehun clenches his fist, the narration stating that they still shamelessly acted as if they were maintaining order. The narration states that a few colleagues of the speaker agree with him, and they will occupy the HNSA and bring justice. However, the speaker is told that if he thinks he can set things right, he's wrong. Ban Xiang asks, wrong? What do you mean? He states that the Yunghua Guild already controls the HNSA and the media, questioning if people will believe the evidence presented to them. Yu Dehun responds that if anything, the moment they reveal their proof, the whole world will become their enemy. Dan Xiang stares intensely. Yu Dehun continues, saying that even if he starts a revolt, he'll obviously be taken care of like in the novel. Dan Xiang thinks to himself that he can't lose another important character. Dan Xiang tells him not to be rash and to wait for him to contact him again. Yu Dehun remains silent. To be honest, Dan Xiang begins. He explains that there's a reason he's trying to bring them down as soon as possible. After the press conference, the Yunghua Guild has been in contact with strong hunters from around the world. Yu Dehun thinks to himself, as I thought. He found out because the Yunghua Guild mobilized him and some HNSA hunters. A line of guards stands ready to greet their guests. A man with a concerned expression looks on. Someone doesn't know who the man was. Elizabeth Rowe stands alongside two other individuals. It's revealed that one of them was the United Kingdom's saving saintess, Elizabeth Rowe. The Yunghua Guild by itself is already too much, but with foreign members of the 13 Stars. Someone wonders if their forces, realizing they'll never be able to face them. Shin Kanghu looks on, deep in thought. If Elizabeth Rowe joined the 13 Stars, then the man with her must be Vincent Meyer, since they're close. The rate at which he's gathering the... A man surrounded by red energy is gathering members of the 13 Stars faster than expected. Vincent Meyer walks away with another man. Vincent Meyer is thanked for the precious information. Shin Kanghu wants to protect this country from them. Someone reminds him that he said before that he needed a blade to attack the Yunghua Guild. A man says to let him know what he has to do, and he'll follow. A sinister grin spreads across his face. A figure stands before a dimly lit building, poised to play an important role soon. Shin Kanghu stands with his hands in his pockets, a smirk playing on his lips. The screen displays images of a figure in action. He cut off Gong Taesu's, and he received Li Yaren's help to win in a battle against Cha So-hee, the person who survived the Hell of Judgment under the fake name of Jung Sung-kyu. A document reveals photos and names, Jung S. and Jin Hyoung. They finally found him. A pair of gloved hands rests on a desk, a document laid out before them. Shin Kanghu, driving. He muses, I'm sure he was the hunter Li Yaren wanted to recommend to me. On the phone, he wonders, do I have to break my amicable relationship with her and look into him? He received information on Shin Kanghu from the information team. The screen displays a profile of Han Seo-yun, a member of the Listening Flower Guild. She's from one of our satellite guilds. So she wasn't Li Yaren's subordinate. The man considers the information. It'll be faster to find out about him through her. Shin Kanghu thinks to himself. Kill him if he turns out to be an enemy. If he's not, I'll make him my pawn. A clipboard rests on a desk. A car speeds down the road. A man exits a car, speaking into his phone. Yes, Li Yaren. I've arrived at the location you mentioned. Shin Kanghu, his expression unreadable, states, of course. A voice echoes over the phone, stating, once it ends, I'll contact you. A figure stands silhouetted against the night. The text nearby reads, the next member to join after Elizabeth and Vincent is determined by my novel's development. A figure with a sword declares, it's clear who my target is. A man smirks, thinking, I'll finish him off before the 13 Stars is formed. The panel shows a view of Osaka, Japan. A man stands surrounded by others. The text reads, let's